Chapter 665. Sir Wang, please hold on as the sun dipped below the horizon and the final notes of the gathering faded away. The Ministry of Justice's petition concluded, prompting officials to depart in small groups. Wang, the councilor of the Tongzhengsi, also rose to leave, gracefully declining invitations from familiar dignitaries to share a drink. His mood was rather dismal, leaving him without the inclination for merriment. The day's outcome had taken him by surprise. He and the right councilor had overlooked crucial details in their examination of Zhu Pingan's impeachment memorial, which had drawn several pointed criticisms from the Tongzhengshi, Zhao Wenhua. If Zhao Daying's predicament turned out to be merely a scare, then perhaps his errors could be overlooked. However, he had not anticipated that Zhao Daying would falter so miserably despite the support of so many. Alas, he would soon face another round of rebuke. With a sigh, Wang made his way towards the door. Sir Wang, please hold on. Just as he took a couple of steps, a familiar voice called out from behind, causing him to halt in astonishment. Turning around, he found Zhu Pingan approaching him with a beaming smile and clasped hands, exuding an air of excessive enthusiasm that left Wang bewildered. Why was Zhu Pingan smiling so radiantly at him? Their relationship was not close, and they stood on opposing sides. After all, Sir Wang, please wait a moment. Zhu Pingan trotted a few steps to catch up, his demeanor friendly as he clasped his hands in greeting. To an onlooker, it might appear that Zhu Pingan and Wang were kin. What is it, Zhu sir? Wang stepped back, maintaining a safe distance, and inquired with a hint of aloofness. I would be ever so grateful if you could assist me with a small favor. Zhu Pingan's face was adorned with a broad smile as he shyly rubbed his hands together, his dark eyes glinting with a mischievous light. Their interaction drew the attention of many, halting several individuals who turned to observe the unfolding scene with curiosity. A small favor? Wang was taken aback, pondering their lack of acquaintance. Truly, Sir Wang, your kindness knows no bounds. I sincerely thank you in advance, Zhu Pingan interjected, preempting Wang's impending refusal with a cheerful expression, rendering the rejection unspoken amidst the gathering crowd. Such straightforwardness was unprecedented for Wang. Before he could fully grasp the situation, Zhu had already expressed gratitude, leaving him at a loss for words. In an era where scholars placed great importance on face and reputation, the audience's gaze rendered Wang unable to voice a denial. After expressing his thanks, Zhu Pingan borrowed ink and paper from a clerk, as the materials were readily available and had yet to be collected. Once equipped, he began to write, his wrist poised as he dipped the brush into the ink. In mere minutes, Zhu completed his writing, blowing gently on the page to dry the ink before folding it into the format of a memorial. He then approached Wang once more. I have a memorial that I intended to submit to the Tongzhengsi tomorrow. However, I was just instructed to return home and not to venture out. I must trouble you, Sir Wang, to deliver this document to the Tongzhengsi. Zhu Pingan presented the petition he had meticulously composed into the hands of Councilor Wang, imploring him to deliver it to the Tongzheng division. It was indeed a petition. Wait, a petition? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Councilor Wang's hand trembled involuntarily, as if the document had suddenly become searing hot, slipping through his fingers. Zhu Pingan, have you not inflicted enough trouble upon me with your previous actions? Why, once again, do you submit a petition? Have you contracted a malady that compels you to present petitions incessantly? If you must submit a petition, could you not explore alternative departments? Why do you persist in targeting our Tongzheng division? Another petition? Let us see whom he has indicted this time. Hearing that Zhu Pingan had once again submitted a petition to the Tongzheng division, the other officials were filled with curiosity, whispering among themselves as they gazed at the document in Councilor Wang's hands. A hot potato indeed. Councilor Wang wished fervently to hurl the petition back at Zhu Pingan's face, yet he found himself unable to do so. After all, accepting petitions was part of their duties within the Tongzheng division. While it was possible to internally dismiss or reject petitions, the public nature of Zhu Pingan's submission rendered such actions more complicated. Thank you, Lord Wang. I shall not impose further. Farewell. After expressing his gratitude, Zhu Pingan turned on his heel and departed, leaving Councilor Wang to be scrutinized by the crowd. Clutching the petition, Councilor Wang watched Zhu Pingan's retreating figure, while Lu Mu and Lu Dadao closely followed behind him. Just moments ago, Zhu Pingan had validated that the severed heads were not of Tartar origin and absolved Lu Mu and Lu Dadao from the false accusations concerning Zhao Daying in Yunmeng County. The case in Yunmeng County would soon be annulled by the relevant authorities, and the villagers unjustly imprisoned would be released. As for compensation, Such concepts were foreign in ancient times. Nevertheless, Lu Mu and Lu Dideo were quite content with the outcome. The villagers in prison were on the verge of release, and Zhao Daying was poised to face the repercussions of his actions. Moreover, Zhu Pingan had mentioned that in a few days, they would be able to locate the heads of their kin, allowing the villagers to finally lay their loved ones to rest. After Zhu Pingan's departure, Councilor Wang was soon surrounded by curious onlookers eager to discern the contents of the petition. Overwhelmed by the collective curiosity, Councilor Wang reluctantly acquiesced and unfolded Zhu Pingan's petition, drawing the attention of the assembled crowd. The handwriting was commendable, yet the substance of the petition caused many to cast sidelong glances towards Zhao Qiu and others nearby. Among the spectators were Zhao Daying and Zhao Qiu, who quickly perused Zhu Pingan's petition. Before they could finish reading, Zhao Qiu's countenance darkened. The petition was directed squarely at him, as Zhu Pingan referenced the grievances presented earlier that day, stating that the severed heads offered by Zhao Daying were not Tartars, but subjects of the Ming dynasty. Consequently, he criticized the military ministry for their negligence in verifying the heads and requested a re-examination of the stock held by the military ministry. During the earlier proceedings, Zhao Qiu had already asserted that this particular matter fell under his purview. Zhu Pingan was undoubtedly acting with intent, deliberately targeting and retaliating against him. Zhu Pingan, you have truly gone too far. Zhao Qiu's countenance was dark and foreboding, his face contorted as if in anguish, with breaths that exuded an almost uncontainable fury. The veins on his forehead throbbed in sync with his breathing, as he struggled to suppress the raging inferno within, striving to maintain his composure. Listening to the cacophony of discussions behind him, Zhu Pingan allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, shaking his head as he stepped out of the gates of the Ministry of Justice. When others strike your left cheek, it is foolish to offer them your right. He was certainly not one to embody such saintly naivety. Chapter 666, An Unexpected Beauty Arrives. Zihu. Congratulations, exclaimed Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei, who were waiting just outside the gates. While you were inside, we were left in a state of anxiety alongside Wensheng. Thankfully, it was a close call. As Zhu Pingan emerged from the ministry, he was met with the cheerful smiles of his companions, each giving him a gentle pat on the shoulder. They exchanged knowing glances, laughter bubbling forth, conveying unspoken sentiments. Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei had been waiting outside for quite some time, with only a servant delivering a modest meal to tide them over at noon. To be candid, they had harbored deep concerns for Zhu Pingan. Especially after Yan Shifan had entered the ministry, their worries had intensified. It wasn't until Master Su Jie entered the ministry that their apprehensions slightly eased, as they hoped that Su Jie's presence would temper any punitive measures against Zhu Pingan. They could hardly fathom the outcome of the day. Before presenting his case, Zhu Pingan had assured them he was prepared and urged them not to fret, a reassurance they had dismissed as mere comfort. To their astonishment, Zhu Pingan had not only spoken truthfully, but had achieved results far beyond their expectations. Thus, the truth became apparent. Regrettably, the court's order of house arrest and the presence of several imperial guards following closely behind rendered any celebratory gathering impossible. They would have to wait for the verdict to be announced. Time was plentiful, and this moment was but a fleeting instant. Hence, Zhu Pingan and his companions ambled along, engaged in light conversation as they made their way to the residence of the Duke of Linhuai. As they approached Gongho Street, Zhu Pingan felt an inexplicable acceleration of his heartbeat, a curious sensation as if the Duke's residence were summoning him. What is it, Zihu? Wang Shizhen inquired upon noticing his unusual demeanor. It's nothing, Zhu Pingan replied with a faint smile, dismissing the feeling, perhaps merely a result of their brisk pace. Turning onto Gongho Street, the Duke's residence loomed ever closer, yet a sense of unfamiliarity washed over him. A crowd had gathered before the gates, maids, matrons, stewards, and attendants, numbering a dozen or more, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Miss, the young master has returned. A familiar voice rang out from afar, and Zhu Pingan observed figures rushing toward the entrance, the atmosphere at the Duke's gates growing lively. Despite the change in demeanor from the household, the warmth of their welcome was an unexpected delight for Zhu Pingan, who approached with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Then, he was captivated by the most radiant beauty among the crowd. She stood gracefully at the entrance, clad in a delicate crimson lunar dress, adorned with a wide border of subtle gold, exuding an air of nobility. The garment was embellished with red plum blossoms, and her earlobes sparkled with dangling pearls. accentuating her luminous visage. Her ink-black eyes were vibrant and expressive, and her ruby lips, naturally red, were ethereal, as though she were untouched by the mundane world. Standing there, with her alluring charm and exquisite beauty, she appeared like a celestial being descended to earth, captivating all who beheld her. At that moment, Zhu Pingan found himself frozen at the door, overwhelmed by the sight of his beloved returning home. The enchanting lady offered a gentle smile and a graceful bow, accompanied by several maids and matrons, exuding the essence of a refined lady of high society. Her beauty was complemented by a sweet voice, melodious as a lark, enchanting those who heard it, akin to a celestial melody that brought indescribable comfort. That utterance of my husband made one feel as if their very bones had softened. Husband? Zhu Pingan, momentarily bewildered, struggled to grasp the reality of his marriage to Li Shu, feeling as though he were still dreaming. The once proud and mischievous girl, who had playfully called him a poor, ugly toad, had now become his wife. The thought seemed surreal, like smoke or a fleeting dream. In the eyes of Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei, Zhu Pingan appeared blissfully infatuated. No wonder he had looked so distracted while hurrying through Gongho Street. He was aware that his beloved wife was returning from her hometown. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. They exchanged knowing smiles. Hearing their jovial laughter, Zhu Pingan finally came to his senses, his face flushing as he introduced Zhang Siwei, Wang Shizhen, and Lu Mu, known as Lu Dadao, to Li Shu. Li Shu lowered her head, her delicate hands resting at her waist, slightly bending her knees as she greeted the guests. Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen returned the gesture with respectful bows. Lu Mu and his companions acknowledged the lady of the house, and, after exchanging pleasantries, were led aside by the steward of the Linghuai Marquisate. Ziho, such a beautiful day, we shall not intrude. We will send our wedding gifts on another day. They jested warmly before taking their leave. They felt genuinely happy for Zhu Pingan. In their eyes, Li Shu, the fifth miss of the Linghuai Marquisate, epitomized the ideal noble lady, her every movement imbued with grace, and her attentiveness to Zhu Pingan evident. With preparations like fire pits and pomelo water already arranged, truly a diligent and considerate wife. With such a stunning beauty, what more could Zhu Pingan desire? He had indeed found his fortune in love. As the newlyweds reunited, there were surely endless sweet nothings to exchange, so Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen discreetly excused themselves. Ahem. You're back. Why not stay at home a few more days? Under the gaze of many, Zhu Pingan looked at the enchanting figure before him, his heart racing. Having never experienced love in his past life, he felt woefully inexperienced. The eloquence that usually characterized him seemed to desert him now, and after struggling to find his words, he instantly regretted his choice of phrase, fearing it might have sounded unwelcoming. What? Am I not welcome? Li Shu pouted her rosy lips and playfully scolded. Her voice delicate as an orchid, her eyes sparkling with mischief, exuding a charmingly impish aura. Cough, cough. No, Zhu Pingan hurriedly clarified. You see, my father is occupied with business, spending only a few days at home before heading south to oversee affairs. My mother-in-law, concerned that you would be alone in the capital without care, fretting over your meals and attire, urged me to come here. I could not resist her insistence. Li Shu cast a sidelong glance at the blushing Zhu Pingan, rolling her eyes in a haughty manner, and reproached him sweetly. Nearby, the maid Baozi lowered her head, gazing at her toes. It seems that the master's business isn't as pressing as he claims. It was Miss who requested him to procure pearl powder for beauty from the south, prompting his journey. Nevertheless, the maid thought, Miss must have her reasons. Nodding vigorously in agreement, Zhu Pingan smiled faintly at Li Shu, discerning some insight from Baozi's expression, yet he refrained from exposing her words. Hey, what are you smiling about? Li Shu pouted her cherry lips at Zhu Pingan. Haha, the young master must be delighted to see the miss, grinning from ear to ear. Right, young master? Baozi chimed in with a giggle. Speak carefully, or you'll find yourself in trouble, Li Shu playfully admonished, reaching out her delicate hand to pinch Baozi's cherubic cheeks. Hee. I understand my mistake. I shall never dare again, Baozi pleaded, her tone ingratiating. After their playful banter, the matron approached to inquire if the young master had crossed the fire basin. Li Shu nodded in affirmation. Soon, a steward arrived, carrying several lit pieces of wood, placing them into the bronze fire basin, which quickly ignited with fragrant sandalwood, releasing curling wisps of white smoke. Young master, it's time to cross the fire basin and dispel any ill fortune, Baozi urged, tugging at Zhu Pingan's sleeve. "Why all the fuss?" Zhu Pingan chuckled, shaking his head. "Jump quickly." Li Shu pouted, revealing her small canine teeth. With a gentle smile, Zhu Pingan lifted his garment and took a long stride over the fire basin. Crossing the fire basin, burning away misfortune, may it be a vibrant and smooth journey, the matron chanted as Zhu Pingan leaped over. At that moment, the steward at the door ignited 2 strings of red firecrackers, which erupted with a cacophony of noise. Perhaps all girls are a bit frightened by firecrackers. Li Shu was no exception, ducking her head and covering her ears alongside Baozi and the others. Just then, a pair of warm hands enveloped Li Shu's, shielding her ears, and gently pressing her head against a familiar chest, muffling the sound of the firecrackers. Recognizing the familiar fabric of his clothing, Li Shu did not shy away. Instead, she let out a soft hum, as if expressing her reluctance, yet her lips blossomed into a smile. Chapter 667. The virtuous Li Shu after crossing the fire basin and igniting the firecrackers, and with the maidservants attending to her by washing her hands with pomelo water, followed by changing clothes, Zhu Pingan stood at the door, allowing Li Shu and her companions to take their time. Of course, this was not the end. A bath awaited. Li Shu had already arranged for the bathing chamber, ready to cleanse herself upon returning to Tingyu Pavilion. Upon returning to the Listening Rain Pavilion, Zhu Pingan could scarcely believe he had not wandered into the wrong courtyard. In just half a day, the place had undergone a remarkable transformation. The garden was now adorned with a riot of blooming flowers, while the house was bedecked with colorful lanterns. The once monotonous bamboo was now accompanied by an array of companions, a rockery adorned with lake stones, lush green banana plants, and vibrant red peonies and roses in full bloom. Behind the rockery stood a gazebo, furnished with soft couches and tables, where vases of flowers and fruit platters, filled with ice and assorted melons, were displayed. The interior layout of the house had also been revamped, with new furnishings that exuded an even greater sense of elegance and value than before. Naturally, there were more maids bustling about the courtyard, a delightful assembly of young women who curtsied and greeted him with sparkling eyes. "Well, do you like it? If you have a preference, my dear husband, do let me know, and I shall select one to be your personal maid." Li Shu's voice chimed behind Zhu Pingan, sweet as a silver bell and as enchanting as ever. Yet, upon closer inspection, a subtle tang of acidity could be discerned in her tone, akin to the taste of ripe bayberries, initially sweet, yet leaving a slightly sour aftertaste if consumed in excess. Zhu Pingan turned, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he beheld Li Shu's radiant countenance. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters. Glancing playfully at him before she winked, her cherry lips forming a sensuous curve, her cheeks dimpled in a charming smile that radiated warmth and understanding, embodying the ideal of a considerate and devoted wife. Such virtuous wives were commonplace in ancient times, and one should not impose modern marital ideals upon the past. In that era, a wife's initiative to welcome concubines for her husband was often seen as a sign of virtue. Historical records abound with examples of such devoted women, like Sima Guang's wife, Zhang Ruxiu, and Wang Engxi's wife, Wu Shi, along with the esteemed Empress Zhang Sun, who managed her husband's harem while heavily pregnant. The scene might have unfolded somewhat like this. A wife, serving tea to her husband engrossed in his studies, might casually remark, "My lord, we have shared a bed for many years. Perhaps it is time to invite someone into our home, lest our neighbors think I am unwise." The husband, immersed in his reading, would reply without looking up, "Can't you see I am busy? I have no time for such matters." The wife would then suggest, "Permit me to select a few candidates for you. Merely nod for the one you favor, and I shall handle the arrangements." The husband, nodding in agreement, would reply, "The man governs the outside, while the woman manages the inside. Do as you see fit." On the surface, Li Shu's demeanor appeared even more dutiful than that of the most devoted wives of this era. Yet, such appearances can be deceiving. Just like the ripe bayberry, though it may taste sweet, it can leave a bite of acidity. Zhu Pingan and Li Shu had grown up together, and he was all too familiar with her true nature. Thus, he was not easily swayed by her outward display of virtue. What a strong hint of acidity. Zhu Pingan mused, casting a sidelong glance at Li Shu, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Which one is soured? Truly, if you have a preference, do tell me. They are all well-trained young ladies, and if you favor any of them, it would be their good fortune." Li Shu playfully pouted, a coy smile gracing her lips, exuding a gentle charm. I do not favor any. Zhu Pingan shook his head earnestly, dismissing the notion with skepticism. Oh, since my husband finds them unappealing, why keep them? It would be better to sell them off early and acquire a new batch that he prefers. Li Shu nodded gently, casting a glance at the maidens with lowered heads, then lifted her chin, offering Zhu Pingan a subtle smile, one that bore a hint of sincerity, a dash of jest, a touch of playfulness, and a whisper of allure. Zhu Pingan, at a loss for words, shook his head, fully aware that Li Shu was jesting. So does that mean my husband has someone he fancies? Li Shu smiled lightly, prompting Zhu Pingan to point her out. You are quite tiresome, he replied, his silence evident. However, Li Shu seemed to delight in her pursuit, insisting that Zhu Pingan reveal his preferences. Such probing was rather juvenile, even without prior romantic experience. Zhu Pingan recognized Li Shu's intentions and was resolute in not falling into such a simplistic trap. Zhu Pingan, you truly lack a sense of fun. I was merely joking with you. Li Shu rolled her eyes, her rosy lips pouting slightly. Why has it turned into my fault instead? Zhu Pingan chuckled at Li Shu's antics. My husband, which of them do you find most beautiful? She inquired once more. Was she attempting to change her approach? It appeared that unless he provided Li Shu with a satisfactory answer, he would not find peace. In your presence, how could any of them be deemed beautiful? Zhu Pingan pondered, glancing at Li Shu and then at the maidens before him, replying with utmost sincerity. Although he spoke to placate Li Shu, his words held truth. In terms of beauty and grace, she was undeniably the most exquisite among all the women he had encountered. Previously, he had regarded modern film stars as paragons of beauty. But after meeting Li Shu, he realized what true beauty entailed. The maidens before him were indeed charming, yet they paled in comparison to Li Shu. I thought you were just a bookworm, but it seems you possess quite the silver tongue, Li Shu teased, her lovely face blossoming into a smile. Her bright eyes sparkling with mirth, and dimples adorning her cheeks, captivating enough to intoxicate anyone. My husband is indeed quite the charmer, yet his words are surely heartfelt. I too believe my lady is the most beautiful. Even the princess is pale in comparison. The maidservant Baozi, while playfully flattering Zhu Pingan, did not forget to praise her mistress. Fear not, or you might lose your head, Li Shu playfully scolded. Baozi stuck out her tongue, belatedly retracting her neck, relieved that no outsiders were present. This should be the end of it, Zhu Pingan thought, observing Li Shu, whose smile was radiant. Unexpectedly, it was far from over. None of them are beautiful, she persisted, linking her arm with Zhu Pingan's, relentless. Quite ordinary, Zhu Pingan replied, shaking his head. Thus, even among the ordinary, one can find a commander, right? Surely you are not hesitant to answer, Zhu Pingan? Li Shu pouted, her expression mischievous. He could only sigh in resignation. Zhu Pingan found himself at a loss, ensnared by Li Shu's insistence. Not wanting to appear guilty by remaining silent, he carelessly pointed at one of the girls, haphazardly responding without discernment. The young maiden had chubby little hands resembling pig trotters. Upon hearing this, Li Shu rolled her eyes, exclaiming, Pig trotters? What a comparison! I believe our esteemed husband is simply famished. The little maid, Baozi, couldn't help but giggle at this exchange. Chapter 668. The mysterious Li Shu with Baozi's playful interruption. The moment passed. Upon reaching the entrance, the maid lifted the bamboo curtain, graciously inviting Zhu Pingan and Li Shu into the room. As Zhu Pingan stepped inside, he was greeted by a subtle yet delightful fragrance that enveloped him, instantly soothing his senses. He recognized it as Li Shu's favorite incense, which he had previously encountered at their new residence in Xia Village. The interior was elegantly simple yet luxurious, exuding comfort and splendor, a true testament to a household of affluence. Miss, the orchid soup has been prepared, announced several young maids of blooming age, each carrying a red wooden bucket. Li Shu cast a glance and nodded approvingly, then turned to Zhu Pingan, speaking in a soft voice. Today has been quite taxing, and with the sun high above, my dear husband must be weary. A hot bath would surely relieve your fatigue and dispel any ill fortune. Shall we dine after your rejuvenating soak? Certainly, Zhu Pingan replied, his mouth watering at the mention of dinner, nodding without hesitation. Let us have these two attend to your bathing, adding warm water and helping you relax. Li Shu suggested with a playful smile, pointing to two slender maids. Zhu Pingan's expression darkened. Are you not satisfied, dear husband? What of these two? Li Shu asked with a mischievous smile, indicating another pair of maids. Perhaps they will suffice, but if it were you, then it would be worth considering, Zhu Pingan teased. feigning a foolish demeanor, smirking at Li Shu. Such delightful thoughts. Li Shu rolled her eyes in playful reproach. And soon Zhu Pingan found himself playfully pushed into the bathing room by her gentle insistence. Upon entering, Zhu Pingan was momentarily taken aback by the wooden crescent-shaped bathtub. With a koi fountain and a lotus-shaped spout, it was more akin to a small pool than a mere bath, a testament to Li Shu's grand taste. No sooner had Zhu Pingan stepped inside than two maids followed. They set down towels, soaps, mugwort, and pomelo leaves, and then, with flushed cheeks, approached Zhu Pingan, their small hands reaching out to assist him in disrobing, eager to serve him in his bath. "Wait, what are you doing?" Zhu Pingan retreated a step. "Young master, the young lady has instructed us to assist you," the two maids replied, their faces crimson. "No need. I can manage myself." Zhu Pingan firmly shook his head, dismissing them with resolve. After sending the two maids away, Zhu Pingan disrobed and ascended the steps to the bathtub, submerging himself in the warm water. Oh, the comfort of soaking in a hot bath after a long day was truly exquisite. Zhu Pingan leaned back on the edge of the tub, exhaling a contented sigh. After a few moments of comfort, Zhu Pingan commenced his bath in earnest. Accustomed to modern shampoos and body washes, he found the ancient soapwort and lie somewhat foreign, particularly when washing his long hair, which was a laborious task. How he longed for the simplicity of washing short hair with contemporary products. Regrettably, the ancient Chinese literature, chemistry, and physics he had learned in the modern era had long been returned to his teachers, leaving him oblivious to the art of soap making, shampoo, facial cleansers, and cosmetics, an unfortunate oversight in the thriving marketplace of the Ming dynasty. While Zhu Pingan bathed, the maidservants flitted about the living room, organizing it under the direction of the small maid Baozi. They arranged potted plants, floral displays, and lit red candles. As they busily prepared, they brought forth an array of delectable dishes, beautifully presented on the dining table, a feast for the senses. "Miss, the young master has instructed us not to serve." Two young maids nervously confessed as they emerged from the bathhouse, approaching Li Shu to apologize. He could forego their service, they thought. One maid, holding a copper mirror, stood before Li Shu, who was seated on a concubine couch, casually arranging her hair while barely acknowledging them. A faint smile graced her lips. The two maids exhaled in relief, ready to bow and depart when they heard a command from their mistress. "Oh, and summon Mo Xiang." "Yes, miss," they replied in unison, departing to fulfill her request. "Miss, you called for me?" Soon, a timid maid approached Li Shu, lowering her head in greeting. If Zhu Pingan were outside, he might recognize her. She was the very maid he had casually selected at Li Shu's behest before entering, jokingly remarking on her chubby little hands resembling those of a pig, a sign of good fortune. Mo Xiang stood frozen for about a minute, waiting. "Sit." Li Shu finally acknowledged her presence, having just adorned herself with a shimmering pair of East pearl earrings. Mo Xiang hesitated, feeling that it was inappropriate for a servant to sit before her mistress. "Miss has commanded you to sit, so you must," Baozi chimed in, casting a knowing glance at Mo Xiang. Only then did the timid maid cautiously take her seat. "Come closer, let me have a good look at you," Li Shu said. Her curiosity piqued. With a gentle wave of her hand, she beckoned Mo Xiang nearer. Once the maid approached, Li Shu delicately lifted her chin with her slender fingers, her enchanting gaze inspecting the maid's features as if she were examining a rare flower. Mo Xiang's face was rather ordinary, at best merely delicate, a stark contrast to Li Shu's striking beauty. Li Shu was all smiles, while Mo Xiang trembled with apprehension. The young maid could not help but feel that her mistress's piercing gaze could etch several holes into her face if it lingered too long. "Extend your hand. Let me take a look." Moments later, the little girl heard Li Shu's instruction. Following her mistress's command, she stretched out her small hand, delicate, fair, and plump, resembling freshly steamed buns. Li Shu took a piece of cloth and gently pinched the little girl's hand through it. Indeed, the chubby little hand appeared to be quite fortunate, with tiny dimples reminiscent of a baby's hand adorning its back. Turning it over and over, Li Shu observed it with great interest for quite some time. The back of the hand, rich in fortune, promised a life of abundance. As she held the little girl's hand, Li Shu's lips curved into a perfect arc, her smile radiant and enchanting, a vision of beauty. Meanwhile, Zhu Pingan had spent over half an hour in the bath before emerging from the tub, drying his body with a towel, and wrapping his hair as he exited the bathroom. Before he even stepped into the living room, he caught a whiff of a delightful aroma wafting through the air, a scent he hadn't experienced in quite some time. Upon entering the living room, Zhu Pingan was captivated by the lavish spread laid out on the dining table. Succulent prawns, fragrant fish fins, exquisite vegetables, diced chicken with peach nuts, golden silk threads, spicy rabbit meat, longevity soup, and various other dishes. Over 20 in total, each a feast for the senses. Most striking of all was a peach of immortality and a bowl of longevity noodles at the center of the table. Longevity peach, longevity noodles? Zhu Pingan paused in his hair drying, pondering the significance of the day. Hee, young miss, the birthday star has emerged, giggled the little maid, unraveling the mystery. The birthday star? Zhu Pingan momentarily froze, then realized, indeed, it was his birthday today, a celebration in the era of Ming. In his childhood at Xia village, such occasions were not celebrated with much fanfare, and his parents had never acknowledged his birthday, leading him to forget it over time. He felt grateful that Li Shu remembered and provided him with such a delightful surprise. His gaze towards Li Shu became infused with deeper emotion. Happy birthday, my husband. There is another dish yet to come, one that I am sure you will adore. Li Shu beamed, performing a graceful bow. Her enchanting smile and captivating eyes radiating charm that was simply irresistible. Another dish? One that I would surely love? How intriguing. Zhu Pingan smiled, filled with anticipation. Chapter 669. The final dish in this world. One must never neglect the pleasures of food and love. The table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, each crafted by Li Shu's skilled hands. As he leaned closer and took a gentle bite, every cell in Zhu Pingan's body seemed to awaken with exhilaration, easily ensnaring his appetite and causing him to salivate uncontrollably. While he could muster some resistance to Li Shu's beauty, he found himself utterly defenseless against her culinary creations. Thank you, Zhu Pingan said sincerely as he approached Li Shu, his heart overflowing with gratitude. This was the first time anyone had celebrated his birthday, the first time someone had kept him company on such a day, and the first time a beautiful girl had prepared a feast for him. Even when considering his modern life, this was a first in both his lifetimes. Thus, Li Shu's efforts moved Zhu Pingan profoundly. In her childhood, she had given me so much, yet I never witnessed a word of gratitude from you. Li Shu raised her exquisite, fair face, rolled her eyes, and with her small hands clasped behind her back, she playfully swayed her delicate figure, pouting softly as she spoke. Zhu Pingan felt a slight flush on his cheeks, for it seemed he had indeed consumed quite a lot from Li Shu in the past. It was her influence that had transformed him into a little chubby boy during his youth. All right, I was merely teasing you. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Grandma, for it was she who informed me of your birthday and urged me to celebrate it with you. Li Shu looked at Zhu Pingan, a smile blossoming on her face like a flower, radiant and enchanting. Who would believe that? In Hehe village, there exists no tradition of celebrating birthdays for children or young people. Even his mother, Chun, had scarcely acknowledged his birthdays, with only a fleeting memory of her preparing a bowl of pocket noodles for him, which she had mistakenly made on the wrong day. Naturally, Zhu Pingan was aware of Li Shu's proud nature and chose not to expose it. Let us dispense with idle chatter and indulge in the feast. The plate of osmanthus fish fins glimmered with a pale yellow hue, plump and lustrous, resembling an enlarged bouquet of osmanthus, rendering it irresistibly appetizing. Tender as the blossoms themselves. A single bite unleashed an explosion of exquisite flavor in his mouth, so delectable that it felt as though he might swallow his own tongue in delight. Having consumed 3 mouthfuls in quick succession, a third of the dish was already emptied. Slow down. There's no one competing with you. Li Shu, with her large, sparkling eyes, watched Zhu Pingan as he gobbled up the food, her expression akin to that of the Empress observing Luffy devouring his meal in one piece. Though her lips voiced complaints, her lovely face radiated joy. Indeed, there was no competition. The table was graced only by Zhu Pingan and Li Shu. In contrast to Zhu Pingan's passionate eating, Li Shu maintained an air of elegance, savoring each bite with a delicate demeanor, hardly making a sound. The maid, Baozi, stood behind her, serving additional dishes and rice. This is utterly delicious, Zhu Pingan exclaimed with delight as he savored a large, succulent shrimp, his expression betraying his enjoyment. Even as he spoke in a muddled manner, Li Shu pouted slightly, feeling a warm satisfaction within. Nothing brings greater joy to a chef than an empty plate. Such exquisite flavors enveloped Zhu Pingan, drawing him deeper into a culinary reverie, his mouth never pausing as he savored one bite after another. completely disregarding Li Shu's mention of another dish. My dear husband, do not indulge solely in the savory dishes. Do have some longevity peach and longevity noodles as well. Li Shu set down her chopsticks, propped her fragrant chin in her hand, and gazed at Zhu Pingan for a moment. Then smiled gently as she parted her lips and extended her delicate hand, presenting the plate of longevity peaches to him, her voice sweet and melodic. The longevity peaches, reminiscent of modern cakes, were crafted from eggs, starch, fruit juice, nuts, rock sugar, and butter, steamed to resemble peaches, their vibrant colors enticingly vivid and appetizing. The maid, Baozi, followed suit, presenting the longevity noodles before Zhu Pingan. These meticulously prepared longevity noodles, served in a rich beef broth, accompanied by tender beef and a poached egg, garnished with fresh green onions, exuded a clear, fragrant broth and savory meat, a tantalizing aroma making it impossible to resist. However, the portion was equally generous. As Zhu Pingan gazed at the longevity peach and the longevity noodles, he felt a delightful dilemma arising within him, overwhelmed by a sense of happiness. Just a single bite, he thought. Li Shu, noticing his expression, smiled sweetly, displaying her understanding nature. Zhu Pingan, naturally acquiescing, took a bite of the longevity peach, followed by a mouthful of the longevity noodles, savoring a generous sip of the soup. He couldn't help but praise Li Shu's culinary skills, which were certainly fit for an imperial chef. Initially intending to take merely a token bite, he found himself unable to stop after that first taste, ultimately consuming an entire longevity peach and half a bowl of noodles before reluctantly pausing. The reason for his cessation was simple. He was full, indeed overstuffed, for the capacity of his stomach was limited. Why have you stopped eating, my husband? Li Shu inquired. I'm stuffed, Zhu Pingan replied candidly. Perhaps a sip of tea will help, and there is still one more dish to be served, Li Shu remarked with a gentle smile, her dark eyes sparkling with allure, captivating Zhu Pingan's gaze. What dish? He recalled her mentioning a special dish prior to the meal, and Li Shu's demeanor heightened his anticipation. You will undoubtedly enjoy this dish, my husband, she said with a charming smile. Oh, is that so certain? Zhu Pingan found himself even more eager. With a playful smile, Li Shu raised her delicate hand and clapped twice. Two maidservants entered promptly, bearing a tray adorned with an exquisite white porcelain plate, complete with a lid, a sight shrouded in mystery. Zhu Pingan's interest piqued immensely. However, he failed to notice the small maidservant nearby, who appeared tense, holding her breath and frozen in place, having forgotten to arrange the dishes. After entering, the maidservants placed the porcelain plate with its lid in front of Zhu Pingan. Please enjoy, my husband, Li Shu said, her voice sweet and inviting. That is precisely my intention, Zhu Pingan replied, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he reached out to unveil the lid. With one hand lifting the cover, the other grasped his chopsticks, eager to discover the delectable dish within. Yet, the next moment, he uttered an exclamation of shock, nearly dropping his chopsticks as he recoiled, his chair sliding back a step. For there, in the center of the plate, lay a white, plump little hand, pristine and soft, reminiscent of freshly steamed buns, albeit splattered with fresh blood, as if it had been intentionally drenched in sauce. The contrast of the pale hand against the vivid red blood was striking. This little hand seemed familiar. It appeared to belong to the young maid he had encountered just before entering. Zhu Pingan's gaze darted toward Li Shu, disbelief etched on his face. How could Li Shu dare to present such a dish? Chapter 670. The ingredients are fresh. Do give it a taste, my husband. Indeed, there is still another dish yet to be served. This dish is certain to delight my husband. Li Shu prepared a sumptuous feast, meticulously laying the groundwork, demonstrating her virtuous nature to such an extent that Zhu Pingan was filled with anticipation for this final course. However, when he lifted the lid of the last dish, he was met with the grisly sight of a pair of white, plump hands, lifelessly resting on the plate. How familiar they appeared. No wonder Li Shu was so confident that he would relish this dish. She had selected all the main ingredients herself. Just before entering, he had merely complimented her on her delicate hands. Yet, in the time it took for him to bathe, those very hands had been transformed into a dish by Li Shu. A dish. Those snow-white, tender hands had indeed been steamed like pork trotters, the blood upon them resembling a sauce. One can only imagine the shock that coursed through Zhu Pingan upon unveiling this macabre delicacy, more terrifying than any horror film could ever be. At least with horror films, one has a semblance of preparation. Here, he was utterly unprepared, naively awaiting something delightful. Li Shu, how dare you? In that moment, Zhu Pingan felt as though his blood had ignited, boiling violently within him, rising to his forehead, his complexion shifting from pale to a deep green. As he fixed a fierce gaze upon Li Shu, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Husband, why do you look at me like that? As if you wish to devour me. Li Shu gazed back at him innocently, pouting playfully, her eyes not flinching at the sight of the bloodied hands on the plate, treating them with the nonchalance one might reserve for mere vegetables. Innocent. Witnessing this, Zhu Pingan's boiling blood surged even more furiously, churning within his chest as if on the verge of eruption. Suddenly, a memory struck him. He recalled the second time he had met Li Shu in childhood. She had been a short-legged little girl of 4 or 5, and after losing a verbal spar with him, she had commanded a maid to kneel and struck her in frustration. Afterward, the little girl had shaken her hand to dispel the pain, casting a cold, defiant glare at him. A visage of innocence, yet a heart of venom, was how he had once described her. He had thought she might have changed as she grew, but now he realized she had only escalated her wickedness. Even the infamous Empress Lu Ji was not so ruthless. What is it, husband? Are you not going to eat? Li Shu smiled sweetly at Zhu Pingan, coaxing him tenderly, her delicate fingers nudging the plate closer. She then fluttered her long eyelashes at him, her rosy lips parting slightly, as soft and enticing as cherry blossoms. This girl was truly a rare enchantress, captivating with every gesture and smile. Yet, was this truly the moment for her to be so enchanting? Li Shu. Zhu Pingan rose in fury, gritting his teeth, nearly steaming with frustration at her audacity. He appeared ready to devour her whole. The scene unfolded with an air of peculiarity, as the husband displayed an aversion to vegetables, seemingly desiring something far more unsettling. Li Shu appeared blissfully unaware of Zhu Pingan's growing ire, letting out a melodic laugh, her cherry lips curving into a delightful arc, revealing 2 adorable dimples that danced on her cheeks like butterflies fluttering in the breeze. Yet, the laughter only intensified Zhu Pingan's agitation. Do taste, dear husband, she urged, her delicate fingers playfully gesturing towards the dish before them. Taste. You dare suggest I taste? Zhu Pingan inhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on Li Shu, feeling his emotions teetering on the edge of eruption. The ingredients are exceptionally fresh and delectable. Do try, Li Shu insisted, embodying the essence of a culinary connoisseur. Fresh ingredients? How could they not be fresh? Just before my bath, that little hand was still on that girl's arm, and now it's transformed into a dish. Zhu Pingan's eyes blazed with fury as he regarded Li Shu. Truly tender and delicious. I shall demonstrate, she declared, nodding vigorously, her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently. Her lips slightly parted, revealing an enticing allure. Before Zhu Pingan could fully comprehend the unfolding drama, Li Shu extended her dainty hand, gracefully wielding chopsticks that deftly grasped one of the fingers from the dish. The sound of bone breaking echoed ominously as she deftly severed the bloody digit. With a sly smile, her cherry lips parted to reveal her charming little canine teeth. The chopsticks turned, and the finger was placed into her slightly ajar mouth. A chilling crunch resonated as she chewed, the digit disappearing behind her crimson-stained lips, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Then, her pink tongue slithered out like a serpent, eagerly lapping up the blood that adorned her lips, drawing it into her mouth, further enhancing the vivid hue of her already alluring lips. So tender, she mused, her sparkling eyes fixed on Zhu Pingan, a satisfied murmur escaping her lips as they glistened with fresh blood, an intoxicating sight that was both alluring and horrifying. Zhu Pingan was rendered speechless, the shocking scene striking him like a bolt of lightning, his heart racing as if it had been equipped with a miniature motor. This is outrageous. She is consuming flesh. Has the vixen revealed her true nature? His mind buzzed chaotically as he struggled to meet Li Shu's gaze. As their eyes locked, the tension hung thick in the air. 1 second, 2 seconds passed, and by the third, Li Shu could no longer contain her mirth. A peal of laughter erupted from her. One finger pointed at Zhu Pingan while the other hand covered her mouth, her giggles cascading forth like a fountain. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, threatening to spill over with tears, reminiscent of a playful little fox. Oh my, Zhu Pingan, you looked utterly foolish just now, Li Shu exclaimed, her laughter nearly breathless. Unable to articulate her amusement as she pointed at him, her joy palpable and infectious. The laughter echoed in the room as the young master turned pale, causing the maid to feel a pang of sympathy for the chair, which seemed on the verge of being crushed beneath him. Nearby, the lively maid named Baozi could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, doubling over and clutching her abdomen on the floor. The other maids, unlike Baozi, were more reserved. They dared not laugh out loud, bowing their heads with their small hands pressed tightly against their mouths, their shoulders trembling as they stifled their amusement. Feeling quite uncomfortable. What was happening? Zhu Pingan stood bewildered, glancing at Li Shu and then at Baozi and the others, his mind momentarily clouded. As a result, Li Shu's laughter grew even more joyous, her large, sparkling eyes shimmering with delight. Tears of mirth beginning to well up. A single drop of jam from a white radish has startled you so? What? It was merely a drop of radish jam? Zhu Pingan paused in disbelief. Was it truly just radish jam? With a hint of skepticism, he shifted his gaze back to the plate for a closer inspection. Indeed, he discerned subtle clues. Firstly, the blood in the porcelain dish bore no hint of a metallic scent. Upon closer sniffing, he detected a sweet aroma. Secondly, the small hand on the plate, plump and fair, appeared devoid of skin texture, almost more translucent than flesh, and carried a faint essence of radish. The radish was carved to perfection, resembling the young maid's hand almost identically in size and expression. A drop of specially concocted blood-red jam completed the illusion, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from reality. Goodness, it truly was radish jam. He had been played for a fool by that mischievous Li Shu. As he gazed at her, a vision of delight, Zhu Pingan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Noticing the displeasure on Zhu Pingan's face, Li Shu quickly shifted tactics. Her cheerful demeanor transformed swiftly into one of feigned grievance, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Hey, Zhu Pingan, is this how you truly perceive me? Do you think I am like Empress Lu, capable of casually severing others' hands and feet? Or do you believe I possess a heart as cold as a serpent? As she spoke, her once bright eyes dimmed, losing their luster, and her cherry lips formed a delicate pout, resembling a small creature caught in a storm, evoking a sense of empathy in those who beheld her. I do not, Zhu Pingan replied, feeling a twinge of guilt, for he had indeed entertained such thoughts momentarily. Is that so? Li Shu looked up at him, her previously dull eyes suddenly sparkling with life. Oh, it seemed he had fallen into her trap. Zhu Pingan, realizing this, found that any notion of reprimanding her dissipated upon witnessing her charming demeanor. Besides, this seemingly simple radish was anything but ordinary in taste. After their evening meal, a maid brought tea in a small cup, while another followed with a wash basin. Li Shu took the cup to rinse her mouth, and then, with Baozi's assistance, washed her hands with warm water before finally rising. Embracing local customs, Zhu Pingan followed suit and rinsed his mouth with tea. In an era devoid of toothpaste, he resorted to ancient methods for dental care. Rich in fluoride, tea not only effectively removed food residues, but also served as a formidable deterrent against cavities, yielding results not markedly inferior to those achieved with toothpaste. Li Shu was attended to by a maid as she bathed, while Zhu Pingan made his way to the study. The study had been elegantly redecorated by Li Shu, now exuding an even greater air of refinement and comfort. The room was adorned with potted plants, orchids, and a display shelf, enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Near the window, a wash basin and a pond had been constructed, where 6 koi gracefully glided through the water. Seizing the opportunity of the redecorating, Li Shu audaciously infiltrated the study. The desk had transformed from a solitary table into a spacious double desk, now equipped with an array of feminine stationery. The room also boasted a full-length mirror and a piano platform, upon which rested an ancient zither. Additionally, a 5-panel embroidered screen depicting floral and avian motifs stood in the background, behind which a soft couch was partially concealed by a canopy. The crimson drapes revealed 2 pillows adorned with an embroidered design of 2 plump ducks frolicking in water, a striking and assertive display. How familiar the image of those plump ducks was, Zhu Pingan mused, as he retrieved a small purse from his garments, its surface depicting the very same 2 ducks paddling through clear waters. This brought to mind the stormy night when he found himself marooned on an island, where Li Shu had also sported a similar design on her abdomen. Li Shu, this girl, truly put in considerable thought. The most difficult to endure is the affection of a beauty, Zhu Pingan thought, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips as he carefully tucked the purse into the inner pocket of his sleeve. While Li Shu continued her bathing, the faint sounds of splashing water reached his ears, conjuring the image of a little imp clad in split-crotch pants, leaving him parched and restless, as if fire coursed through his veins. Merely hearing the sound of splashing water was utterly unremarkable. He silently criticized himself. With a self-deprecating smirk, Zhu Pingan shook his head, striving to dispel the distracting thoughts swirling in his mind. However, the vivid image of that little imp only seemed to grow more animated, igniting a fervor that was hard to contain. In an attempt to divert his attention, Zhu Pingan strolled over to the desk, unrolled a piece of rice paper, and dripped clean water onto the inkstone, preparing to grind ink and write a passage from the Tao Te Ching, seeking tranquility for his tumultuous heart. As he ground the ink, Zhu Pingan's gaze fell upon the books and scrolls on Li Shu's side of the double desk. Curious about the literature that captured her interest, he pondered that, given her character, she would surely eschew the likes of lessons for women, inner training, women's analects, or records of exemplary women. Not to mention biographies of virtuous women. Driven by curiosity, Zhu Pingan set down the ink and wiped his hands clean, moving to Li Shu's side to retrieve a scroll from the shelf. With a soft thud, a fragrant scroll tied with a red ribbon slipped from the shelf, releasing a familiar scent that wafted into his nostrils. It was the fragrance Li Shu was known for. Thus, Zhu Pingan returned the book to the shelf and picked up the ivory scroll from the floor. He tied it with a red ribbon into a delicate bow, elegantly adorned with silk trim, exuding both refinement and grace. Initially, he hesitated to open it. After all, Li Shu was not present, and the tied ivory scroll bore a certain intimacy. Unlike the books he usually read, it felt somewhat inappropriate to unveil it in her absence. However, as he placed the scroll back in its original spot, he inadvertently brushed against the red ribbon, causing the scroll to unfurl on its own. At that moment, a corner of the ivory scroll revealed his name, his own signature, undeniably authentic. How could his signature appear on this scroll? Intrigued, Zhu Pingan unrolled the paper, and in elegant small script, accompanied by a faint fragrance, appeared the following words: "From this day forth, may we be united in a harmonious bond, destined as a couple. The red thread already tied. May we grow old together. In a world filled with beauty and joy, may we stand by each other through the test of time. Pledging this agreement, and in this life, may I not fail you." The signatories were Zhu Pingan and Li Shu. Indeed, the three characters of his name were penned by his own hand. But when had he made such a vow with Li Shu? Rubbing his chin, memories began to replay in his mind. He recalled the night of their wedding in Xia village, when Li Shu had taken out a blank ivory scroll, first signing her name, then coaxing him into signing his. She had kept the scroll with care, saying, "My father has lost his senses, but I have not. Though we are married, the orders of our parents cannot be disregarded, yet it also depends on your conduct. If you misbehave, bully me, or stray outside, humph. Our Ming laws allow for 2 wishes of separation." He had thought Li Shu to be cunning, preparing for the worst. Realizing this, Zhu Pingan shook his head with a smile, re-rolling the ivory paper, tying it with a rather clumsy bow, and placing it back on the shelf. Chapter 672. The Chaotic Study. The Tao Te Ching is a monumental work predating the division of the various schools of thought in the preaching era. Consisting of 2 parts, the Tao Ching and the Te Ching, totaling over 5,000 words, which Zhu Pingan had long since mastered, transcribing it from memory with the ease of flowing water. As he diligently wrote the passage, knowing the masculine, guarding the feminine, thus is the way of the world. Li Shu had just finished her bath, emerging from the bathroom like a snow-white goddess. After half an hour and over 2,000 words, Zhu Pingan had finally calmed the heat coursing through his veins. However, the moment Li Shu stepped into the study, his tranquility was immediately shattered. Fresh from her bath, she entered with the fragrant essence of rose petals clinging to her skin, wrapped in a white Han-style bathrobe that accentuated her delicate collarbone and flawless complexion. Her damp hair cascaded down her shoulders, droplets still glistening and soaking into the robe, which clung to her porcelain skin, revealing subtle curves that were undeniably alluring. The bathrobe was tied with a bow that looked poised to take flight, as if it might slip away at any moment, leaving the robe to fall. As Li Shu crossed the threshold of the study, she lowered her head, delicately lifting the hem of her robe, revealing a glimpse of her smooth, slender calf. Due to her posture, a faint outline of her alabaster collarbone emerged, tantalizingly obscured. Zhu Pingan, holding a brush, looked up at the entrance and caught sight of this scene, which stirred a parched throat and a surge of blood through him. This enchanting temptress was utterly bewitching. Zhu Pingan's Adam's apple bobbed, and he could not suppress the sound of his swallowing echoing in the study. My husband is practicing calligraphy, she thought, noting the sweltering heat of the day and her husband's fatigue from a long day's work. He should first sip some hot tea to soothe his throat. In the summer heat, tea guanyin was the perfect choice, capable of refreshing and calming the spirit. Li Shu entered the study gracefully, her delicate hands sweeping her lustrous black hair to the nape of her neck. With a cheerful smile, she looked at Zhu Pingan and spoke. When she casually tossed her hair, her clearly defined collarbone seemed to ignite Zhu Pingan's blood, causing it to boil. If Li Shu were a siren, her collarbone would surely be a conduit of allure, captivating Zhu Pingan and ensnaring his reason. As Li Shu finished speaking, her maid, Baozi, entered, carrying a cup of steaming tea. Li Shu accepted the tea from Baozi, her slender fingers cradling the cup as she glided gracefully to the desk. Placing the teacup before Zhu Pingan, with her lips slightly parted, she sweetly urged, "Husband, have a sip of tea to soothe your throat." In the moment when Li Shu set down the teacup, she inevitably leaned forward, revealing her bosom, which, in the absence of any covering, was almost defenseless. This motion presented a breathtaking view, akin to soldiers standing at attention, inviting Zhu Pingan's gaze and offering him a feast for his eyes. Boys are often driven by an innate curiosity, whether intentionally or inadvertently. They seize every opportunity to observe. As summer arrives, even the most disinterested students find themselves captivated by their surroundings, arriving early to class to secure a seat behind a charming girl. Their eyes fixated on the gentle rise and fall of her back, and if she wore white or slightly sheer clothing, revealing glimpses of her undergarments. It stirred excitement akin to nectar. Some adept observers would position themselves beside the girl, swiftly stealing glances at the hidden wonders within her sleeves. When she wore short-sleeved or sleeveless tops, the boys nearby would focus intently on her every movement. Each time she stretched or curled her arms, it would lead to dropped pens or turned pages, their gazes inadvertently meeting as they savored the best gifts she offered. Of course, this might coincide with the lascivious glances from boys on the other side, creating an unexpected rendezvous within the sleeves. The thrill of such surreptitious admiration is hard to articulate. The stark reality of nudity, whether in dreams or in the physical realm, pales in comparison to this excitement. Zhu Pingan was no exception. At this moment, he was ensnared by her allure, and in a daze, he smeared a significant blot of ink across the Xian paper before him. "My husband, you've spilled the ink," she gently remarked. Upon witnessing this, Li Shu couldn't help but call out to her husband in a soft voice, pointing at the rice paper as a gentle reminder. Ahem. Zhu Pingan quickly averted his gaze, his face flushing with embarrassment. Despite his self-proclaimed composure, he found himself unable to withstand the unconscious allure of Li Shu's demeanor. "My dear husband, after a long and arduous day of petitions, it is only natural that you feel fatigued. Perhaps a cup of tea and a brief respite would do you good." Li Shu seemed oblivious to Zhu Pingan's scrutiny, assuming that his inattention to the rice paper was merely a result of his exhaustion. Fortunately, Zhu Pingan seized the opportunity to mask his embarrassment, lifting the teacup and drinking heartily. "How can you waste tea in such a manner? This is a precious Anqi tribute tea, and you are treating it as if it were mere fodder," Li Shu playfully scolded. "I have consumed it all. How can it be considered wasted?" Zhu Pingan wiped his mouth. "Though you have indeed drunk it all, you have squandered this fine tea. Do you not know how to appreciate tea? To savor it, one must take 3 sips, the first to admire its color, the second to inhale its fragrance, and the third to relish its taste. Only after such contemplation can one truly appreciate its essence. To consume it in one gulp is not merely to devour, it is to waste a precious resource." Li Shu rolled her eyes in playful reproach. "1 sip is for drinking, 2 sips for savoring, and 3 sips for appreciation. You have encouraged me to drink, yet not to savor." Zhu Pingan set down his teacup and smiled gently as he explained. "You are quite the silver-tongued charmer," Li Shu retorted, feigning annoyance. "My dear, it is not just the tea. This water was collected this morning by the young lady using a jade bottle to gather dew, enough to brew half a pot." Baozi, the young maid, chimed in, pouting slightly as she supported her mistress. "Dew?" Zhu Pingan mused, clicking his tongue in surprise. How exquisite. He realized he had never tasted tea brewed with dew before and felt he should have savored it more. In ancient times, free from severe pollution and smog, the air was much cleaner, and the dew was pristine. Notably, noble families possess the expertise to gather dew, avoiding the lower grass that might harbor dust. Ensuring the collected dew was of the finest quality. Why bother explaining so much to a mere commoner? Fetch another cup of tea. If he dares to waste it again, he shall never be served tea again, Li Shu said, pouting playfully while instructing Baozi to pour more tea, her large, sparkling eyes darting between Zhu Pingan with a mix of threat and mischief. Zhu Pingan chuckled silently, choosing not to retort. Indeed, when compared to Li Shu and the other pampered daughters of noble families, he, hailing from a humble background, was undoubtedly a commoner. Chapter 673. A falter, you two have toiled all day. Given that you have been on the road for several days, it is likely that you are all quite exhausted. You need not keep watch tonight. Please tell Qiner and the others to rest well this evening. After Baozi brought the tea, Li Shu accepted the cup and, looking at Baozi, spoke softly. It is nothing, miss. We are not tired, Baozi replied. A diligent child who cherished her work. Touched by her mistress's concern, she remained steadfast in her duties. Who was it that dozed off during lunch? Li Shu slyly glanced at Baozi, a radiant smile lighting up the entire study. Upon hearing the words, the little maid, Baozi, instantly felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She had been exceedingly drowsy while arranging the courtyard at noon and had ended up dozing off while standing. All right, you may go and rest now. Lest others accuse me of being overly demanding, Li Shuang said with a smile, her large, doe-like eyes narrowing into crescent shapes as she waved her delicate hand, signaling Baozi to take her leave. Thank you, miss, the obedient maid replied, particularly respectful of Li Shuang's words, treating them as if they were a royal decree. If you dare indulge excessively again, just wait and see how I will handle you. After Baozi departed, Li Shuang approached Zhu Pingan's desk once more, holding a teacup. She leaned forward to place the cup before him, pouting playfully as she threatened him, a wisp of fragrant hair, reminiscent of roses, falling across Zhu Pingan's forehead. This playful threat lacked any real menace and instead added an endearing quality. Of course, as Li Shuang leaned in, the allure of her beauty momentarily distracted Zhu Pingan, who found himself once again captivated by her charm. Darn it, he thought, feeling an itch in his nose that suggested he might soon have a nosebleed. In an effort to avoid embarrassment before Li Shuang, he quickly diverted his gaze. The notion of becoming lightheaded in the presence of a beautiful woman was utterly nonsensical, while excitement might elevate one's blood pressure. It was hardly sufficient to cause the capillaries in the nose to rupture. Zhu Pingan often found himself silently cursing the writers of anime or soap operas for such absurd scenarios. Yet, he recalled the last time they had shared a bed. He had bled from his nose after catching a glimpse of Li Shuang's figure. Now, yet again, he felt the prelude to another nosebleed as he surreptitiously admired her bosom. Perhaps it was that most girls had a limited effect on one's blood pressure, but Li Shuang, with her enchanting allure, was simply too intoxicating. Thank you. I shall savor this properly, Zhu Pingan declared, as this tea, brewed from morning dew, deserved to be appreciated. He smiled at Li Shuang, lifted the teacup, and brought it closer to his nose, inhaling the fragrant steam that wafted upward, delighting his senses with its refreshing aroma. Gently swirling the tea in the cup, he watched as the plump, rounded leaves danced gracefully in the liquid, resembling ethereal spirits in water, enhancing the already rich fragrance. Lifting the cup to his lips, he took a sip, allowing the velvety tea to glide over his tongue, its exquisite flavor lingering in his mouth. As he swallowed slowly, he savored its lingering sweetness, an aftertaste that was profoundly satisfying. Though Zhu Pingan's tea-tasting skills were modest, he could discern that this dew-infused tea surpassed the one brewed from well water in both richness and sweetness. How is it? Li Shuang inquired, her dark, luminous eyes gleaming with anticipation, her cherry lips curling into a smile, exuding an irresistible charm. Delightful tea, fragrant, sweet, fresh, and with an endless aftertaste, Zhu Pingan praised. You have a discerning palate, Li Shuang acknowledged with a nod, her radiant smile and gentle laughter enveloping him like a warm spring breeze. Having just been captivated by her allure, Zhu Pingan was momentarily taken aback by Li Shuang's unadorned beauty, which shone through with a natural elegance. What is it? Is there a flower on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? She teased. Li Shu seemed to sense Zhu Pingan's gaze and shot him a glance, her large, glistening eyes narrowing as she pouted playfully. Ahem, upon hearing her words, Zhu Pingan felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Coughing lightly as though caught in a misdeed, Wooden block. Li Shu cast an exasperated look at Zhu Pingan before taking a seat across from him. She casually selected a book from the shelf, placing it on the table and beginning to peruse its pages. In that fleeting moment, Zhu Pingan experienced a surreal sense of nostalgia, as if he had returned to his school days, with Li Shu resembling a charming classmate. Suddenly, a splash broke the tranquil silence of the study as a fish in the window's basin flicked its tail. Is the fish hungry? Li Shu mused aloud, her words seeming to float between self-reflection and conversation with Zhu Pingan. After speaking, she rose and retrieved a small porcelain jar from the shelf, passing by Zhu Pingan on her way to feed the fish. Perhaps the embroidered shoes had become slippery from the water, or perhaps she had simply misstepped. As Li Shu approached Zhu Pingan, her foot slipped, and she let out a startled cry, losing her balance. In a heartbeat, she found herself falling backward, but just then, a pair of strong hands reached out from behind, catching her delicate form and pulling her back with a steadying step. Zhu Pingan held Li Shu securely, and as she looked up at him, their eyes locked. An indescribable sensation filled the study. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, as if they were suspended in eternity. 1 second, 2 seconds, then the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Zhu Pingan, where's your hand? Li Shu glared at him, her cheeks flushed and her adorable little canines peeking out like a kitten that had just had its tail stepped on. Zhu Pingan momentarily froze, then became aware of the soft, fleshy sensation in his hand. Wait, is it possible that this slender girl has some extra softness at her waist? He thought, unconsciously squeezing gently. Li Shu's voice rose in pitch, her cheeks deepening in color, her little fangs appearing sharper. Something felt amiss, and Zhu Pingan, realizing the gravity of the situation, glanced down. To his shock, he found himself gripping Li Shu's two precious assets, nearly causing him to drop her in surprise. A bead of sweat formed on Zhu Pingan's forehead as embarrassment washed over him, prompting him to release her quickly. However, as Li Shu's body was at a 60-degree angle with the ground, her sudden release sent her into a free fall, her face paling as she let out another startled cry. Zhu Pingan's instincts kicked in, and as she tilted at a 50-degree angle, he swiftly caught her once more. Yet, the familiar soft sensation returned to his hands, causing him to stiffen and look down again. Zhu Pingan, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Li Shu's voice slipped through her clenched teeth. Chapter 674. The startled bun unjustly accused. That was purely accidental. Zhu Pingan awkwardly explained, his justification lacking in persuasiveness. Even he struggled to comprehend how fortuitously he had managed to touch this angle and that position. To assert it was unintentional was indeed challenging. Well, have you touched enough? If so, help me up, Li Shu remarked with a cold laugh. Cough. I truly did not mean to. Zhu Pingan hurriedly assisted Li Shu to her feet, attempting once more to clarify his stance. Is that so? Li Shu turned her head to look at Zhu Pingan, her red lips slightly parted as she smiled enchantingly. Her smile was so captivating that it could rival the allure of 100 beauties. Zhu Pingan was momentarily taken aback. Then, he felt a sharp pain at his toes. Looking down to find Li Shu's embroidered shoe had landed upon his foot, swaying left and right like a mischievous little kitten. Cough. I also did not intend to. Li Shu innocently gazed at Zhu Pingan with her dark, expressive eyes, mimicking his cough before revealing a beguiling smile, her cherry lips curving in an impeccable arc. The harder her petite foot pressed down, the more exquisite the curvature of her lips became, her smile growing all the more enchanting. This girl's cunning and vengeful nature had remained unchanged. Zhu Pingan chuckled softly. However, the next moment, he heard a yelp from Li Shu, who had gone from a radiant smile to a slight frown, biting her lip in a manner that evoked sympathy. What is the matter? Zhu Pingan was taken aback, wondering what had transpired with her. My foot hurts, Li Shu pouted, casting a pitiful look at Zhu Pingan, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, stirring a profound sense of compassion. Earlier, Li Shu had slipped slightly, feeling a bit of discomfort in her foot, but overall, it was not particularly severe. However, when she playfully stepped on Zhu Pingan's foot, what had been a mild annoyance transformed into a more pronounced pain. Then do not move. Which foot is it? Let me take a look. Zhu Pingan observed that Li Shu did not seem to be feigning her discomfort, and given her pitiful demeanor, he inquired, squatting down to assess whether her foot had twisted and how serious the condition was. The right foot, Li Shu replied in a sorrowful tone. Zhu Pingan, upon crouching, gently grasped Li Shu's right foot, inspecting it closely. Her foot, like snow, was concealed within her embroidered shoe, yet the delicate ankle peeking out resembled flawless jade, beautifully proportioned. However, the right ankle bore a faint blush, likely the source of her pain. Fortunately, it did not appear severe. She seemed to have merely twisted it slightly, with no swelling present. Of course, for a delicate young lady like Li Shu, even this minor pain was quite sufficient for her. Having identified the issue, Zhu Pingan rubbed his hands together to generate warmth, then gently placed his fingers on the reddened area of her right ankle. Zhu Pingan, be gentle, it hurts. Li Shu instinctively moved her small foot as Zhu Pingan's hand made contact, exclaiming in pain, her lips forming a cute pout. Endure a little longer. It may hurt initially, but it will soon ease, Zhu Pingan reassured patiently. After all, the situation that led to Li Shu's slight sprain was largely due to his own actions. Although he had intended to assist her out of kindness, the placement of his hand had been rather inappropriate. Otherwise, Li Shu would not have trodden on his foot, resulting in her injury. At the moment when Li Shu cried out in pain, the maid Baozi, carrying 2 bowls of supper, happened to arrive at the study's entrance. A gentleman is willing to sacrifice for his beloved. While the young lady showed concern for him, urging him to rest early, he felt he could not retire so soon. He should at least deliver the supper to the young lady and the master before taking his leave. Just as he was about to step inside, he heard his mistress exclaim, Zhu Pingan, be gentle, it hurts, and could detect the lingering pain in her voice. Gentle? Hurts? Upon hearing this, Baozi's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripening apple. She dared not enter, nor move a muscle, remaining frozen in her pose with the supper, standing outside the study, holding her breath for fear of disturbing the young lady and master within. Despite her inexperience, Baozi was Li Shu's devoted maid, even designated as her personal attendant. Though she had not yet experienced such matters herself, she had secretly studied the intricacies of love with her mistress. The scenes depicted had evoked feelings of both embarrassment and intrigue, and there were certain postures her mistress disliked, suggesting that if the master desired them, it would be Baozi who would serve, which was mortifying. Before returning to the capital from the village of He River, both Mama Zhang and Mama Wang had imparted knowledge about such matters, mentioning that the first time could be painful, but it would become increasingly pleasurable thereafter. Thus, Baozi was not entirely ignorant of these topics. Her theoretical understanding was nearly comprehensive. Consequently, upon hearing her mistress's words, she quickly surmised what was transpiring between her and Zhu Pingan in the study. Shouldn't such activities take place in the bedroom? Oh, but Mama Zhang had noted that such affairs need not be confined to the bedroom or even the bed. Sometimes, other locations, such as a corner of the courtyard or the woodshed, could be even more exhilarating. Gradually, spurred by her mistress's utterance, Baozi recalled a wealth of knowledge. However, the thought of her mistress and the master engaging for the first time in the study felt rather scandalous. As her thoughts wandered, her face grew increasingly flushed and warm, reminiscent of the times she had secretly viewed illustrations with her mistress, inducing a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Unconsciously, she squeezed her legs together outside the study, her entire being tensed. Zhu Pingan, you must be doing this on purpose. It isn't you who is in pain, is it? Be gentle. Li Shu's playful reproach drifted to Baozi's ears, causing her to shut her eyes in shame, her cheeks aflame, wrestling with a blend of embarrassment, excitement, and fear. Would it truly be painful? I can't take it any longer. Zhu Pingan, you should carry me to the soft couch, Li Shu said, furrowing her brow and shaking her head at Zhu Pingan. Very well, then. I shall carry you there, he replied. Zhu Pingan rose to support Li Shu as they took a couple of steps towards the soft couch. Li Shu furrowed her brow and exclaimed in pain. After a moment's contemplation, Zhu Pingan placed one hand on Li Shu's shoulder and the other beneath her knee, lifting her gently and proceeding towards the couch. Li Shu let out a discontented sound, yet acquiesced to Zhu Pingan's actions. Outside the door, the maid Baozi widened her eyes in shock, as she had heard her mistress mention that neither she nor the young master had been in bed together, which was rather unexpected. Chapter 675. A peaceful night. The night was serene, with a crescent moon casting its delicate glow over the darkened world, and countless stars twinkling like lanterns in the absence of human lights. The cicadas had ceased their calls, and silence enveloped the surroundings as households quietly drifted into slumber. Baozi and Qiner shared a room to rest. Although Baozi was designated as the maid of the inner chamber, her face had yet to be unveiled. Due to the limited accommodations in Tingyu Pavilion, they temporarily shared the same quarters. At this moment, Qiner was already deep in a tranquil slumber. While Baozi found herself unable to sleep, her mind echoing the mistress's voice from outside the study. Each recollection flushed her cheeks, and she could not help but ponder what her mistress and the young master might be doing, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. In truth, Baozi's imagination was running wild. In the main chamber, Zhu Pingan and Li Shu were merely covered by a quilt, engaged in innocent conversation. Although Li Shu had twisted her ankle, the injury was not severe and certainly did not warrant any intimate activities involving close contact. Thus, while Zhu Pingan and Li Shu shared the same bed, their interactions were far more innocent than what Baozi's mind had conjured. As dawn broke as it always does, a vibrant morning unexpectedly arrived. Li Shu's foot had healed, and she awoke feeling unrestrained, while Baozi, sporting dark circles under her eyes, attended to Li Shu's morning routine. Zhu Pingan had already completed his preparations and set off for the study to practice in the early hours. "Baozi, what troubles your eyes?" Li Shu inquired. Surprised by the sight of Baozi's fatigue, her mouth agape, her lips blooming like delicate roses. "Miss, I didn't sleep well. I suffered from insomnia," Baozi stammered, her cheeks flushing as her eyes darted around. Certainly, Baozi could not confess that she had overheard the conversation between her mistress and the young master, leading to a night filled with restless thoughts. "I have always heard from Qiner that you are carefree and sleep like a little piglet every night. Yet here you are, learning the art of insomnia." Li Shu smiled, her sparkling eyes sweeping over Baozi, revealing her understanding of the situation. "Mississippi." Baozi lowered her head in embarrassment. Due to the conclusion of the previous day's court session, Zhu Pingan and Zhao Daying were instructed to remain at home and not venture outside. Consequently, Zhu Pingan diligently continued his morning readings and calligraphy exercises, opting for the study that morning. Upon entering, he opened the window, seated himself by it, and began to read the record of conversations, reflecting and absorbing its wisdom. As the ancients say, reading a book 100 times reveals its meaning. Indeed, Zhu Pingan perceived that with each reading of the Chuanqi Lu, his understanding deepened, and his appreciation for Wang Yangming's scholarly thoughts on the cultivation of innate knowledge grew more profound. One morning, as Zhu Pingan engaged in his reading and calligraphy, Li Shu led the maid Baozi and the young girl Qiner to pay respects to the matriarch. Given the matriarch's esteemed status and seniority, it was only fitting to offer her salutations. The estate of the Marquis of Linhuai adhered to similar customs as other distinguished families in the capital, typically visiting to pay respects at sunrise unless extraordinary circumstances intervened. After a brief interval, Li Shu returned from her visit, her demeanor composed, while Baozi and Qiner exhibited expressions of indignation. "Miss, they are treating us unfairly. Why must we draw from our private savings?" Baozi pouted, visibly displeased. "They were envious of us moving yesterday," she added. Qiner chimed in, equally upset. "Miss, you should have seen their faces when we were unloading the cart." The sixth young miss looked ready to leap onto it. Li Shu, her dark eyes shimmering with a glint of insight, smiled gently. "This is a fortunate opportunity to ease the burdens of grandmother and aunt." Baozi and Qiner were momentarily taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. "Surely, Miss must be dazed with anger?" Baozi pondered. "Grandmother and aunt have finally found their voices. As the younger generation, I cannot be stingy. Qiner, please inform the accountant to increase their shares by 20%. Li Shu's beautiful eyes sparkled as a charming smile graced her cheeks, revealing two delightful dimples. Baozi and Qiner gaped in disbelief. Not only were they to contribute funds, but they were also instructed to increase the amount. Surely, Miss must truly be bewildered, they thought, staring blankly at their mistress. "My money is not so easily given," Li Shu remarked with a knowing smile, gracefully making her way to the Tingyu pavilion, exuding elegance akin to a playful fox. After the morning reading, nothing brought greater joy than breakfast. Zhu Pingan noted a remarkable enhancement in the quality of his meals since Li Shu's return. The food was exquisitely prepared, a feast for the senses, with vibrant colors and delightful aromas. Even breakfast was irresistibly appetizing. Following their shared meal, Zhu Pingan and Li Shu proceeded to the study, where Baozi assisted Li Shu in reviewing the account books on the soft couch, while Zhu Pingan continued his reading in the study. After a while, the spirited child, Rue Guer, with his chubby cheeks, scampered in behind the little girl, Nyonyo. "Hello, sister." "Hello, brother-in-law," Nyonyo greeted sweetly, first addressing Li Shu on the couch, and then Zhu Pingan at the desk. "Hello, fifth sister." Hello, earthy brother-in-law. As the playful boy followed Niu in greeting Li Shu, he nearly exclaimed, earthy Baozi brother-in-law, catching himself just in time. The new scholar has yet to visit brother-in-law Tuba, and at that time, he will surely need brother-in-law Tuba to speak favorably on his behalf. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and changed my words in time. The mischievous child was brimming with self-satisfaction, his chubby little face radiating an inexplicable glow of confidence. Stealing a glance at Zhu Pingan, I noticed he was still smiling and conversing with Sister Niu, mistakenly believing that his wit and quick reflexes had outshone even the top scholar, brother-in-law Tuba. Reflecting on this, I couldn't help but feel that I was indeed more formidable than brother-in-law Tuba, and perhaps I too could aspire to be a top scholar in the future. The mere thought filled me with excitement, and I resolved to show brother-in-law Tuba a thing or two, causing the mischievous child to beam even wider, nearly grinning down to his ears. Little lowly Niu was well-behaved and understanding, her sweet little mouth making her quite endearing. Li Shu instructed the maid Baozi to bring out some snacks and seasonal fruits to entertain little lowly Niu and the mischievous child Rigueur while they played in the study. To be continued. Chapter 676. The Leisurely Summer Days. A gentle fan brings a cool breeze. The languid summer days linger on. Li Shu reclined on a soft couch, examining account books, occasionally helping Baozi the maid to entertain little lowly Niu and the mischievous child Rigueur. The maid waved a small fan, slowly providing a refreshing breeze while keeping an eye on the two young masters. Zhu Pingan, engrossed at his desk, was lost in his studies, occasionally jotting down notes or sketches, deeply absorbed in his work. As he became engrossed in his reading, Zhu Pingan felt two gentle pokes at his waist. He looked down to see the mischievous child wearing a mysteriously conspiratorial expression. Brother-in-law, I have candy for you, the child announced, extending his chubby hand with a flourish, his round face beaming with eagerness. Ah, has this mischievous child turned over a new leaf? Zhu Pingan mused, observing the 3 candies nestled in the child's pudgy hand, the wrappers untouched, confirming they had not been tampered with. They're delicious, I got them from Fifth Sister, the child insisted, cradling the candy with enthusiasm. Zhu Pingan glanced at the soft couch and indeed noticed several plates of snacks, including the very candies in question. The child's eagerness likely stemmed from a desire to earn a few kind words from him in front of the new scholar. Thank you, they taste delightful. Zhu Pingan replied amicably, playfully pinching the child's chubby cheek. He took a piece of candy from the child's hand, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. This was an ancient confection, made from syrup and honey, mixed with crushed peanuts and sesame, reminiscent of modern nougat. Brother-in-law, you have to chew 3 pieces together for the best flavor, the child advised, extending his chubby fingers. How familiar that sounds, Zhu Pingan chuckled, recalling a particular chewing gum advertisement from modern times that claimed the same. 2 pieces together are best. Seeing the eager little eyes of the mischievous child, he couldn't bear to refuse. Besides, the ancient candy seemed quite delectable. He unwrapped the other 2 candies, placing them in his mouth as well. As he savored the 3 candies, the mischievous child stared at him intently. What's the matter? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhu Pingan paused his chewing, pondering whether this mischievous child had infused the candy with something extra. Just moments ago, Sister 5 had mentioned that one could only consume a single piece of candy each day, for excess could lead to toxicity. However, little Niu adored sweets. Thus, the plan was to let her brother-in-law sample 3 pieces first to determine if any ill effects would ensue. If all went well, Niu could indulge in a few more. The impish child gazed up at Zhu Pingan, then clapped his hands thoughtfully, nodding in apparent reassurance that consuming 3 candies would pose no danger. Having confirmed his theory, the little rascal dashed away towards the soft couch, eager to boast to the petite Niu, resembling a simpleton from a wealthy family, while yelling, Niu, we can eat 2 more candies. Brother-in-law has already tried them, and hasn't he been poisoned? What a spirited child. Observing the boy's exuberant antics, Zhu Pingan couldn't help but smile wryly. Am I now the designated taste tester? Ah, dear Rigueur, these sweets should not be consumed in excess. They may lead to toothaches, the little maid Baozi cautioned, as she witnessed the child clutching a handful of candy, hastily attempting to dissuade him with gentle coaxing. The child, however, was resolute, shaking his chubby face and clutching the treats tightly, embodying a tenacity that would not yield. Then chaos ensued. Zhu Pingan chuckled softly, casting a glance at the commotion before returning to his studies. His desk was adorned with volumes such as the Analects, the Yongle Encyclopedia, and even the Art of War. Knowledge is a treasure that never weighs one down. Since he couldn't venture outdoors, he deemed it wise to immerse himself in literature, acquiring wisdom and broadening his horizons. Thanks to Li Shu, Zhu Pingan indulged in the luxuries of the gentry. His teacup was perpetually filled to a generous 7/10, as Baozi would occasionally refill it. And an assortment of snacks and fruits graced the table. The oranges were already peeled, and the watermelon was cut into manageable pieces, with bamboo skewers at the ready for easy consumption. Children, lacking in patience, soon found their restlessness overwhelming. The little Nyo and the impish Ragu frolicked on the soft couch for a spell before they could no longer sit still, rolling about the study. Slow down, and keep your voices down. Baozi, trailing closely behind, fretted over their safety and the potential disruption to her masteress reading. Fortunately, after a brief yet spirited escapade, the two short-legged rascals grew weary and settled into the chair across from the desk. Nyo perched there, her chubby hands propping up her chin, her large eyes fixated on Zhu Pingan as he read, embodying the essence of an adoring fan. Meanwhile, Rue Gu busied himself with the snacks, his mouth never ceasing its motion since he had taken his seat. Observing Nyo's rapt attention towards Zhu Pingan, Rue Gu felt a twinge of envy. What could possibly be so fascinating about her brother-in-law? Surely, he was not as charming as he believed himself to be. I can read too, he thought, having nearly finished memorizing the three-character classic. I want to eat pomegranate. Open it for me, he declared, his mouth full of orange. Chewing vigorously, his little legs bouncing in excitement, reminiscent of a privileged heir. Zhu Pingan glanced at the child with a hint of amusement, his lips curving slightly. Rue Gu, do you know how many seeds are contained within this pomegranate? The pomegranate is encased in a skin, varying in size. Who can tell how many seeds lie within? The chubby child shook his round face, casting a scornful glance at Zhu Pingan, deeming his inquiry rather foolish. I know, Zhu Pingan declared with an air of profundity as he gazed at the child. The boy vigorously shook his head in disbelief, insisting, you are not a deity. The pomegranate remains uncut. How can you possibly know the number of seeds inside? I assert that this pomegranate contains 100 seeds, Zhu Pingan confidently proclaimed, holding the fruit in his hand for careful inspection. Impossible. Such a large pomegranate must contain over 100 seeds, the boy retorted with a shake of his plump face. Unconvinced. I maintain it has 100 seeds, Zhu Pingan reiterated while tossing the pomegranate in the air. I say it has more than 100, the boy replied, his chubby face brimming with confidence, suggesting they wager on it. Very well, Zhu Pingan nodded in agreement. The boy glanced at Zhu Pingan and then at the little girl. Nyo, exuding confidence, thinking, with such a large pomegranate, it surely has over 100 seeds. My rural brother-in-law is bound to lose this bet. I must show Nyo that I am superior. Under the boy's expectant gaze, Zhu Pingan proceeded to slice the pomegranate in half. The child eagerly snatched one half, fetched a plate, and meticulously began to peel the seeds one by one while counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50, 51, 52. By the time he reached 90, the smile on his chubby face had squeezed his eyes nearly shut. With pride, he continued counting, 91, 92, 93. Suddenly, as he reached 98, a hand swooped in and snatched the plate away. The boy looked up to find Zhu Pingan grinning, thanking him. Before grabbing a handful of seeds and popping them into his mouth, savoring them with squinted eyes. Quite sweet. Here, Nyo, you should try some. Zhu Pingan nodded in satisfaction and offered another handful of seeds to the little girl. Thank you, brother-in-law. You are so kind, Nyo said sweetly, her rosy cheeks adorned with dimples. In that moment, the boy felt as though the world had darkened. Chapter 677, Turning to Leave in the Languid Summer. With fragrant red sleeves adding to the ambience, Zhu Pingan spent his days at the residence of the Marquis of Linhuai, immersed in reading, practicing calligraphy, and studying Wang Shui, occasionally teasing the chubby child and little Nyo. Life was leisurely and comfortable, though it would be even more delightful if the weather were not so sweltering. Despite the presence of several basins of crushed ice for cooling and maids fanning about, nothing could compare to the effectiveness of modern air conditioning. He found himself reminiscing about the modern world, with withered vines, aged trees and crows, air conditioning and melons, lounging on a couch akin to Guyu's style. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he would lay back in that position, the chubby child and little Nyo frequently visited, and in his youthful naivety, he began to grasp the meaning of the phrase "the perils of the world" through his first-hand experiences. Li Shu also enjoyed spending time in the study, either reclining on a soft couch, sitting opposite the writing desk, perusing account books, or holding poetry anthologies. Sima Xiangru was indeed a fickle and heartless scoundrel. Li Shu sat opposite Zhu Pingan, her delicate fingers holding a scroll of poetry. As she turned to a page, her brows furrowed and she disdainfully pursed her cherry lips. This page contained 2 poems, neither adhering to the conventional poetic form. The first was a numerical poem penned by Sima Xiangru in the capital for Zhao Wenhua. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 100, 1,000. How could this poem be comprehended? The little maid Baozi bit her finger, her expression one of confusion. The numbers 1 through 10 were all present, yet there was no mention of billion or memory. The heart of the indifferent suitor, Sima Xiangru, had been captivated by the allure of the world, causing him to forget the memories of the past with his loyal wife, Zhao Wenhua, who once shared both joy and hardship with him. As he contemplated divorce to marry another, Li Shu set down the poetry, her disdain for Sima Xiangru evident. Oh, this man named Sima is indeed a faithless wretch. How pitiful is Zhao Wenhua. The little maid Baozi, suddenly enlightened, joined her mistress in scorn for Sima Xiangru, while simultaneously feeling sympathy for Zhao Wenhua. Zhao Wenhua, whose talent surpassed that of Sima Xiangru, upon reading the letter, instructed the messenger to enjoy a cup of tea. Within the time it took to sip, she composed a numerical poem in reply, sending it back to the capital for that faithless man to see. Upon reading her response, he was filled with shame, abandoning his thoughts of divorce. From that moment on, the two aged together in harmony. Li Shu, holding the scroll, reflected with a hint of melancholy as her ink-black eyes fell upon Zhao Wenjuan's reply. After our parting, we yearn across distances, merely claiming it is March or April, yet who knows the passage of 5 or 6 years? The 7-string zither plays without heart, and the 8 lines of letters can bear no message. The 9 linked rings have broken, and from the long pavilion, I gaze longingly. 100 thoughts and 1,000 concerns, bound by countless helplessness, I resent you. Countless words remain unspoken, 100 languid moments by the railing. During the double ninth festival, I gaze at the solitary goose. In August, the full moon of the mid-autumn festival brings only separation. In the 7th month, I burn incense and light candles, questioning the heavens. In June, as the heat descends, everyone fans themselves while my heart grows cold. May's pomegranate blooms fiercely yet is drenched by chilling rains. In April, the loquats are not yet ripe, and I wish to confront my reflection, my heart in turmoil. Suddenly, in a rush, the March peach blossoms drift with the water, fluttering. The February kite string snaps. Alas, my beloved, I wish in the next life for you to be the woman and I the man. Isn't that a rather joyful conclusion? Baozi's little face transformed from worry to delight. Hearts may change, but what does it matter to grow old together? It merely adds to the troubles. What say you, my husband? Li Shu shook her head, casting a glance at Zhu Pingan. Why does this feel like a preemptive vaccination? Zhu Pingan, listening nearby, smiled slightly and nodded. He was not Sima Xiangru, nor would he ever act as such. What would you do if you were Zhao Wenhua? He asked, setting down his book with a smile. Indeed, miss, what would you do? Baozi, curious, chimed in. If I were Zhao Wenhua. Li Shu replied with a charming smile, her ink-black eyes shimmering with allure. I would personally travel to the capital and thrust this letter before those 2 unworthy souls. Then turn and walk away. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, as clear as blue waves, her cherry lips slightly parted, forming a perfect crescent smile. So simply. And then what? Was it not too lenient of her? The young maid Baozi gasped in surprise, shaking her head vigorously, believing that her mistress was far too merciful, and that she should not indulge those shameless rascals. And what of discarding their heads? One cannot even stew them for soup. Li Shu spread her small hands, the curve of her lips forming a perfect arcahem. It seemed this was indeed Li Shu's preventive measure. On the other side of the desk, Zhu Pingan, sipping tea, was caught off guard and choked, coughing. He turned away, realizing it was his own folly. Well, this was quintessentially Li Shu, reflecting her unique style. My dear husband, what ails you? Li Shu inquired sweetly, her snowy complexion illuminated by her enchanting eyes, which sparkled with concern as they settled on Zhu Pingan's face. And no, nothing, he replied, shaking his head with a smile. The young maid Baozi, slow to comprehend, finally reacted with a loud gasp, her mouth agape in astonishment, covering her lips with her small hands before turning away in shock. Miss, what else could there be? Li Shu rolled her eyes, displaying a lively and charming demeanor. This preventive measure was truly a refreshing stream amidst the mudslide, which made Zhu Pingan chuckle. Pray tell, what is so amusing? Li Shu glanced at him, pouting slightly. Haha. Among the renowned poets of the Tang and Song dynasties, aside from Sima Xiangru, who else might be a notorious heartbreaker? Zhu Pingan asked with a grin. Are there indeed famous heartless men among the revered poets? Li Shu paused, contemplating before replying, Yuan Zhen. The character in the tale of Yingying is based on him. He abandoned Cui Yingying for the sake of fame, utterly devoid of heart and virtue. It is ironic that he penned the lines, once I have seen the vast ocean. Other waters cannot compare. Aside from Wushan, no clouds are as fair. He is a hypocritical scoundrel who has sullied the purity of loyalty. Indeed, Yuan Zhen exemplifies the archetype of a heartless poet. Although he produced many timeless works, renowned alongside by Zhu Yi as Yuan Bai, his poetic prowess does not redeem his character. A single merit cannot outweigh his unscrupulous actions, as he heartlessly forsook the very inspiration of the tale of Yingying. Zhu Pingan harbored a deep disdain for his cavalier attitude towards love. Furthermore, there are those who hide their true nature well, yet embody the very essence of a heartbreaker. Zhu Pingan nodded with a smile, encouraging her to ponder further. More? Those who conceal it well? Li Shu tilted her head in thought, striving to recall but struggling to find clarity. Throughout history, there have been poets involved in romantic escapades. Yet one cannot label them as heartless, as love is a natural affair. Chapter 678. Does your conscience not ache? Are there truly more typical heartless men of whom I am unaware? Li Shu gazed at Zhu Pingan, her lips parting slightly in curiosity. This individual conceals himself deeply. I fear revealing his identity might startle you. Zhu Pingan replied with a subtle smile, his eyes brimming with confidence. I do not believe it. Speak, and let me hear. Li Shu closed the poetry book in her hands, smiling warmly at Zhu Pingan. You might not believe it, considering he has successfully deceived humanity for centuries, Zhu Pingan said, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Oh, do tell. Li Shu's curious expression deepened as she gazed at Zhu Pingan, who deliberately elongated his voice to heighten the suspense before slowly revealing, Li Bai. Li Bai? Indeed, upon hearing this name, Li Shu was taken aback, her charming face reflecting astonishment, as if unable to believe her own ears. In ancient times, there were no pop stars or film celebrities. Yet the great poets filled a similar void. For most young women, the phrase wine enters the heroic heart resonates deeply. 7 parts transform into moonlight, while the remaining 3 become the essence of sword energy. The legendary Li Bai, whose every utterance could evoke the grandeur of the Tang dynasty, was their ultimate idol. Thus, the sudden revelation of her idol as a quintessential heartbreaker was a shocking paradigm shift that defied description. Do not jest with me, Li Shu chided playfully, her watery eyes turning towards Zhu Pingan. I possess evidence, Zhu Pingan replied with a smirk, asserting that Li Bai was arguably the most renowned heartbreaker in history. What evidence? Li Shu leaned forward, her eyes wide with curiosity. Could it be that Zhu Pingan had indeed uncovered some scandalous secret about Li Bai? Yet, why had she never heard of it before? With a subtle smile, Zhu Pingan's thick brows danced with amusement, his dark eyes glinting mischievously as he began to explain. Since ancient times, poets have exchanged verses in mutual admiration. During the Tang dynasty, Du Fu, who was over a decade older than Li Bai, fell in love at first sight upon meeting him in Luoyang. They traveled together. As captured in Du Fu's poem Meeting Li Bai in Search of the Recluse Fan, the lines, drunkenly, we shared a quilt in autumn's embrace, hand in hand. We walked under the sun, reveal the depth of their bond. They often drank to excess, sharing the same bed and spending days together, which speaks volumes about their affection. From that moment on, Du Fu exhibited unwavering loyalty to Li Bai, composing numerous poems for him, over 14 in total. When in the capital, he penned to Li Bai a 5-character quatrain. And during their travels, he wrote Meeting Li Bai in Search of the Recluse Fan. In spring, he reminisced with spring day thoughts of Li Bai, and in winter, he expressed longing in winter thoughts of Li Bai. Upon parting, he composed to Li Bai a 7-character quatrain, and even after a few days apart, He lamented in not seeing Li Bai for long. In dreams, he envisioned Li Bai in dreaming of Li Bai, and while drinking, he mused about him in the Eight Immortals song. Even while bidding farewell to other friends, he did not forget Li Bai, writing sending off Kong Chao Fu, who returns home due to illness, also to Li Bai. When Li Bai was exiled, Du Fu penned in the end of heaven, I miss Li Bai into Li Bai. 20 verses. In his later years, he still cherished memories of youthful adventures with Li Bai, as expressed in past travels and sentiments. The fervent emotions woven through his 14 poems reveal a profound camaraderie and admiration for Li Bai, showcasing his exceptional literary prowess. Among his verses are lines such as Li Bai's poetry is unrivaled, his thoughts soaring beyond the ordinary, his pen stirs storms, and his verses move even the gods. And in Chang'an, he sleeps in taverns. When summoned by the emperor, he refuses to board the boat, declaring himself a celestial being among wine. Du Fu's dedication to Li Bai is a testament to an unparalleled devotion. Yet what of Li Bai? He penned a poem for Wang Lun titled To Wang Lin and another for Wang Chongling titled Hearing of Wang Chongling's Demotion to Longbiao, neither of which bore any relation to Du Fu. Du Fu's heart shines towards Li Bai, yet Li Bai reflects it upon Wang Lun. Du Fu's sentiments are directed at Li Bai, yet Li Bai mirrors them towards Chongling. Despite Du Fu's myriad of poems, none can compare to the heartfelt words offered by Wang Lun. Upon receiving Du Fu's 14 verses, does Li Bai's conscience not stir? Zhu Pingan smirked, citing classical references and speaking eloquently. The maid Baozi listened attentively, nodding in agreement, utterly captivated by her master's profound insights. Alas, you merely spout nonsense. Should the old scholar catch wind of your words, you would surely find yourself in dire straits. Let us see if you dare to mock the ancients again. Li Shu initially listened earnestly, but after a few moments, she rolled her eyes. Yet as the discourse continued, she could not help but smile, her cherry lips parting in amusement, and by the end, she let out a playful scoff, feigning annoyance. Of course, this scoff was not genuine disdain, but merely an expression of emotion, akin to a modern beauty playfully exclaiming ugh. It resembled the playful banter between Lin Daiyu and Jia Baoyu in Dream of the Red Chamber. I do not speak without basis. Ample evidence supports my claims. Certainly, one who mingles in such circles will inevitably face repercussions, as Li Bai later encountered the disloyal Meng Haoran. Oh, and by the way, Meng Haoran was over a decade older than Li Bai. When Li Bai traveled to Xiangzhou, present-day Xiangfan, he was utterly enamored by Meng Haoran. Much like Du Fu, Li Bai penned numerous poems for Meng Haoran, totaling around 5. Upon their first meeting, he composed to Meng Haoran, expressing his admiration for the esteemed scholar, renowned for his charm and candidness. During a pilgrimage to the mountains, he wrote Spring Day's Return to the Mountains for Meng Haoran, which conveyed heartfelt sentiments. As Meng Haoran departed for Guangling, Li Bai immortalized their friendship in sending Meng Haoran to Guangling from Yellow Crane Tower, with the lines about the old friend's farewell echoing through the ages. He subsequently wrote in praise of snow in Huainan and at Beihu Pavilion in Liang, gazing at Waoshan, perpetually cherishing his thoughts of Meng Haoran. And what was the outcome? Meng Haoran only penned a farewell to Wang Wei, leaving Li Bai's feelings unreciprocated. Zhu Pingan shrugged with a smile. Baozi gazed at her master with admiration, convinced of his vast knowledge. You merely twist words. The friendship they shared was pure, not as you portray. Furthermore, Li Bai did, in fact, compose poetry with Du Fu. Having written to Du Fu at Shaqiao City and sending Du Fu east at Shimin in Lu Prefecture, along with a playful poem dedicated to him. Li Shu, with her captivating, sparkling eyes, shot a playful glare at Zhu Pingan, feigning annoyance. Li Bai composed 100 poems in drunken revelry, yet only offered these 3 to Du Fu, merely 3 cups worth of emotion. Zhu Pingan remarked with a smirk. I won't engage in petty banter with you, Li Shu retorted, bestowing a grand eye roll upon him, leaving the nuances for Zhu Pingan to ponder. Chapter 679, Xiao Qian and Xiao Bei. Time flows gently, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. Zhu Pingan has been indulging in the comforts of the Linghuai Marquisate, enjoying delightful meals and restful slumber, and has noticeably gained some weight. Li Shu's culinary skills have only improved, and Zhu Pingan's palate and appetite have been thoroughly captivated. Just like this evening's dinner, Zhu Pingan, unsurprisingly, overeats once again. Braised lamb, tender meat infused with fragrant vegetables, and a rich, savory broth, Zhu Pingan nearly devoured half the dish. Before the West Mountain, white egrets soar. The peach blossom flows with plump perch. The plate of splendidly grilled perch for the evening meal was both rich and fresh, its tender and smooth texture lingering delightfully with every bite Zhu Pingan took. The shrimp and scallops stir-fried with loofah were a masterpiece of color, aroma, and flavor, rendering Zhu Pingan unable to refuse. Other culinary delights were equally exquisite, complemented by a small jar of fragrant and robust plum wine, leaving him at a loss for the meaning of satiety. After savoring 2 cups of plum wine, Zhu Pingan smacked his lips, relishing the lingering taste. The wine was rich and mellow, delightfully smooth, with an alcohol content significantly lower than typical spirits, around 10 degrees, akin to modern beer. Convinced he could indulge in a couple more cups, he reached for the wine jug to pour another glass. Just as Zhu Pingan was about to serve himself, a delicate hand, as translucent as white jade and elegantly tapered, gently pressed upon his own. Though the plum wine is delightful, do remember not to overindulge. Came a sweet admonition, resonating like the song of a golden oriole, soothing to the heart. He lifted his gaze to behold a fair, charming face, smiling gently as she shook her head, her luscious lips glistening alluringly. Such exquisite beauty could only belong to Li Shu. Seafood is known for its cooling properties and pairs splendidly with wine. Although Zhu Pingan was not particularly skilled in drinking, he could manage 3 to 5 cups without issue. He smiled faintly. This plum wine is aromatic and rich, yet it has a strong after-effect. I advise against further consumption, Li Shu cautioned, unimpressed by his drinking capacity. 1 more cup, then. Very well. After dinner, fully satisfied, Zhu Pingan, with a slight bulge in his belly, strolled to the study to read. Yet, after only a short while, drowsiness overtook him. He closed his book, indulged in a bath, and then retreated to his bedroom to rest for a brief moment before resuming his reading by lamplight. Life felt as indulgent as raising a pig. Zhu Pingan comfortably sprawled across the bed, completely relaxed. Having enjoyed 3 cups of wine and a warm bath, fatigue had diminished considerably, and he soon drifted off into a serene slumber. Li Shu, attended by her maid Baozi after a refreshing bath, returned to the bedroom to find Zhu Pingan in an exaggerated sleeping posture, snoring softly. Both she and Baozi stifled their giggles behind their hands. In a world of sweet dreams, Zhu Pingan caught a delicate fragrance, stretching lazily and yawning as he gradually awoke, blinking his sleepy eyes. To his astonishment, he found himself gazing at a nearly bare, enchanting figure clad only in undergarments, draped in sheer fabric, sitting by his pillow with her long, smooth legs crossed. With a cotton swab in hand, she was intently painting her toenails with a vibrant hue. Her petite, adorable toes were as white as jade, slick and soft, dancing playfully like a rabbit, the nail polish accentuating their charm. As she painted her nails, she softly hummed a tune, Zijin, green is the collar. My heart is at ease. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was the strikingly alluring scene before him upon awakening. Zhu Pingan momentarily lost his composure, bewildered by the presence of a girl in his bed. Instinctively, he exclaimed in surprise and hastily sat upright. Ah, Zhu Pingan, why are you making such a ruckus? You nearly caused me to smudge my nails. The delicate hand of the charming figure beside me trembled, almost applying the polish incorrectly, prompting her to pout in playful reproach. Oh, Li Shu, I see now. I have indeed married and still struggle to adapt to this new role. My apologies. Zhu Pingan exhaled in relief. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Clearly, it was I who was startled, Li Shu remarked, observing Zhu Pingan's disgruntled demeanor and pouting adorably. In the next moment, her laughter rang out. Look at you. Am I a tiger? Do you truly think I would devour you? She giggled, recalling how he had been frightened of the radish jam the other evening, causing him considerable embarrassment in front of her. Seeing her cover her mouth, half smiling, stirred an inexplicable desire to conquer within Zhu Pingan. You little minx, how dare you laugh at me? If I don't show you a thing or two now, how can I uphold my husbandly duties later? Of course, perhaps this was merely an excuse. Like a morsel of meat tantalizingly close, he had long yearned to indulge. Yet his stubborn thoughts had ensnared him. In that moment, all those obstinate musings were cast aside. Zhu Pingan gazed intently at Li Shu, a sense of eagerness bubbling within him, his throat dry with anticipation. Have you ever heard the tale of Shao Qian and Xiao Bei? What story? Li Shu blinked, her lips as soft and inviting as rose petals. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Shao Qian and a girl named Xiao Bei. On a moonlit night, they transformed into little sweethearts. Zhu Pingan's voice was hoarse, as if parched for days. Huh. Li Shu's lips parted slightly, puzzled by Zhu Pingan's words. I shall tell you why. Zhu Pingan hoarsely drew Li Shu into his embrace, and her surprised gasp echoed as if swallowed by the night. As the night deepened, the moonlight poured into every corner of the Linghuai Marquis's residence, enveloping the listening rain pavilion in its glow. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves and flowers, casting shadows on the ground that danced in myriad forms, folding and unfolding, a sight of enchanting grace. Do you realize? A martial arts master can draw his sword 50 times in a single breath. A learned sage can read 100 characters in the same span, the king of beasts. The tiger can sprint 50 meters, and a crossbow can shoot an arrow 100 meters away in just one breath. Therefore, do not underestimate the value of a single breath. On the soft couch, Zhu Pingan supported himself with one hand, addressing Li Shu. Are you not ashamed? Li Shu's cheeks blushed like the rosy dawn. Her pair of sparkling, watery eyes gazed intently at Zhu Pingan, her alluring gaze seemingly on the verge of shedding tears. The answer came too swiftly, completed in a mere breath. The student, lacking in understanding, coughed nervously for the first time, his face flushed as he offered an explanation. Li Shu quietly regarded Zhu Pingan, their unspoken communication profound. Ah, you little enchantress. Zhu Pingan felt a surge of emotion ignited by Li Shu's glance. Then, it happened again. The second round lasted slightly longer, perhaps only a few minutes. Following that, a third round ensued. This time, Li Shu was utterly overwhelmed, while Zhu Pingan remained vigorous and tireless, leading to Li Shu's pleas as she melted away like spring water. Ultimately, Zhu Pingan carried Li Shu to the bathroom for their bath. Upon the bed, a crimson plum blossom quietly unfurled. Chapter 680, The Ministry of Justice Document. As dawn broke, silence enveloped the world. The eastern horizon gradually revealed strands of light, slowly unveiling a pristine white akin to an ink-wash painting, delicately outlining the vibrant hues of morning light. A new day commenced. The first rays of sunshine cascaded over the residences along Gongho Street, illuminating the Dingyuan Marquis estate, the Wei Duke's manor, and the Linhuai Marquis residence. The red bricks and green tiles with their soaring eaves and corridors offered a unique visual delight. The maids of the Linhuai Marquis household moved with precision in the rear courtyard, traversing the covered walkways and flower-laden gates, attending to their master's rising, preparing breakfast, and tidying the grounds, thus commencing a new day's labor. The young maid, Baozi, entered the bedroom of her mistress and master early, ready to assist her lady in rising and freshening up. Today, Baozi's dark circles under her eyes were even more pronounced than the previous day, resembling a little panda. Last night, she had endured another sleepless night on duty. As Baozi stepped into the master bedroom, poised to greet her mistress, she noticed her lady sitting on the bed, extending her delicate, jade-like fingers to her cherry lips, signaling for silence. With a gentle motion, she pointed to the embroidered pillow beside her. Following her mistress's gesture, Baozi beheld her master still in deep slumber. It was a rare sight. The normally early-rising Zhu Pingan was currently lost in a profound sleep, appearing as if he had been wearied for a long time. In contrast to the slumbering Zhu Pingan and the panda-eyed Baozi, Li Shu radiated vitality. And not just a little. To Baozi, her mistress seemed transformed this morning, appearing even more beautiful, her complexion glowing with a radiant luster and a delicate fairness, resembling a perfectly ripened peach, as if she might burst with juiciness. Be gentle, let him sleep a little longer. Li Shu's starry eyes gazed at the sleeping Zhu Pingan, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She gently tucked the blanket around him, her cherry lips barely parting as she whispered to Baozi. Yes, yes, Baozi nodded in response, then quietly assisted her mistress in getting ready for the day. As the young maid Baozi assisted Li Shu in getting out of bed, Li Shu placed her feet on the floor and, upon rising, felt a subtle ache in a certain area. The slightest movement sent a twinge of discomfort through her, causing her to bite her lip and emit a soft, alluring sigh. Memories of a mischievous boy who had kept her awake the previous night flooded her mind, prompting her to cast a reproachful glance at the sleeping figure nearby. To avoid disturbing Zhu Pingan's slumber, Li Shu allowed Baozi to attend to her as she made her way to the outer room to wash up. Miss, Baozi hesitated, observing her mistress with a curious expression as she assisted in her morning routine. What is it, Huat? Li Shu inquired softly, catching a glimpse of Baozi's demeanor in the mirror. Miss, You seem a bit different today, Baozi remarked, nodding her head as she scrutinized her mistress. In what way am I different? Li Shu's cheeks flushed slightly, and her sparkling eyes darted sideways at Baozi. You seem even more beautiful, and your skin looks radiant. Baozi asserted confidently. Is it early in the morning, or have you dipped your tongue in honey? Li Shu teased, a playful smile gracing her lips as she pinched Baozi's cherubic cheeks gently. Baozi looked at her mistress, seemingly holding back more words, hesitating. What is it now? Li Shu asked, her inquisitive gaze fixed on the young maid. Just now. Miss, you walked a bit. Strangely, Baozi finally admitted after a moment of deliberation. At this remark, Li Shu's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Meanwhile, Zhu Pingan stirred awake in the master bedroom, having slept past the hour of chun. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was alone, the curtains drawn tight against the sunlight, casting a serene ambience perfect for slumber. The lingering scent of Li Shu, unique and delightful, still permeated the air beside him. Rising, he felt a slight weakness in his legs and shook his head, reflecting on the need for moderation in the future. Last night's indulgences had seemed inconsequential, yet he now faced the consequences. Glancing out the window, he noted the sun's position, indicating he had slept longer than expected. Perhaps it was his first lazy morning. Young master has risen, Baozi announced as she noticed Zhu Pingan exiting the bedroom, her cheeks flushed and her gaze somewhat averted. Good morning, he replied, not noticing her demeanor, smiling gently as he nodded. After Zhu Pingan completed his morning routine, he found the dining area prepared for breakfast. Observing Li Shu, who was being attended to by Baozi, he felt a touch of gratitude. She was clearly waiting for him to join her for the meal. As he took a seat, he marveled at Li Shu's radiant, lively appearance, feeling a sense of unfairness. Just the night before, she had been utterly undone, yet today she radiated vitality and charm, as if rejuvenated by some elixir. Meanwhile, he still felt the lingering weakness in his legs. Simpleton, sit down and eat. I cannot serve as your meal, Li Shu remarked, rolling her eyes at Zhu Pingan's unwavering gaze upon her. The breakfast spread was both light and nourishing, a stack of steamed buns, 6 plates of side dishes, and a bowl of vegetable and beef soup, all of which awakened Zhu Pingan's appetite. Particularly, a familiar pile of pickled cucumbers on the table heightened Zhu Pingan's appetite. Upon taking a bite, he found them crisp and refreshing, a delightful accompaniment to his meal. The flavor was reminiscent of his mother's, yet it bore subtle differences that rendered it even more delectable. Truly fortunate is the son-in-law, remarked the maid Baozi as she served the dishes. These pickles were specially learned by the young lady from Madame Chun, and with the guidance of our adept cook, she has improved the recipe by incorporating various nourishing ingredients, resulting in this exquisite jar. As she spoke, the maid's chatter drew a gentle glance from Li Shu, whose watery eyes sparkled with reproach, though her tone betrayed little admonishment. The taste is indeed remarkable. I am fortunate. After all, Zhu Pingan smiled slightly, echoing the maid's praise of the pickled cucumbers. It was your mother-in-law who insisted on teaching me, insisting that the kitchen staff should not remain idle, Li Shu replied, her lips curling in a playful pout, exuding an air of charming pride. Zhu Pingan chuckled softly, choosing not to address her subtle boast. Before they could finish their breakfast, 2 young maids hurried into the Tingyu pavilion, clutching a scroll marked with a red seal. They dashed into the courtyard, breathless, exclaiming, Miss, son-in-law, the criminal department's official document has arrived. The chief steward sent someone to deliver it to the second gate, and Mama Zhang brought it to us. Chapter 681. The Hospitality of the Jinui Shaoqing. Xiaohong, what are you two shouting about? Do you not know the young lady and son-in-law are dining? Baozi, momentarily taken aback, swiftly drew aside the curtain, adopting a commanding tone to address the noisy maids. Yet, as she spoke, realization dawned upon her. Had they just mentioned that an official document from the criminal department had arrived? Miss, son-in-law, the official document from the criminal department has indeed arrived, Baozi exclaimed, her small hand trembling as she turned back, her face flushed with excitement, as if she had stumbled upon a fortune. Zhu Pingan had already overheard the commotion from the 2 maids outside. Bring it here, let me see, he said, setting down his chopsticks and wiping his hands with a cloth, addressing Baozi by the door. That's not permissible, Li Shu replied, her cherry lips curving into a playful smile as she shook her head, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. Zhu Pingan, momentarily startled, instinctively uttered a word that was destined to go unheard, but quickly regained his composure, adding, I mean, why not? Such nonsense. Li Shu rolled her eyes charmingly, her delicate nose raised, her alluring lips parting to continue. This is no ordinary document. It pertains to your career. You must first bathe and change, light incense, and wash your hands. One must show respect to such documents. Otherwise, they may turn against you. After all, one does not strike a smiling face. Some scholars, when engaging with the texts of Zhuangzi, Laozi, Confucius, and Mencius, even go so far as to bathe and burn incense. How much more should one consider the importance of your official documents? A little time spent on such rituals is inconsequential. Bathe and change clothes, light incense and wash one's hands. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingan, somewhat speechless, pursed his lips. The documents from the Ministry of Justice had already been issued. Whether one bathes or appears disheveled, the documents remain unchanged in content. To Zhu Pingan, this seemed a bit like formalism. Nonetheless, he understood that Li Shu meant well. It was precisely because of her concern that she emphasized these rituals. Respect is one aspect, but perhaps it also serves as a psychological comfort. After all, it's merely a matter of bathing, changing clothes, burning incense, and washing hands, as Li Shu pointed out, which hardly consumes much time. Therefore, it was unnecessary to deny her such a small request. With a smile and a shake of his head, Zhu Pingan stood up and made his way to the bathroom. As Zhu Pingan proceeded to bathe, the Zhao Huijinggong Fong in the western city stirred with commotion. The source of the clamor was the bathing Meisai alley within the Zhao Huijinggong Fong. Numerous officers brandishing sabers and carrying batons filled the alley, accompanied by the Genie Wei, who wore embroidered uniforms and carried spring knives. Under the leadership of the captains and the 100 households of the Genie Wei, they hurried towards the General Jianwei's residence. Upon nearing the entrance, the officers and Jin Wei split into two teams. One approached the front door, while the other circled around to the back. Such a grand display naturally attracted a throng of curious onlookers. The bolder among them closely followed the officers and Genie Wei, while the more timid observed from a distance. Bathing Meisai Alley primarily housed military families, where both masters and servants tend to exhibit a certain boldness, leaving their doors ajar as they lingered outside, speculating about the purpose of the Genie Wei and the officers. When the government undertakes an investigation, bystanders typically retreat. The officers and Genie Wei loudly called out at the General Jianwei's gate, dispersing and maintaining a blank expression as they cordoned off the curious crowd, clearing a space to avoid interference with the proceedings. What are you doing? This is the residence of Captain Zhao Qian of the Western City Military Command. You've mistaken your destination. Observing this scene, the two armored guards at the General Jianwei's entrance invoked Zhao Daying's authority and stepped forward to inquire. How dare a mere 100 households and a captain disturb our Lord Zhao? Seize them. The 100 households of the Genie Wei cast a glance at them, without turning back, and waved a hand to the officers and Genie Wei behind him, coldly uttering two words. No sooner had the 100 households spoken than two Genie Wei advanced with expressionless faces, lunging towards the two armored guards. The guards instinctively reached for their swords, their hands barely resting on the hilts, but the next moment, they found a glint of cold steel as the Genie Wei's spring knives pressed against their throats, the tips firmly against their necks, neither more nor less than an inch. The disparity was immense. Cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of the armored guards, who dared not move. Soon, officers approached and bound the guards' hands behind their backs with ropes. What is the meaning of this, gentlemen? We can discuss matters civilly. Why must we resort to violence and disrupt the peace? Lord Zhao has long admired you, esteemed commander. At Lord Yan's residence, I had the fortune of sharing a table with Lord Liu. Your presence is most fortuitous. A deer has just been delivered from the estate, and we have several fine jars of wine ready for tasting. Lord Zhao is known for his hospitality, and had he known of your esteemed arrival, he would have been overjoyed. As the gates of General Jianwei's residence swung open, a middle-aged man resembling a steward emerged, dressed impeccably, his face adorned with a welcoming smile as he spoke to the guards of the Jinui. Ah, how fortuitous. We, too, of the Jinui, pride ourselves on our hospitality, one of the guards said with a sly smile, though his eyes did not reflect the same warmth. Today, we invite Lord Zhao to our prison, for in this heat, the coolness of our cells is most inviting. Upon hearing this, the stewardess' smile faded, replaced by a look of dread. The notorious Jinui prison was known far and wide as a place where few emerged unscathed. Please, take us to see Lord Zhao, so I may personally deliver this invitation. the guard remarked, displaying a lengthy document sealed with several crimson stamps. The steward's heart sank as he read the damning contents. Lord Zhao, having received imperial favor, has failed to repay his country and its people, resorting instead to heinous acts for personal gain. Following the exposure of his crimes, he has sought to conceal his misdeeds and evade justice. His offenses are unforgivable. He shall be stripped of his position, have his assets confiscated, and be arrested today, facing execution to set a precedent. The steward felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his complexion draining of color, cold sweat cascading down his back. As the Jinhui officers streamed into General Jianwei's residence, Zhu Pingan hastily finished his cleansing bath, donned a fresh set of attire, and stepped out of the bathing chamber. "Where's the document?" Zhu Pingan inquired of Li Shu. "You have yet to cleanse your hands," Li Shu replied, her lips curving into a playful smile as her enchanting eyes glimmered with mischief. "Please, my lord," a young maid giggled, presenting a gilded basin filled with clear water, adorned with pomelo leaves. Zhu Pingan chuckled softly, washing his hands in the basin before accepting a towel from another maid to dry them. In the sitting room, a knee-high table was set, upon which lay a delicate incense burner, a censer, and a box of fragrant herbs. The burner, flanked by the censer on the left and the box on the right, emanated a subtle aroma from the carefully blended spices. Zhu Pingan selected 3 sticks of incense, igniting them in the candlelight and placing them in the burner. Within General Jianwei's quarters, Lord Zhao, adorned in a pristine official robe embroidered with a majestic bear, stood tall and imposing, his stature and demeanor radiating authority. "Esteemed lords, your arduous journey has not gone unnoticed. I, Zhao, have prepared a modest offering of wine to quench your thirst," he said with a beaming smile, bowing deeply in greeting to the Jinhui officer. "Lord Zhao is too kind," the officer replied courteously. The captain of the Jinhui, disinterested, merely clasped his hands and replied in a lackluster manner, "No need for such formality, esteemed gentlemen, please." Zhao Daying felt a flicker of displeasure in his heart, yet maintained an untroubled facade, greeting them with a beaming smile and outward enthusiasm. "Hee. There is no need for inconvenience. This place will suffice." The captain of the Jinhui, observing Zhao Daying's polite smile that masked his true feelings, responded in kind. Zhao Daying paused momentarily, then smiled again, instructing his servants, "Fetch a few tables and bring over the prepared food and wine. Have the kitchen send the cooked venison promptly." "Thank you for your kindness, Master Zhao. We shall comply with your wishes," the captain of the Jinhui said with a thin smile, and once the servants brought the tables, he sat down without hesitation, crossing one leg over the other, beckoning the chief constable and several junior officers to join him. Zhao Daying's eyes flashed with anger, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance, yet in the next moment, his expression returned to normal as he smiled and directed the servants to arrange the feast, as if the prior scene had merely been a figment of his imagination. Soon, the tables were laden with an array of delectable dishes, particularly a large earthenware pot of venison that emanated an irresistible aroma. "Oh, I almost forgot. This document is meant for Master Zhao," the captain of the Jinhui said leisurely after filling his cup with wine. He nonchalantly pulled a document from his robe and tossed it at Zhao Daying's feet. "Hee, my hand slipped. I hope you can forgive me, Master Zhao." Despite the deliberate nature of his actions, the captain chuckled as if it were an innocent mistake. Then, without a glance at Zhao Daying, he took a piece of venison with his chopsticks and began to chew heartily. "How dare you?" Zhao Daying seethed inwardly, recalling just days prior when he was a guest at Lord Yan's residence, sharing a table with the esteemed Grand Secretary. How could a mere captain of the Jinhui dare to humiliate him in such a manner? As he gazed at the document on the floor, his teeth ground together audibly, his eyes nearly sparking with fury, his face flushed with rage, the veins on his forehead standing out starkly. Yet, Zhao Daying was no fool. Contemplating the current situation and the captain's audacity, he chose to endure. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later, he reminded himself, recalling how Han Xin had endured disgrace. After all, this was merely a document at his feet. Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. "It's of no consequence," Zhao Daying forced a smile, adopting an air of indifference as he crouched to pick up the document, rising to unfold it for examination. The vivid red seals on the document caught his eye immediately. As he began to read, an ominous feeling surged within him at the first glance. With each subsequent line, his breathing quickened, And upon reading the damning account of Zhao Daying, who, in a bid for merit, had slaughtered 59 members of the Liu family, his complexion instantly turned ashen, his heart pounding like a drum. Stay calm, Zhao Daying reassured himself. The young master has provided me with guidance. And there are so many civil and military officials to support me. Though the situation is dire, there must be a way to salvage it. As the events unfurled, Zhao Daying, a man favored by the emperor, failed to repay his country and protect its people. Instead, he resorted to heinous acts of murder to falsely claim credit for valor, subsequently attempting to conceal his crimes through deceitful maneuvers. His transgressions were unforgivable, leading to his removal from office, confiscation of his wealth, and immediate arrest, with a swift execution to serve as a cautionary example. The news struck Zhao Daying like a bolt from the blue, plunging him into despair and bitterness. A wave of crimson flooded his throat, and in disbelief, he murmured that it was all falsehood. His expression morphed into one of rage, and in a fit of madness, he tore the incriminating documents to shreds. Bellowing that they were fabricated lies, his voice echoing like thunder, clearly audible to the onlookers outside. Falsehoods, ha ha ha. All of it is a fabrication, he exclaimed, casting the remnants of the documents into the air, where they fluttered down like snowflakes upon him. In a frenzied dance beneath the shower of paper, he laughed maniacally. The captain of the Jinhui, seated at a table, clapped his hands in delight, indifferent to the destruction of the official documents, as though they were mere refuse. He remarked, "General Zhao, indeed a general, with such vigor and a resounding voice." The laughter of the Jinhui and the other officials echoed in response. "I refuse to believe this is true. I demand to see Lord Yan and Lord Liu." Zhao Daying clenched his fists, his fury unabated. "It appears General Zhao requires a moment of composure," the captain of the Jinhui said nonchalantly after savoring a piece of venison. No sooner had he spoken than several fierce Jinhui and officials lunged at Zhao Daying. Although he was skilled, he was quickly overpowered, shackled, and bound. His neck in a collar and his hands and feet restrained. "Brothers, are you well fed?" the captain inquired loudly. "Well fed," the crowd responded in unison. "Then let us execute our tasks splendidly, and I shall reward you all," he commanded with a sweeping gesture. The Jinhui and officials sprang into action like seasoned brigands, ransacking the general's residence, overturning every box and cabinet, smashing vessels, and demolishing walls, leaving no stone unturned. The household servants were herded like livestock into 2 empty rooms, and the atmosphere in the estate became one of despair and lamentation. Gold, silver, antiques, paintings, jewelry, furnishings, weapons, and even items of little value were unearthed, piling high like a mountain in the courtyard. "Master, my lord, a horde of men in official garb has raided our home," the distraught Madame Zhao wept, accompanied by several maids, disheveled and hastily seeking refuge. However, upon witnessing Zhao Daying in chains, her world darkened, and she fainted, while the other maids collapsed in terror. Chapter 683, Rewards and Punishments. In a narrow alley not far from the general's mansion of Janwei, a contingent of the Jinhui, or embroidered uniform guard, arrived at the residence of Zhao Qiu, the former left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, presenting him with an official document. As a minister, Zhao Qiu did not reprimand his nephews for their misdeeds. Rather, he sought to cover up their transgressions, deceiving those in higher authority, thus betraying the dignity of his position. The Jinhui apprehended him, stripping him of his title and reducing him to a common citizen, subjecting him to public caning outside the Woman Gate as a warning to others. Upon receiving the document and glancing at it, Zhao Qiu felt a rush of anger as he read through its contents, veins bulging on his forehead. A sardonic smile crept across his face as he exclaimed with a voice that seemed to resonate from the depths of the abyss, tossing the document carelessly onto his desk. "Ah, very well." The captain of the Jinhui approached Zhao Qiu, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. "My lord, I am merely carrying out orders." "I beg your pardon." Soon, the former left assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Zhao Qiu, was bound and taken to the Woman Gate by the Jinhui. This scene mirrored events that had transpired at the homes of Zhang Shicha, the director of the Ministry of War's Treasury Department, as well as Zhao Guangming and Wang Dalu, who were also found guilty of abusing their power and neglecting their duties. They treated the law as a mere jest, and henceforth, they were stripped of their positions and subjected to public caning outside the Woman Gate to serve as an example. The Jinhui read the official document in their presence before binding them and escorting them to the woman for their punishment. Injustice. Injustice. It was all forced upon me by Lord Zhao. I am but a minor official, powerless to resist. Regret fills my heart. I lament my previous decisions. The treachery of Zhao has led to my downfall. In that moment, despair echoed throughout their residences, as Zhang Shicha, Zhao Guangming, and Wang Dalu lamented their fates, expressing outrage and regret. But it was too late. They were all inevitably taken by the Jinyui to the woman. Outside the woman gate of the Forbidden City, the appointed officials were in place, led by a middle-aged eunuch with a pale complexion and no beard, hailing from the Imperial Ritual Department of the Ming Dynasty. He sat at a small table on the west side of the steps, his boots positioned in a V shape. Behind him stood several young eunuchs. 30 brightly clad Jinyui, armed with wooden rods, formed two lines. The rods were not ordinary. They were crafted from century-old chestnut wood, one and shaped into a mallet, encased in iron, with barbed iron hoops wrapped around them, stained with remnants of blood, creating a fearsome sight. Additionally, nearly 100 officers were present, all shouting commands. The execution was carried out by the Jinyui, who were tasked with loudly proclaiming the orders of the eunuchs from the Imperial Ritual Department, amplifying the atmosphere of intimidation. At that moment, a dispatch was being sent at full gallop to Yunmeng County, situated 100 miles away, delivering an unexpected surprise to the county magistrate, Ding Wei. As a local authority, he had failed to uphold justice for his people, allowing the innocent to be wrongfully imprisoned, resulting in the tragic fate of 59 souls from the Li family village, whose deaths remained unresolved. His sins were unforgivable. Henceforth, he was stripped of his title and exiled to the southern marshes, with his estate seized to compensate the wronged citizens of Li family village. Zhao Qiu and the others were bound and taken to their designated positions outside the woman, face down on the ground, lifting their shirts and lowering their trousers. The punishment was about to commence. The eunuch of the Imperial Secretariat, holding an official document, stood firmly in place, his toes turned outward, and calmly issued a command. Nearly 100 captains echoed his call, shouting, "Strike!" The enforcers of the punishment, clad in brocade, discreetly glanced at the eunuch's stance, understanding the unspoken cue. Grasping the ceremonial staff, they stepped out of formation, advancing to Zhao Qiu and his companions, placing the staff upon their thighs. "Strike!" The eunuch commanded once more. "Strike!" The captains resounded with fervor, their voices booming like thunder outside the Meridian Gate, instilling a tremor in the hearts of the onlookers. The enforcers raised the staff high into the sky and then brought it crashing down, instantly blossoming a crimson flower upon the thighs of Zhao Qiu and the others. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, soaring into the heavens, as Zhao Qiu and his companions were bound and brought to the Meridian Gate. A similar cry echoed within the listening rain pavilion of the Duke of Linhuai's residence, startling the cicadas outside into silence. Zhu Pingan, fresh from his bath and ritual cleansing, was now gritting his teeth as he scrutinized the official document, realizing that the cry had originated from him. "By what right? By what right?" he muttered through clenched teeth, his finger pointing accusingly at a line in the document that read, "For rewards and punishments, the Hanlin Academy's reader Zhu Pingan is to be fined 1 year's salary." "What's the fuss about?" Li Shu rolled her eyes adorably, her gaze as clear as crystal submerged in water, her rosy lips pouting slightly in playful reproach. "What is the fuss about? Wait, have you already seen this document?" Zhu Pingan paused, catching the implication in her tone, and looked up at her. The subtext of her words clearly indicated that Li Shu was aware of the document's content. Otherwise, why would she use the phrase, "What's the fuss about"? Only someone familiar with the memorial's content would utter such a phrase. Yes, while you were bathing," Li Shu replied, blinking her glistening eyes innocently, nodding her head with a charming smile that curved her lips beautifully. "Why didn't you bathe, change, cleanse your hands, and light incense?" Zhu Pingan questioned, a dark line appearing on his face. "I already bathed this morning, and changing, cleansing my hands, and lighting incense is quite quick, since there was nothing else to do. I just took a look for you," Li Shu answered, adopting a demure demeanor, her smile radiant, revealing dimples on her cheeks, both charming and enchanting. This enchantress. Zhu Pingan was momentarily at a loss for words. "It's just a fine of 1 year's salary," Li Shu said dismissively, pursing her lips. "Just as you say." "It's so simple," Zhu Pingan retorted, shaking his head in disbelief. "A year's fine means a full year of working for the court without a single coin to show for it, rising early and toiling late for an entire year, only to end up empty-handed." A melody inexplicably surfaced in his mind. What grievances do I have against you, that you give me nothing, not even 100 coins? While my necklace costs over 2,000. In the realm of governance, one may refrain from gifting leaders, but how can one avoid the exchanges of human sentiment? The customary gifts and contributions? It seems that the pursuit of wealth must be prioritized. Zhu Pingan certainly did not wish to become a kept man. Moreover, he needed to extend his congratulations to his husband for rising within the cabinet. Li Shu, with her charming demeanor, leaned closer to Zhu Pingan, her sparkling eyes blinking playfully. Her delicate hands, resembling those of a young man, clasped together as she teasingly remarked, "But he is merely a minor official in the cabinet, hardly a figure of prominence. Merely serving tea and running errands for the grand ministers." Zhu Pingan shook his head in silent disbelief, a wry smile gracing his lips. Chapter 684. The youth should not be overly arrogant. What power could a mere sixth-rank official wield with a letter of impeachment? Especially when the target of this impeachment was supported by the leading faction in the cabinet. It was akin to an ant attempting to shake a great tree, an absurdity beyond measure. To the onlookers, success seemed utterly unattainable, and they awaited the spectacle of this minor sixth-rank official-less folly. However, the outcome left them astounded. In just one day, 1 third-rank, 1 fifth-rank, and 2 sixth-rank officials were stripped of their positions and publicly punished outside the Wu Gate. Another 7th rank was also demoted to a commoner and sent to the military, while a 5th rank official faced capital punishment, executed swiftly. In total, 1 third rank, 2 fifth rank, 2 sixth rank, and 1 7th rank officials had all fallen beneath the influence of this inconspicuous 6th rank official, merely due to his singular letter of impeachment. Such efficiency rendered the officials of the Ming dynasty, including those from the censorate and the 6 departments, utterly abashed. For them, a lifetime of efforts as censors paled in comparison to the achievements of this insignificant 6th rank official's solitary missive. Luo Jiabin and his cousin Zhang Hujiang, both officials within the censorate, were indulging in drinks at home and inevitably began to discuss this matter. It's quite laughable that this pest, gnawing at the foundations of the court, was captured by a mere pup. Does it not reflect poorly on us, the cats? Luo Jiabin toasted Zhang Hujiang, who after sipping his drink, remarked contemplatively, "If it were just a pup, it would not be so alarming. The real issue is that it caught a whole litter of 6 rats, one of which was a cunning rat." Zhang Hujiang expressed his astonishment upon first hearing the news. After a moment of reflection, Luo Jiabin shook his head with a sigh. "Indeed, it is shameful. How many cats, in their entire lives, have failed to catch such a number of significant rats, let alone a cunning one? We must strive harder, lest we appear utterly ineffectual." "Indeed," Zhang Hujiang nodded in agreement, turning his gaze towards Luo Jiabin. "There's no time like the present. We have been watching that rat's den long enough." Luo Jiabin squinted thoughtfully. Thus, the 2 cousins, fueled by their spirits, drafted an impassioned letter of impeachment, eloquently composed, and promptly affixed their signatures. Without delay, they sent it off. It was said that on this day, the office of the Minister of Justice received several times the usual number of impeachment letters, leaving the officials bewildered, unable to comprehend the frenzy among the censors, who had collectively inundated the office with their accusations. Today, a private gathering was also taking place at the residence of the Deputy Censor-in-Chief, Yan Maoqing. The gathering was intimate, with a few close friends in attendance, including the Deputy Minister of Justice, Wang Xue, the Right Assistant Censor-in-Chief, Zhang Guangjing, and the Deputy Minister of Works, Zhao Wenhua. This table was comprised of officials at the deputy ministerial level, all sharing a common bond as members of the strict faction. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies and fine spirits, as Yan Maoqing and others engaged in conversation while sipping their drinks, discussing the events of the day. They were well aware of the deeper implications surrounding the Zhao Daying case. Had it not been for the disturbance it caused to His Majesty, Zhao Qiu and the others would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Wang Xue, the Deputy Minister of the Criminal Ministry, poured a drink for each of the attendees, expressing his regrets. Although Wang Xue occupied a position not far removed from Yan Maoqing and the others, he was actually ranked higher than Zhang Guangjing, the Right Assistant Censor, yet his experience within the Yan faction was considerably lacking. Zhao Wenhua, being the adopted son of Yan Song, had recognized Yan Song as his adoptive father over 2 decades ago. Yan Maoqing had allied himself with Yan Song and Yan Shifan for more than 10 years during his official tenure, while Zhang Guangjing, though an old hand within the Yin faction, had ascended the ranks at a slower pace due to his limited capabilities. Wang Shuwei had only recently integrated into the Yin faction, thus his seniority was significantly less. However, within the faction, seniority held substantial importance, with experience. Promotion was merely a matter of time, which is why Wang Shuwei found himself seated at the lowest position. Zhao Daying had brought this upon himself, daring to commit murder under the guise of heroism and deceiving Lord Yin, which led to Lord Yin having to plead for forgiveness from His Majesty. Fortunately, His Majesty's keen discernment led to no reproach for the Lord. Instead, he was commended for his sense of responsibility. Zhang Guangjing shook his head and smirked, revealing a hint of schadenfreude regarding the misfortune of Zhao Daying and his nephew. Zhao Wenhua cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Guangjing without uttering a word. The latter's attitude was not difficult to trace, as the Yin faction was not a monolith, but rather a battleground of rivalries. Zhang Guangjing and Zhao Qiu belonged to opposing factions, and their rivalry had been exacerbated by competition for the position of left Deputy Minister of War, in which Zhang Guangjing had not contended against Zhao Qiu. Thus, witnessing Zhao Qiu's demotion to a commoner brought Zhang Guangjing a sense of delight. In retrospect, while I once could not rival you, now I remain the right assistant censor while you have been entirely stripped of your title. When Yin Maoqing oversees the salt administration of the 4 regions, the position of left deputy censor will rightfully be mine. It is the one who laughs last who emerges victorious. The will of the sovereign is not something we can easily fathom. Yin Maoqing raised his teacup, lightly tapping it twice, and remarked casually, "Indeed, while Zhao Daying deserves his fate, that rascal Zhu Pingan has become excessively brazen." Fully aware that Zhao Daying was favored by the venerable Lord Yin, yet he persists in his audacity. Wang Shuwei reflected on Zhu Pingan's actions during the appeals, still vexed by the numerous humiliations he had endured at Zhu Pingan's hands. The impetuousness of youth is a common flaw. Oblivious to the long road that lies ahead, Yin Maoqing took a sip of his tea, a disdainful smile curling his lips. The road of life is indeed long. Youth should not be too reckless, Zhang Guangjing added, echoing Yin Maoqing's sentiments. At his words, Yin Maoqing and Zhang Guangjing exchanged knowing smiles, sensing a shared understanding among heroes. Indeed, esteemed Lord Yin, esteemed Lord Zhang, your insights are most profound. Throughout history, there have been numerous figures akin to the unfortunate Zhang Zhongyong, and the likes of Zhu Pingan are but a mere addition to this list. Wang Shuwei chuckled, seemingly foreseeing Zhu Pingan's impending misfortune. Zhao Wenhua at the table observed the group, nodding with a smile, lifting his teacup to savor a sip, concealing a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. The audacity to publicly bring down Zhao Qiu and his nephew's faction cannot simply be attributed to mere recklessness. If Zhu Pingan were truly a fool like Zhang Zhongyong, I would not have sought a son-in-law beneath the list of scholars. A lad who achieved the status of a scholar at 13 and became the top scholar at 14, capable of drafting such strategies against the Tartars, is hardly someone to be underestimated. The last scholar who attained recognition at 13 was none other than the influential Yang Shoufu, who wielded power over 3 dynasties. Chapter 685. Departure from the court. The case of Zhu Pingan's indictment against Zhao Daying has now been thoroughly investigated. The evidence against Zhao Daying for the murder of innocents and the false claiming of honors is irrefutable, having harmed 59 souls, including the elderly, women, and children of Lu family village, while deceitfully presenting a Tartar head as proof of merit to the authorities. Zhao Qiu, the left vice minister of war, and others have shielded Zhao Daying, treating the law with disdain, devoid of any sense of ministerial integrity, warranting legal consequences. Zhu Pingan's contributions in the indictment have been recognized, granting him an additional position as the cabinet's chief of justice. However, he has also been reprimanded for his reckless remarks and actions. A balance of reward and punishment has been established, resulting in a year-long reduction of Zhu Pingan's salary. Zhu Pingan placed the official document on the table, his expression reflecting considerable dismay over the year-long salary deduction. Given that his remuneration was already modest, the penalty felt akin to a painful incision. How could a salary cut of an entire year not feel like a severance of flesh? Li Shuhong, with her rosy lips slightly upturned, playfully teased Zhu Pingan, her sparkling eyes glimmering like crystal submerged in water, exuding an enchanting allure. The blend of innocence and seduction embodied by Li Shu creates an exquisite charm that is difficult to resist. despite Zhu Pingan's familiarity with every inch of her skin. He found himself momentarily dazed by her captivating presence. The warrant issued by Yunmeng County was inherently flawed. Furthermore, ignorance should not be penalized with such severity. Upon regaining his composure, Zhu Pingan pursed his lips, not out of pettiness, but because he could no longer afford to be the solitary provider for his family. He had already established his own household and, as a man, he must shoulder the responsibility of supporting it. Although he still possessed 100 or so taels of silver, it was unequivocally insufficient for familial sustenance. Using the term a drop in the bucket would not be an exaggeration. Li Shu had been pampered by her wealthy father, and one could surmise that even a Ming princess might not enjoy resources as abundant as those bestowed upon her. In fact, she likely fared better. To illustrate, the cosmetics that Li Shu consumed monthly would cost no less than 10 taels of silver, not to mention her clothing and jewelry. Additionally, the expenses incurred by the household maids and guards were not trivial, given that his salary was already inadequate and now further diminished by a year-long penalty. Zhu Pingan naturally found cause for discontent. He even harbored suspicions that Emperor Jiajing, in need of funds for alchemical pursuits, was deliberately withholding his salary under false pretenses. After all, it was merely a matter of several dozen taels of silver. Upon witnessing his expression, Li Shu burst into a fit of laughter, her teeth as white as jade. In Li Shu's eyes, these several taels of silver were indeed trivial. Saving them would scarcely suffice to purchase half a year's worth of cosmetics. Zhu Pingan was acutely aware of this, and it only intensified his sense of obligation. Li's wealthy patriarch, or rather, his father-in-law, had pampered Li Shu for over a decade. Now that he had taken the reins, he could not allow this young lady to suffer any indignities. It was unthinkable for Li Shu to bear the burden of supporting the family. As a dignified man of stature, how could he become a mere dependent? If that were the case, how could he uphold his responsibilities as a husband? Thus, the tertiary industry must be swiftly established. A year's salary, whether penalized or not, served as a catalyst to motivate him toward entrepreneurship. Zhu Pingan understood well the immense profits that commerce could yield. Indeed, as Li Shu had articulated, a year's salary amounted to only a few dozen taels of silver, hardly sufficient for sustaining a household, and in relation to commercial profits, it was but a trifling sum. If punishment was to be meted out, so be it. Having come to this realization, Zhu Pingan nodded and smiled. After all, it was merely a few dozen taels of silver. Consider it a tribute to the emperor. Many wished to present gifts to the emperor, but were unable to do so. Li Shu blinked in surprise. Just moments ago, Zhu Pingan had been lamenting his financial loss, and now he seemed to have reconciled with it so swiftly. After being cooped up at home while awaiting the resolution of the case, she felt stifled and longed to venture outside. Would you care to join me? Zhu Pingan stretched lazily, loosening his muscles, and inquired of Li Shu and the maid Baozi. At his words, Li Shu's eyes sparkled, and the blend of innocence and charm in her gaze became more pronounced. Baozi, the little maid, nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains, eagerly agreeing. Under the constraints of feudal etiquette, women in ancient times were expected to remain within the confines of their homes, raised in seclusion and later confined to the inner quarters after marriage, seldom having the opportunity to witness the vastness of the outside world. Thus, festivals like the Qiqiao Festival and the Lantern Festival, which allowed them to venture out, were cherished by those confined in their chambers. No girl wishes to be locked away in a secluded courtyard, no matter how enriching domestic life may be. The monotony of day-to-day existence becomes unbearable over time, a habit formed out of necessity. After a fleeting moment of brightness in her eyes, Li Shu shook her head. Perhaps not today. I received word when I paid my respects to grandmother yesterday. My elder sister is returning to the manor today, and grandmother wishes for us sisters to accompany her. Oh, of course, Baozi replied, her head drooping like a frostbitten eggplant. That's all right. Today I shall venture out to see what delightful treats and amusements await, and I will take you with me tomorrow, Zhu Pingan said with a gentle smile. Li Shu rolled her eyes playfully at the thought of food, while Baozi nodded enthusiastically, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons, her cherubic face flushed with excitement. Where are the delectable treats and amusements? I wish to go as well. Suddenly, the clamorous voice of a child echoed from outside, and a boisterous little boy squeezed through the door like a bouncing ball. I want to go too, chimed in the little girl Nyonyo, who followed closely behind, greeting Li Shu and Zhu Pingan with decorum. No, you cannot accompany us today, Your elder sister is returning to the manor, Li Shu gently admonished them. I don't want to be with my elder sister. She is always scolding me with that stern face, 100 times more serious than the teacher. I absolutely refuse to play with her, even if it means my life. The mischievous child's head bobbed like a tambourine, his plump face jiggling akin to a bulldog's. The mere thought of his elder sister caused his calves to cramp in resistance. She held a disdain for Nyo, derogatorily labeling her as the spawn of a lowly person. Little Nyo lowered her head, her round, expressive eyes tinged with red, resembling a little rabbit on the verge of tears, evoking a pang of sympathy in those who beheld her. She was, in fact, united in spirit with the mischievous child. Oh dear, if the matron were to overhear this, one could only imagine the consequences. After all, the young lady was the legitimate firstborn of the matron. Zhu Pingan cast a silent glance at the mischievous child, resigning himself to the thought of taking them out. After all, their absence would not be sorely missed. He lifted little Nyo into his arms and addressed Li Shu. Very well, I shall inform grandmother and aunt when the time comes. Li Shu nodded in agreement. She was well aware of some matters within the household. Leaving these two children, particularly the mischievous one, was likely to stir up trouble. I trust Nyo. But be vigilant with Rue Gur. He can be quite the handful, Li Shu cautioned as Zhu Pingan led the two children out. Rest assured, Zhu Pingan replied, nodding, as he guided the exuberant mischievous child and little Nyo outside. Chapter 686. Holding a mischievous child in one hand and a little girl in the other, the sun blazed brilliantly in the sky. The clouds seemingly evaporated, leaving a clear expanse of azure, illuminating the earth and creating a warm ambience, albeit softened by a gentle breeze. The willows along the roadside swayed gracefully, reminiscent of a maiden's slender waist. Zhu Pingan held little Nyo in one hand and the bouncy, mischievous child Rui Gur in the other, leisurely strolling along the streets of the capital beneath the shade of the willow trees. Despite the warmth, the streets were bustling with activity. Throngs of people weaving through the thoroughfare, with palanquins and carriages continuously traversing, each engaged in their own pursuits. On either side of the street, shops lined up in succession, selling fabrics and silks, cosmetics, and stationery, creating a vibrant tapestry of commerce. Vendors called out their wares, and the business of roadside shops thrived, painting a picture of prosperity. As Zhu Pingan strolled, he observed the shops on either side, noting their locations, the nature of their trades, the general price range of their goods, customer traffic, and marketing strategies. The thriving commercial scene in the capital filled him with satisfaction. It was indeed a period marked by the burgeoning of capitalism, the development of the market exceeding his expectations. The purchasing power of the citizens of the capital also pleased Zhu Pingan. As the economic and political heart of the Ming dynasty, the inhabitants were relatively affluent, their consumer mindset far surpassing that of the rural villages. The level of wealth and capital accumulation exceeded Zhu Pingan's anticipations. Indeed, he found much to admire. Some might argue that ancient prohibitions against officials engaging in trade are a narrow perspective, while Confucian thought opposed officials competing with the populace for profit. The prohibition itself was never truly enforced. Throughout history, the wealth amassed by officials through commerce was a common occurrence, particularly during the Ming dynasty, where the prevalence of officials in trade reached unprecedented levels, becoming a prevalent trend. Zhu Pingan harbored no concerns about the discovery of his side ventures or potential criticism. The Great Ming Code prohibits officials of the fourth rank and above from engaging in commerce, yet there are no such restrictions on those of lower ranks. Should his extracurricular activities be uncovered, he would merely face disdain from self-righteous peers, as merchants, being at the bottom of the societal hierarchy, are often looked down upon by the scholar gentry class. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of conducting his business with integrity. Unlike certain officials who exploit their authority to oppress the populace and reap exorbitant profits. As Zhu Pingan observed the marketplace, a porter leisurely drove a donkey cart past them, laden with watermelons that were large and round, resembling oversized spheres. The vibrant green rinds were adorned with stripes of white, reminiscent of tiger skin. Among the melons was one halved, revealing its succulent, crimson flesh, from which sweet juice trickled, exuding an enticing aroma. The young boy, already salivating at the sight, swallowed hard, yearning to leap onto the cart and indulge in the fruits. However, he was acutely aware that the delights of the outside world required money, which he had not brought. As a young master of the Linhuai Marquisate, He had grown accustomed to having everything he desired without the need for currency. A habit that left him unprepared for today's outing with Nyonyo, meant to evade his elder sister's scrutiny. Had he anticipated this excursion, he certainly would have brought an ample supply of pocket money, as he possessed a considerable stash of private funds, albeit left behind today. Thus, he reluctantly turned to his less favored brother-in-law for assistance. "Brother-in-law, do you think the watermelons on your cart are delicious?" he inquired, swallowing hard and feigning indifference. Though his eager expression betrayed him, he almost blurted out a more familiar, unrefined term before catching himself and promptly correcting it. The watermelons on the cart were indeed impressive, their size and clarity of pattern striking, the stems curling in an appealing manner, while the vibrant red flesh promised a refreshing sweetness that would soothe the throat and delight the senses. Zhu Pingan cast a glance at the boy, a slight smile playing on his lips, and with a voice as melodious and magnetic as a well-crafted tale, he exaggeratedly described the melon's allure. The vivid imagery and perfectly timed delivery ignited the boy's cravings deep within, prompting another involuntary swallow. "Well then, shall we taste them?" he suggested nonchalantly, though his round face was fixed on Zhu Pingan with eagerness. Regrettably, Zhu Pingan shrugged, his hands open in a casual gesture. "I'm afraid I have no money." "You must be joking. Who goes out without money?" the boy retorted incredulously. The mischievous child, with his chubby face, pouted and grumbled as he gazed at the donkey cart selling watermelons parked a short distance away. He was too stubborn to believe that Zhu Pingan, an adult, could venture out without any money. Folding his arms and refusing to move, he questioned, "Are you even human?" Zhu Pingan cast a sidelong glance at the child and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I am human." The child lifted his plump face, feigning offense at Zhu Pingan's words. "Did you bring any money?" Zhu Pingan inquired lazily. The child, lacking confidence, admitted, "I did not." However, a moment later he lifted his face again, asserting, "I'm a child. Children don't need to carry money. But you're an adult. How could you leave the house without any?" "Yet, I truly did not bring any," Zhu Pingan insisted, crouching down to place a hand on the child's shoulder with earnestness. "You may search me if you wish." After saying this, he stood up, supporting the child's waist and extending his arms wide. "You're lying. I don't believe you." The child vigorously shook his chubby face and began to pat down Zhu Pingan. First, he searched Zhu Pingan's sleeves, turning them inside out, but found no money. Then he searched around Zhu Pingan's waist, also discovering nothing. After several thorough searches, the child found himself empty-handed. "Why don't you carry any money?" he asked, disappointment written all over his face, ultimately resigning to follow Zhu Pingan. After walking for a short while, a bare-chested vendor appeared, balancing a vibrant array of candied hawthorns on a straw target. The sugary treats trembled enticingly with each step of the vendor, captivating the little girl, Nyonyo, whose eyes lit up as she sucked on her finger, resembling a playful kitten. "Do you want to eat some, Nyonyo?" Zhu Pingan asked with a gentle smile. The little girl instinctively nodded but then shook her head, aware that Zhu Pingan had no money. "Vendor selling candied hawthorns." Zhu Pingan called out to the seller. "Coming right up," the vendor replied, approaching with the sweets. "I'll take a skewer." Zhu Pingan selected the most tempting candied hawthorn from the vendor's display and placed it into Nyonyo's hands. "You didn't bring any money." The child tugged at Zhu Pingan's sleeve, quietly reminding him. Yet, in the next moment, the child watched in disbelief as Zhu Pingan crouched down, reached to his own side, and retrieved a money pouch embroidered with a chubby duck. From it, he pulled out some coins. At that instant, the child felt as if the world had turned dark. "How could you keep the money pouch at my waist? How shameless can you be? You have money and yet refuse to buy for me," he exclaimed, resembling an irate bull. "Those who accomplish great deeds often possess such audacity," Zhu Pingan remarked casually, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he affectionately ruffled the child's hair. "You truly are a handful. Do you want one?" Zhu Pingan teased, waving another candied hawthorn in front of the child, a playful smirk on his face. "Yes." The child eagerly extended his hand. Zhu Pingan deftly evaded the child's grasp with a chuckle, asking, "What was it you just said about me?" "You're truly a wonderful brother-in-law," the child retorted through clenched teeth. Quite obedient, Zhu Pingan handed a candied hawthorn to the mischievous child, playfully pinching his chubby little face, his smile radiating warmth. Chapter 687, Seeking Business Opportunities. As the child indulged in the candied hawthorn, he pouted and chewed with gusto, as if the fragmented treat in his mouth were his thick-skinned brother-in-law. However, Zhu Pingan's gesture of purchasing a few snacks for the little girl alongside the child led to a complete transformation in the boy's demeanor. He merrily chanted the words brother-in-law with glee, having long forgotten the earlier slight. Truly, affection is often swayed by indulgence. Zhu Pingan cast a glance at the grinning child and shook his head with a smile. In the summer of the Grand Ming capital, while air conditioning and fans were absent, a plethora of cold beverages thrived. Streets lined with tea houses, taverns, and vendors offered a variety of chilled drinks, including sweetened mung bean, watermelon juice, snow pear juice, ginger honey, lychee dew, and plum wine, rivaling the modern selection of frozen delights. In addition to these beverages, shaved ice was available, garnished with sugar and spices, serving as a precursor to contemporary ice cream. Nonetheless, the price of shaved ice was considerably higher than that of cold drinks, making it a luxury that only the affluent and nobility could afford. Zhu Pingan led the child and the little girl into a tea stall selling shaved ice, ordering 3 portions to compare the ancient treat with its modern counterpart. The shaved ice, served in delicate porcelain bowls, was mixed with fruit juices, sugar, milk, and spices, resembling a mound of rice in appearance. It fell short of the semi-solid form of modern ice cream, and Zhu Pingan found the taste rather disappointing. Conversely, the child and the little girl relished their servings, particularly the boy, whose face was smeared with the remnants of his treat. Observing the other patrons at the stall, who savored their desserts with evident satisfaction, one could sense an air of exclusivity, akin to a heavenly delicacy seldom encountered on earth. Zhu Pingan pondered how they might react to the modern luxury of Häagen-Dazs. The challenge did not appear insurmountable. Although Zhu Pingan lacked expertise in chemistry, he was well aware of the method of utilizing nitrate to absorb heat and create ice. While ancient peoples had long mastered the art of harvesting ice in winter for summer use, this method was costly and accessible only to the wealthy. Aside from ice stored in this manner, the only other source was that derived from the nitrate process, which emerged during the late Tang dynasty when the extraction of nitrate for gunpowder inadvertently revealed its cooling properties. However, judging by the market prices for shaved ice and cold beverages, it seemed that few possessed the knowledge of the nitrate method, as the costs were exorbitantly high, far exceeding those of modern ice cream, suggesting that even if the technique were known, it remained rudimentary. With the method of ice making using saltpeter, coupled with Zhu Pingan's extensive knowledge as a seasoned gourmet regarding the modern techniques of ice cream production, the general process involves combining ice, milk, fruit preserves, starch, and eggs, and whisking them together. Within approximately half an hour, a semi-frozen ice cream is formed, which can then be encased in a delicate crispy egg wafer cone. Although he does not engage in making it himself in the present day, Zhu Pingan is confident that with a few attempts, he could successfully create ice cream that would undoubtedly surpass the shaved ice he currently possesses. If modern ice cream were to grace the Ming dynasty, it would certainly compete favorably against the traditional shaved ice of that era, albeit it remains merely an alternative. "Brother-in-law, I still want to eat more," the child exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, the bowl of shaved ice belonging to the boisterous child had been completely devoured, while the little girl, Nyo, still had half a bowl remaining. The eager child gazed longingly at Zhu Pingan. Children cannot indulge in such excessive amounts of shaved ice. It could upset their stomachs. Zhu Pingan remarked with a gentle smile, glancing at the child. "There are plenty of delicious treats on the street. Save some room in your stomach, and I will take you to try something else shortly." Although another bowl of shaved ice was not in the cards, the prospect of further culinary adventures delighted the child, who began licking the remnants from his bowl. After finishing the shaved ice, Zhu Pingan guided the exuberant children as they continued their leisurely stroll. Thanks to the snacks, neither of the little ones felt fatigued, especially the boisterous child, who bounded joyfully ahead. They meandered slowly towards the Eastern District. The area around Kawaman in the Eastern District is known for its economic prosperity, ranking among the most bustling parts of the capital, second only to the 3 primary gates. Zhu Pingan carefully led the children away from the bustling traffic, finding refuge in the shade of trees as they observed the vibrant surroundings. From his shaded vantage point, Zhu Pingan gazed towards Kawaman, realizing that the flow of people and vehicles entering and exiting was ceaseless. Grain transport wagons continuously arrived, alongside officials departing the capital and others arriving for court audiences, as merchants traversed southward and returned northward, all passing through Kawaman. The scene bore a resemblance to a modern train station, with a constant ebb and flow of humanity. Zhu Pingan understood that the prosperity of the Kawaman area was largely due to the Grand Canal, which was established during the Sui dynasty and serves as the economic lifeline of the empire, transporting the grain required for the capital via its waterways. During the Yuan dynasty, Guo Shoujing oversaw the excavation of the Tonghui River, known in the Ming dynasty as the Imperial River, which connected with the Grand Canal. Thus, grain-laden vessels from the south could navigate the Grand Canal to reach Zhengjiabuan in Tongzhou, and then continue along the Tonghui River, ultimately arriving at the Kawaman Wharf in the capital. Kawaman serves as the essential gateway for grain entering the city, after being unloaded from the grain ships at the wharf. It is loaded onto carts and transported through Kawaman into the city, where it is stored in various granaries before reaching the tables of countless households through local merchants. Every morsel of food consumed by the citizens of the capital passes through this gateway. With such a high volume of foot traffic, this area is undoubtedly ripe with opportunities. Zhu Pingan surveyed the surroundings and mused that, indeed, what he could conceive was also within the grasp of ancient minds, as evidenced by the multitude of shops in the vicinity. Come, let us explore further ahead, he suggested. Zhu Pingan cradled the little girl in one arm, while guiding the mischievous boy with the other, leisurely making his way towards Qihua Gate beneath the shade of trees. As he proceeded, he observed that a significant portion of the crowd consisted of porters unloading cargo at the docks. Indeed, regardless of the merchants' dealings, the transport of grain, or contributions from various regions, Qihua Gate served as an indispensable thoroughfare for goods traversing the Jinghang Grand Canal. The volume of cargo arriving at Qihua Gate was immense, necessitating manual labor for offloading and subsequent loading onto carriages. Before even nearing Qihua Gate, Zhu Pingan could already hear the synchronized shouts of the porters and their calls announcing the arrival of ship cargo. As he approached the vicinity of the Qihua Gate docks, he noticed numerous eateries offering a variety of foods: steamed buns, dumplings, stir-fried rice and noodles, meat soups, tofu desserts, rice cakes, and more. The laborers, having completed their tasks, draped towels over their shoulders and gathered in groups to seek sustenance, as replenishing their energy was crucial after a day of hard work. The mischievous boy, captivated by the colorful array of food stalls, salivated profusely. It was precisely noon, and with a glance at the drooling child, Zhu Pingan smiled gently. Clutching the little girl and guiding the boy, he made his way to a nearby restaurant. This area boasted a plethora of dining establishments, varying in size, with 5 or 6 of them being relatively large. Zhu Pingan chose the most prominent and busiest one, approaching it with the little girl in his arms and the boy in tow. A large sign adorned the front of the restaurant, elegantly displaying the characters 10 miles of fragrance, fluttering in the breeze. 2 couplets, weathered by time, flanked the entrance. The first proclaimed, "1,000 families sing the praises of this establishment," while the second declared, "A jar opens to release 10 miles of fragrance." Upon entering, Zhu Pingan discovered a spacious interior filled with square tables, each surrounded by 4 long benches. After a rough count, he estimated there to be around 17 or 18 tables in the main dining area, excluding private rooms. Most patrons were laborers and porters, creating a lively atmosphere indicative of a thriving business. Perhaps due to the bustling crowd, no waitstaff immediately attended to Zhu Pingan and his companions upon their arrival. Suddenly, the boy stumbled as he took a step, almost losing his balance, but Zhu Pingan swiftly caught him, preventing a fall. It turned out the floor had been soiled with spilled vegetable soup, left unattended. The boy, noticing the mess, rubbed his little boots against the ground in an attempt to clean them, yet the floor was only marginally cleaner, resulting in a further smearing of his boots. Much to his dismay, finding a vacant table, Zhu Pingan settled the 2 children before scanning the menu hanging on the wall. The prices in this establishment were comparable to, if not slightly higher than, those in the capital, likely due to its advantageous location. Given the high customer traffic, the demand for meals here exceeded the supply, leading the proprietors to adjust their prices accordingly. After perusing the menu, Zhu Pingan signaled for a server to attend to them. With a hesitant smile, the attendant approached the 3 guests, draped in a white towel over his shoulder, inquiring about their orders. "We would like to have your signature roasted chicken, a plate of longjing shrimp, a serving of fresh bamboo shoots with mushrooms, a dish of 10 fragrant vegetables, and 3 of your specialty oil pancakes," Zhu Pingan decided, taking into account the suggestions of the 2 younger companions. He then requested the attendant to pour 3 bowls of tea to refresh their palates. Under the blazing sun, the heat was unbearable, leading to an accelerated loss of bodily fluids. To prevent heat stroke, it was essential to drink plenty of water to maintain internal hydration, especially for the two youngsters who needed to bolster their resilience. The attendant reminded them, tea costs 2 per pot. How surprising, Zhu Pingan remarked, glancing at the menu on the wall, where he indeed found the note stating that tea was charged separately. With a slight smirk, he replied, very well. I shall have a pot of tea. Certainly, your roasted chicken, longjing shrimp, fresh bamboo shoots with mushrooms, 10 fragrant vegetables, 3 oil pancakes. And a pot of tea will be ready shortly, the attendant noted aloud before heading to the kitchen. However, despite the promise of prompt service, a considerable wait ensued before the tea finally arrived, with the dishes trailing behind in their delivery. Zhu Pingan noticed that other patrons were similarly affected, facing delays in their meals. Some expressed their impatience, while others resigned themselves to nibbling on steamed buns and fiddling with their chopsticks. Eventually, the dishes began to arrive, with the roasted chicken presented neatly in a platter. Zhu Pingan, perhaps influenced by Li Shu's discerning palate, found the flavor of the establishment rather unimpressive. Disgusting, he muttered, disappointment weighing heavily on his heart. The young boy waited eagerly for his beloved chicken, but upon tasting it, he promptly spat it out. The little girl, Nyo, although silent, chewed on a piece of chicken for what felt like an eternity, unable to swallow. Ugh, it's too salty, the boy exclaimed after trying another dish, quickly switching to another plate, only to repeat the same distasteful reaction, wiping his mouth incessantly. Glancing at the remaining 2 dishes, the boy merely grimaced at their appearance, lacking any desire to lift his chopsticks. One bite leads to another spit. Is this an attempt to ruin our dining experience? The 2 attendants exchanged glances, their white towels draped over their shoulders, approaching with intentions to address the uproar. What are you staring at? Do you dare to provoke me into demolishing your shabby establishment? The boy's temper flared as he spotted the attendants, his indignation boiling over. How could you serve such abominable food? He fumed, his chubby face contorting with displeasure, glaring at them with narrowed eyes. The 2 attendants, taken aback by the boy's fiery demeanor, stood frozen in shock. Upon observing the attire of the mischievous child, adorned in luxurious garments and exquisite leather boots, one could easily discern that he hails from a wealthy family. On the other side, the little girl presents a perfectly sculpted visage, a delicate beauty that only affluent families could nurture. Moreover, let us not overlook the young gentleman situated between them. Despite his ordinary appearance, he exudes a commanding presence that surpasses even that of their affluent patron, embodying the aura of a person of high status. The 2 attendants hesitated, feeling a sense of apprehension in their presence. Who could foresee the next course of events? Zhu Pingan pinched the chubby cheeks of the mischievous child, imparting a lesson on the importance of valuing food. Although the dishes served in the establishment were not particularly palatable, they were far from inedible, and it was imperative to cultivate a habit of not wasting food. Every morsel signifies hard work. The mischievous child wriggled free from Zhu Pingan's grasp. Then let us not waste, he declared. Zhu Pingan affectionately ruffled the child's hair, offering a gentle smile. The mischievous child, with a furrowed brow and puffed cheeks, began to munch, displaying a countenance that suggested the food was unappetizing. Well done, Zhu Pingan remarked with a chuckle upon witnessing this. At that moment, as if just noticing the 2 attendants, Zhu Pingan looked up and inquired nonchalantly, "Do you have something to say?" "And no, esteemed guest, please enjoy your meal," the attendants stammered, shaking their heads vigorously. The primary focus of this meal was Zhu Pingan. The mischievous child and the little girl were merely there for the experience. As Zhu Pingan savored the roast chicken, he noticed an abundance of bones compared to the meat, prompting a bemused shake of his head. He beckoned one of the attendants over, requesting, "Please summon your manager." "What can I do for you, esteemed guest?" the manager inquired upon arrival. "Excuse me, is this one roast chicken?" Zhu Pingan asked, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Just one." The manager appeared bewildered. "One chicken? There are far too many bones for a single chicken. I have encountered 4 chicken feet, and the neck. There seems to be more than one neck here," Zhu Pingan remarked, gesturing with his chopsticks towards the chicken on the plate, his expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. Coughing slightly, the manager stammered, "How did this happen? How could you serve dishes meant for other guests?" The manager's face flushed with embarrassment as he chastised the nearby attendant, instructing him to promptly bring forth another roast chicken, cautioning, "Make sure it's one whole chicken this time. Do not make another mistake." Chapter 689. the cannon fire of the Western Garden after finishing their lunch. Zhu Pingan settled the bill. The manager approached with a smile, saying, "I initially intended to offer you a discount, but it just so happens to be exactly 200 coins, making it impossible to do so." Upon hearing this, the little girl, Nyo, rolled her eyes dramatically. "How insincere!" The mischievous child scoffed, dismissing the manager with a wave of his chubby face. "This is simple. I am still hungry. Just bring me 2 more buns, and you can apply the discount." Zhu Pingan gently tousled the mischievous child's hair and looked up at the manager, a radiant smile illuminating his face, embodying the innocence of a sunny boy. Coughing again, the manager, looking somewhat taken aback, darkened his expression and instructed the attendant to fetch 2 meat buns from the kitchen. After a brief moment, Zhu Pingan led the 2 little ones out of the eatery, carrying 2 meat buns wrapped in mulberry leaf paper. Inside the establishment, the proprietor wore a face etched with frustration. Once outside, the mischievous children gazed up at Zhu Pingan with adoration, while the little girl, Nyo, looked at him with sparkling eyes. It was they who had deceptively used chicken frames to masquerade as chicken meat, taking advantage of customers. Thus, I merely imparted a small lesson. We must not emulate their ways. Integrity is paramount in our actions. Without trust, a person cannot stand, and without trust, a business cannot thrive. Ultimately, their establishment will falter due to their lack of integrity. Zhu Pingan gently patted the heads of the 2 children, instilling in them the significance of honesty. The children, though bewildered, nodded in understanding. After walking for a while, Zhu Pingan gifted one of the meat buns to a laborer holding a small child, engaging in casual conversation with him. He learned that the laborer, named Zhang Daying, hailed from a village 10 miles outside the capital. Last August, when the troops of Anda Khan besieged the city, they devastated their village's crops, leaving them bereft of an autumn harvest. In pursuit of sustenance, the able-bodied men from their village had come to the Kawaman dock to toil for a living. Although exhausting, they could earn nearly 100 won a day, and during the grain transport season, they could earn even more than they had ever made from farming previously. Thus, since last year, the strong men from their village had been coming to the dock to earn extra income during the off-season. When the conversation turned to food, Zhang Daying expressed his concerns. They would eat breakfast at home before heading to the dock, indulging in only 1 meal there. However, even that single meal weighed heavily on their hearts. The prices at this eatery were steep, and in their quest for more working hours, they had no choice but to dine here, as they lacked the time to venture elsewhere. For laborers, it was essential to be well fed, yet, to satiate their hunger, they would need to consume at least 4 or 5 buns, and simply eating would not suffice. A modest portion of vegetables and a bowl of soup would cost around 21. As for meat dishes, they typically refrained from ordering them unless absolutely necessary, such as when their bodies ached from labor and they needed nourishment. Zhang Daying lamented the costs of dining out, complaining about everything charging a fee, from tea to garlic, and how the bread was often short-weighted and overpriced. The food itself was subpar, and the staff treated customers with disdain, making the dining experience feel like a hurried request for service, with dirty tables and floors adding to the discomfort. After parting ways with Zhang Daying, Zhu Pingan observed the other eateries nearby, keenly listening to the patrons' evaluations. Overall, the establishments in this area seemed to be unpopular, each displaying various issues: high prices, poor taste, unsatisfactory service, and unclean environments, among others. There were numerous problems indeed. Zhu Pingan cast a glance at the rows of eateries and sighed. Near the Kawaman city gate, there was a stall selling sugar figurines, surrounded by a throng of people. The mischievous children's eyes sparkled with excitement upon seeing it. "Come on, let us take a look," Zhu Pingan said as he picked up the little girl, leading the eager boy toward the sugar figurine stall. The candy maker is an old man with a white beard, and his stall is a rectangular cabinet mounted on a frame. This cabinet features several drawers containing maltose candy blocks and reed sticks. Beneath the cabinet lies a half-meter circular hole, which houses a small charcoal stove. Above the cabinet, a shelf displays a variety of delightful sugar figurines crafted by the old man, including charming little chickens, pigs, and rabbits that are sure to please the eye. A throng of children gathers around the stall, accompanied by some adults. The children passing by, much like playful little rascals, find themselves transfixed upon sight of the stall. Even those without money linger, captivated by the sight of the old man creating sugar figures, erupting into cheers of astonishment whenever he completes one. For those fortunate enough to purchase a figurine, Receiving it from the old man's hands is akin to receiving a certificate of achievement. Filled with pride as they bask in the envious gazes of their peers, Zhu Pingan hands money to one of the mischievous children, who then pushes through the crowd of onlookers, striding in with a sense of entitlement. Amidst envious glances from his peers, he declares, "I want 2 of the most expensive sugar figures, one for a boy and one for a girl." The old man chuckles as he accepts the money. Taking a warm piece of maltose from the glowing stove, with deft hands, he molds the maltose into a round ball, pressing a small hole into it, and then skillfully elongates it into a long tube. Bringing it to his lips, he blows gently, causing the warm maltose to expand, and soon, a vivid likeness of Neza, the third prince riding a dragon, emerges. "Here you go, little one." The mischievous child takes the Neza and another figure, presenting it to a little girl named Nyonyo, who gazes up with her round, sparkling eyes and thanks Zhu Pingan sweetly. "Thank you, brother-in-law." The mischievous child casts a resentful glance at Zhu Pingan, but the next moment, upon hearing Nyonyo's continued gratitude, his chubby face brightens, transforming into a wide smile, and he joyfully rejoins the fray of play. The innocence of childhood prompts a smile from Zhu Pingan. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoes from the distance, startling the 2 children. Zhu Pingan instinctively looks westward, while those around him seem unfazed. One person explains that as the emperor conducting drills with the palace guards in the western garden. They've been firing cannons for several days now. The invasion by the Oirat last year unsettled the emperor, and with the southern pirates causing unrest, he is training the guards to ensure the safety of the capital. Recalling what Zhang Siwei had mentioned upon his arrival in the capital, Zhu Pingan muses on the emperor's evident insecurity. He shakes his head slightly. Even with well-trained guards, how could they adequately defend the city? They merely serve to bolster the emperor's sense of security and perhaps intimidate the officials. However, the eunuchs training soldiers may lead to future calamities. Chapter 690, The Wild Has Died. After a prolonged outing, the 3 return to the residence of the Marquis of Linhuai at dusk, laden with spoils. The mischievous child clutched a wooden sword tightly, while the little girl, Nyonyo, carried a small cage containing a little white rabbit. Zhu Pingan bore a box of rouge, which he had purchased while passing by a cosmetics shop. This establishment was thriving, and upon inquiry, he discovered it was a branch of the renowned Dai Chunlin cosmetic shop from Yangzhou, now operating in the capital. Dai Chunlin is the most illustrious brand of rouge in the Ming dynasty, akin to contemporary giants such as Dior and Chanel. The rouge and powders from Dai Chunlin are tributes presented annually from Yangzhou, cherished by the noble ladies of the palace, and exceedingly sought after by common folk. This single box of rouge illuminated for Zhu Pingan the true essence of luxury, costing 2 taels of silver, equivalent to over 1,000 yuan today. In modern times, Zhu Pingan was undeniably a struggling youth, devoid of a girlfriend or even female acquaintances. Thus he lacked awareness of contemporary beauty standards and the typical expenditure on cosmetics. Nonetheless, this 2-tael box of rouge invigorated his ambition to venture into the tertiary industry. "Young master, you have returned." The loyal maid, Zizhuang, awaited at the entrance to escort the mischievous child and little Nyonyo to the eldest young lady, as commanded by the matriarch. The young lady, being particularly family-oriented, had chosen to stay at the Marquis's residence for the night. Zizhuang was tasked specifically with bringing the 2 children to meet her. Upon hearing of the young lady's extended stay, the mischievous child appeared as dejected as a frost-bitten eggplant, his expression steeped in sorrow. Little Nyonyo also wore a forlorn countenance, casting a pitiful glance at Zhu Pingan. Alas, the affairs of the inner courtyard were beyond Zhu Pingan's assistance. He could only encourage the 2 little ones to face their fate with courage through a reassuring gaze. Upon entering the rear courtyard, Zhu Pingan made his way towards the listening rain pavilion. "The young master has returned." The maid tending to the flowers first spotted Zhu Pingan, prompting the other maids in the courtyard to chatter and bow in greeting. "Is the young lady inside?" Zhu Pingan inquired with a nod and a smile. "Well, you do remember to come back," Li Shu remarked, emerging gracefully in a pale pink Han-style dress adorned with bright red plum blossoms. A light blue silk sash accentuated her delicate waist, presenting an enchanting silhouette. Accompanied by her maid, Baozi, she glided out of the room like a celestial being from a painting, casting a sparkling glance at Zhu Pingan while playfully pouting. "The young lady has kept dinner for you," Baozi chimed in, casting a gentle look at Zhu Pingan on Li Shu's behalf. "Cough, is that so? How delightful. I happen to be quite hungry." Zhu Pingan feigned enthusiasm, although he had already dined earlier. Due to the two little ones having eaten sparingly at noon, they had clamored for food during their afternoon stroll, prompting them to have an early dinner outside. However, as fate would have it, plans often go awry. Perhaps his stomach could not bear to deceive such a delicate beauty as Li Shu. Before Zhu Pingan could finish his sentence, an uncontrollable belch escaped him, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Upon witnessing this, Li Shu rolled her eyes, while the little maid in the courtyard stifled a giggle behind her hand. "Oh, this is for you. I stumbled upon a newly opened cosmetic shop while shopping, and its business was thriving, so I bought a box," Zhu Pingan said, feeling somewhat sheepish. Suddenly recalling the blush he had purchased, he approached Li Shu and presented it to her. Miss, this is from Dai Chunlin," the little maid Baozi exclaimed, her mouth agape upon seeing the design of the blush box. As Li Shu's personal attendant, Baozi was well acquainted with various cosmetics. She knew which brands were superior and which were nurturing to the skin. In modern times, Baozi would undoubtedly make an excellent beauty influencer. Recognizing the blush box at a glance, she identified it as Dai Chunlin's product. "You have quite a bit of silver, don't you, to buy this?" Li Shu said, accepting the blush. Instantly, it was as if she had sipped a fine vintage. Her fair, rosy cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her eyes narrowed into crescent moons, and her heart swelled with sweetness, even sweeter than honey, though her lips pouted in playful indignation. Such is the nature of young women. They often revel in joy yet refuse to admit it. The atmosphere became increasingly joyous as the night deepened, gradually embracing the tips of the willow branches. People began to sink slowly into the embrace of slumber. The newlywed couple, Zhu Pingan and Li Shu, began to explore the secrets of love, particularly Zhu Pingan, who savored every moment, blissfully unaware of the need for restraint. He did not quite understand how it all began, as if he were a fish swimming effortlessly through water, everything unfolding naturally. "Zhu Pingan, be gentle. We mustn't let anyone outside here," Li Shu admonished shyly, often pinching him to urge him to slow down. As Zhu Pingan busily sought to alleviate his loneliness within Li Shu, he found himself inspired by the surroundings, his mind drifting to a love poem from antiquity. The Odes of the Kingdom. "In the wilds, there lies a dead deer. In the wilds, there lies a dead deer, wrapped gently in white grass. A maiden, in the bloom of youth, is wooed by a gallant suitor. In the forest, there are sturdy trees. In the wilds, a dead deer, tightly bound with pure white grass. There stands a maiden as beautiful as jade. How art indeed springs from life." Zhu Pingan had not felt much upon reading this poem before, but now vivid images danced before his eyes. A little deer, slain in the mountains, gently wrapped in white grass by a young hunter, who, in turn, pursued a maiden whose heart fluttered with youthful affection. In the dense woods, amidst the thickets, lay the lifeless deer, tightly bound with white grass, while the maiden stood, fair-skinned and radiant as jade. "Please be gentle, dear brother, and do not disturb my hair scarf. Take care, for we do not wish to provoke the dogs nearby." The Book of Songs indeed contains numerous delightful depictions of love, reflecting the candid and innocent nature of that era. Do not be surprised, nor should you view the Book of Songs through a biased lens. Confucius himself stated that the 300 poems of the book can be summarized in one phrase: innocent thoughts, and so it is. One might imagine that Zhu Xi's complex marital life was undoubtedly dull and devoid of such scenes. Otherwise, how could he describe a playful maiden in love as merely stating her refusal? "Do not disturb my scarf, do not startle my dog," clearly conveys the idea of inviolable chastity. How could such a pure-hearted woman equate love with the notion of a crow forcing itself into a magpie's nest? Under the soft moonlight, within the chamber, the diligent maidservant, restless, twists and turns, struggling to find slumber. Chapter 691. The arrival of noble ladies in the palace. The following morning, Zhu Pingan awakens to the melodious chirping of birds. As he opens his eyes, the dazzling sunlight outside overwhelms him, causing him to instinctively close them again, shielding them from the brightness. He feels a slight difficulty in breathing, as though a heavy weight has pressed down upon him, akin to a serpent coiling around his body, smooth and slippery. A soft moan reaches his ears, and Zhu Pingan is momentarily startled, memories of the previous night flooding back to him. Upon opening his eyes once more, he discovers Li Shujiao's delicate, fair face resting on his shoulder, her hair cascading like a dark cloud against the pillow. An elegantly slender arm, reminiscent of a tender lotus, is draped across his chest, while a stunningly beautiful leg, glistening white, rests upon his abdomen. They embrace tightly, entwined in slumber, like a beautiful serpent coiling around him. To be candid, it is the hour of Chun Bo's arrival. An awakening to Li Shu's unclad form is a reaction one cannot suppress. Something's poking, Li Shu murmurs, drowsily awakening, feeling an uncomfortable sensation against her thigh, furrowing her brows. Good morning, Zhu Pingan replies, his body rigid. Good morning, Li Shu responds with half-closed eyes, still in a state of dreamy slumber, as if she has not fully awakened. It is understandable. After all, last night's revelry lasted too long, and she has not yet had enough rest. Zhu Pingan, why do you hide things while you sleep? It's so long. Aren't you afraid of hurting yourself? Feeling the discomfort against her thigh, Li Shu furrows her brows again, pouting as she questions him, then extends her delicate hand to grasp the source of the disturbance, tugging at it, as if to uncover Zhu Pingan's secret. It won't come out, Li Shu exclaims, increasing her strength. Ouch! Zhu Pingan cannot help but cry out, his brows furrowing more deeply than Li Shu's, his expression a peculiar mix of pain and embarrassment, innocence intertwined with modesty, his lips paling slightly. Li Shu raised her gaze towards Zhu Pingan and, upon noticing his peculiar expression, felt a moment of surprise. Instinctively, her delicate hand tightened around something, and as realization dawned upon her regarding what it was, her hand recoiled as if it had touched a snake, her fair complexion flushing a deep crimson. Zhu Pingan, you shameless creature, Li Shu exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and anger coloring her cheeks to the point of almost bleeding. She pouted and spat out her indignation. I am merely responding normally, Zhu Pingan retorted, equally embarrassed and incensed. What kind of normal response is that? What nonsense fills your mind? Li Shu rolled her eyes in exasperation, admonishing him. Yours, Zhu Pingan shot back. In the next moment, he begged for mercy. It hurts. Outside the bedroom, Qin Er entered the parlor and saw the anxious little maid Baozi waiting. Is the young lady and the young master not up yet? It is nearly time to pay respects to the old lady, she inquired hurriedly. Hush, keep your voice down, Baozi whispered, placing a small hand over her lips, her demeanor cautious and tense. Upon witnessing this, Qin Er quickly silenced herself. The sounds from the bedroom faintly reached their ears, and Qin Er's face flushed a deep shade of red, warmth spreading from her ears down to her neck and throughout her entire body. After a while, Li Shu's voice rang out from the bedroom, instructing Baozi and the others to enter and serve her. By the time they entered, both Zhu Pingan and Li Shu had already dressed and gotten out of bed. The room was suffused with a subtle fragrance reminiscent of chestnut blossoms. By this time, the hour to pay respects to the old lady had passed, but Li Shu paid it little mind. While Baozi and Qin Er attended to her, she sent a maid to the old lady to report her ill health, promising to pay her respects later. The young lady has grown even more beautiful, Baozi remarked while serving Li Shu, her admiration evident. Indeed, the young lady's skin is fairer and more supple, Qin Er concurred, nodding in agreement. Enough of that, Li Shu playfully chided, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Her complexion was a delicate blend of white and rose, soft and radiant, imbued with both luster and elasticity. As she blinked her eyes lightly, Zhu Pingan proceeded to wash up, using a toothbrush and toothpaste characteristic of the Ming dynasty to clean his teeth. The toothbrush resembled the early form of modern toothbrushes, while the toothpaste was a paste made from medicinal herbs, such as poria, typically stored in a porcelain jar and applied to the brush when needed. After freshening up, the maids brought forth breakfast, which had been prepared by the cook in the small kitchen of Tingyu Pavilion. The meal consisted of congee, small dishes, shrimp cakes, poria cakes, osmanthus cakes, and soup dumplings. Though not as delectable as what Li Shu would prepare, when paired with her marinated tender cucumbers, it became an exquisite delicacy. Zhu Pingan and Li Shu dined at the table, while Baozi and Qin Er stood by, serving her. Once they finished their breakfast, the maids cleared away the remnants from the table, offering the leftovers to the outside maids. The cook had set aside a special breakfast for the two of them, a privilege reserved for the senior maidens, ensuring they were well fed in the small kitchen. Shortly after breakfast, a little maid hurried in to report that the gatekeeper had delivered an urgent message to the inner courtyard. Someone from the palace had arrived with a royal edict to be conveyed to Zhu Pingan. A royal edict? Upon hearing the words, Zhu Pingan dared not be negligent. He hurriedly adjusted his attire and reassured Li Shu not to worry before striding outside. The thought of receiving a decree from the Jiajing emperor puzzled him as he pondered the nature of the message while making his way out of the inner courtyard. "Young master, this way. The noble in the palace is in the main hall," called out stewardly from the Huahua gate, who had been waiting specifically for Zhu Pingan. Having never encountered a eunuch from the palace before, he felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the appropriateness of the tea and gifts he had prepared. Upon seeing Zhu Pingan emerge, he eagerly offered his guidance. "Thank you, old Li." Zhu Pingan nodded and proceeded with the steward towards the main hall. Since the eunuch from the palace was delivering a decree to Zhu Pingan, the matriarch and others in the household did not come to pay their respects. Upon entering the main hall, Zhu Pingan observed the eunuch seated in the central chair, savoring his tea, and could not help but smile. He approached and, with cupped hands, offered his apologies. "Haha, Master Feng, you have traveled a great distance, and I have not come forth to greet you properly. My sincerest apologies." "Haha, you are too courteous. Young Master Zhu, I have yet to congratulate you on your ascension to the cabinet," replied Feng Bao, setting down his teacup and rising to return Zhu Pingan's salute with a smile. "Master Feng, you jest. I am but a mere servant to the cabinet elders, running errands and serving tea. If the elders sneeze, I must tumble," Zhu Pingan said, shaking his head with a wry smile. "You are overly modest, young Master Zhu. This position as a secretary in the cabinet is unlike any other. It is a place of great importance, closely favored by the emperor. Many would dream of such an opportunity," Feng Bao remarked, gazing at Zhu Pingan with a slight smile. "It is precisely because it is of such importance that I am apprehensive. My abilities and experience are lacking, and my disposition is not particularly endearing. Should I offend a prominent figure, I fear the consequences," Zhu Pingan replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "I cannot speak for others, but I am confident that young Master Zhu is more than capable of fulfilling this role," Feng Bao assured him wholeheartedly. Following this, Feng Bao smiled again and added, "Furthermore, your appointment as secretary was personally endorsed by His Majesty. If you do not have faith in yourself, how can you doubt the emperor's discernment?" "How could I dare? I would not presume to question such judgment," Zhu Pingan responded, cupping his hands in apology. "Do not be anxious, young master. I merely speak my thoughts." Feng Bao replied with a gentle smile, returning Zhu Pingan's salute. "In the future, I shall seek your counsel, young Master Zhu, regarding matters in the cabinet. Your kindness is overwhelming, but I cannot accept such deference. Our exchanges are merely mutual communication," Zhu Pingan said, shaking his head with a smile, and continued, "Moreover, I shall rely on your guidance in the days to come. Of course, thanks to your previous advice, I have greatly benefited and overcome the constraints I once faced." Feng Bao nodded vigorously in agreement, subtly expressing his gratitude for Zhu Pingan's insights into the palace's system of selecting concubines. Mindful of the presence of two other young eunuchs, and stewardly, making it inappropriate to speak openly of palace affairs, I merely offered a suggestion. The essence lies in the diligent and earnest efforts of Master Feng. Zhu Pingan smiled and shook his head, displaying no inclination towards self-aggrandizement. Feng Bao is indeed a worthy investment. Although he has a penchant for avarice, he is remarkably loyal and has never betrayed Zhang Jujing since their acquaintance in history. The metaphor of sending coal in the snow surpasses that of embellishing with gold. Presently, Feng Bao's reputation is yet to flourish, and he faces adversity, making this an opportune moment for investment, much like Lu Buwei, who recognized the potential of Qin Yiren, promising immeasurable benefits in the future. This is why Zhu Pingan is eager to assist Feng Bao in his time of need. Young Master Zhu is truly a gentleman of our time, surpassing the mixed scholars. Feng Bao, humbled by Zhu Pingan's modest demeanor, was deeply appreciative. Had he known that Zhu Pingan regarded him as a mere commodity, his sentiments might have differed. In the main hall, Steward Li observed with astonishment the ease with which Zhu Pingan engaged in light-hearted banter with the esteemed visitors from the palace, seemingly well acquainted. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhu Pingan, Feng Bao promptly addressed the matter at hand. He was there to convey the Emperor Jiajing's oral edict, a task that demanded utmost respect, particularly in terms of ceremonial protocol. The so-called oral edict, in layman's terms, is a verbal imperial decree, and adhering to the ceremonial preparations for receiving the edict would ensure no misstep. Zhu Pingan instructed Steward Li to set the incense table at the center of the main hall, then washed his hands and lit incense, preparing meticulously. Once Zhu Pingan was ready, Feng Bao commenced the formal delivery of the edict. Zhu Pingan knelt at the entrance, attentively listening, while Steward Li and the other servants of the Marquis of Linhuai knelt outside, not daring to move. following the customary opening phrases of the edict. The essence of the message unfolded. As an official, one must be diligent and loyal to their duties, urging Zhu Pingan to not fail the emperor's expectations in his upcoming role in the cabinet. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingan internally grumbled. For he still had several days of leave left. The emperor's words had effectively curtailed his holiday. This also amounted to overtime. Yet he had been penalized with a year's salary deduction. The emperor, as a master, demands work without remuneration. Nevertheless, Zhu Pingan only voiced his gratitude outwardly, maintaining a facade of reverence for the emperor's wisdom. At the conclusion, Feng Bao conveyed the emperor's reward for Zhu Pingan, indeed, a hat. Zhu Pingan could not help but internally scoff once more. The emperor was rather stingy, offering nothing more than a hat. What good is a hat for sustenance? Still, he acknowledged the emperor's grace. I, Zhu Pingan, comply with the decree and express my gratitude for the emperor's generous favor. Zhu Pingan knelt deeply, feigning a countenance of heartfelt appreciation. Feng Bao stepped forward to assist Zhu Pingan up. Young Master Zhu, please rise. Thank you, Master Feng, Zhu Pingan replied as he stood. You are too kind, young Master Zhu. This is the emperor's bestowed fragrant leaf crown. Please accept it, Feng Bao said, taking the crown, covered in red silk, from a young eunuch and presenting it to Zhu Pingan with both hands. I humbly accept the emperor's gracious gift. Zhu Pingan received it respectfully with both hands. This crown has been specially crafted by His Majesty. Lord Zhu, you must wear this crown when you assume your duties in the cabinet tomorrow, Feng Bao advised Zhu Pingan. Thank you for the reminder, Your Excellency. I shall remember it. Zhu Pingan expressed his gratitude to Feng Bao. The renowned Xiangye crown. Zhu Pingan had heard whispers of in modern times. Historically, it is also associated with the infamous Xiangye crown incident. This occurred around the 20th year of the Jiajing reign, when the Jiajing emperor, an ardent follower of Taoism, not only became obsessed with alchemy and immortality, but also took to personally crafting 5 Taoist Xiangye crowns, fervently bestowing them upon his 5 closest ministers. It is likely that the Jiajing emperor sought to cultivate a circle of Taoist friends. Among these 5 ministers were the then chief minister Xia Yan and the current chief minister Yan Song. Xia Yan, however, despised the emperor's pursuits in alchemy and Taoism, dismissing such beliefs as mere superstition. He never once donned the bestowed Xiangye crown, allowing it to gather dust at home. In stark contrast, Yan Song adorned the crown during every audience with the emperor, even going so far as to drape a thin veil over it to protect it from dirt, demonstrating his respect for the crown. Consequently, the emperor grew increasingly dissatisfied with Xia Yan while favoring Yan Song, which eventually led to the latter's collaboration with Liu Bing to undermine Xia Yan. Time pressed on, and the scholar had to return to convey the imperial edict, thus bidding farewell. When Lord Zhu has leisure after joining the cabinet tomorrow, I shall celebrate with him, Feng Bao said as he handed the Xiangye crown to Zhu Pingan, offering his parting words before departing. Zhu Pingan, though politely urging him to stay, understood the importance of the matter and escorted Feng Bao to the entrance of the Linghuai Marca residence, watching as he departed for the Western Garden. Chapter 693. The Green Hat. After seeing off Feng Bao, Zhu Pingan returned to the main hall, curious as he lifted the red silk covering the Xiangye crown, revealing the illustrious crown's true form. True to its name, the Xiangye crown exuded a rich aroma of fragrant leaves. The design was reminiscent of a Taoist crown, standing approximately 30 to 40 centimeters high, constructed from bamboo slices as the crown's framework, adorned with green gauze as its surface, and featuring a black and white Taiji Bagua pattern embroidered at the front, encircled by a garland of fragrant leaves. These leaves, commonly used in cooking at home, were processed by some secret method under the Jiajing emperor's direction. Although dried, the leaves retained a remarkably fresh and vibrant green hue. Fragrant leaves and light gauze, adorned in apricot yellow robes, sending forth smoke on golden paper. Cabinet ministers and the Son of Heaven practiced Taoism together, indifferent to the populace and neglecting morning court. Zhu Pingan mused as he cradled the Xiangye crown, shaking his head with a smile as he strolled towards the listening rain pavilion. Unlike Xia Yan, who had dismissed the Xiangye crown from a position of high authority, Zhu Pingan, being merely a low-ranking official, lacked such courage. Tomorrow, during the cabinet report, he would undoubtedly have to wear this Xiangye crown. Zhu Pingan returned to the listening rain pavilion, where Li Shu and the others awaited him in the courtyard. Upon his entrance, Li Shu, leading the little maid Baozi, approached him. As soon as Zhu Pingan opened his mouth, the little maid Baozi noticed the fragrant leaf crown he held, her large eyes widening in astonishment. In the next moment, her chubby little hands flew to cover her mouth as she erupted into uncontrollable giggles. The girl shook with laughter, her shoulders trembling. "What's the matter?" Zhu Pingan asked in confusion, surveying himself but finding no dirt or anything amiss. "You silly girl, what are you laughing at?" Li Shu gently flicked Baozi on the forehead with her delicate fingers. Giggling, "Master, how did you bring back a green hat?" Baozi pointed at the fragrant leaf crown in Zhu Pingan's hands, laughing so hard that she nearly doubled over, tears brimming in her eyes. "A green hat?" Zhu Pingan looked down at the crown, and upon hearing Baozi's words, he too began to feel that this fragrant leaf crown appeared rather absurdly green. The crown was adorned with a verdant wreath, and aside from the black and white yin-yang pattern, the overall color was overwhelmingly green. If it wasn't a green hat, then what could it be? Suddenly, Zhu Pingan felt the crown in his hands grow unbearably hot, casting a shadow over his thoughts. As the association with a green hat surfaced in his mind, in the realm of relationships, a man whose partner is unfaithful is said to wear a green hat. This concept is not a modern invention. It traces back to the Yuan dynasty. The Yuan dynasty, established by Mongolian rulers in central China, had no profession of prostitution before their conquest. In the vast grasslands, as long as two individuals were attracted to one another, marital status was irrelevant. They would use the lush greenery as their bed and the clouds as their blanket for uninhibited exchanges. Upon their arrival in central China, they were taken aback by the established brothels and, in disdain, decreed that prostitutes must wear purple garments while men working in such establishments had to don green hats, marking their difference from respectable individuals. Thus, the green hat, a symbol of male humiliation, was born. "You silly girl, do you wish to perish?" Li Shu huffed, feigning anger, resembling a small, furious tiger as she flicked Baozi's forehead again. If this foolish girl suggested that Zhu Pingan was holding a green hat, did it not imply that I had strayed? Miss, I didn't mean. Baozi covered her forehead, and after a moment of realization, her round face turned pale with embarrassment. She repeatedly smacked her mouth as if attempting to retract her words. Zhu Pingan chuckled, shaking his head at the sight. He envisioned the spectacle of the cabinet minister adorned with a green hat the next day and could not suppress his laughter. However, the thought that he too would have to don this crown made him feel utterly speechless. In the world, a man faces two intolerable grievances: the murder of his father and the betrayal of his wife. The manifestation of the resentment over the abduction of one's wife is embodied in the metaphor of the green hat. From the highest court officials to the common folk, countless individuals have met their demise due to this symbol. Why did Emperor Jiajing choose to render the fragrant leaf crown in green? Was it possible that Xia Yan, who did not wear this crown, also noticed this peculiarity? Perhaps it was a psychological effect. However, once one becomes aware of the green nature of the crown, it cannot be disregarded. After all, one would never willingly don a green hat. Yet, this fragrant crown was a gift from Emperor Jiajing, and one would inevitably have to wear it the next day. Lacking the power and influence of Xia Yan, one could not emulate his temperament. Furthermore, given Xia Yan's esteemed position as the prime minister, refusing to wear the crown would result in losing the emperor's favor, culminating in a tragic fate. Could one rival Xia Yan's prowess? The consequences of not wearing the crown the following day were all too clear. Moreover, the issue regarding the memorial had yet to fully unfold, and one was under scrutiny. Failing to wear the crown would undoubtedly invite criticism from those with ulterior motives. This predicament left Zhu Pingan in a state of profound conflict. "Dear cousin, I made a mistake. I spoke foolishly," the maid Baozi lamented, having slapped her own face in remorse. "How many heads do you have?" Li Shu shot her a disapproving glance. "Just one," Baozi replied, bewildered. "At least you acknowledge you have a head, yet you dare to concoct tales about the emperor's gifts. One head is hardly sufficient for such folly," Li Shu admonished, tapping Baozi's forehead in exasperation. Baozi gasped, nearly collapsing in fright. "You silly girl," Li Shu remarked, both amused and annoyed. At that moment, Zhu Pingan suddenly slammed his hand on the table, a look of joy illuminating his face. "I've got it." This exclamation startled Baozi, who had just regained her balance, nearly causing her to tumble once more, much like a frightened quail. Zhu Pingan had drawn inspiration from Yen Song, who, in a display of respect for the fragrant crown, had draped a layer of thin gauze over it to prevent it from gathering dust. I too can show reverence for the fragrant crown, he mused. He glanced at Li Shu, only to find her eyes sparkling with excitement in return. Let us summon the embroiderer. And fetch a piece of blue gauze and black silk from the storeroom. Zhu Pingan began, but before he could finish, he heard Li Shu already instructing the maidservants. Chapter 694, a decade-old matter. The incident on the eastern bed. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the world. The moonlight, akin to a tender web, spread across the realm, and the listening rain pavilion basked in this gentle glow. The night was hazy, the moonlight enticing. Through the window of the master bedroom in the listening rain pavilion, a silhouette undulated, reminiscent of branches swaying in the wind outside. Swaying, swaying. As the wind calmed and the rain fell. Breathing, silence. Yet in the next moment, tranquility shattered. The former stillness turned tumultuous. Zhu Pingan could not suppress a muted cry of pain. Ah, it hurts. Li Shu, are you a dog? Why are you biting my shoulder? You are the dog. Li Shu retorted, her small frame leaning against Zhu Pingan as she bit him again, resembling a tiny tiger, refusing to let go. Dear aunt, must you be so relentless? You are gnawing away at my flesh, Zhu Pingan exclaimed, wincing in pain as his lips turned nearly pale, pleading for mercy. You deserve it, Li Shu retorted, biting down for another 2 seconds before reluctantly releasing her grip, her delicate face still radiating indignation. Once freed, Zhu Pingan hastily rubbed his shoulder, inhaling sharply. The pain was not trivial, but rather excruciating. Although the night obscured visibility, the impressions left by her teeth were unmistakable to the touch. Why did you bite me? He lamented, feeling perplexed as he traced the marks on his shoulder. This girl was not merely a vixen but perhaps a spider spirit, feasting upon her partner post-pleasure. It was you, the shameless one, whom I bit. Li Shu glared at Zhu Pingan with eyes full of a tempestuous spring. Her lovely face still flushed with remnants of their earlier intimacy, exuding a charm as fluid as the spring waters. How am I shameless? Zhu Pingan asked, bewildered. Their previous actions had been perfectly natural, and such conduct between spouses was hardly scandalous. If this were to be deemed shameless, then surely all adult men in the Ming dynasty would be considered rogues. How can you even ask that? You have always been shameless since childhood. Li Shu's gaze was filled with a mix of anger and embarrassment, her ears flushed as vividly as the rouge upon her rosy lips. Huh. Zhu Pingan was taken aback. Mouth agape. What did she mean by suggesting he had been shameless since childhood? He recalled his younger self as an adorable, positive child, incapable of such accusations. Stop pretending. Humph. Zhu Pingan, I underestimated you. If it weren't for tonight, I would still be oblivious to your deceit, she continued. Her cheeks crimson as if she were a boiled crab, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. How have I ever harbored improper thoughts about you? Zhu Pingan protested, feeling unjustly accused, akin to the wrongdoer, or perhaps even more so. Upon introspection, he realized he had never entertained any inappropriate notions towards Li Shu or any other girls during his childhood. The only instance of mischief was when he, along with Niu and He Go, had once sneakily observed a widow bathing by the river, a moment he had mostly spent with his eyes closed. As a child, he had never harbored any illicit thoughts about the proud, cunning, and materialistic little girl that was Li Shu. In fact, he often pondered who the unfortunate soul would be that would marry such a calculating and avaricious girl, pitying the man who would face the turmoil she would inevitably bring to his household. At most, he had only entertained a fleeting thought when Li Shu discovered him eavesdropping during a lesson, and in that moment, he imagined a future where he became successful and took her as a concubine, relishing in the chance to tease her mischievous nature. However, that thought vanished in less than a heartbeat. He certainly did not wish to be that unfortunate soul. It can be firmly established that in my childhood, I harbored no improper thoughts towards Li Shuzhen. Yet, can you deny that Li Shu's large, shimmering eyes were fixed intently on Zhu Pingan, as if she were a young bride gazing upon a faithless suitor? Huh. Zhu Pingan, bewildered like a monk in a fog, found himself in utter confusion. Do you not recall how, in your youth, you coaxed me into singing those lascivious lyrics? You have always been a mischievous one. As Li Shu spoke, her charming face grew increasingly flushed, reminiscent of a candle's wax melting on the night of a wedding, ready to drip. No way, Zhu Pingan insisted, shaking his head with certainty. No way, Li Shu retorted, her voice tinged with disbelief, then fell silent, gazing quietly at Zhu Pingan. In that moment, silence spoke volumes. and her unvoiced accusations made Zhu Pingan acutely aware of his perceived transgressions. You still won't admit it? Humph. In your childhood, you coaxed me into singing that ridiculous song. I want to have a home, with him in it. During the day, kisses, and at night, oh my. I didn't understand what those sounds meant back then. But after these past few days of your mischievousness, it has become clear to me that those sounds are merely the echoes of intimacy. You wicked person, have harbored such intentions towards me since childhood, all the while pretending to be a gentleman. Are you not shameless? Li Shu's face turned crimson, nearly bleeding with embarrassment. Her sparkling eyes glaring at Zhu Pingan, filled with a mixture of indignation and an undeniable allure, recalling the days of her youth. When Zhu Pingan had playfully coaxed her into singing and dancing, shame and anger welled within her. It dawned on her that this mischievous boy had long entertained improper thoughts about her. With her small tiger teeth peeking through her pout, she glared at Zhu Pingan, feeling both vexed and oddly delighted, realizing that he had liked her since they were children. Her thoughts wandered back a decade to a particular day when a chubby, innocent boy reclined against a tree trunk, leisurely crossing his legs, basking in the joy of the moment. Before him, two little girls, deceived by him, danced about like lively rabbits, joyfully performing an embarrassing rabbit dance, their sweet voices singing, kisses, oh my, how utterly mortifying. Yet, reflecting on the lyrics he had coaxed her to sing, I want to have a home, with her in it. During the day, kisses, and at night, oh my. It painfully struck her that this naughty boy had wished for a family at such a tender age, dreaming of her presence, wanting to kiss her by day and share intimate moments by night. How wicked of him, to harbor such feelings for her from such a young age, all while feigning indifference. As Li Shu contemplated this, her sparkling eyes revealed a blend of embarrassment and hidden joy, as she fixed her gaze intently on Zhu Pingan. Ahem. Zhu Pingan, reminded by Li Shu, could not help but recall their childhood mischief, and he coughed nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although it was merely youthful folly, it was evidently an inexplicable matter. A stone from a decade ago had indeed struck his own foot. Chapter 695. Morning departure to the cabinet. Who can fathom how Zhu Pingan endured the previous night amidst Li Shu's disdain? However, upon awakening the next day, aside from a few nasal expressions of contempt from Li Shu, everything appeared to be as usual. The breakfast was still sumptuous and delicious, indeed, even more lavish than usual. This prompted Zhu Pingan to cast a dubious glance at Li Shu, suspecting that, given her cunning nature, she might have added some laxative or similar ingredient to the meal, something she had not shied away from in the past. Go ahead, it's harmless. Li Shu's sparkling eye seemed to peer into his very soul, as she shot him a disapproving pout and rolled her eyes, exuding a blend of charm and mischief. Zhu Pingan chuckled, a hint of unease flickering within him. The breakfast was exquisite, and with just one bite, he recognized it as Li Shu's handiwork, a delicacy only she could conjure. By the time he finished his meal, the sky outside was still dimly lit, with a few stars twinkling above. Today's breakfast was served significantly earlier, for it marked Zhu Pingan's day to attend the cabinet at the West Garden. Serving as a civil servant in the Ming dynasty was far more arduous than in modern times. There were no 9-to-5 benefits. The moonlight often accompanied them as they navigated the bridges and half-opened gates of the court, a common occurrence. Particularly in the cabinet, the demands were stricter, requiring one to arrive at least half an hour earlier than when working at the Hamlin Academy. Zhu Pingan, should you ever betray me, I shall change your colors. Li Shu teased, standing on her toes as she placed a crown of blue gauze atop his head. Her lips, as delicate as rose petals, brushed against his ear, sweet as honey and fragrant as orchids. After speaking, she playfully blinked her right eye at him, her smile brimming with charm and mischief, as if her sparkling eyes were about to overflow with vivacity. What a captivating enchantress! Listening to Li Shu's sweetly veiled threat, Zhu Pingan felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead, tempted to swat her playfully. In the next moment, she transformed, embodying the essence of a devoted wife. Today marks your first day at the cabinet, my husband. Do not be late. I shall await your return, Li Shu said, extending her delicate hand to adjust the pristine official attire Zhu Pingan was clad in, her gaze filled with affection. Her nurturing demeanor dissipated any lingering discontent within Zhu Pingan's heart. This official garment was specially commissioned by Li Shu from an embroiderer, crafted from breathable gauze, light and comfortable, tailored specifically for the sweltering summer heat. It was far more pleasant than the standard attire provided by the court. The soft, Lightweight shoes on his feet were also a thoughtful creation by Li Shu, designed for ease of kneeling during the frequent rituals and offerings at the West Garden, where officials often found themselves in prayer. Moreover, today he had risen early for his duties, and Li Shu had awakened even earlier to prepare breakfast for him. With such a remarkable companion, what more could one desire? I shall take my leave. After Li Shu had tidied up her official attire, Zhu Pingan gently wrapped his arms around her delicate shoulders, lowering his head to place a soft kiss upon her lips, reminiscent of modern couples bidding farewell before work. This tender kiss left Li Shu momentarily stunned. It was only when she found herself enveloped in a strong embrace, her cherry lips being tenderly kissed, that a sudden flutter of emotions jolted her into awareness. A rush of warmth spread across her face, turning her cheeks a deep crimson, akin to a boiled crab. She gazed at Zhu Pingan's retreating silhouette, feigning annoyance at the audacity of this rogue, who seemed oblivious to the presence of so many maids in the living room. This mischief-maker was undoubtedly intentional. As for the maids in the living room, they stood wide-eyed, their faces flushed even more than Li Shu's, hands pressed to their mouths in astonishment, utterly taken aback by the display of affection. For Zhu Pingan, hailing from the modern era, this was merely a customary farewell kiss. However, for the ladies of the Ming dynasty, it was an overt display of affection, leaving them unexpectedly overwhelmed with a metaphorical pound of dog food. Zhu Pingan remained blissfully unaware of the reactions his kiss had provoked. Once outside the Tingyu pavilion, Zhu Pingan made his way to the front courtyard stable, where Lu Mu and Lu Didao awaited him. "Young master, the horse is ready," Lu Mu announced, leading out the striking black steed. Lu Didao offered the riding whip to Zhu Pingan, who graciously accepted it. "I appreciate your assistance," Zhu Pingan expressed with a respectful gesture. "No need for such formality." "Young master, it is our duty," Lu Mu replied, shaking his head, unaccustomed to Zhu Pingan's gratitude. "Indeed, you needn't stand on ceremony with us. Just let us know what you require," Lu Didao chimed in, nodding in agreement. 2 days prior, upon receiving notification from the Ministry of Justice, Lu Mu and his companions had gone to claim the heads of their fellow villagers, 59 in total, with none missing. After receiving the remains, Zhu Pingan had instructed them to return and give their kin a proper burial, but both Lu Mu and Lu Didao insisted on staying, allowing only Lu Dachui and 2 others to return to Lu family village for the burials. Upon learning of Zhu Pingan's intended visit to the Shiyuan's cabinet, Lu Mu and Lu Didao adamantly requested to fulfill their duties as attendants. Zhu Pingan, unable to dissuade them, ultimately acquiesced. Moreover, as a mere junior official in the cabinet, Zhu Pingan lacked the privilege to ride within the Shiyuan, and securing his horse outside posed a risk of loss. Thus, upon arriving at the Shiyuan, Lu Mu and the others would need to escort the steed back to the Marquis's residence. The Shiyuan, being a royal enclave, housed the cabinet's offices. According to regulations, only high-ranking officials and those of advanced age were permitted to ride or be carried within the Shiyuan, while others were required to walk. At present, only Yin Song had been granted the special privilege of riding, and even he received this honor at the age of 80, courtesy of the Jiajing Emperor. Su Jie and another minister, Su Ben, were similarly awarded the right to ride, while all other officials, including Zhu Pingan, were obliged to walk. "Have you both had breakfast?" Zhu Pingan inquired, taking the riding whip with genuine concern. "I have," one replied, while the other admitted, "I have not." Lu Mu and Lu Didao spoke in discordant voices. After finishing their remarks, Lu Mu shot a glare at Lu Didao, who, scratching his head, shrank his neck in response. Observing this, Zhu Pingan chuckled softly and said, "No matter, please escort me to the Shiyuan. You may enjoy breakfast nearby and return afterward. I have heard there are numerous food stalls outside Shiyuan. You can indulge in a variety of delicacies." Soon, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as the 3 riders set out from the Linghuai Marquis's residence, making their way toward Shiyuan under the still dim sky. Chapter 696. Observations at Shiyuan. When Zhu Pingan and Lu Didao arrived at Shiyuan, the dawn had barely begun to break, and the palace gates remained closed. However, the open space 100 meters from the gates buzzed with activity, illuminated by bright lights. Vendors were calling out, selling a diverse array of breakfast items such as mixed offal soup, rice rolls, steamed buns, and congee. Officials, stewards, and attendants were seen frequenting the stalls, transforming the area into a bustling morning market. Fortunately, this was during the Ming dynasty. In modern times, Such vendors would have long been swept aside by the formidable city management forces. Since the Jiajing emperor relocated to Shiyuan, the political center of the Ming had naturally shifted from the Forbidden City to Shiyuan. Who would dare be tardy under the emperor's watchful eye? Many officials, pressed for time, rose before dawn, leaving no opportunity for breakfast. Yet, officials are human too and require sustenance. Thus, enterprising vendors seized the opportunity to establish this thriving morning market. Very well. I shall await your return to the palace. You two go enjoy your breakfast, Zhu Pingan declared as he dismounted and handed a small piece of silver to Lu Mu, encouraging them to indulge at the morning market. No need, my lord. Recently, the young madam instructed the steward to advance our monthly wages, granting each of us an extra tael of silver. Lu Daying replied with a hearty laugh, shaking his head. The mention of their monthly wages brought a look of satisfaction to his face. The young madam referred to, of course, was Li Shu, and the monthly wages were a form of allowance, provided according to rank for household servants, distinct from their salaries. An extra tael of silver was quite substantial, especially for Lu Daying and his companions, serving as a generous pocket money. As the hour approached, the sound of a bell rang out from Shiyuan, followed by the opening of the gates. Zhu Pingan entrusted his horse, the striking black steed, to Lu Mu and reiterated his instructions to return after finishing their breakfast. Once he had conveyed his message, Zhu Pingan proceeded to enter Shiyuan alongside several officials. Sir, please hold. Just as Zhu Pingan stepped into Shiyuan, he was halted by the palace guards. Having only visited Shiyuan during the palace examinations and for 2 audiences with the Jiajing emperor, he was not a familiar face, prompting the guards to stop him out of duty. Oh, I am Zhu Pingan, the reader of the Hanlin Academy and an official of the cabinet. Here on the emperor's orders to serve in the cabinet from today onward. Zhu Pingan paused, and after a moment's reflection, he comprehended the situation, turning with a slight smile to explain to the guards. Ah, welcome, Lord Zhu. Please sign in here. At that moment, a young eunuch clad in tea-colored robes approached, greeting Zhu Pingan with a chuckle and then explaining the situation to the imperial guards. With the eunuch's endorsement, there was no doubt about the authenticity of his presence. The guards at the entrance, after cupping their fists in apology, allowed Zhu Pingan to pass. The diligent officer had done nothing wrong. Zhu Pingan returned the salute to the guards. Upon entering the palace gates, Zhu Pingan once again bowed in gratitude to the tea-robed eunuch, expressing his appreciation for the timely intervention. Forgive my ignorance. May I ask your esteemed name? Please, there is no need for such formality. You may call me Little Chow. The young eunuch replied with a warm smile, exuding an air of familiarity. Ah, so you are Eunuch Chow. It is a pleasure to meet you. Zhu Pingan responded with a smile, though he felt perplexed, as aside from Feng Bao, he did not recognize any other eunuchs in the palace. And this one seemed overly cordial. I previously served in the laundry bureau, under the kind patronage of Eunuch Feng. I have now been appointed as a gatekeeper at the palace entrance. Eunuch Feng often speaks highly of you, Sir Zhu, Little Chow explained with a chuckle. Oh, so you are part of Eunuch Feng's circle, Zhu Pingan said, suddenly enlightened by the explanation. During the Ming dynasty, the eunuch departments within the imperial court were primarily divided into 12 supervisory offices, for administrative offices, and 8 bureaus, including the Department of Rights, Internal Affairs, Imperial Supplies, and others, collectively referred to as the 24 Yamen. The Laundry Bureau, responsible for washing garments for the palace's numerous masters, was considered the most arduous among these departments. It was also the only eunuch institution not located within the palace, primarily staffed by those who had fallen from grace or were otherwise unappreciated, making it both laborious and lacking in prospects. The position of gatekeeper was a special appointment, tasked with registering officials entering the Western Garden and monitoring their attendance. Akin to a disciplinary officer, the Ming court maintained strict oversight of officials entering the Western Garden. Any early departures for official business had to be reported to the gatekeeping eunuch and duly recorded for future reference. Thus, even high-ranking ministers treated the gatekeeper with utmost respect, indicating it was a promising and lucrative position. The fact that Little Chow had been promoted from the laundry bureau to the gatekeeper role highlighted his gratitude towards Feng Bao and suggested that Feng had firmly established his footing within the palace and begun to build his own network. After exchanging pleasantries, Eunuch Chow led Zhu Pingan to the registration desk, where Zhu signed his name in the logbook. Due to my duties, I cannot leave my post. But Eunuch Feng has already briefed me. This young Eunuch Zhang will guide you to the Wui Hall for your report, Eunuch Chao stated after Zhu Pingan completed his registration. Introducing a young eunuch clad in gray. Thank you for your efforts, Eunuchs Feng and Chao. I appreciate your assistance, Eunuch Zhang. Zhu Pingan expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Your Excellency, you are too kind. Simply call me Xiao Zhang, said the young eunuch Zhang, leading the way. The Western Garden is vast, encompassing areas such as Zongnanhai, Beihai Park, and the National Library's Wenziguan, with the Golden Tortoise and Jade Phoenix Bridge also included. Zhu Pingan entered through the south gate, while the cabinet's office, located in Wui Hall, lies to the east of the left wing gate. The journey is quite long, and Zhu Pingan, lacking the privilege to ride horses or take a sedan chair, must rely solely on his own legs. As they advanced further, passing by the Yushi Palace and the two halls of Shenying, and after traversing a pavilion named Bin Feng, they finally beheld a stretch of rice fields. Before the rice fields stood Wui Hall. As Zhang guided him, he took the opportunity to explain. This is the rice field established by the emperor during the 10th year of the Shengli reign, with the central area designated for the first silkworm and the earth grain altars. By the way, the earth grain altar was renamed the Imperial Society and Earth Grain Altar earlier this year. Noticing Zhu Pingan's keen interest in the rice fields, Zhang took the time to recount the background. In the early 9th year of Shengli, the former chief minister Xia Yan petitioned for the empress to conduct the silkworm ceremony. The emperor consented, adhering to the ancient tradition of the emperor farming in the southern outskirts and the empress performing the silkworm ceremony in the northern outskirts, thus establishing the first silkworm altar outside the Anding Gate. The following year, considering the empress's difficulties in leaving the city and the lack of water sources for bathing the silkworms outside the Anding Gate, and recalling that since the Tang and Song dynasties, the silkworm ceremony had been conducted within the inner court, the emperor decided to construct both the first silkworm and the Imperial Society and Earth Grain altars here, opening up the rice fields to hold the farming and silkworm ceremonies, promoting agriculture and education throughout the realm. If your excellency is interested, within Wui Hall lies the emperor's decree regarding the first silkworm altar in the Western Garden, which contains even more detailed records. You may wish to view it during your leisure time, Zhang added. His explanations were clear and insightful, prompting Zhu Pingan to express his gratitude with a bow, taking a moment to regard Zhang with appreciation. Such thoughtful individuals are bound to rise in the palace. The rice fields are situated before the Rinshou Palace and Wui Hall. Zhang guided Zhu Pingan along the imperial path until they soon arrived at the front of Wui Hall. From the outside, Wui Hall appeared much simpler than the recently passed Yushi Palace and Shenying Hall. Your Excellency, this is Wui Hall, the cabinet's office. Without summons, no eunuchs are permitted to enter the cabinet's working area, so I shall take my leave here, Zhang informed Zhu Pingan, gesturing toward Wui Hall. Thank you, Master Zhang, for your guidance, Zhu Pingan replied, bowing in appreciation. You are too kind, Your Excellency, Zhang smiled in return before taking his leave. Zhu Pingan's arrival was not too early. By this time, many individuals had already gathered in Wui Hall, moving in and out of the main hall and adjoining offices in an orderly manner. Although he had lingered at the palace gates for a brief moment, he was not late. Upon entering the courtyard of the Wui Palace, Zhu Pingan gained a more intuitive understanding of the cabinet's office location. The main hall of Wui Palace consists of 3 rooms, embodying an ancient and simplistic design. Additionally, there are 2 rows of low eaves rooms along the eastern and western walls, serving as auxiliary chambers to the main hall. Flanking the main hall are 2 steel pavilions, named the Imperial Steel Pavilion on the left and the Imperial Steel Pavilion on the right, both resembling the Jingyi Pavilion of the Imperial Academy, characterized by their small, hall-like architectural style. In front of the main hall stands a pavilion named Bin Feng, the term Bin referring to an ancient pre-Qin geographical name, the birthplace of the Zhou clan, and Feng meaning wind, as it is one of the 15 national airs in the Book of Songs. This pavilion is the closest to the main entrance of the courtyard, and as Zhu Pingan approached, he was immediately captivated by the golden brick wall on the northern side of the pavilion. Indeed, the wall was adorned with gold bricks, and Zhu Pingan couldn't help but express his admiration. From outside the pavilion, he could discern the imperial inscription of Bin Feng poetry, the title being clearly legible, though the specific verses were somewhat obscured. Zihu, you have arrived. Just as Zhu Pingan was about to step into the Bin Feng pavilion to examine the inscription, he heard a gentle greeting from behind. Turning around, he saw Li Chunfeng, a senior scholar from the Hanlin Academy, and he promptly returned the gesture with a respectful smile. I have the honor of meeting you, Master Li. Zhu Pingan was not surprised to encounter Li Chunfang at Wui Palace. During the Ming Dynasty, most cabinet ministers hailed from the Hanlin Academy, making it entirely reasonable for the officials assisting the cabinet elders to originate from there as well. Li Chunfang, being a senior scholar, had more experience than Zhu Pingan and was destined to become one of the future cabinet elders. Thus, his early presence at Wui Palace was entirely normal. Furthermore, Li Chunfang was renowned for his eloquence, and the demand for eloquent ministers was ever increasing due to the numerous ritual activities conducted by Emperor Jiajing, leading to the frequent residency of such officials at the West Gardens Wui Palace. There is no need for excessive formality, Ziyu. Li Chunfang replied with a warm smile, gesturing for Zhu Pingan to accompany him in paying respects to the cabinet elders. Follow me. I shall first introduce you to the three elders. You may visit the Bin Feng Pavilion at your leisure later, he added. Thank you for the reminder, Master Li. Zhu Pingan expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that as a newcomer, it was indeed prudent to pay his respects first. Since we both hail from the Hanlin Academy, there is no need for such courtesy. Li Chunfang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, leading Zhu Pingan towards the main hall. Zhu Pingan adjusted his official attire and cap, following Li Chunfang toward the hall where the cabinet elders conducted their affairs. As they walked, Li Chunfang provided a brief introduction, pointing out the auxiliary halls they passed. These 2 rows of auxiliary chambers, each containing more than 10 rooms, serve as resting quarters for the officials on duty. You will also be assigned a room here. Hee. In the future, Zihu will undoubtedly have vivid memories of this place, Li Chunfang chuckled. Zhu Pingan took a closer look at the auxiliary chambers Li Chunfang had indicated, realizing that these simple, low structures, oriented east-west, resembled small lavatories, evoking an image of the refreshing sensations of summer heat and winter chill. Certainly, the esteemed officials do not rest here. To the east of the Wui Hall, on the left side of the official road, stands another southwestern lodge, a structure comprising 4 courtyards and 16 rooms, with 5 chambers fully equipped and all facing south. This is where the officials take their respite, and the largest room is reserved for Elder Yan. Li Chunfang, with a hint of envy, pointed towards the row of courtyards outside the auxiliary hall and spoke to Zhu Pingan. Zhu Pingan nodded, already well informed about this matter, knowing that this row of lodges was constructed by the Jiajing Emperor to express his favor towards Yin Song after he assumed his post at the Shiyuan. Soon, they entered the main hall. Once inside, Li Chunfang asked Zhu Pingan to wait for a moment while he notified the officials. During this time, Zhu Pingan observed the grandeur of the hall, which was quite spacious. Apart from the central throne hall, there were several smaller rooms on either side, the largest of which was likely where the Prime Minister Yin Song conducted his affairs. The room Li Chunfang entered to make the announcement was indeed this very chamber. Above the throne, a plaque inscribed with the characters Wui Hung, a phrase penned by the Jiajing Emperor, derived from the admonition to King Cheng in the Book of Zhou, signifying a warning against indulgence. Behind the throne was a wall adorned with gold bricks, engraved with the title Farmer's Busy Poem. According to the inscription following the poem, it was composed by the Jiajing Emperor's father, Emperor Ruizong, while the accompanying text was authored by the Jiajing Emperor himself. Zihu, the Prime Minister calls for you. Zhu Pingan had just finished reading the inscription when he saw Li Chunfang emerge from Yin Song's office, beckoning him. Thank you, Lord Li, for the notification. Zhu Pingan expressed with a respectful bow. There is no need for such formality between us, Ziyu. The Prime Minister awaits you inside. Do enter. Li Chunfang replied with a gentle shake of his head and a smile. Zhu Pingan returned a modest smile, once again bowing to Li Chunfang, then adjusted his attire and stepped into Yin Song's office. Zhu Pingan, here to pay my respects to the esteemed Prime Minister, he announced as he entered, immediately bowing deeply towards the throne, his face radiating utmost respect. Ah, Zihu has arrived. There is no need for such excessive courtesy. Please rise, Yin Song, seated on the throne, greeted him with a warm smile, his demeanor akin to that of a kindly grandfather. Indeed, Zihu, rise quickly. Our esteemed Lord Yin greatly admires young talents like yourself. Such excessive formality is unnecessary. A familiar yet somewhat strange voice chimed above Zhu Pingan, followed by hands that assisted him to his feet. Zhu Pingan, rising in response, then surveyed the room. The first sight to greet his eyes was the kind-faced, white-bearded elder, the Prime Minister Yin Song. Next, he noticed the middle-aged official with a square face, radiating warmth but with an air of seriousness, who was Zhao Wenhua. Now the right vice minister of the Ministry of Works and the chief envoy of the Tongzheng division, a figure who once presided over the imperial examinations in Yingtian. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Lord Zhao, Zhu Pingan expressed, bowing again to both Yin Song and Zhao Wenhua in gratitude. Look at you. How you managed to be so formal even while speaking, Zhao Wenhua remarked with a hint of amusement. Zhao Wenhua gently supported Zhu Pingan's hand, then playfully patted his shoulder while shaking his head with a smile. Enough standing around. Let us sit and converse. My old bones are not as resilient as yours. The youth, Yin Song, with a warm demeanor, teased lightly and gestured for Zhu Pingan and Zhao Wenhua to take their seats. Thus, the three settled in their respective places, with Zhu Pingan choosing to sit at the lower end of the table, sitting upright and respectfully occupying only half of the chair. To be honest, I consider myself a mentor to Zihu, Zhao Wenhua remarked with a smile after they were seated. Oh, Wenhua, what do you mean by that? Yin Song inquired, intrigued, stroking his beard with a grin. My adoptive father is unaware. 2 years ago, when I was appointed as the educational official for Southern Jili and transferred to Sichuan, I succeeded in overseeing the local examinations. It was during that year that Zihu participated in the local examination in Yingtian, and I was indeed the one who examined him before the official local exams, Zhao Wenhua explained with a chuckle. It was no secret that Zhao Wenhua regarded Yin Song as an adoptive father. This was common knowledge among the court's officials and scholars. Zhao Wenhua had grown accustomed to addressing Yin Song as such, without a hint of embarrassment, considering Yin Song was over 80 years old enough to be his grandfather, let alone his father. Zhu Pingan, upon hearing this, momentarily paused. While it could be generalized as such, it was not entirely accurate according to Zhao Wenhua's claim. The term mentor is a title bestowed upon the examiners of the local and provincial examinations by the candidates. However, Zhao Wenhua, as the educational official, had only overseen the preliminary examinations, while the principal examiners for the local examination were the Hanlin academicians Zhang Tao and Wang. Therefore, strictly speaking, Zhu Pingan's true mentors for the local examination were Zhang Tao and Wang. Yet, in a broader sense, the preliminary examination is indeed part of the local examination process. And since Zhao Wenhua presided over the preliminary exam, he could be considered a mentor as well, particularly since Zhao Wenhua made this statement in front of Yin Song, who appeared to be pleased. Zhu Pingan did not wish to delve into a debate over the terminology of mentors. Let it be. A few more mentors wouldn't weigh him down. In this regard, Zhu Pingan realized he had 2 mentors within Yan's faction. One was Yin Maoqing from the provincial examination, and the other could be counted as Zhao Wenhua from the local examination. Yin Maoqing was a capable subordinate of Yin Song, while Zhao Wenhua was both Yin Song's adoptive son and a valuable aide. Both were pillars of Yin's faction. How amusing it is to consider myself a true blue member of the Yin faction, Zhu Pingan chuckled silently to himself. However, he was also aware that due to the memorial criticizing Zhao Daying, the members of Yin's faction currently harbored deep resentment towards him. This lengthy reflection of Zhu Pingan's occurred in mere seconds. Indeed, as Minister Zhao said, it was my rudeness, and I seek your forgiveness, Zhu Pingan stated, lifting his gaze to Zhao Wenhua and Yin Song, offering a slight smile as he prepared to rise and pay his respects to Zhao Wenhua. Look at you. I was merely jesting, yet you took it to heart. Zhao Wenhua shook his head with a soft chuckle, warmly rising from his seat to extend his hands in a gesture of respect, preventing Zhu Pingan from bowing excessively. Grateful for the esteemed guidance of his mentor, Zhu Pingan had earned a first-class position in the provincial examination, thus advancing to the local trials. Once a student, always a student. How could one ever forget? Although Zhao Wenhua had halted him, Zhu Pingan still assumed the posture of a deep bow, uttering insincere words while maintaining a serious demeanor, presenting himself as the epitome of a diligent scholar to anyone who might observe. Your intentions are commendable. There is no need to be overly concerned with formalities, Zhao Wenhua remarked with a smile, kindly guiding Zhu Pingan to a seat and gently pressing down on his shoulder, embodying the warmth of a benevolent teacher. Oh, is that so? Why has Wenhua not mentioned this to me? Yin Song inquired, lifting his teacup for a sip. His interest piqued as he observed the two. Indeed, the fault lies with the child. Last year, while I was appointed to oversee the educational affairs in the southern province, the local examinations coincided with my tenure. As the official in charge, I presided over the assessments. At that time, Zihu submitted his paper rather early, and upon first encountering him, I thought this young lad must be the privileged offspring of some noble family. I presumed he might lack genuine talent, but considering his youth, I thought perhaps if his writing were adequate, I would grant him a second or third rank. To my astonishment, however, Zihu's examination paper completely changed my perception, earning my utmost admiration. Still, observing Zihu as merely a child, I couldn't help but harbor doubts, fearing he might have access to the answers beforehand. Thus, I devised a question on the spot to further assess his abilities. Zhao Wenhua stood up, pouring more tea for Yinsong, and slowly recounted the scene of Zhu Pingan's examination performance. Once Zhao Wenhua had filled Yinsong's cup, he approached Zhu Pingan, who quickly rose to accept the teapot. Zhu Pingan filled the cup for Zhao Wenhua before serving himself. "Oh, what question did you pose?" Yinsong asked. "What constitutes inappropriate propriety?" Zhao Wenhua replied. "Wenhua, you are intentionally trying to challenge him." Yinsong chuckled, shaking his head, for he was well acquainted with the intricacies of the imperial examination system. This question was indeed quite demanding. My adoptive father has misjudged me. Zihu's paper was exceptionally outstanding, and he was only 13 at the time. My curiosity regarding his talent prompted me to test him. If the paper truly originated from him, a common question would not suffice to reveal his capabilities. Zhao Wenhua explained with a wry smile. "Indeed, Zihu, how did you respond at that time?" Yinsong nodded, directing his gaze toward Zhu Pingan. In reflection, I answered thus. The ancients regarded this as propriety, yet to adhere to it today may not align with ancient standards. The ancients viewed this as righteousness, yet to follow it today may not conform to ancient principles. Fortuitously, I was the one questioned. Had it been another, they might have long forgotten their response, Zhu Pingan recounted, his remarkable memory allowing him to effortlessly recall his previous words. This particular question posed no challenge for him, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he recited his answer to Yinsong. "Excellent," Yinsong remarked, stroking his beard in approval. Chapter 699, Yinsong's gratitude upon mentioning the provincial examination. Zhao Wenhua could not help but express his regret. Zihu possesses exceptional talent, akin to the jade of Dongshan. I had the opportunity to review Zihu's examination paper, and he was indeed a candidate of outstanding merit. Alas, Zhang Tao and Wang De, those two old curmudgeons, argued that Zihu's early fame was not a good omen, and unjustly placed him at the very bottom of the list. Regrettably, by the time I received the news, the results had already been announced, and it was too late to intervene. Those two old men nearly thwarted the rise of a pillar of our dynasty. With a discreet demeanor, Zhu Pingan concealed his inner ire towards Zhao Wenhua, suspecting that Zhao was deliberately presenting him with a dilemma. In theory, Zhang Tao and Wang De were indeed his mentors for the provincial examination. To allow such disparagement of his teachers to go unchallenged would surely invite scorn in this society that venerates educators. Yet, Zhao Wenhua had just become his mentor. What is a student to do when one teacher criticizes another? Regardless of whether he chose to denounce one or openly support the other, he would be stepping on his own toes. This situation tested his adaptability and social acumen, leading Zhu Pingan to ponder whether Zhao Wenhua was seeking retribution for his earlier refusal of Zhao's proposal to take him as a son-in-law. Why should I, with my limited merits, deserve such esteem from Master Zhao? I am unworthy of such recognition. Zhu Pingan resolved to work even harder to repay Zhao's kindness. During the provincial examination, both Master Zhang and Master Wang had acted out of genuine concern, mindful of Zhu's youth, fearing that he might become prideful and forget the arduous journey of scholarship. Rising to his feet, Zhu Pingan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Zhao Wenhua with a deep bow. Fortunately, it is Zihu who comprehends the good intentions of Zhang and Wang. Had it been another impetuous youth, they might have been crushed by the well-meaning efforts of Zhang Tao and Wang De. One must understand that rigidity is prone to breakage, Yinsong remarked, stroking his white beard with a faint smile, commenting that while the intentions of Zhang Tao and Wang De were commendable, their methods were somewhat hasty. Indeed, what you say is most accurate, Zhao Wenhua concurred. Zhu Pingan let out a quiet sigh of relief. At least this matter had come to a close. Nevertheless, he still felt considerable pressure in the presence of both Yinsong and Zhao Wenhua, particularly from Yinsong, although Yin always wore a gentle smile. Embodying the image of a benevolent elder, Zhu Pingan was acutely aware of the tempestuous power that lay behind that seemingly amiable facade. Yet, there is another lamentable matter, Zhao Wenhua continued, his tone tinged with regret. What is it? Yinsong inquired. Master, you may not be aware, but Zihu was on the verge of becoming your granddaughter's betrothed, Zhao Wenhua said with a wistful smile, gesturing towards Zhu Pingan. Oh, Yinsong straightened in his seat, intrigued by Zhao Wenhua's words, encouraging him to elaborate. During the provincial examination, upon reviewing Zihu's paper, I lamented his exceptional talent and feared that the actions of Zhang and Wang might ruin a future pillar of our Ming dynasty. Thus, I entertained the thought of securing him as a son-in-law. However, due to my official duties, I was unable to pursue this matter myself and sent my steward to act on my behalf, Zhao Wenhua said, shaking his head in regret. How so? Yinsong narrowed his eyes slightly. Regrettably, Zihu had already taken a virtuous wife. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to break a single marriage. Thus, I had no choice but to relent, Zhao Wenhua lamented, shaking his head. Oh, Zihu was already wed at that time. Yinsong, upon hearing this, turned his gaze towards Zhu Pingan and further inquired, though, I recall hearing just a few days ago that you had returned to your hometown to marry. As soon as Yinsong's words fell, Zhao Wenhua shifted his attention to Zhu Pingan, his gray-black brows casting a sharp gaze reminiscent of a wolf surveying the plains. Under the scrutiny of these two formidable presences, Zhu Pingan felt a shiver run down his spine. Their aura was truly powerful. Ah, it is as follows. My spouse and I have been childhood sweethearts, betrothed for quite some time. However, we were hindered by our youth and my studies for the imperial examinations, and it was only last month that we finally wed in my hometown, Zhu Pingan explained. Ah, I see. Yinsong nodded, stroking his beard, while Zhao Wenhua mirrored the gesture, adopting a gentle demeanor once more. Subsequently, Yinsong casually engaged Zhu Pingan in conversation about mundane matters, thoughtfully advising him to bring a mat for the next occasion, assuring him that he would inform the guards on duty to make the necessary accommodations. The guardhouse, being low and facing southwest, resembled a furnace during the summer, excessively hot. Furthermore, it merely contained a simple bed and bedding, without a mat. It would be impossible to sleep while on duty at night. Zhao Wenhua, having previously served in the cabinet, also provided Zhu Pingan with some important advice, particularly regarding the need to refrain from wandering outside the Wui Hall without an imperial edict to avoid inadvertently offending the nobility. As Zhu Pingan listened attentively, he contemplated that this visit was nearing its end and that it was time to take his leave. Once Yinsong and Zhao Wenhua finished their counsel, Zhu Pingan rose and politely bid farewell, saying, I am immensely grateful for the guidance of the Prime Minister and Master Zhao. Today's discourse has proven far more beneficial than a decade of diligent study. I have taken up much of your valuable time, and I shall not impose further, but will come to visit again on another occasion. Ah, if we are to speak of gratitude, it is I who must express my thanks to you, Zhu. Yinsong said as he stood up. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingan was taken aback, wondering what Yinsong was up to. Nevertheless, despite his surprise, Zhu Pingan quickly reacted, stepping forward to perform a deep bow in acknowledgement, stating, Prime Minister, you honor me excessively. How could I possibly deserve such gratitude? The fact that the esteemed Prime Minister, second only to the Emperor, would express thanks to someone of his modest rank was a testament to Yinsong's humility and virtue. However, if Zhu Pingan were to accept such gratitude without hesitation, it would imply a lack of respect for hierarchy and an audacious arrogance that could tarnish his reputation and prospects in the civil service. Thus, Zhu Pingan felt compelled to bow deeply in respect and express his reluctance to accept such gratitude. Zihu, there is no need for excessive courtesy. My gratitude to you is heartfelt. Please, sit down and speak. With that, Yinsong assisted Zhu Pingan, patting his hand to encourage him to take a seat. The Prime Minister remained standing, and Zihu did not dare to sit either. Zhu Pingan, with cupped hands, insisted on inviting the others to sit. Very well. Let us all take our seats and converse. Yinsong nodded with a gentle smile, and once seated, he gestured for Zhu Pingan to do the same. In the 700th chapter, titled A Gift of Words, Yinsong expressed his gratitude to Zihu for exposing the misconduct of Zhao Daying regarding the case of murder and false merit, which had aided him in rectifying his previous oversight and scrutiny. Otherwise, I would have been unable to face the emperor and the people of the realm. When the northern barbarian Khan and harried the capital, causing great alarm throughout the land, in order to stabilize the state and quell the intruders, His Majesty issued a reward, generously bestowing honors to encourage military and civilian service. At that time, the incursions of the northern bandits were urgent, and in a bid to set a precedent and inspire loyalty among the troops and citizens to expel the northern barbarians, became lax in my scrutiny, allowing Zhao Daying to exploit the situation. It was unimaginable that Zhao Daying, as a servant of the Ming dynasty, who had received imperial grace, would stoop so low as to commit murder for profit. Thankfully, Zhu intervened, saving me from my error. Otherwise, not only would my integrity be tarnished, but countless innocents might have fallen victim to Zhao Daying's malice. Do you not agree that I ought to extend my gratitude to you? Yin Song regarded Zhu Pingan earnestly, his words imbued with sincerity, lamenting the grievous actions of Zhao Daying while expressing admiration and appreciation for Zhu Pingan's denunciation. Upon hearing the reason behind Yin Song's gratitude, Zhu Pingan felt a sense of clarity, though he was initially taken aback by the Prime Minister's expression of thanks. This scene felt eerily reminiscent of a moment from a contemporary, sensational anti-corruption drama. How could Pingan ever deserve the thanks of the Prime Minister? Upon discovering Zhao Daying's heinous acts, I was overcome with righteous indignation and thus submitted a formal indictment against this villain. However, upon learning that Zhao Daying had been nominated for rewards by the Prime Minister himself, I was filled with trepidation, fearing I had wronged him. Little did I anticipate such profound virtue and impartiality from the Prime Minister. I had underestimated your character. I humbly beseech you to forgive my presumptions. Even grasping the situation, Zhu Pingan did not dare to act presumptuously in the face of Yin Song's gratitude. His expression mirrored surprise, anxiety, and deep gratitude as he rose from his seat. What sin has Zhu committed? What of my nomination for rewards? I did not nominate a criminal. The sovereign is held to the same laws as the common people. How much more should a mere 1,000 households be treated equally under the law? Even if it were my own son, should he break the law, he must face the appropriate punishment. Yin Song waved his hand, speaking with righteous authority. Zhu Pingan naturally appeared moved by Yin Song's selflessness. Zhu and Wenhua, heed my words. From this point forward, anyone who transgresses the laws of our Ming dynasty shall be held accountable. You too must understand that should you dare to violate the law, do not expect leniency from me. Yin Song's gaze was piercing, radiating the gravitas of authority as it swept over Zhu Pingan and Zhao Wenhua. Merely meeting Yin Song's gaze sent shivers down Zhu Pingan's spine. Yin Song, indeed a formidable figure who has held a high position for many years, exudes an undeniable pressure with merely a glance. In his heart, Zhu Pingan harbors a profound apprehension towards Yin Song, having resolved to exercise utmost caution in his presence, to be prudent and circumspect, never to underestimate the wisdom of the ancients, nor to become complacent in his own cleverness. Yin Song possesses immense influence, numerous allies, and enjoys the favor of the Jiajing Emperor. At this juncture, he is at the zenith of his political career, making it an inopportune time for rivalry. Yin Song stands like a towering mountain, while Zhu Pingan perceives himself as but an insignificant ant at the mountain's base. Should he wish to shake the mountain, it must be approached with deliberate and gradual effort. He observes that even Su Jia, the seasoned official who would later bring Yin Song down, at this time, as a cabinet minister, is still subservient and respectful towards Yin Song, which only serves to reinforce Zhu Pingan's resolve to refrain from showcasing his prowess before him. Thus, Zhu Pingan hastily rises, his demeanor increasingly respectful, bowing deeply to Yin Song in gratitude. I shall heed the Prime Minister's teachings, and will assuredly abide by the law. Remain diligent in my duties, and honor your guidance. His adoptive father reassures him, do not overestimate your abilities. Zhao Wenhua also rises, echoing his sentiment of humility. Please, sit and converse. I have confidence in both of you, Yin Song responds, nodding with satisfaction and gently inviting them to take their seats. Zhu Pingan and Zhao Wenhua express their thanks profusely. Once seated again, Yin Song encourages Zhu Pingan with a few more words, then rises to the table, picking up a brush from the writing tools laid out, dipping it in ink while saying, Zhu, having just entered matrimony, I lack a material gift. In my early years, upon entering the cabinet, I composed a poem. Let me present it to you as a wedding gift. Zhu Pingan feels profoundly honored to receive such a generous gift from the Prime Minister. Yin Song chuckles, jesting. It is not that I am unwilling to part with monetary gifts, but rather that I offer poetry instead. With that, Yin Song begins to write, his brush dancing across the paper, and in an instant, a poem emerges. Night lamps flicker in the forbidden chamber, through foggy windows, clouds approach the imperial dwelling. Auspicious smoke wafts into the fragrant garden. Cold shadows peer through the curtains as the moon arrives. From the jailing, the phoenix's cry is heard, in Guqing. The Red Pine's writings are first sought. Upon returning, I have not spoken to the world. The heavenly language is intimately conveyed to me. Zhu Pingan recognizes this poem from modern times. Noting the existence of two versions, one titled Rhyme of the Hall of No Leisure and the other Rhyme of the Hall of No Leisure from Master Xia. It appears that the former is the accurate rendition. This is Zhu Pingan's first encounter witnessing Yin Song's calligraphy, and he cannot help but admire the charisma that emanates from Yin Song as he concentrates on his writing, resembling a master artist wielding his brush, exuding an aura of righteousness, much like the vigor captured in his calligraphy, which is robust and imbued with a noble spirit that transcends the paper. The characters reflect the man. Observing the powerful strokes filled with righteous spirit, Zhu Pingan cannot help but ponder the historical blood debts associated with Yin Song, feeling a mix of admiration and skepticism within. The calligraphy of his adoptive father, akin to the auspicious purple energy from the east, radiates a grandeur that inspires awe. Zhao Wenhua, observing Yin Song's poetic creation, expresses endless admiration, holding Yin Song's calligraphy in high regard. Yin Song smiles silently, then turns his gaze towards Zhu Pingan. Pingan believed that his calligraphy had reached a commendable level. Today, upon encountering the Prime Minister's magnificent work, he realized that there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains and skies beyond the skies. He felt akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Limited in perspective, Zhu Pingan held a deep admiration for Yin Song's calligraphy as well. Ziho, in the vigor of his youth, should refrain from adopting a tone of flattery. Yin Song cast a knowing glance at Zhu Pingan and slightly shook his head. Zhu Pingan understood that he needed to articulate his thoughts more incisively, to touch upon Yin Song's interests. Thus, he shook his head and earnestly explained that the Prime Minister had misjudged him. He appreciated calligraphy for its three essences: the beauty of form, the beauty of spirit, and the beauty of emotion. The beauty of form pertains to the strokes and layout. The beauty of spirit refers to the charisma and elegance. And the beauty of emotion is about the realm it conveys. Not to mention the Prime Minister's calligraphy, which is undoubtedly beautiful in form and spirit. But the majestic righteousness that leaps from the paper is a realm far beyond what Pingan could achieve. Upon hearing Zhu Pingan's justification, Yin Song's eyes brightened at the mention of the three essences of calligraphy. The phrase majestic righteousness particularly resonated with him, causing him to stroke his beard in contemplation. As the saying goes, a person's character is reflected in their handwriting. The majestic righteousness found within calligraphy was something Yin Song had long prided himself on. He firmly believed he was a loyal minister devoted to the emperor and the people, a man of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom, a faithful husband, and a doting father. It was precisely for this reason that Yin Song cultivated his majestic righteousness, enabling him to produce such calligraphy. Chapter 701. Silence is golden. Following Yin Song, Zhao Wenhua, who held the nominal title of mentor, presented Zhu Pingan with a gift, a fine Su inkstone from Shi County, Anhui, a valuable token intended to encourage Zhu Pingan to remember that diligence leads to mastery, while frivolity leads to neglect, even in the early days of his marriage. Zhu Pingan expressed his gratitude profusely. After a brief interval, someone outside announced that a scribe had delivered today's memorial from the Office of State Affairs. Zhu Pingan felt compelled to take his leave, having gained a poem from Yin Song and the inkstone. Upon exiting Yin Song's office, Zhu Pingan was somewhat startled to find several officials stationed at Wui Hall, including Li Chunfang, all gazing intently at him. Their stares felt unsettling, causing him to shudder involuntarily, feeling akin to a monkey at a zoo, surrounded by onlookers. Ahem, I greet you, esteemed officials. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future, Zhu Pingan said, somewhat bewildered, as he cupped his hands in respect to the observing officials. Indeed, the officials replied with somewhat peculiar expressions, returning his greeting, exchanging a few pleasantries before departing. After they left, the officials whispered among themselves not far away, occasionally glancing back at Zhu Pingan. Their voices were too soft to hear. But Zhu Pingan could read their lips and found himself amused, realizing the nature of their conversation. Well, he doesn't seem particularly remarkable. How could the Prime Minister have kept him for so long? It seems this year's examination results are rather lackluster. This fellow has even become the top scholar. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. Merely by lingering a little longer in Yin Song's office, I have drawn the envy of others. It must be said, however, that such jealousy is rather hasty. In Yin Song's office, I am perpetually on edge. For both Yin Song and Zhao Wenhua are seasoned veterans in the political arena of the Ming dynasty, having navigated its complexities for decades. Their true thoughts are seldom reflected on their faces. Despite their outward geniality, akin to that of kindly neighbors, one cannot fathom what lies beneath. In truth, the more affably they smile, the more apprehensive I become. Engaging with figures of their stature means that even the slightest misstep could lead to my downfall. Outside the door, Li Chunfang, with a smile, elucidated to me that typically, newly appointed officials to the Wui Hall first pay their respects to the Prime Minister. Yet they emerge in a matter of moments. However, I, Zhu, had been retained for an extended period, thus piquing the curiosity of those present regarding my identity. Although I had just discerned the situation through lip reading, I patiently awaited Li Chunfang's explanation, feigning surprise before shaking my head with a wry smile. Assuring them that they were overthinking it, I had simply encountered Master Zhao Wenhua, who was the educational supervisor for our southern Jili last year and presided over the provincial examinations prior to the county tests. Hence, we engaged in conversation for a while. Zihu need not dwell on it. Their curiosity is fleeting, Li Chunfang remarked with a gentle smile. Reflecting on Li Chunfang's words, I nodded in acknowledgement. Zihu, this is the chamber of Elder Lu Ben. I have already consulted with him, so you may enter. Li Chunfang gestured for me to proceed a few meters forward until we reached another office, indicating that I should visit Elder Lu Ben. I expressed my gratitude to Li Chunfang and stepped into the room to pay my respects, mirroring my earlier greeting to Yin Song. Inside, Elder Lu was a sprightly old man, having surpassed his 50s and only slightly younger than Yin Song. He wore a fragrant leaf cap, his white hair neatly tied. Though age had marked his face with spots, and his deeply set eyes shone with a piercing clarity, Lu Ben exuded an air of authority, his demeanor serious and unyielding. As he engaged with me in an official manner, inquiring about my literary skills and calligraphy. After presenting me with a folding fan, he soon proceeded to serve tea and bid me farewell. Recognizing the subtle cues, I took my leave promptly. My visit concluded swiftly, and within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, those officials who had previously envied me exchanged glances and murmured amongst themselves. This is as it should be, one remarked. Indeed, I told you this lad was nothing special, another chimed in. I cast them a glance, suppressing a bemused smile. The next visit was to the final esteemed figure in the cabinet, a recently appointed elder whom I knew well, my mentor, Lord Su Jie. Upon entering, before I could even bow, I was warmly seized by Su Jie, who guided me to a chair. Unlike the amiability of Yin Song and Zhao Wenhua, which can induce a sense of pressure, Su Jie's warmth is genuinely comforting, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Zihu, you have arrived. Please take a seat and converse with us. Su Jie inquired with a subtle smile. What tea do you prefer, Longjing, Maojian, or Biluakan? Thank you, esteemed teacher. There is no need for formality. Whatever you drink, I shall partake in as well, Zhu Pingan replied with a smile. How could I presume to trouble you with tea-making? He then rose, graciously accepting the teapot from Su Jie. Noticing it was warm with remaining tea, he poured a cup for Su Jie and another for himself. Afterward, he replenished the teapot with hot water and set it upon the tea table. Ziyu, I have just visited Elder Yin and Elder Lu, Su Jie remarked. Yes, teacher, I first paid my respects to Elder Yin and Elder Lu before coming here. Zhu Pingan confirmed with a nod. Indeed, both Elder Yin and Elder Lu are seasoned officials of the inner cabinet, as are the other officials in the Wui Hall. Each possesses far more experience than you. Zihu, do not overestimate your own cleverness. You must learn from them, Su Jie advised, nodding slowly. I understand, teacher. Zhu Pingan replied earnestly. Remember, the inner cabinet is a crucial hub where all matters of the Ming dynasty converge. Here, you must observe, listen, learn, and engage actively. If you encounter uncertainties, do not hesitate to inquire until clarity is achieved. Should other officials be unable to answer your questions, seek me out. Do not fear embarrassment. Your youth renders ignorance acceptable, whereas feigning understanding invites ridicule. In this Wui Hall, be diligent with your mind, ears, eyes, mouth, nose, hands, and feet. You will reap substantial benefits, Su Jie reiterated, earnestly encouraging Zhu Pingan to cherish this opportunity to serve in the inner cabinet. "I shall remember your teachings, esteemed teacher." Zhu Pingan responded solemnly, nodding and expressing heartfelt gratitude. Su Jie's practical guidance illuminated Zhu Pingan's path in the Wui Hall. One essential point to remember: while you should observe, listen, learn, engage, and inquire, you must exercise caution in your speech. "Do you comprehend my words?" Su Jie asked, gazing at Zhu Pingan. "I understand. Silence is golden," Zhu Pingan affirmed with a nod. "Indeed, silence is golden. Huh. A common saying, yet it bears truth." "I am pleased you grasp this," Su Jie mused, savoring the phrase silence is golden with a satisfied smile, appreciating the brilliance of his student. Chapter 702. Who is this person? Within the office of Yin Song, the chief minister of the inner cabinet in the Wui Hall, only he and Zhao Wenhua remained. Zhao Wenhua produced a small jade jar from his bosom, exquisitely carved in the likeness of the southern pole immortal, an elderly figure with a youthful visage, benevolent expression, and a curved staff taller than his head. The jar's opening was sealed with a red silk cloth, resembling the longevity peach held by the southern pole immortal. The southern pole immortal, a figure from ancient mythology, symbolizes longevity and is revered as the chief disciple of the primordial supreme being. Adoptive father. This year's first brew of the 100 Flowers wine from my hometown, Chicheng, has been brought here post-haste by my nephew. Upon hearing that your supply of 100 Flowers wine was depleted, I have come to present this humble tribute. Zhao Wenhua respectfully offered the small jar of 100 Flowers wine to Yin Song. At the head of the table, Yin Song's eyes glimmered momentarily upon hearing the words. He accepted the bottle of Baiwa wine, presented by Zhao Wenhua, and gazed at it with admiration for a moment. Then, he gently opened a small gap in the silk cloth sealing the bottle. As the seal parted slightly, bubbles rose from the jade jar, and the rich aroma of the wine wafted forth, intoxicating and refreshing. The exquisite fragrance enveloped him like a celestial nectar, leaving one entranced. "A fine wine indeed, Wenhua. You have truly outdone yourself." Yin Song resealed the silk cloth with reverence, offering a compliment that drew him closer to Zhao Wenhua with a more amiable gaze. Seeing this, Zhao Wenhua's face radiated a sense of pride, as if receiving Yin Song's praise were an immense honor. In that moment, memories of an autumn over 2 decades ago flooded his mind. It was the 8th year of the Jiajing era when he, a newly minted scholar, first presented a jar of freshly brewed Baiwa wine to Yin Song, who was then the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy. That day had irrevocably altered the course of his destiny. Zhao Wenhua hailed from a once prominent family in Cixi County, Ningbo Prefecture, now fallen into decline and lacking in wealth. Cixi, with its rich historical heritage, was renowned as a bastion of Confucian scholarship, a cradle for scholars, and a land blessed with outstanding talents. From the Tang and Song dynasties to the Ming, the county had produced 5 top scholars, 1 second place, 3 third place, 519 jinshi, and over 2,400 jiren, earning the title of Land of Scholars. However, due to his family's impoverished state, Zhao Wenhua's educational journey was fraught with challenges, and no one in his family held an official position in the court. Those with connections thrived, while those without languished in obscurity. Thus, as a newly appointed official in the Ministry of Justice, he faced exclusion and disdain at every turn. Understanding the dynamics of court favor, he returned home, generously utilizing his family's dwindling resources and connections to procure a jar of newly brewed Baiwa wine, which he carried back to the capital. Baiwa wine was Cixi's most famous specialty, crafted through a meticulous and lengthy process. During the spring, when the grass began to sprout anew, peony flower stamens were harvested and dried in the sun. In summer, lotus petals and tender leaves were gathered and air-dried in the shade. In deep autumn, when dandelions danced in the wind, fragrant osmanthus flowers were collected and dried by the breeze. In winter, when snow blanketed the ground, the stamens of winter sweet flowers were harvested and sun-dried on clear days. Throughout the year, dozens of other flower stamens were also collected. These nearly 100 varieties of flower stamens and petals, gathered across the 4 seasons, were placed in a celadone jar, sprinkled with aged red yeast, combined with rainwater. Frost from the first frost of autumn, winter snowflakes, and the dew of bamboo leaves throughout the year, sealed and fermented according to a secret recipe. The brewing process could only occur once a year, yielding a meager output. Consequently, even in Cixi, this Baiwa wine was in high demand and commanded a hefty price. Zhao Wenhua's family's decline had made his path difficult, yet his success in the imperial examination had granted him a modest fortune. The jar of newly brewed Baihua wine alone had cost him nearly half of his remaining assets, a sum he procured through the goodwill of others. Effort invariably yields rewards. Upon returning to the capital, Zhao Wenhua seized an opportunity by presenting the exquisite Baihua wine he had brought from his hometown to Yen Song, who was then the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy. He extolled the remarkable qualities of the Baihua wine, which earned him Yen Song's favor, leading him to adopt Yen Song as a foster father. From that day forth, Zhao Wenhua's life was destined for transformation. With the support of his foster father, Yen Song, Zhao Wenhua's career flourished, and he was soon appointed as the director of political affairs. Although this position held a modest rank, it was immensely significant, as all memorials submitted to Emperor Jiajing from across the Ming dynasty would pass through his hands, placing him at the nexus of political affairs. Zhao Wenhua, possessing considerable capability and adept at navigating social dynamics, skillfully utilized this role to keep Yen Song informed of the shifting allegiances within the court, enabling Yen Song to respond with composure and make sound decisions. Consequently, Zhao Wenhua gradually ascended to the heart of power. Naturally, as the deputy minister of works and a core member of Yen Song's faction, procuring Baihua wine from his hometown of Xiqing became quite feasible. However, due to the laborious brewing process and limited production of Baihua wine, the quantity in Zhao Wenhua's possession was restricted. Apart from the exquisite jade jar of Baihua wine he presented to Yen Song today, he also kept another jar close to him. Though the jade jar was more intricately crafted than the one Yen Song possessed, resembling a dragon with 4 ears and decorated with a renowned couplet, the black tortoise of Luoshui first presents an auspicious sign, with the number 9 in yin and the number 9 in yang, totaling 81, which connects to the Tao, resonating with the primordial celestial master, eliciting sincere feelings. The Danfeng of Qishan brings forth double auspiciousness, the male crowing 6 times, the female crowing 6 times, a total of 36 sounds, echoing in heaven, heralding the birth of Emperor Jiajing, whose longevity knows no bounds. Moreover, the Baihua wine within the jade jar was even more fragrant and nourishing, which Zhao Wenhua had kept close to him. As for why he did not present both jars to Yen Song, only Zhao Wenhua could provide an explanation. Wenhua, what are your thoughts on Zhu Pingan? Yen Song placed the Baihua wine he held into a drawer, closed his eyes for a moment to gather his thoughts, then slowly opened them and regarded Zhao Wenhua with a measured gaze. Zhu Pingan is an astute individual, Zhao Wenhua carefully replied. Oh, in what way is he clever? Yen Song inquired. Upon his recent visit to pay his respects to you, his words and actions conveyed a sense of reverence, indicating his desire to curry favor with you, Zhao Wenhua remarked while pouring tea for Yen Song. Indeed, Yen Song responded, narrowing his eyes slightly before shaking his head. Unfortunately, while Zhu Pingan exhibits respect and seeks to please, he has yet to align himself with a faction. His involvement in the impeachment case against Zhao Daying displayed a certain naivety. Observing this, Zhao Wenhua added, the youth displays a normal degree of ambition. Yen Song stroked his beard thoughtfully and nodded slowly, unhurried. Zhao Wenhua mirrored his nod, acknowledging the wisdom in his foster father's words. As long as Zhu Pingan was intelligent, there was no need to fear his lack of awareness regarding the times. What you mentioned earlier about selecting a son-in-law beneath the ranks was somewhat unexpected, Yen Song remarked, savoring a sip of tea before setting the cup down and gazing at Zhao Wenhua. Foster father, what is your opinion on the memorial I submitted regarding the southeastern Woka threat? Zhao Wenhua did not directly address Yen Song's inquiry, but instead posed a question about the draft of the memorial he had previously presented. You have presented 7 matters, the foremost being the offering to the sea god. I request that officials be dispatched to conduct a ritual in Jiangyin and Changshu. Next, there is the issue of officials concealing graves and imposing light labor. Following that, I propose the recruitment of a naval force. Furthermore, let us consider the agricultural lands of Su, Song, and Chang, where individuals possessing more than 100 acres shall bear heavier taxes, and we shall pre-collect the land tax for 3 years. Additionally, we shall enlist wealthy individuals to contribute their resources, allowing merit to dictate the discourse of peace. Moreover, I propose sending esteemed ministers to oversee the military. We should also recruit former allies and salt workers, cloaked in the guise of loyalty and righteousness, to gather intelligence on the enemy's movements. These 7 matters exhibit considerable insight, and represent some of the finest proposals in recent years. Allow me to refine them slightly for your presentation to His Majesty. However, what connection do these have to my earlier inquiry? Yen Song expressed commendation for Zhao Wenhua's 7 matters, but felt a slight displeasure at Zhao Wenhua's evasion of the question. Thank you, my esteemed father. You may be unaware that among the 7 proposals I have presented, 3 are derived from Zhu Pingan's responses during the provincial examination, specifically concerning the strategy against the Wokou. Zhao Wenhua elucidated. Upon hearing this, Yen Song opened his eyes in surprise, having previously been in a state of restful contemplation. Chapter 703. An afternoon tale after paying respects to the 3 esteemed figures of the cabinet. Zhu Pingan accompanied Li Chunfang to greet several high-ranking officials of the cabinet's judicial department, followed by engaging with other officials until around 10 in the morning, at which point he settled in. Zhu Pingan was assigned to the office of Li Chunfang and 3 other officials, totaling 5 individuals. This room primarily dealt with clerical matters, such as drafting documents and edicts, submitting commendatory phrases, and sorting memorials. On his first day, Zhu Pingan, as the newly appointed official in the cabinet, found himself in the Wui Hall, akin to an intern in a court during his senior year, seeking guidance, observing, and learning from Li Chunfang and others as they handled memorials and communicated documents. He also undertook errands. The cabinet serves as the political nucleus of the Ming dynasty, where numerous directives are issued to the 6 ministries, the censorate, the Supreme Court, and various institutions. In ancient times, devoid of telephones, faxes, or emails, communication relied solely on human messengers. Today, Zhu Pingan made 2 such errands. The first was to the ministry of the imperial clan to convey the edict from Emperor Jiajing that commended the princes for their financial contributions to the military. Among these, Prince Dai, Zhu Tinqi, contributed 5,000 taels, Prince Ru, Zhu Yugua, contributed 3,000 taels, Prince Da, Zhu Zaitong, contributed 1,000 taels along with 8 warhorses, Prince Hui, Zhu Zaichuan, contributed 1,000 taels, and the lieutenant of the Ninghua prince's residence contributed 1,000 taels to aid border expenses, earning the emperor's appreciation for their generosity. The second errand led him to the Ministry of Justice to review the case files concerning the Yang family murder trial. This was a matter of capital punishment review. Our nation is known for its meticulous approach to the death penalty. During the Ming dynasty, any case involving capital punishment undergoes rigorous scrutiny through various administrative levels, ultimately requiring the emperor's approval before execution. The Yang murder case had now reached Emperor Jiajing, and naturally, such matters fall under the purview of the cabinet. Thus, the case was transferred to the cabinet for consideration. Without investigation, one cannot voice an opinion. So Zhu Pingan was dispatched to the Ministry of Justice to examine the case files. Upon arriving, he was confronted with nearly 10 pounds of documentation, leaving him bewildered. Fortunately, a responsible official at the ministry arranged for a clerk to assist Zhu Pingan to the entrance of the Shiyuan. However, the path beyond that point would require Zhu Pingan to navigate on his own. As Zhu Pingan arrived at Wui Hall, burdened with a hefty stack of documents weighing 10 pounds, he was drenched in sweat, his back soaked through, and his hands felt utterly exhausted. After delivering the documents to the designated office, he returned to his seat, lifted his teacup, and eagerly drank a refreshing cup of cool tea, savoring the sensation as it flowed down his throat and settled in his belly, akin to a rebirth. "Ah, Ziho, you must be quite fatigued," Li Chunfang remarked with a smile. "Not too bad, not too bad," Zhu Pingan replied, panting slightly. "Ah, youth truly has its advantages. I just visited the censorate, and now my legs feel as if they might break," Li Chunfang teased, handing Zhu Pingan a folding fan. "Here, this is one of our few perks." "Thank you, Lord Li," Zhu Pingan said, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the fan. He graciously accepted it, unfurling it with a swift motion and gently fanning himself. A refreshing breeze following its movement, providing considerable relief. After a brief moment, Zhu Pingan regained his composure. As he sought guidance from Li Chunfang, he began sorting through the memorials. The Mongolian Khan had once again invaded Datong, while his subordinate, Badur, had launched an incursion into the newly established fortress in Liaodong, resulting in a flurry of military reports. The Ministry of Revenue reported on the military salaries across various regions, indicating a severe shortage in the treasury and a plea for increased taxation. Additionally, severe famine had struck Xuandu and Datong, leading to dire circumstances, as people were resorting to cannibalism. The Ministry of War had submitted a request for financial aid to alleviate the crisis. Moreover, the pirate Wang had dispatched his chief subordinates, Su Hai, Chen Dong, Xiao Xian, and Ma Yi, to entice over 10,000 Japanese pirates. With more than 1,000 ships landing in Zhujiang, pillaging Taizhou, Wenzhou, Ningbo, and Shaoxing, causing chaos in eastern Zhujiang and simultaneous emergencies in Jiangnan and Jiangbei. In summary, the memorials highlighted three primary concerns: the northern invaders, the southern pirates, and a lack of funds. The Ming dynasty truly faced both internal and external turmoil, Zhu Pingan pondered, furrowing his brow as he examined the reports. In the afternoon, the sun hung in the sky like a blazing fire, scorching the earth. The water left outside the courtyard was scalding to the touch, and the ground seemed to be steaming, with not a whisper of wind, creating an oppressive heat that was almost suffocating. After enjoying lunch, Li Shu, the mistress of Tingyu Pavilion, indulged in a bowl of homemade ice cream and instructed her servants to fetch several basins of ice from the ice cellar to cool down the bedroom. She distributed bowls of buns to her young maid, Baozi, and the other maidservants, Chiner, and several others, with the ice basins in place. The temperature in the room was several degrees cooler than outside. While the outside world was ablaze, inside was a haven of comfort and coolness. During a brief afternoon respite, Baozi, the young maid, stood watch in the master suite. Taking advantage of her mistress's slumber, she discarded her outer garments and, clad only in her inner shirt, closed her eyes for a moment of rest. Having endured a sleepless night on duty, she soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. It was unclear how long she had slept. When Baozi finally awoke, rubbing her eyes, she noticed the sun had already begun its descent in the western sky, and the sunlight was no longer as harsh. Oh no! I overslept. Has my mistress awakened? Weren't we supposed to go with the second young lady to admire the lotus today? Baozi exclaimed, hastily running her fingers through her disheveled hair and sitting up abruptly, her anxiety palpable. At that moment, a young maid entered the living room, balancing a basin of ice. And upon noticing that the little maid Baozi had awakened, she chuckled softly, "Sister Huar, you are awake. Just now, the young lady saw you sleeping so soundly that she did not want to disturb you. She has taken Sister Qin to the back garden to admire the lotus flowers. The young lady is quite fond of you. She instructed us not to call you, and even granted you a half-day off." Upon hearing this, Baozi, the little maid, felt her lips part in astonishment, her heart swelling with sweetness at the young lady's kindness towards her. Just then, the sound of unsteady footsteps echoed in the living room, accompanied by a strong scent of alcohol. Soon after, Zhu Pingan stumbled in, hiccuping, with a tilted blue gauze crown adorning his head, swaying as he walked. "My lord, you are back so early today," the little maid remarked. "The young lady and the second young lady have gone to the back garden to appreciate the lotuses and have yet to return." Instinctively, Baozi pulled a thin blanket over herself, covering her neck and below, feeling a rush of embarrassment as her face flushed crimson. Zhu Pingan nodded slightly and began to head towards the master bedroom, but after just 2 steps, he faltered, nearly colliding with the door. It was then that Baozi belatedly realized her lord was quite inebriated, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol. "My lord, be careful. You should go to the kitchen and have the maid bring you a bowl of detoxifying soup," she urged, disregarding her own attire as she hurriedly descended from the couch to support Zhu Pingan, fearful that he might fall and injure himself. "No, it's unnecessary. I'm not drunk. Just help me to the bedroom to rest," Zhu Pingan slurred, shaking his head and waving his hand dismissively. In this feudal society, regardless of whether it was drunken babble or nonsensical words, the master's commands held significant weight. The little maid, Zhuer, stood there with a pitiful expression, uncertain whether to prepare the detoxifying soup. "Baozi, you first go to the kitchen and make a bowl of detoxifying soup. I will call for you shortly," Baozi instructed, supporting Zhu Pingan as she spoke to Zhuer. "All right," Zhuer replied, feeling reassured by Baozi's words. She bowed deeply to Zhu Pingan before making her way to the kitchen. As Zhu Pingan attempted to rise and head towards the bedroom, he overestimated his capacity to navigate in such a state of intoxication. He barely managed to lift himself before his legs buckled again, stumbling perilously. Had it not been for Baozi's support, he would have surely fallen headlong to the ground. Bearing the brunt of Zhu Pingan's weight, Baozi's cheeks flushed deeply as she almost lost her balance. Fortunately, she managed to grasp the door frame just in time to prevent a fall. "My lord, take your time," she cautioned, her heart racing not out of fear for her own fall, but out of concern for her inebriated lord, worrying about how she would explain any mishap to the young lady. "No, it's fine. I'm not drunk," Zhu Pingan insisted, letting out another hiccup as he leaned on Baozi's shoulder to steady himself. The young maid's face flushed crimson, having just awakened from her midday slumber. Clad in a lightweight, sheer garment, the warmth of the day accentuated her embarrassment. Zhu Pingan, inebriated, lacked coordination, his hand nearly slipping beneath her attire as it rested upon her shoulder. Fortunately, Zhuang'er had retreated to the small kitchen, otherwise, the situation would have been mortifying. The maid's cheeks burned with heat. However, once Zhu Pingan rose, he withdrew his hand, shaking off her support as he staggered toward the bedroom. Concerned that he might stumble over the threshold, the young maid hastily grasped his arm, fearing her own strength would falter. To better assist him, she draped his arm around her neck, ensuring she could support him should he lose his balance. The journey from the doorway to the bed, a mere 3 meters, felt like an eternity to her. At last, they safely reached the bed. "My lord, your tolerance for alcohol is low. You ought to drink less in the future," she chided gently. She sighed in relief after aiding Zhu Pingan to bed, glancing at him in his intoxicated state, and found herself silently reproaching Lu Mu and Lu Dideo for their lack of intervention. It was not entirely their fault. They had not re-entered. Leaning against the bed, Zhu Pingan waved his hand, his tongue heavy with drink, still attempting to defend Lu Mu and Lu Dideo. "Why did you drink so much today?" the young maid inquired as she sat at the edge of the bed, lowering her head to remove his shoes. After a moment of silence and hearing only his increasingly labored breaths, she looked up, puzzled, to find him gazing intently at her, his eyes sparkling with clarity. Following his gaze, she suddenly realized that her lowered head had caused the neckline of her garment to open significantly. Having matured early and benefiting from good nourishment alongside her mistress, her figure had developed more than a few sizes beyond that of her lady. It was no wonder he was staring. "Ah, my lord, where are your eyes wandering?" she gasped, quickly gathering her garment to cover herself, her face aflame with embarrassment. "What is that on your arm? A red spot. Did a mosquito bite you?" Zhu Pingan asked, his expression one of confusion as he shook his head and pointed to the small red mark on her arm. "Oh, it's just my arm," she thought, relieved to find that his attention was not directed toward anything inappropriate. Realizing her overreaction, her cheeks grew even warmer. "What is it? What do you have?" Zhu Pingan pressed further, his probing gaze deepening her embarrassment. In a voice barely louder than a whisper, she replied, It's just a marking." "Oh, so that's what it is," Zhu Pingan said, appearing enlightened, and he diverted his gaze, seemingly oblivious to her discomfort. With a sigh of relief, she adjusted her neckline and proceeded to assist Zhu Pingan in removing his shoes. After removing her shoes, in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, the maid Baozi asked, "Young master, why have you consumed so much alcohol today?" "Ah, it is my first day serving in the cabinet, and during the midday welcoming banquet, I was offered wine by the officials. I dared not decline, though I am unaware of how much I have drunk," replied Zhu Pingan, shaking his head. He then rubbed his forehead and muttered, "I am thirsty." "Young master, please sit tight. I will fetch some water," the maid replied. Upon hearing this, Baozi rose from the edge of the bed and went to pour water from the conveniently available hot water in the master bedroom. "Young master, the water is ready." She filled half a cup with hot water, then mixed it with cool boiled water, testing the temperature to ensure it was just right before bringing it to Zhu Pingan. "Thank you," Zhu Pingan said gratefully as he reached for the cup. However, in the next moment, his hand inadvertently brushed against the maid's. Uncertain whether it was intentional or accidental, Baozi pulled her hand back nervously, only to find Zhu Pingan gripping it tightly, making it impossible for her to withdraw. "You should feed me," Zhu Pingan said in a hoarse voice, holding onto Baozi's hand. Despite her naivete, Baozi's eyes widened in realization of the awkwardness of the situation, and she felt a surge of alarm. "Young master, please let go. It would be inappropriate if someone were to see us," she urged, shaking her head. "What's wrong?" Zhu Pingan teased shamelessly. Baozi, nearly in tears from anxiety, pleaded, "Please, young master, don't. Will you feed me or not?" Zhu Pingan raised his voice slightly, directing his tone toward the door. "Young master, lower your voice. If someone hears us." Baozi quickly covered Zhu Pingan's mouth with her small hand, glancing anxiously towards the entrance. Upon realizing there was no one in sight, she breathed a sigh of relief, her heart pounding with apprehension. "Your hands smell delightful," Zhu Pingan remarked, licking his lips and gazing intensely at Baozi. Faced with his audacity, Baozi bit her lip in resignation and, taking his hand, brought the cup of water to Zhu Pingan's lips. To her surprise, after drinking, Zhu Pingan became even bolder, attempting to pull her onto the bed. "Young master, no? Please." Baozi protested, struggling like a fragile leaf in a tempest, shaking her head repeatedly, on the verge of tears. "Why not? As your master's maid. You are already partially his possession. It would be remiss not to explore." Zhu Pingan chuckled wickedly. Despite her desperate struggles and tears, Baozi's fate of being drawn to the bed remained unchanged. As the daylight faded, the ensuing events need not be elaborated upon. Like a lamb awaiting slaughter, Baozi cried helplessly, watching as her master's robust form loomed over her. Just as she was on the brink of crossing the threshold from girlhood to womanhood, a sudden shout pierced her consciousness. "Sister Hua, wake up! Sister Hua, wake up! Were you having a nightmare? Why do you keep shouting not to? Sister Hua, are you awake? The young lady saw you sleeping soundly and did not want to disturb you. She has taken Sister Qin to the back garden to admire the lotus flowers. The young lady is quite fond of you. Let us refrain from calling you, allowing you to sleep a little longer. I have specifically granted you a half-day off." As the maid Baozi opened her eyes, she was greeted by the concerned face of the little girl Zhe, who appeared right before her. From that moment on, for a full 3 days, the maid Baozi did not exchange a single word with Zhuer. Throughout these 3 days, Zhuer was left in confusion, pondering why her sister was ignoring her. Her gaze seemingly menacing, as if she owed several hundred taels of silver. Had she committed some misstep recently? Chapter 705. Night Duty. As evening approached, the sun finally tempered its fiery temperament, exhibiting a rare gentleness, and the sweltering heat began to dissipate. The time was nearly upon the end of the working day. Indeed, it was not long before the chime of the clock resonated. The workday had concluded. The first day of duty as an official had gone relatively smoothly. Zhu Pingan stretched languidly, exhaled deeply, rolled down his sleeves, and reached for the cup in front of him, gulping down a hearty swig of cool tea. Just as he stood up to bid farewell to his colleagues in the room and prepare to leave, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from the Wui Hall, followed by a voice resembling that of a duck, announcing, "His Majesty, in consideration of your hard work, has commanded this servant to bring you your evening meal. Please enjoy it at your leisure." Before long, a small eunuch delivered 4 dishes and a soup, along with a basket of steamed buns. Once the eunuch departed, Zhu Pingan stood up, gazing at the delectable array of food with mild astonishment, then exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, the benefits of Wui Hall are quite impressive, with dinner provided. Does this mean I shall savor the imperial chef's culinary skills every day? I must say, the 2 dishes and porridge from the last palace examination still linger in my memory." As soon as Zhu Pingan finished speaking, he noticed the bewildered expressions of his 2 colleagues, who looked at him as if he were a fool. Haha. Zihu is unaware that Wui Hall does not provide dinner every day. Each time dinner is served, it signifies that one must work the night shift in Wui Hall. Li Chunfang interjected with a smile, shaking his head in explanation. Does that mean I must work all night today?" Zhu Pingan finally comprehended the reason behind the peculiar looks from his colleagues. However, life, much like an unavoidable circumstance, must be savored if one cannot resist. And Zhu Pingan embraced this notion wholeheartedly. Now, Li Chunfang and the others had witnessed Zhu Pingan's hearty appetite. He devoured half of the basket of buns alone. With Zhu Pingan as a vigorous presence, the 4 dishes and soup in the office were polished off for the first time. The culinary skills of the imperial chef were truly commendable. After enjoying dinner, Zhu Pingan took a leisurely stroll to the palace entrance, informing Lu Mu and Lu Daodao, who were waiting outside, to relay to Li Shu that he would be on duty at Wui Hall tonight and would not return. Upon returning to Wui Hall, Zhu Pingan received his assignment. Qingzi, still Qingzi. Tomorrow at noon, the Jiajing Emperor was to hold a sacrificial ceremony at the Tai Hall, requiring Qingzi prayers to communicate with the 3 pure ones, thus necessitating the Cabinet and Hanlin Academy to present the Qingzi. Yin Song placed great importance on the matter at hand, issuing orders to all personnel in the Wui Hall to immediately set aside their current tasks and fully immerse themselves in the creation of the Qingzi, as it was imperative not to disappoint the Emperor's ceremonial observance the following noon. The Qingzi, a rather insubstantial composition, even though Zhu Pingan had some proficiency in this area, still proved to be a daunting challenge, requiring extensive thought and effort. Historically, only a few renowned pieces of Qingzi existed, and aside from those penned by Yin Song, Li Chunfang, and Yuan Wei, there were scarcely any left. Such esteemed, yet nameless compositions could not be employed lightly. Akin to the prudent use of fine steel for the sharpest blades, they must be reserved for critical moments. Thus, Zhu Pingan found himself laboriously crafting his own Qingzi. As night descended, the Wui Hall was aglow with light, with officials diligently immersed in their Qingzi compositions, particularly Yin Song, the esteemed elder, who was notably conscientious, even retaining the diligent Yin Shifan to assist with the writing. They toiled earnestly until the late hours of the night. And only around midnight did Zhu Pingan and his companions drag their weary bodies to the modest guardhouse for rest. Zhu Pingan was assigned to a small room, number Wushu, adjacent to the restroom utilized by the Wui Hall. Although Wushu was a single occupancy room, it was exceedingly cramped and low, perhaps only around 5 square meters, resembling a rudimentary wooden shack that could barely accommodate a bed and a desk, devoid of any other furnishings. Notions of wardrobes or bathrooms were entirely out of the question. Far more rudimentary than any office he had encountered in modern counties. The bedding emanated a musty odor, yet fortunately, the oppressive heat rendered the blanket unnecessary, prompting Zhu Pingan to wryly tug at the corners of his mouth. Amidst the stifling warmth and incessant mosquito bites, he could hardly fathom how he eventually fell asleep. The following day, Zhu Pingan arose early, roused by the sounds of others visiting the restroom. After attending to his needs, he joined the other officials to wash up in a corner of the Wui Hall before partaking in breakfast together. Before the chimes of the clock signaled the commencement of the workday, Yin Song, Su Jie, and Lu Ben, 3 esteemed elders, had already arrived at their respective offices, engrossed in their Qingzi. With the leaders exerting such diligence, none among the subordinates dared to be idle, and thus Zhu Pingan also began his work with the other officials. During a mid-morning restroom visit, as he traversed the Wui Hall and beheld the fervent scene of officials laboring over their Qingzi, he shook his head with a sigh. National matters paled in comparison to the significance of a single Qingzi. Upon completing his visit, as he returned, Zhu Pingan witnessed a young official from the Ministry of War waiting outside Yin Song's office to report on the military situation regarding the invasion by the Oirat forces. The reason for this delay was that the esteemed Yin Song had not yet finished composing his Qingzi, and the guards had instructed the reporting official to wait outside until the composition was complete, so as not to disrupt Yan's flow of thought. Previously, an official had barged in to report on the incursions by Japanese pirates in Jiangnan, unaware that Yin Song was engrossed in writing a Qingzi, which resulted in an interruption that marred the quality of the piece. Consequently, not only was the reporting official reprimanded, but the guards on duty also faced severe criticism. Thus, since that time, the guards outside have become more vigilant. Whenever Master Yin is engaged in composing his verses, they pay particularly close attention. Anyone arriving must wait outside until Master Yin completes a piece, lest they disrupt his train of thought. After returning to his quarters and fulfilling his assigned tasks, Zhu Pingan took the opportunity to stroll to the entrance while pouring tea. He noticed that the official reporting on the military situation concerning the incursions by the Mongols still stood upright outside Master Yan's door. What piqued Zhu Pingan's curiosity was that despite waiting for such a long time, the official displayed no emotions. Maintaining a straight posture akin to a spear raised towards the heavens, its sharpness restrained, as if it could pierce the sky at any moment. This individual exuded an extraordinary presence, suggesting he was no ordinary figure. Zhu Pingan's eyes brightened momentarily as he pondered silently, then shook his head, unable to discern the identity of this person. The Jiajing era had many renowned military generals, such as Hu Zongxian, Qi Jiguang, and Yu Daiyou, and history was replete with talented military officials who had no opportunity to showcase their abilities. Chapter 706, Qi Haibao Masterly. Do you know who that young general is? Zhu Pingan inquired upon returning to the room, noticing that Li Chunfang had just finished composing a verse. He sat beside Li Chunfang and pointed subtly at the young official waiting for an audience with Master Yin, seeking his insight in a hushed tone. Li Chunfang squinted slightly, trying to see more clearly as he followed Zhu Pingan's gesture. Upon recognizing the young official's countenance, he smiled faintly. I have little interaction with military officials, but coincidentally, I have met this general on several occasions. Oh, I would love to hear more, Zhu Pingan replied, clasping his hands humbly as he sought Li Chunfang's knowledge. This man is Qi Haibao, who gained some notoriety last year, Li Chunfang gradually elucidated with a smile. Qi Haibao? Zhu Pingan was taken aback. I have heard of Huang Haiba and Zhou Libo, but who is this Qi Haiba? Notoriety last year? Could he be a forgotten general of unfortunate fate? Seeing Zhu Pingan's expression of confusion, Li Chuanfang's smile grew wider as he stroked his beard and recited a poem with rhythm and cadence. In a humble abode, I rest my head. Worries of the past linger like an old pact. Call forth the wine to greet my guests with a feather fan. I sit and discuss military affairs. Clouds guard the toothpicks, stars hold the swords. Titles of nobility are not my desire. I only wish for peace upon the sea waves. Upon hearing Li Chunfang recite this poem, Zhu Pingan felt as if clouds had parted, revealing clarity. The line titles of nobility are not my desire. I only wish for peace upon the sea waves resonated deeply with him. As an enthusiast of ancient military history, how could Zhu Pingan not recognize the fame of this celebrated poem? Yet, outwardly, he maintained a facade of ignorance, eager to learn more. After all, as a native of the Ming dynasty, it was reasonable that he would not instantly recognize the individual upon hearing the poem. Historically, this poem had gained renown only as its author achieved notable success in resisting the Japanese invaders. In regard to this poem, aside from the boldness encapsulated in the line, "Though I desire not to be a marquis, may the sea remain tranquil," the overall quality of the verses is rather mediocre, lacking in remarkable elements. Were it not for the illustrious achievements of its author, this poem would have long faded into the annals of history, scarcely causing a ripple. Unbeknownst to Ziho, this poem was composed several years ago by General Qi. Li Chunfang explained softly, "The line 'Though I desire not to be a marquis, may the sea remain tranquil' reveals the general's lofty aspirations." Zhu Pingan nodded thoughtfully, then smiled faintly, deliberately inquiring, "Is this general named Qi Haiba?" "Not at all." Li Chunfang chuckled while shaking her head. She continued to elucidate for Zhu Pingan. "This general's surname is Qi, and his given name is Jiguang. He hails from Dengzhou in Shandong. His family has served in official capacities for generations. At the tender age of 10, General Qi inherited the position of acting commander of the Dengzhou garrison from his ancestors, thus becoming a veritable fourth-rank official at such a young age. However, he is not merely a product of ancestral privilege. Last year, he came to the capital to participate in the martial examination as a martial scholar, which was the previous year's examination prior to yours. Unfortunately, during the martial examination, the forces of Northern Hu under Khan Anda besieged the capital, leading to the cancellation of the event due to the dire circumstances. Indeed, it is Qi Jiguang, Zhu Pingan acknowledged inwardly, his expression attentive as he leaned in to listen earnestly. At this juncture, Li Chunfang cautiously surveyed the surroundings before lowering her voice. At that time, there were 100,000 troops of Northern Hu outside the city, while within, it was said that there were 12 to 13,000 Imperial Guards. You are aware of the current state of the Imperial Guards. Their numbers are largely fictitious, with only about 50 to 60,000 being actual soldiers. Among them are many seeking glory, as well as numerous elderly and weak, and those conscripted by various officials. The number of soldiers capable of fighting was fewer than 20,000. Such a dire situation? Zhu Pingan was taken aback, realizing that the circumstances during the Gungshu incident were even more severe than he had comprehended. Li Chunfang nodded and continued, "Due to the grave conditions, all those participating in the martial examination were mobilized. Unlike the others, General Qi volunteered for the task, and, being exceptionally well-versed in both culture and martial prowess, he composed a treatise titled Strategies Against Anda while defending the city." At this point, Zhu Pingan envisioned the scene vividly. If Qi Jiguang's inheritance of his family's fourth-rank title marked his initial ascent onto the historical stage, then this treatise Strategies Against Anda was the pivotal step that illuminated his path in history. It was through this work that Qi Jiguang first captured the attention of the prominent figures, earning recognition and showcasing his talents during the Gungshu incident, thereby seizing a precious opportunity for his rise to prominence. I was then sent by the emperor to the city gates to commend the troops, and had the fortune of reading this treatise. Although I am not well-versed in military affairs, I found this strategy to be exceptionally astute. Accompanying me was Zhang, an official from the Ministry of War, to whom I presented this work as a commendation. Zhang was astounded and immediately recommended General Qi to the Minister of War, leading to General Qi's temporary appointment as the officer in charge of the 9 gates of the capital. Consequently, General Qi's strategies against Anda became widely celebrated. It was through this connection that I became acquainted with General Qi, Li Chunfang reminisced. I still possess a copy of General Qi's strategies against Anda. If you are interested, Ziho, you may take a look, Li Chunfang suggested, glancing at Zhu Pingan. Gratitude flowed from Zhu Pingan as he smiled and clasped his hands in thanks to Li Chunfang. Why such formality between us, Zihu? Li Chunfang replied with a smile, rummaging through the table until he unearthed a scroll titled Preparation for the Answer to the Khan. Handing it to Zhu Pingan, he received it with reverence, placing it carefully within his sleeve. Although he had previously searched for this work online in the modern era, he had never laid eyes on the original version. Despite the cancellation of the martial examination last year, the emperor, in his benevolence, conferred upon all those, including General Qi, who had aided in the defense of the capital, the same status as that of successful candidates, honoring their contributions. Due to General Qi's exceptional performance, the Ministry of War had reassigned him to the border at Jimen. It was likely that he had returned today to report on urgent military matters. As Li Chunfang spoke, he cast a glance outside. Noting the tightly shut door of Yin Song's office, his brow momentarily furrowing before reverting to a composed demeanor. Though subtle and fleeting, Zhu Pingan observed the brief expression. Cognizant of its implications, yet he would not be so foolish as to mention it aloud. By the way, Zihu inquired about General Qi, Li Chunfang remarked, as if a thought had suddenly struck him, turning to Zhu Pingan with a question. I recently saw General Qi, strikingly handsome and remarkably valiant, which piqued my curiosity. Zhu Pingan touched his nose and chuckled. Indeed, should the opportunity arise in the future, I shall introduce you to him. Li Chunfang replied with a slight nod and a smile. Chapter 707. The emperor's patience exceeded an hour, comprising 2 rotations of time, passed. After Qi Jiguang entered Yin Song's chamber, Zhu Pingan diverted his gaze and commenced attending to the backlog of official duties accumulated from composing verses. He had barely perused 2 memorials before Yin Song began demanding submissions of written verses. As for the military report, Zhu Pingan only caught a glimpse of Qi Jiguang's retreating figure as he exited the Wui Hall. Around 11 o'clock, Zhu Pingan sensed the entire Western Garden bustling in preparation for the fasting and sacrificial activities of the Jiajing Emperor. Soon, the air was thick with smoke, as over 1,000 pounds of incense and paper offerings were consumed in flames, an act that would undoubtedly draw the ire of modern environmentalists. This marked Zhu Pingan's second participation in the Jiajing Emperor's fasting ritual, the first occurring during his tenure at the Hanlin Academy. This time, however, Zhu Pingan felt a distinct difference. Previously, he had been tasked with writing and arranging the venue, whereas now he was involved in the prayers, standing closer to the heart of the sacrificial rites. Yuan Wei, Li Chunfang, and others continued their duties at the altar, crafting written verses. Upon encountering Yuan Wei, Zhu Pingan sensed a glimmer of envy in his eyes, as if he were deeply discontented with Zhu Pingan's swift ascension within the cabinet. As the sacrificial activities commenced, Zhu Pingan silently thanked Li Shu for her foresight. The soft leather shoes he wore were truly a divine blessing for such occasions. The repeated acts of kneeling and praying during the rituals would have rendered him footsore had he still worn his former official boots. However, clad in these supple leather shoes, he found no discomfort in his legs despite the numerous kneeling positions he had assumed. During the ritual ceremony, amidst the act of kneeling in reverence, Zhu Pingan discreetly observed the venerable Tao Zhongwen, an old charlatan, with his flowing white beard, youthful visage, and donned in an apricot yellow Taoist robe. He exuded an air of ethereal grace. Yet, no matter how celestial his demeanor appeared, it could not alter the essence of his charlatanry. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, a young acolyte hurriedly delivered a letter to Tao Zhongwen. Upon reading it, a jubilant expression adorned his face, and he expressed his gratitude to the Emperor Jiajing, who was clad in a blue cloth robe adorned with the Bagua symbols. Your Excellency, my fellow disciple, the Taoist Zhang Yinsheng from Chia County, discovered a dragon bone weighing 1,000 jin while excavating the Qing Bridge and dredging the river. Additionally, a prominent stone resembling a divine manifestation has emerged, measuring several zhang in length. This is a heavenly omen. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Through the art of reading Tao Zhongwen's lips, Zhu Pingan discerned the contents of the letter, realizing it pertained to the excavation of a precious bone. Dragon bone. The ignorance of unlearned folk is truly alarming. Such bones are merely fossils of ancient creatures. Zhu Pingan couldn't help but smirk in disbelief. Nevertheless, the Emperor Jiajing was enamored by this notion, and upon hearing the news, his countenance brightened. He decreed the allocation of 200,000 taels of silver for the construction of a temple on Mount Taihe in Hubei to perform rituals for peace and prosperity, as well as to offer blessings for the Ming dynasty. Mount Taihe, also known as Wudong Mountain, holds great significance in Taoism as a revered site where the true immortal Xiantian Shangdi, the great Emperor Xuanwu, and the unfathomable ancestor, once cultivated their practices. The Emperor Jiajing designated Wudong Mountain as the foremost mountain in the realm. For every major event, he would command rituals to be held there. Damn it, this old charlatan. Tao Zhongwen. Zhu Pingan couldn't restrain himself from cursing him inwardly once more. During the last ritual, he had merely scribbled some verses on the altar, having secretly concealed a dozen brushes dipped in gold powder within his sleeves. Yet, this old charlatan managed to deceive the emperor out of 200,000 taels of silver with just a letter. Such a sum is no trifling matter. Last year, during the severe droughts in Ningxia and Gansu, people resorted to cannibalism, and the court could only allocate 200,000 taels for disaster relief. Tao Zhongwen, with a mere fossil, had pilfered the disaster relief funds meant for 2 provinces from the national treasury. Zhu Pingan could no longer harbor disdain for this charlatan. Why not simply practice your Tao in the depths of the mountains and recite your scriptures? Why come to disrupt the Ming dynasty? The eventual downfall of the Ming dynasty, a century later, can be attributed in no small part to such charlatans. Otherwise, how could the dynasty have faced such depletion? At that moment, the ethereal and youthful Tao Zhongwen appeared increasingly despicable and grotesque in Zhu Pingan's eyes. Due to the dragon bone incident, the Emperor Jiajing was exceedingly pleased, and Yin Song, who excelled in this ritual ceremony, received special commendation from him, along with a handcrafted green hat. No, a fragrant leaf crown, for his contributions to the ceremony and the 2 commendable verses he composed. Yuan Wei also garnered the emperor's favor for his outstanding composition during the ritual, as did Li Chunfang, who was similarly celebrated for his diligent poetic creations. As for Zhu Pingan, he, like the other participants in the ritual, merely received a reward of a pound of ice from Emperor Jiajing. Yuan Wei, adorned with the specially bestowed ear-leaf crown from Emperor Jiajing, strutted past Zhu Pingan with an air of superiority. As he passed, he cast a disdainful glance at Zhu Pingan and deliberately flicked the crown, departing with an air of self-satisfaction. Sporting a green hat yet brimming with pride, he truly epitomized the model of forgiveness. Zhu Pingan, watching Yuan Wei's swaying figure retreat, could only curl his lips in silent derision. During the midday ritual, Emperor Jiajing was in high spirits, yet by the afternoon, as the workday drew to a close, his temper had turned towards the cabinet. Under the emperor's wrath, the cabinet felt like a small boat on the verge of capsizing in a storm. This was the first time Zhu Pingan witnessed Emperor Jiajing's fury. As the emperor entered the cabinet, Zhu Pingan felt an immense pressure, bowing his head like a quail, kneeling with the others on the ground to plead for forgiveness. The cause of Emperor Jiajing's ire stemmed from his golden decree during the ritual, which allocated 200,000 taels to Tao Zhongwen for the establishment of the Yue Shrine on Wudong Mountain and other ceremonial expenses. The crux of the matter lay in those 200,000 taels. After the ritual, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Works, and the Ministry of War submitted memorials at this critical juncture. The Ministry of Revenue lamented the monumental expenses for disaster relief and military expenditures, leading to a severe shortage of treasury funds. The Ministry of Works cited the significant costs of repairing the city walls, while the Ministry of War reported famine in Xianzhou and Datong, petitioning for a loan of 300,000 silver taels for relief efforts. In essence, they all highlighted the acute scarcity of treasury funds. The 3 ministries implored Emperor Jiajing to draw from the inner treasury to cover the costs of the Yue Shrine. What is the inner treasury? It is a counterpart to the national treasury, a private reserve meticulously accumulated by Emperor Jiajing, encompassing profits from imperial estates, tributes from local officials and minority leaders, and various taxes collected by eunuchs across the realm. This accumulation was no small feat, representing the emperor's lifeblood and the foundation of his alchemical pursuits. The expenses for alchemy were astronomical. Materials such as musk, cinnabar, mercury, lead, and mica were exceedingly costly. The quantities required for his pursuits were staggering, resembling an act of burning money. While Emperor Jiajing had contemplated tapping into the national treasury before, the ministers staunchly opposed any such notion, some even threatening their lives to deter him from using state funds for his alchemical endeavors. Thus, He had no choice but to rely on the inner treasury to support his spiritual and alchemical practices. In Emperor Zhao eyes, the establishment of the U.S. shrine was akin to the grand ceremonies of Fengshan at Mount Tai. Both were meant to invoke blessings for the Ming dynasty and should rightfully be funded by the national treasury. Now, however, the ministers dared to demand that he draw from his personal funds. How could he possibly tolerate such an affront? You deny me the use of state funds for alchemy? Very well, I shall utilize my own savings. Yet now, for the U.S. shrine, which ought to be financed by the national treasury, you audaciously request my private wealth. You have gone too far. How bold you are. Chapter 708. The court discussion. Emperor Zhao is a sovereign of remarkable talent. Though his passion for alchemy and immortality has led to a decade-long absence from court, however, his lack of physical presence does not equate to negligence in governance. He maintains a firm grip on state affairs, and no subtle shifts within the court escape his notice. Since his ascension, he has never relinquished power, mastering the art of political maneuvering to a remarkable degree. Zhang Tsong, Xia Yan, and Yin Song may appear to bask in glory, yet they are merely pawns in Zhao grand strategy. While the genius may not be daunting, it is the diligent genius that truly commands respect. It is true that Emperor Zhao is captivated by the pursuits of immortality, yet he is also renowned for his diligence in administration, frequently reviewing petitions late into the night. In modern times, it seems most would only indulge in games until the late hours. If a monarch like Zhao exhibits such industriousness, should we not also strive to occasionally awaken our own motivation? Emperor Zhao is decisive in his actions. As the afternoon drew to a close, he expressed his displeasure in the cabinet and subsequently ordered a court discussion regarding the state of the imperial treasury. This court discussion, initiated during the Ming dynasty, is a system for gathering ministerial opinions. Due to the sudden nature of the summons, Zhu Pingan and several officials were dispatched to inform the relevant parties. Zhu Pingan was tasked with notifying the Minister of Revenue, Sun Yingkui. Upon arriving at the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Pingan found that many officials had already departed for the day, yet Sun Yingkui remained at his post. Sun Yingkui, a white-bearded elder in his 60s, donned his official robes impeccably. Upon hearing Zhu Pingan's announcement regarding the court discussion, he glanced up and, with a polite smile, replied, "Scholar, please hold for a moment while I finalize the accounts of the granary." "Thank you, Minister Sun, but I kindly ask you to expedite the process." Zhu Pingan responded with a respectful gesture before taking a seat to await Sun Yingkui's completion of his tasks. In the meantime, a scribe named Lu Er poured a cup of tea for Zhu Pingan, who expressed his gratitude once more. As Sun Yingkui meticulously verified the ledgers and organized the granary's income and expenditure, Zhu Pingan took note of the stack of documents on Sun Yingkui's desk, realizing that much of the work had already been completed before his arrival, with only the final touches remaining. It seemed that Sun Yingkui had anticipated this meeting when he decided to remain at the office rather than leave after regular hours. Sun Yingkui may not have been a historical figure of great renown, and Zhu Pingan had not paid him much heed in modern times. However, upon arriving in the capital, he had heard whispers of Sun Yingkui's earlier reputation as an advisor who had boldly confronted the powerful during his youth, celebrated for his integrity. Yet, in recent years, particularly since taking charge of the Ministry of Revenue, his standing has diminished, with many describing him through the idiom content with mediocrity. Regardless of public opinion, Zhu Pingan, through this brief encounter, dared not underestimate Sun Yingkui. This individual possesses the remarkable ability to anticipate the thoughts of the Zhao Emperor, a skill that is scarce among officials in the entirety of the Ming dynasty. Regardless of whether he is content with a life of ease, Zhu Pingan cannot afford to underestimate him due to his political acumen. As Sun Yingkui mentioned, in the span of a mere tea session, Zhu Pingan had nearly finished his cup, while Sun had already organized everything. The Ministry of Revenue was situated just outside the Shiyuan, and Zhu Pingan, alongside Minister Sun Yingkui, swiftly arrived at the venue. This court assembly was convened at Wui Pavilion. The three cabinet ministers, Yin Song, Liu Ben, and Su Jia, alongside Minister Sun Yingkui of the Ministry of Revenue, Minister He Ao of the Ministry of War, and several other prominent officials, including those from the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Personnel, and the Ministry of Rights, entered the Grand Hall of Wui Pavilion in two orderly rows, kneeling before the central dragon throne, awaiting the arrival of the Zhao Emperor. Zhu Pingan, Li Chunfang, and two other officials, serving as cabinet inspectors, were also fortunate enough to partake in this assembly, kneeling at a more distant part of the hall. They remained in this position for nearly 10 minutes. Zhu Pingan, kneeling at the back, sensed that the Jiajing emperor must still be harboring some displeasure, intentionally delaying his entrance to make a point to the officials. After approximately 10 minutes, the sound of a cleansing whip echoed 3 times, followed by 2 teams of eunuchs entering, holding golden censers and various ceremonial implements, methodically burning incense and arranging the ceremonial vessels. Subsequently, a retinue of palace maids, wielding fans, ushered in the illustrious Jiajing emperor. As customary, he donned a blue 8-diagram robe and gracefully seated himself upon the dragon throne, exuding an extraordinary presence. Once the emperor settled in, the officials, led by Yen Song, proclaimed thrice, "Long live our emperor," and bowed their heads to the ground, each displaying utmost reverence. "Gentlemen, please rise," the emperor commanded, gesturing towards Huang Ban to provide a seat for Wei Zhong. As the officials stood in gratitude, Huang Jin, accompanied by a young eunuch, brought forth a cushion embroidered with the 8-diagram pattern for Yen Song to sit upon for the discussions. Despite his frail state, Yen Song persisted in kneeling to express gratitude until the emperor waved his hand, granting him permission to sit. This privilege was unique to Yen Song, as other officials were required to stand during deliberations. A single chime signified the official commencement of the assembly. The young eunuchs in the hall bowed their heads and swiftly exited Wui Pavilion, closing the doors behind them. "Today, I have summoned you all, and I trust you are aware of the reasons for this gathering," the emperor began. "You are all my loyal ministers. Speak freely today, for I will not hold your words against you. I wish to hear your thoughts." The emperor's piercing gaze swept across each minister, and with a flourish of his wide robe sleeve, he leaned back in the dragon throne. A moment of silence enveloped the hall before Yen Song, as the prime minister took the initiative to speak. "In recent years, our dynasty has faced numerous tribulations: northern invaders, southern pirates, natural disasters, and human misfortunes. Yet, as the saying goes, adversity cultivates a strong nation. Thanks to the sagacity of His Majesty, our dynasty, having endured numerous tribulations, has emerged with an even more fortified state, a picturesque realm under the benevolent grace of the emperor. We, basking in the imperial favor, ought to contemplate our service to the nation. If we cannot alleviate the burdens of the emperor, what face do we have to enjoy such royal blessings? It would be better to resign," Sir Yen slowly remarked. "What you say is indeed profound," replied Minister Su, nodding in agreement. "Su, my esteemed colleague, from where do you propose we commence?" Sir Yen inquired, directing his gaze towards Su. "In light of what you mentioned regarding the recent tribulations faced by our dynasty, I humbly suggest that the treasury is of paramount importance. Should the treasury be well stocked, we shall have ample resources for border defenses, unperturbed by northern invaders or southern marauders, and sufficient funds for disaster relief, thus shielding us from natural calamities. The state of the treasury hinges on 2 factors. If revenues exceed expenditures, it flourishes. Conversely, if revenues dwindle while expenditures escalate, it becomes depleted. No one understands the treasury's condition better than Minister Sun of the Ministry of Revenue. I implore Minister Sun to elucidate the financial entries of the granary, enabling us to direct our efforts more effectively," Su stated, bowing respectfully. Chapter 709. Su Jia, the opportunist. This is a game of political acumen. Sir Yen, now over 60 and serving as the chief minister for more than a decade, may appear frail, yet his cunning has only sharpened with age. Since he admonished Su Jia, the latter has become increasingly compliant, especially since joining the cabinet, where he has never contested Sir Yen, always following his lead. This has transformed the cabinet into Sir Yan's echo chamber. Even when the Eastern Pavilion deliberately disrespected Su Jia as a test, he remained unperturbed, even marrying his niece to the Eastern Pavilion as a concubine, which further assuaged Sir Yen's concerns, leading him to cease any further scrutiny or actions against Su Jia. Nevertheless, Sir Yen harbored a degree of caution towards Su Jia. The reason was straightforward. Xia Yan, Su Jia's mentor and a close confidant, had been instrumental in recommending him. Xia Yan, however, had fallen victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by Sir Yen and Liu Bing. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by the court discussions under Emperor Jiajing, Sir Yen sought to gauge Su Jia's reaction once more. Su Jia remained his usual compliant self, responding in alignment with Sir Yan's perspectives, which pleased Sir Yen and alleviated some of his suspicions. Su Jia's insights were compelling, The treasury's depletion warranted investigation into its causes. No one possessed greater authority on this matter than the Ministry of Revenue. Consequently, all eyes turned to Minister Sun Yingkui. Even the emperor, resting with his eyes closed, opened them to focus on Sun Yingkui as well. Unfazed by Su Jie's inquiry, Minister Sun stepped forward, composed and self-assured, and bowed respectfully to the emperor and the 3 cabinet elders. He then produced a meticulously prepared account of the granary's financial records and began to elaborate. Your Majesty, esteemed ministers, since my arrival in the capital, the annual income of the granary, excluding regular taxes and additional levies, amounts to over 5 million taels of silver, with an additional 400,000 taels collected from miscellaneous taxes. This year alone, the granary has yielded over 200,000 taels. As for expenditures, aside from the annual allocation of 280,000 taels for border affairs, an additional 245,000 taels have been incurred, with over 800,000 taels required for border repairs and economic revitalization. Due to the dire situation at the borders, expenses have surged to over 6 million, leaving the treasury in Taizong depleted, which is indeed the reality. After Sun Yingkui concluded his report, a murmur of discussion erupted in the Grand Hall, clearly indicating that the state of the treasury was more precarious than anticipated. The expenditure was exorbitant, and the deficit was alarming, with Taizong's revenue this year amounting to merely over 2 million taels, insufficient to cover its outgoings. Zhu Pingan, having familiarized himself with the taxation system of the Ming dynasty, was even more astonished upon hearing the precise figures from Sun Yingkui. Naturally, Sun was referring to the silver reserve of the treasury, while the grain collected was stored elsewhere in granaries. The Emperor Jiajing, seated upon the dragon throne, furrowed his brow upon hearing Sun Yingkui's account. The enormity of the expenditures further fueled his innate suspicion, leading him to question the possibility of misappropriation. However, the astute emperor refrained from verbalizing his doubts. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying the assembly. The treasury is the financial lifeblood of our Ming dynasty, and the Ministry of Revenue is its steward. Now that the coffers are empty, does Minister Sun possess a viable strategy? Yin Song inquired, casting his gaze over the assembly before settling on Sun Yingkui. May I propose an increase in taxation? Sun suggested. Based on historical tax assessments, we can forego the northern provinces and regions like Guangxi and Guizhou, which yield little grain. However, in other areas, particularly in the fertile Jiangnan region, we could impose additional levies. As the saying goes, when Lake Tai is abundant, the world is prosperous. By doing so, we could potentially increase our annual revenue by over 1 million taels. Increase taxes? Zhu Pingan's expression tightened at this suggestion, his regard for Sun Yingkui diminishing instantaneously. Jiangnan is already suffering under the ravages of the pirates. Are we to impose further tax burdens upon them? Many among the pirates are already subjects of the Ming. If we levy additional taxes, we may drive desperate farmers into the arms of the marauders. Is this not a call for rebellion? Are we not exacerbating the chaos in Jiangnan by increasing their tax burdens? This is akin to gaining a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. Such were Zhu Pingan's thoughts on Sun Yingkui's proposal. It appeared the assembly was discerning. Although Sun's intellect remained sharp, his earlier integrity had long since faded, leaving only a desire for self-preservation. I must respectfully disagree with Minister Sun's suggestion, a censor boldly declared, stepping forward with fervor. Recognizing the flaws in Sun Yingkui's proposal and daring to voice his dissent, Zhu Pingan silently commended him. Yet, in the next moment, Zhu Pingan was taken aback, his lips quivering slightly. As the adage goes, it is not the scarcity of wealth that is troubling, but the inequity in its distribution. If the northern provinces and regions like Guangxi and Guizhou are exempt from additional taxation, while Jiangnan bears the brunt, what fairness is there? Would this not invite censure upon our dynasty's governance? Instead, it would be more equitable to impose uniform taxation across all provinces, the censor continued passionately. Oh, if my memory serves me correctly, Censor Gua hails from the Jiangnan region by Lake Tai, does he not? When you speak of fairness, I suspect your call for equitable taxation is a mere facade, concealing a desire to alleviate the tax burden on your homeland. Sun Yingkui retorted with a slight smile, defending himself while subtly mocking Censor Gua. You, with your venomous words, have left Gu Yushi flushed with indignation. Subsequently, officials who maintained amicable relations began to voice their opinions, leading to a cacophony of debate among the attendees of the court session. Zhu Pingan, having listened to the proceedings, found himself at a loss for words amidst the court's turmoil. The officials' bickering rivaled that of contemporary internet celebrities, causing his mind to wander into the ether. As an external observer of the court discussions, Zhu Pingan occupied a peripheral position, and his momentary distraction would have gone unnoticed were it not for his keen awareness. After approximately 2 minutes, his wandering gaze fell upon a distant pillar in the grand hall, where he discerned an inscription that had weathered the passage of time. If one were not to scrutinize closely, the engraving would easily be overlooked. However, Zhu Pingan possessed sharper vision than most, and upon narrowing his eyes, he clearly read the inscription, "Su Jia, a petty man, shall never be employed." Instantly, his spirit was invigorated. The script bore a striking resemblance to that of the note previously bestowed upon him by the Jiajing Emperor, albeit slightly less refined. Nonetheless, it was evident that the engraving was indeed the youthful hand of the Jiajing Emperor. The strokes of the characters were interwoven and tumultuous, as if one could visualize the emperor's fervent anger as he penned those 8 words. Chapter 710. A long-standing tale. It turns out that the historical reference to Su Jia, a petty man, shall never be employed, is rooted in reality, engraved upon this very pillar of Wuyi Pavilion. Each day, Su Jia would behold these words upon arriving at his post. One might ponder the weight of such sentiments on Su Jia's conscience. According to Zhu Pingan's modern historical insights, these words were inscribed by the Jiajing Emperor in the 9th year of his reign, at which time the emperor was 23 years old, having ascended to the throne for 9 years, and Su Jia was 28, having achieved the degree of Jinshi 7 years prior. To discuss these words necessitates mentioning a significant event in Ming history, the Great Ceremony Controversy, which occurred shortly after the Jiajing Emperor's ascension. Interestingly, the Jiajing Emperor was not destined to be emperor. Prior to his reign, his cousin, the illustrious Zhengde Emperor, Zhu Hozhao, held the throne. The Zhengde Emperor was indeed an anomaly in Ming history. On one hand, he was astute and decisive in state affairs, swiftly quelling the rebellion of the powerful eunuch Lu Jin and addressing the turmoil caused by the princes of Wenhua and Ning. He frequently alleviated disasters and exempted taxes, even leading troops into battle against the Mongolian princes, achieving a resounding victory at Yingzhou against the Tartar forces. Remarkably, during the battle, he mingled with his soldiers, sharing their sustenance and lodging, and personally charged into the fray, slaying enemies with ease, a feat that significantly boosted morale. On the other hand, the Zhengde Emperor was notorious for his debauchery and unprincipled behavior, indulging in excesses and revelries, earning a reputation as a notorious tyrant. He constructed lavish quarters and surrounded himself with countless concubines, living a life of unbridled entertainment. His penchant for warfare led him to bestow titles upon himself, declaring himself the Grand General of Might, raising the question of whether the Jiajing Emperor's similar proclivity for self-bestowed titles was influenced by his cousin. It is said that Emperor Zhengde often neglected state affairs, choosing instead to roam the palace grounds with the Jinyui, indulging in fleeting romances without regard for their marital status. If he took a liking to someone, he would have them forcibly brought to the palace, inciting widespread discontent among the populace surrounding the capital. This peculiar emperor ultimately met his demise through his own excesses. Yet, as he closed his eyes forever, he left behind a chaotic legacy for the court, compounded by the absence of an heir. What to do? A nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign who would ascend to the throne. Thus, the opportunity for the future Emperor Jiajing arose. The regents, including Yang Tingyi, consulted the imperial genealogies and deliberated on the succession, proposing that Zhu Yujian, the second son of the Prince of Xingxian, should inherit the throne. This choice was made necessary by the untimely death of the elder son. While the matter seemed straightforward, it became complicated within the royal context of a feudal society governed by Confucian principles, which emphasized the primacy of legitimate heirs and the patrilineal succession. Emperor Jiajing was required to have a direct bloodline connection to the previous emperor. According to Confucian doctrine, the younger branch must yield to the elder. Thus Yang Tingyi and his colleagues contended that Emperor Jiajing must first be adopted by the late Emperor Zhengde's father, thereby establishing the necessary lineage to ascend the throne. Consequently, a ceremony of adoption and the coronation of the crown prince was organized outside the capital to facilitate Emperor Jiajing's entry as the son of Emperor Xiaozong, the reigning crown prince. However, the young Emperor Jiajing, though merely 15, was a prodigious and proud individual. The notion that he should be adopted by his uncle and forsake his biological parents was intolerable. How could he be regarded as unfilial? He vehemently rejected the idea, asserting that the edict summoned him to be an emperor, not a mere crown prince. Faced with the urgency of governance, Yang Tingyi and the others conceded, allowing Emperor Jiajing to ascend the throne first. Once crowned, he insisted on honoring his deceased father, the Prince of Xingxian, with a posthumous title. Yet again, Yang Tingyi and his colleagues invoked Confucian ideals to oppose this. In response, Emperor Jiajing threatened to return home with his mother, relinquishing his claim to the throne. Eventually, they relented, but Yang Tingyi imposed conditions. While he could recognize his parents and bestow titles upon them, they could not be referred to as emperor and empress, as his imperial predecessor would remain his uncle, Emperor Xiaozong. Reluctantly, out of concern for his newly acquired throne stability, Emperor Jiajing agreed to honor his father as Emperor Xingxian and his mother as Empress Dowager Xinghua. In the third year of the Jiajing reign, with the emperor's position firmly established, he initiated the ennoblement of his biological parents. This action ultimately led to the dismissal of Yang Tingyi, and numerous officials from various departments petitioned against the Jiajing emperor. Over 200 ministers even ventured to the left Shun gate of the palace to express their dissent, citing Confucian principles as their rationale. However, the Jiajing emperor, confident in his authority, did not hesitate to retaliate. He ordered the arrest of more than 100 individuals, stripping officials of their salaries if they held a rank of 4th grade or higher, while those of 5th grade and below faced corporal punishment, resulting in the death of 18 men. Consequently, in light of the ritual controversy, the Jiajing emperor harbored significant grievances against Confucianism, particularly regarding the primogeniture system and the inheritance practices between major and minor lineages, asserting that the major lineage should take precedence. In the 9th year of his reign, the impetuous 23-year-old emperor, prompted by the Grand Secretary Zhang Tsong, sought to strip Confucius of his royal title and diminish the standards of his worship, proposing to destroy statues and replace them with wooden tablets. This was an affront to Confucius, the revered sage, who held an almost divine status in the hearts of scholars. Throughout history, emperors had continuously conferred honors upon Confucius to demonstrate their reverence. Yet here was an emperor attempting to reduce his status and the rituals surrounding him. Although officials privately opposed these measures, they were intimidated by the emperor's wrath, especially considering the fate of the 18 officials who had perished for their dissent. They feared the authority of Grand Secretary Zhang Tsong and remained silent. Yet, the equally fiery 28-year-old Su Jie emerged to voice his opposition, resolutely stating his disagreement with the emperor. When the emperor assigned Zhang Tsong to address the matter, the latter reprimanded Su Jie, who stood his ground with reasoned arguments. Zhang Tsong angrily accused Su Jie of betrayal, to which Su Jie retorted dismissively, asserting that betrayal necessitates subservience, and he had never been subservient to Zhang Kong. Subsequently, Su Jie submitted another memorial, steadfastly opposing the emperor's decisions. Enraged by Su Jie's audacity, the young emperor felt provoked and thought to himself, "You believe I cannot act as a tyrant, that I cannot bear the disgrace of being unable to accept counsel from below, or that I cannot confine you to a prison." He resolved to exile Su Jie to a remote location, relegating him to the position of a minor official overseeing a prison in Fujian's Yanping prefecture. Thus, the emperor's fury remained unabated. After issuing the Edict of Exile, he stormed to the Wuyi Hall, where, in a fit of anger, he inscribed the words "Su Jie is a villain, never to be reused on a pillar." A reminder to himself that Su Jie was to be forever deemed unworthy of trust. Chapter 711. The allocation of silver to the capital. The long-standing conflict between the Jiajing emperor and Su Jie evoked thoughts in Zhu Pingan about a modern anecdote. It spoke of a scenario where, if one were to be called a certain name, their superior would inscribe XXX is a villain, never to be reused beneath the transparent glass of their desk. Each day, upon sitting down, the boss would be reminded of those words. And during daily reports to the office, one would also be confronted with them. The question arises, how would one respond? Most would resign, yet Su Jie, rather than retreating, ascended step by step to executive positions, ultimately joining the board of directors. When Zhu Pingan regained his focus from his reverie, the court discussions had already made significant progress. Observing the esteemed officials engage in their intellectual duels, Zhu Pingan, a mere junior official, found himself relegated to the roles of listener and observer. patiently awaiting the outcome of the deliberations. The adage that one's arms cannot surpass one's legs remained an unassailable truth. Ultimately, the expenses for the ceremonial rites at Mount Wudong were to be covered by the national treasury. Additionally, the Jiajing Emperor approved several proposals from the court ministers. The first of these proposals involved the allocation of capital silver from the capital. This suggestion, based on the recommendations of Minister of Revenue Sun Ying-Kuei and revised by Yin Song and others, constituted a practical solution. Given the urgent border situation and the increasing recruitment of soldiers in various garrisons, the expenditures had risen significantly, necessitating the allocation of capital silver. Except for the provinces of North Zhili, Shaanxi, Hunan, Guangxi, Guizhou, and the municipalities of Huayan, Yangzhou, Luzhou, Fengyang, Pizhou, and Xuzhou. Any locality that did not engage in recruitment or large-scale construction, such as fortifications, would be required to allocate capital silver. Zhu Pingan and Li Chunfang retrieved records from the cabinet archives regarding recruitment and border fortification. Those jurisdictions that had neither recruited troops nor constructed walls would indeed be subject to the allocation of capital silver. During the court discussions, Yin Song and other dignitaries roughly determined the allocation amounts for each province. Jingtiansha province was assigned 30,000 taels, Guizhou province 35,000 taels, Ningbo province 25,000 taels, Qizhou province 20,000 taels, Taiping province 20,000 taels, Anqing province 20,000 taels, Suzhou province 85,000 taels, and the combined total for Guangda, Hezhou, and Chuzhou amounted to 9,000 taels. Zhujiang received the highest allocation, totaling 156,000 taels, while Jiangxi was allocated 120,000 taels. Huguang 14 million taels, Sichuan 15 million taels, Fujian 14 million taels, Guangdong 15 million taels, and Yunnan 57,340 taels. The total allocation of capital silver exceeded 1 million taels, to be submitted to the Ministry of Revenue's Treasury by October of this year, with penalties for non-compliance. The allocated capital silver approached nearly half of the Treasury's annual revenue. The Jiajing Emperor, along with the Ministry of Revenue, expressed great satisfaction. However, one could not help but feel pity for the common people. After hearing this, Zhu Pingan sighed inwardly, recognizing that the burden ultimately fell upon the populace. The capital silver could not be borne by local officials alone. The second proposal approved during the court discussions was a cost-cutting measure suggested by Su Jia. He proposed that the Jiajing Emperor order all ministries and local offices to conduct a self-audit of their officials, cooks, clerks, and soldiers, eliminating redundant positions and personnel. He recommended that the Ministry of Revenue compile a comprehensive outline of revenues and expenditures, disseminating it through official channels to ensure that the entire court understood the plight of the Ming dynasty and cherished the nation's resources. Su Jia's proposal was promptly approved by the Jiajing Emperor, who then arranged for its implementation. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhu Pingan felt a peculiar sensation within. Uncertain if the Jiajing Emperor still remembered the phrase Su Jia, the little man, never to be used again, which he had inscribed on the pillar of the Grand Hall. The third matter was directly orchestrated by the emperor himself, who believed that the military expenditures for the borders, such as troops' salaries, fortifications, and relief efforts, had become excessive, amounting to nearly 10 million taels of silver over the past year. He suspected that there were instances of fraudulent claims and extortion, thus delegating the responsibility to the officials to investigate these expenses and to impeach any corrupt officials involved. The fourth matter involved an imperial edict regarding the storage of silver in the granaries, designated for emergencies. Henceforth, no silver could be withdrawn from the granaries without a sacred decree. Subsequently, the emperor issued another decree to withdraw 200,000 taels for the ceremonial rites at Wudong Mountain. After the court deliberations, the emperor retained Yin Song, Su Jia, and the Minister of Revenue, Sun Ying-Kuei, for further arrangements, while the remaining officials departed in an orderly manner. Zhu Pingan followed the crowd out of the Grand Hall. However, this was merely an exit from the hall. There was still work to be done that evening. The matters discussed during the court meeting needed to be drafted into official documents and dispatched to various locales overnight. Due to the deliberations concerning the allocation of silver, Zhu Pingan found himself with little appetite, feeling that the sumptuous imperial feast before him was devoid of flavor, like wax, as he hastily consumed a few bites before setting down his chopsticks. Soon, Zhu Pingan and his colleagues were organized by Elder Lu Benlu to draft official documents. Zhu Pingan was tasked with drafting the documents for the allocation of silver for Anqing, Suzhou, and Hezhou. As he picked up the brush, he felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, rendering him unable to write. The mere thought of the additional taxes imposed on the common folk, stemming from the very documents he and his colleagues had drafted, sent a chill down his spine, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Despite having no voice in such national matters and being merely a scribe, Zhu Pingan felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. "Why aren't you writing?" Elder Liu Benlu, noticing Zhu Pingan lost in thought, expressed his dissatisfaction, yet, due to his advanced age, he momentarily forgot Zhu Pingan's name and pointed at him, referring to him as that one. Zhu Pingan, taken aback, quickly realized that Elder Liu was addressing him. He promptly rose to apologize, admitting his inexperience in drafting official documents, which made him somewhat anxious about making mistakes, thus delaying his writing. Seeing Zhu Pingan's sincere apology, and considering Su Jie's reputation, Elder Liu's displeasure softened, and he gestured for Zhu Pingan to sit, advising him not to let it happen again. An official beside him provided Zhu Pingan with a sample document for reference, instructing him to adhere to it closely. "Oh, matters of state are beyond the influence of a mere sixth-rank official like myself. I am not in a position to dictate or critique. The court resembles a grand stage, continuously presenting one play after another, yet I am not the protagonist, nor am I even afforded a minor role in the performance." He merely considered himself a mere spectator, a bystander positioned slightly closer to the stage. In his heart, Zhu Pingan silently apologized to the common folk of Anqing, Suzhou, and Hezhou, before dipping his brush into the ink and dutifully beginning to draft the official documents as required. However, this particular scribe, unaware of the unfolding drama, would soon discover that a critical role would soon be left vacant. Chapter 712. A sleepless night on this night. In addition to drafting 3 documents concerning the allocation of funds from the capital, Zhu Pingan was tasked with composing over 10 additional documents that encapsulated the spirit of the court discussions held that evening. Due to the urgency of the matters at hand, these documents were to be printed and distributed to the officials by dawn, compelling him to toil through the depths of the night. It was only after enduring this exhausting labor that he finally collapsed onto the narrow cot of his humble quarters. This marked the second consecutive night of such arduous work, often extending into the early hours. Fatigue weighed heavily upon him, rendering even the slightest movement of his fingers a daunting task. Yet, despite his overwhelming weariness, sleep eluded him. The night, though deep, was stifling in his lowly quarters, akin to a steam chamber, and it seemed that rain was imminent, amplifying the oppressive heat that enveloped him. The noise outside was equally unbearable. The frogs in the rice paddies, cultivated by the Jiajing emperor, croaked incessantly, while cicadas clung to the tree trunks, their relentless chirping competing for attention. The cacophony of croaks and chirps echoed like a duet, rendering any attempts to block out the sound futile. Zhu Pingan lay in bed, perplexed and unable to find solace in sleep. When he finally succumbed to slumber, he was jolted awake by a nightmare, a family devastated by the imposition of taxes on capital funds. The anguished cries of the matriarch cursing the officials responsible as she stood at the edge of a well. Cold sweat dripped from him. The vividness of the dream was chillingly real. With his eyes closed, those haunting images replayed in his mind, the despairing gaze of the woman, as if it had truly transpired. Sighing, Zhu Pingan could not resist rising from his bed, and in the darkness, he found himself seated by the window, gazing out into the endless night. At this moment, the Ming dynasty resembled a dilapidated vessel adrift upon the ocean, teetering on the brink of capsizing after a century of neglect. The current financial emptiness was but a microcosm of a burgeoning fiscal crisis. The direct cause of the Ming dynasty's imminent downfall lay not solely in peasant uprisings, but rather in this very crisis. The fiscal turmoil unleashed a Pandora's box of calamities. It rendered the dynasty incapable of providing disaster relief during times of natural catastrophes and famine, thus undermining public trust and inciting the populace to revolt for survival. Furthermore, this crisis led to military pay shortages, inadequate weaponry, and insufficient training for troops, resulting in a decline in the combat effectiveness of the Ming army. The failures in both external conflicts and internal pacification efforts, compounded by unpaid soldiers, sparked numerous mutinies and rebellions. The fiscal crisis spawned a wave of refugees and discontented soldiers, leading to a succession of uprisings that only grew in strength. Ultimately, The financial malaise rendered the Ming army incapable of quelling domestic insurrections or repelling foreign invasions. Thus, after more than a century of a vicious cycle, during the reign of Chongzhen, the once mighty vessel of the Ming dynasty, riddled with wounds, finally capsized. At this moment, Zhu Pingan could hardly fathom that the world's most developed and prosperous nation, the Ming, had descended into such dire financial straits. This vast empire, possessing over 1 billion acres of arable land, nearly 300 million inhabitants, burgeoning industries and commerce, and the nascent seeds of capitalism, accounted for more than 23% of global industrial output. Yet, its tax revenues could scarcely sustain its administrative functions and the armed forces comprising hundreds of thousands. The invasion by the Northern Hu, led by Khan Altan, left the empire's northern borders as vulnerable as a sieve. This was indeed astonishing. Such tax revenues were utterly abnormal. Was the taxation system at fault? Yes, but not entirely. It is essential to recognize that when the Ming dynasty was founded under the rule of the Hongwu Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, the extent of cultivated land was far less than today, the population was smaller, and the commercial sector was not as developed. Nevertheless, the tax revenues at that time were more than sufficient to support the operations of this vast empire, whether for large-scale construction, extensive foreign wars, or disaster relief. Following the establishment of the dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang launched multiple northern campaigns that drove the Mongols into exile in Europe during the reign of his son, the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di. There were continuous military expeditions, with 500,000 troops undertaking 5 northern campaigns against Mongolia, and vast armies repeatedly invading Vietnam. Alongside the construction of the Forbidden City and extensive works at Wudong Mountain, not to mention the illustrious voyages of Zheng He, all without any signs of a fiscal crisis. It is noteworthy that the taxation system of the Ming dynasty has undergone little change since its inception. Why, then, with the increase in arable land, population growth, and the development of commerce and industry, do the taxes collected under this established system fail to meet the empire's operational needs, precipitating a fiscal crisis? Zhu Pingan, coming from a modern perspective, understood the root of the issue clearly. Yet, regrettably, few in the present Ming court grasp this reality. Perhaps some do see it. But for various reasons, be it apprehension or an awareness of the cause without a solution, they remain silent. Tonight's court meeting comprises either cabinet ministers or heads of various departments. Yet the measures discussed are merely superficial remedies. Some proposals, such as allocating silver from the capital, may provide short-term relief, but in the long run, they could prove detrimental. One of the most pressing issues facing the Ming dynasty is the severe land consolidation. Land ownership has become increasingly concentrated, with the number of landowners dwindling. Despite the growing amount of cultivated land, the imperial estates set a troubling precedent. Upon ascending to the throne, Zhu Hozhao, the cousin of the Jiajing emperor, established 7 imperial estates, which were soon followed by the creation of over 30 more, far exceeding the landholdings of previous dynasties. The imperial family, bureaucrats, and gentry were equally unwilling to lag behind. Disrespectful words may be uttered regarding one's own mentor, Su Jie, although the extent of his landholdings remains somewhat unclear. It is known that during his tenure as the prime minister, Su Jie possessed an impressive 240,000 mu of arable land in his ancestral home of Su Song, along with several thousand tenants. Presently, the current prime minister, Yin Song, boasts an even more extensive array of cultivated land across Jiangxi, Nanjing, Yangzhou, and beyond, an incalculable expanse. According to the contemporary research conducted by Zhu Pingan, approximately half of the fertile land surrounding the capital of the Ming dynasty, within 1,000 li, has fallen into the hands of the imperial family, bureaucrats, and gentry as a result of land consolidation. The lands have been predominantly appropriated by these privileged classes within the Ming dynasty, who enjoy distinct advantages under the tax system. The royal family, princes, relatives of the imperial family, and meritorious officials are exempt from taxes and corvée labor. The families of officials are entirely free from such obligations. Retired officials and their families receive lifelong exemptions, while students, in addition to their own exemptions, benefit from further alleviations. Moreover, landless commoners often become tenants, thereby escaping state labor requirements under the shelter of these elites. As a result, although there is an abundance of farmland and a growing population, the tax revenue remains disproportionately low. The existing tax system of the Ming dynasty proves inadequate in addressing the realities of land consolidation. The future reforms proposed by Zhang Jujing, particularly the single whip law, represent a slight advancement over the current tax structure, reviving some vitality within the Ming. However, such reforms pale in comparison to the more progressive measures of the Qing dynasty's land tax system a century hence. Of course, aside from agricultural taxation, commercial taxation also harbors numerous complications. Yet, what use is this knowledge to Zhu Pingan? Sitting before the window, gazing into the impenetrable darkness outside, he silently recited a passage from Zhuo Qiuming's Zhuozhuan, Chao Gui on warfare, reflecting not on the phrase regarding the momentum of a single push, but rather on Chao Gui's admonition to his fellow townsfolk about the short-sightedness of the meat-eaters. He longed not to remain a mere spectator, but to take the stage himself. Sighing, Zhu Pingan shook his head with a wry smile, fully aware of the impracticality of such aspirations. As a lowly sixth-rank official, he lacked the qualifications to perform on stage. Nevertheless, his gaze toward the outside world grew increasingly resolute. Chapter 713. Returning to the mansion after 2 consecutive days of arduous work at Wui Hall, including late nights, Zhu Pingan finally earned a brief half-day leave following the issuance of official documents on the morning of the 3rd day, allowing him to return home for a respite before returning to work the next morning. Upon exiting the palace gates, he spotted Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo waiting beneath the shade of a tree, having been there for several days. Upon noticing Zhu Pingan, the two approached, leading their horses. Zhu Pingan greeted them with a smile and exchanged a few words before the trio mounted their steeds and made their way to the residence of the Marquis of Linhuai. As Zhu Pingan stepped into the Tingyu pavilion, he was met with joyful exclamations, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Soon, he beheld the enchanting Li Shu, her complexion as fair as snow and her beauty captivating, gracefully running toward him with her delicate hands lifting her skirts, exuding an aura of delight. Like a butterfly fluttering to his side, standing firmly, Li Shu gazed at Zhu Pingan with a gentle smile, 2 strands of hair dancing in the wind beside her cheeks, adding an alluring charm to her presence. Her pair of ebony eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, captivating and enchanting. Zhu Pingan, noticing Li Shu's slightly breathless state from her light jog, couldn't help but smile, his heart warming at the sight. During his recent days of duty in the cabinet, if he had to admit who he missed the most, it would undoubtedly be this enchanting little sprite before him. He was unsure when his concern for Li Shu had grown so profound, but it felt as if he had already savored the sweetness of fine wine upon realizing it. "Why have you returned now?" Li Shu asked playfully, her cherry lips of vivid hue, delicate and inviting, curling into a gentle smile. Her sweet voice was so soothing that it made Zhu Pingan forget the exhaustion of his long hours of work. "I missed you, so I came back." Zhu Pingan replied with a teasing grin. "How can you say such things? A dog cannot spit out ivory," Li Shu retorted, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue as she pouted, playfully chiding him. In ancient times, subtlety was valued. It was rare for someone like Zhu Pingan to openly display affection in public. Of course, matters would be different once the door was closed behind them. Seeing Li Shu's bashful demeanor made Zhu Pingan chuckle. In response, Li Shu pouted again, playfully tapping his shoulder with her small hand. "Oh, you smell terribly of sweat. How long has it been since you bathed?" As the couple exchanged playful banter, Li Shu moved closer and, with her delicate nose, caught a whiff of Zhu Pingan's strong scent of perspiration. Her dark eyes narrowed slightly, not out of disdain, but rather concern. Li Shu was well aware of Zhu Pingan's habits. He was meticulous about personal hygiene, washing his face and brushing his teeth twice daily, bathing before bed, and frequently changing his clothes to remain clean and fresh. In their childhood days in Xia village, Zhu Pingan was known as the cleanest little lad in the village. Yet now, he bore the unmistakable odor of sweat, his clothes dampened by it. Despite his sunny smile, Li Shu could see the fatigue etched on his face, a clear indication that he had been working overtime and not resting well. In her heart, Li Shu cursed the people in the cabinet, and even the emperor, harboring no respect or affection for those in high positions. Meanwhile, in the West Garden, Emperor Jiajing, engrossed in alchemical pursuits, suddenly sneezed, causing the alchemical fire to flare wildly. He hurriedly worked for a long time to regain control of the flames. Huang Jin, attending to him, anxiously offered assistance, concerned for the emperor's health and contemplating whether to summon the imperial physician. "You should quickly bathe and change," It won't be too late to have lunch after you refresh yourself, Li Shu urged Zhu Pingan, playfully insisting that he attend to his hygiene, and then instructed the maids to prepare fragrant bathwater and set up the bathing area. Just as I wished. Zhu Pingan, having been stationed at Wuyi for several days, found himself deprived of a proper bathing facility. The lowly quarters were stifling, and he often found himself drenched in sweat, longing for a refreshing bath. Thus, when Li Shu urged him to cleanse himself, he could hardly refuse. Once the maid had prepared the bathing water, he retreated to the bathing chamber. After Zhu Pingan entered the bath, Li Shu made her way to the small kitchen of Tingyu Pavilion. She instructed the maid to gather the necessary ingredients while humming a gentle tune from the Book of Songs, personally taking to the stove to prepare several dishes that Zhu Pingan relished. In no time at all, the dining table was laden with an array of visually appealing and fragrant delicacies. When Zhu Pingan emerged from his bath, clad in fresh attire, he was greeted by a table brimming with delectable dishes, all of which were his favorites, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Across from him, the speck of dust on Li Shu's nose did not escape Zhu Pingan's keen gaze. Having often assisted his mother, Chun, in tending the fire during his childhood, he recognized the situation instantly. The sight of the dust on her nose transported him back to moments when his mother would secretly prepare eggs for him in the kitchen. "What are you staring at? Aren't you hungry?" Li Shu playfully chided. With a smile, Zhu Pingan shook off his reverie, took a seat, and began to savor the splendid meal. The dishes were rich yet not greasy, bursting with flavor, surpassing even the imperial cuisine. Once seated, he hardly paused with his chopsticks, and before he knew it, he had devoured 2 bowls of rice, his cheeks puffed out, yet he continued unabated. Li Shu, elegantly poised across from him, took delicate bites, savoring her food while occasionally dabbing at her lips with a handkerchief. Observing Zhu Pingan, who was indulging like a glutton, her eyes curved into crescent moons of delight. Zhu Pingan felt that this lunch was the most sumptuous and satisfying he had enjoyed in the past 3 days. After the meal, he retreated to his study for a brief respite, intending to organize his thoughts from the previous night and commit them to paper for further refinement. He understood the adage that a good mind is not as valuable as a poor pen, while his memory was sharp. Inspiration was fleeting and could not be relied upon to endure. Upon entering the study, Li Shu instructed the maid to clear the table and asked Qiner to fetch water for washing up. Once in the bedroom, she naturally took a handkerchief and deftly wiped away the speck of dust from her nose, then sat at the vanity to ensure her face was spotless. When Qiner entered with the washing water, Li Shu refreshed herself before the mirror, applying a touch of makeup and donning a new garment, gracefully making her way toward the study. The weather, which had seemed ominous the previous evening, had transformed into a bright sunny day by noon, with the sun hanging high in the sky and temperatures rising once more. After finishing his lunch, Zhu Pingan settled at his desk in the study, stretching lazily and casually tossing a handful of bait into the fish pond by the window, whereupon a few koi promptly darted to the surface, eagerly competing for the food. Not far beyond the window lies a rockery in the courtyard, draped with verdant wisteria that sways gently in the breeze, enveloping the structure in lush greenery. At the base of the rockery, a variety of flowers and trees bloom, with splashes of red and blue blossoms that infuse the scene with a rustic charm, providing a touch of coolness to the study. Shortly thereafter, Li Shu entered, accompanied by several young maids, who carried ice basins and an assortment of snacks and fruits. Li Shu instructed the maids to place 6 ice basins around the study, in the corners and at the center, to cool the air without causing a chill. A delicate fragrance wafted through the room as Li Shu personally set a glass of chilled sour plum juice before Zhu Pingan, taking a seat across from him and gazing at him with her sparkling eyes. On a summer day, a glass of icy sour plum juice is nothing short of delightful. It invigorates the senses and quenches thirst. "Why aren't you drinking?" she inquired. Sour plum juice is the perfect summer refreshment. As Zhu Pingan lifted his glass to take a sip, he noticed that Li Shu had no drink of her own. Without a second thought, he offered her his glass of sour plum juice. Li Shu's eyes, shimmering with a mix of shyness and playful reproach, met Zhu Pingan's gaze as she shook her head, her cheeks flushing a rosy hue. "Do you not enjoy sour plum juice?" Zhu Pingan asked, bewildered, only to quickly shake his head as if to dismiss the thought. "But I saw you drink it last time." Li Shu's face grew even redder, as if on the verge of tears. Noticing this, Zhu Pingan, ever curious, asked again, seeking clarity. "Who can't drink something cold?" Li Shu shot him a reproachful glance, her face ablaze with embarrassment. A cough escaped Zhu Pingan, startled at first, then feeling a tinge of awkwardness. He understood the implication of her words. Girls cannot consume cold things during their monthly cycle, and there are many other restrictions as well. Let Huai accompany you tonight. I am not at ease, Li Shu said, placing the sour plum juice back in front of Zhu Pingan, her expression nonchalant, yet her dark eyes subtly scrutinized his reaction. Beside them, the maid Baozi, with her round face, blushed deeply, lowering her head as if trying to hide it in her bosom. What nonsense! I am not a child who needs company to sleep, Zhu Pingan replied, exasperated. Besides, if we don't engage in anything inappropriate, it shouldn't affect my rest. The maid Baozi, with her head lowered, cast a forlorn glance at Zhu Pingan's feet. Fool, Li Shu rolled her eyes at Zhu Pingan with a playful pout. Yet her cherry lips curled into an enchanting smile. At that moment, a young maid entered the study, announcing, Miss, the second miss has arrived. My sister is here. I will go see, Li Shu responded, rising to her feet and informing Zhu Pingan before leading the maid and others out to greet her. In ancient times, propriety dictated that men and women should maintain a respectful distance, and since the second miss had come to speak privately with Li Shu, Zhu Pingan refrained from intruding. Remaining in the study. Before long, Zhu Pingan could hear the voices of Li Shu and the second miss of the Linhuai Marquise engaged in conversation, accompanied by the cheerful sounds of the mischievous child and the little girl Nyunyo, indicating that they had come along with the second Mississippi. Why did my second sister not mention it earlier, causing me to neglect my elder sister? Chiner, quickly prepare some tea, and War. Please go to the small kitchen and ask Lu Mama to make some refreshing beverages for the heat, along with chilled fruits. Upon stepping outside, Li Shu spotted the second young lady, who playfully chided her with a smile, and then instructed Chiner and War to prepare tea and fruits. War and Chiner approached the second young lady to pay their respects, and then followed Li Shu's orders to the kitchen. The second young lady of the Linhuai Marquise stepped forward, taking Li Shu's hand with a smile. Fifth sister still treats elder sister as a guest? There is no need for such formalities among sisters. It had been several days since she last saw her younger sister after the eldest sister's departure, and feeling a bit restless at home, she decided to visit and chat with her. On the way, she encountered Rue Gu and Nyunyo, who insisted on accompanying her after hearing that their brother-in-law had returned. Reluctantly, she brought them along. Hello, fifth sister. As soon as the words fell, two little figures emerged from behind the second young lady, greeting Li Shu sweetly. It was the mischievous Li Yangong and the adorable Nyunyo. Despite the boy's usual brash demeanor, he turned meek upon seeing Li Shu, much like a husky encountering a tiger. This transformation was the result of numerous hard-learned lessons. Although fifth sister was beautiful and cheerful, she was far more formidable than their clumsy brother-in-law. No wonder the teacher often remarked that only women and scoundrels are difficult to nurture, having faced setbacks. The mischievous boy found it hard not to learn his lessons. As for little Nyunyo, she remained as sweet as ever, a rosy picture of charm, far more endearing than her brother. Rue Gu and Nyunyo are truly well-behaved, Li Shu said with a smile, affectionately ruffling the boys' and girls' hair in praise. Whereas my brother-in-law, Nyunyo and I want to play with him. The boy almost let slip the nickname for their brother-in-law. Ah, go on. Your brother-in-law is in the study, Li Shu replied, gently patting his head, her smile growing warmer. Achoo! The boy sneezed unexpectedly, scratching his head and muttering to himself. Who is thinking of me? He then joyfully grabbed Nyunyo's hand, bouncing off toward the study. Meanwhile, Li Shu and the second young lady retreated to the bedroom for a private conversation. Brother-in-law, Nyunyo misses you. Little Nyunyo entered the study, breaking free from the boy's grasp, her short legs moving swiftly as she waddled towards Zhu Pingan like a chubby duck ready to take flight. Sister, slow down. The boy is right behind you. Zhu Pingan squatted down, arms wide open to embrace the approaching Nyunyo, who wiggled in his arms to find a comfortable position. The boy, watching from below, was visibly annoyed. It wasn't until a maidservant brought in 3 bowls of chilled milk and fruits that the boy shifted his attention, despite his stout frame resembling that of a bulldog. At that moment, he sprang forth with the agility of a chubby monkey, letting out a loud shout as he snatched the largest bowl, startling the maidservant in the process. Nyunyo, this bowl is the best. Here, you can have it. After claiming the prize, he proudly presented the bowl to the little girl. Thank you, Brother Rue. The little girl sweetly expressed her gratitude to the mischievous boy as she accepted the icy bowl. No need to mention it, replied Nyunyo. The boy, receiving her thanks, beamed with pride as if he had been awarded the highest honor in the world, squinting at Zhu Pingan as if to challenge him. However, in the next moment, he appeared momentarily stunned, like a computer frozen in time. "Brother-in-law, eat," the little girl Nyo said as she turned and handed the icy bowl to Zhu Pingan. Nyo is really obedient. "Yes, it's truly sweet and delicious," Zhu Pingan remarked after tasting a spoonful, exaggerating his approval for the boy's benefit. Have you ever heard the sound of a heart breaking? Chapter 7:15, Matters with the Sister-in-Law, Part 2, Thanks to the cooling basin. The temperature in the study was several degrees lower than outside, creating a pleasantly comfortable atmosphere, not inferior to any air-conditioned room. Inside the study, the mischievous boy and the little girl sat on their chairs, swinging their short legs, one hand holding a bowl of milk and fruit ice, the other wielding a small spoon, happily digging in. The boy's face was smeared with milk, resembling a figure adorned with a ring of white whiskers, while the little girl Nyo remained pristine and clean. "Brother-in-law, please tell us another story," the boy shouted excitedly between bites. The little girl gazed at Zhu Pingan with eager, sparkling eyes. Zhu Pingan had just completed a story for them, but having been working tirelessly at Wui Hall for consecutive days, he felt quite fatigued. Just as he had begun to doze off, the boy's loud voice roused him from his slumber. Seeing the little girl's expectant, watery eyes, Zhu Pingan shook off his drowsiness and nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall tell you another story." What shall it be?" He paused for a moment, contemplating. Let me tell you a tale of the pirates of Malacca." The story of the Malacca pirates was, in fact, a reimagined version of the Pirates of the Caribbean, merely transposed to the southern sea of the Ming dynasty. Indeed, during that time, there was no South China Sea dispute, and the small nations of Southeast Asia were still paying tribute to the Ming. If we were to consider the era over 100 years ago, when Zheng He sailed to the west, it was not just the South China Sea that was under Ming control. Even the Indian Ocean's maritime authority was firmly in their grasp. "Brother-in-law, what is a pirate?" Little Nyo asked, raising her chubby hand and blinking her big eyes in confusion. "A pirate is a robber of the sea, specializing in plundering merchant ships and other vessels," Zhu Pingan explained. "Then they are bad people," Nyo nodded in understanding. "Then I will catch pirates in the future and confiscate the silver they've stolen," the boy, Rue Gu, declared with bright eyes, waving his chubby hand and mimicking a grabbing motion. Zhu Pingan couldn't help but chuckle, patting the heads of the little girl and the mischievous boy, and began recounting the tale of the Malacca pirates. "In this world, besides our Ming dynasty, there exist many other nations, some with populations in the millions, others with just a few thousand. Some nations are rich in ivory, others in gold and silver, while some are abundant in gems and spices. And yet others are so impoverished that they are left with only their populace. As one journeys westward along the Silk Road for several years, they eventually arrive at a coastal realm of Western nations, renowned for their advanced maritime pursuits. Are they more developed than us?" inquired the mischievous child. "In the past, they were not as advanced as we were. During Zheng He's voyages, our magnificent ships far surpassed those of the West. However, since the Ming dynasty imposed maritime restrictions, our grand vessels have vanished, and we ceased to innovate in shipbuilding. Consequently, Western maritime capabilities have eclipsed ours, with their cannons and firearms proving superior," Zhu Pingan gently explained, stroking the child's head while imparting knowledge about the West and the significance of maritime power, nurturing their budding curiosity about the world beyond. "The Ming dynasty must awaken to the realities of the world. We have scuttled our great ships and burned our navigational charts, while the West is setting sail, discovering new routes, and striving to surpass us. Historically, the Ming dynasty languished in decline, and during the Qing dynasty, it further isolated itself, ultimately falling victim to the demands of a Western nation, which extorted 230 million taels of silver from us. To comprehend the gravity of this sum, it represents 50 years of our current fiscal revenue. The nation that extorted this wealth swiftly modernized, joining the ranks of developed nations, even as it harbors intentions of further conquest over our lands." Zhu Pingan wished to avert the repetition of history. If the Ming were to change its course now, it would not be too late. There remained vast potential to partake in the grand age of exploration, to claim not merely a share, but a substantial portion of the spoils. The Western powers, with their formidable ships and artillery, conquered the small nations abundant in gold, silver, and spices, transporting these treasures back to their homelands. Conversely, those nations devoid of such riches were often captured for slavery. The Straits of Malacca, as I previously mentioned, serves as a crucial passage for the West to transport gold, silver, and spices. The abundance of gold, silver, spices, and slaves gave rise to the infamous pirates of Malacca, who plundered Western treasure ships, amassing great wealth. Among them, the most renowned was the youthful Captain Jack, who commanded the formidable Black Pearl, instilling fear in the hearts of Western nations. Zhu Pingan spoke, recounting the origins of the famed Caribbean pirates. The mischievous child listened intently, more engaged than ever, and occasionally displayed excitement with eager gestures. However, the little girl, Nyo, seemed less captivated, gradually succumbing to drowsiness, her small head nodding. Observing this, Zhu Pingan chuckled softly and gently lifted the little girl, placing her on the soft couch in the study. "Brother-in-law, I'm not sleepy. I want to keep listening," she pleaded, clutching Zhu Pingan's sleeve with her big, watery eyes. "Very well, I shall continue here," he replied with a smile, removing his shoes and settling on the bed. The mischievous child, seeing this, hurriedly brought 2 bowls of fruit ice for himself and Nyo, eager to join him on the bed. However, as he reached the edge, he clumsily tipped one of the bowls onto his own chest. The 2 ice bowls had been consumed for quite some time, their contents having melted significantly. Suddenly, as he tipped them over, the milk and fruit splashed all over his clothes, leaving him sticky from head to toe. Despite this, the impetuous child attempted to climb onto the soft couch. Zhu Pingan reached out to stop him, saying, "You cannot." Observing the child's sticky and dirty state, and realizing he had no spare clothes, Zhu Pingan recalled that the child had been brought by the second young lady, who must have a change of attire. He said to the child, "Go find your second sister and ask her to give you some clothes before coming to the bed." The child was momentarily taken aback before rushing off. In the living room, Li Shu was engaged in conversation with the second young lady of the Ho residence, who was enthusiastically praising Li Shu's East Pearl earrings, marveling at their roundness. Just then, the child burst in, approaching the second young lady and loudly proclaiming, "Second sister, my brother-in-law wants you to take off your clothes and come to bed with him." Startled, the second young lady staggered back a couple of steps. As if struck by lightning, her mouth agape and her gaze fixed on the child, momentarily rendered speechless. Her face paled and then flushed a deep red. Li Shu was equally taken aback, her heart momentarily halting. The young maidens in the living room stood frozen, the atmosphere thick with tension. In the study, Zhu Pingan nearly tumbled off the bed upon hearing the outburst, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Chapter 716, Inspection of the Granaries Silver Soon. Zhu Pingan heard hurried footsteps, followed by the entrance of Li Shu and the second young lady, their expressions anything but pleasant. "I meant for Rue Gur to change clothes after getting dirty from the ice bowls," Zhu Pingan explained hurriedly, nearly breaking into a sweat, desperate for understanding. "Why did Rue Gur say you told his second sister to take off her clothes and come to bed with you?" Li Shu glared at Zhu Pingan, revealing her small, sharp teeth, as if ready to pounce should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation. The maid Baozi regarded Zhu Pingan with a complex gaze, a mix of indignation and resentment. The second young lady's face was flushed, her eyes misty, as though she might burst into tears at any moment. Rue Gur, the mischievous child, hid behind the second young lady, his chubby face peering out with curious eyes fixed on Zhu Pingan. "Earlier, when Rue Gur wanted to get on the bed, I noticed his clothes were stained with milk. Since it was his second sister who brought him, I assumed she would have spare clothes, so I told him to find her and ask for a change before coming to bed." "I was referring to having his second sister change his clothes first," Zhu Pingan stated, pointing at the child with sincerity. "Is that so, Rue Gur?" Li Shu inquired, casting a questioning glance at the child. "My brother-in-law initially forbade me from joining him in bed, only to suggest that my sister should undress before coming to him. I mistakenly thought he was implying that my second sister should remove her clothing as well." The mischievous child, with his cherubic face and squinty eyes, innocently remarked, "Well, it was merely a misunderstanding on the part of Rue Gur." After listening to Zhu Pingan's explanation and receiving confirmation from the child, Li Shu and the others reached a conclusion. Thus, the misunderstanding was resolved, and Zhu Pingan was spared from the ignominy of being accused of indecency towards his aunt-in-law. Otherwise, he would have found it difficult to remain in the Linhuai Marquisate. Although the misunderstanding had been cleared, the second young lady of the Marquisate felt somewhat embarrassed and soon concocted an excuse to take her leave. "Come here, Rue Gur." Observing the innocent expression on the child's face, Zhu Pingan smiled gently and rubbed his wrist. The following morning, while the sky remained shrouded in darkness, Zhu Pingan had already risen to head towards the Shiyuan Wui office. The focus of the cabinet's work was still centered around the court discussion from the previous evening. Yuan Wei arrived at Wui today, proudly donning the green hat bestowed by the Jiajing Emperor, strutting before Zhu Pingan and with an air of superiority. Yuan Wei had good reason to feel triumphant in Zhu Pingan's presence. The Ming dynasty had established military strongholds along the Great Wall to safeguard the Central Plains, setting up a total of 9 military garrisons from the eastern Liaodong town to the western Gansu town, collectively known in history as the Nine Borders. These were Liaodong town, Jizhou town, Xuanfu town, Datong town, Shangxi town, Yinsui town, Ningxia town, Guiyuan town, and Gansu town. Today, Yuan Wei was summoned to the Shiyuan by the Jiajing Emperor to receive instructions and was subsequently appointed as the inspector of the Nine Borders. Alongside 2 military officials and 2 supervisory censors, he was dispatched to Xuanfu and Datong to investigate military expenditures, border fortifications, and relief funds. Should any misappropriation be discovered, he would wield the authority to act decisively. The 2 towns of Xuanfu and Datong were the most significant in terms of military funding within the Nine Borders and were crucial strongholds against the northern invaders led by Altan Khan. Yuan Wei and his companions were akin to imperial envoys, bearing similarities to modern-day inspection teams. Furthermore, Yuan Wei, designated by the Jiajing Emperor as the inspector of the Nine Borders, held the primary responsibility for this investigation, with the 2 officials and 2 censors under his command, effectively making him the leader of the inspection team, basking in the glory of his position. Of course, Yuan Wei's arrogance in Zhu Pingan's presence stemmed from another reason as well. Zhu Pingan had also been assigned work today, and in comparison to Yuan Wei, the powerful leader of the inspection team, he felt like the most inconspicuous member among the group. During the court discussion the previous evening, the Jiajing Emperor not only mentioned the verification of military expenditures at the Nine Borders, but also ordered the sealing of the Taizong treasury. Today, the emperor revealed the purpose behind sealing the Taizong treasury, to audit its silver reserves. Alongside Yuan Wei's inspection team for the Nine Borders, a separate inspection team for the Taizong treasury was established simultaneously. Lu Guangzhou, a 3rd-rank deputy minister of the Ministry of Personnel, was appointed as the chief auditor of the Taizong treasury, while Chu Tongyang, a 4th-rank vice minister of the Supreme Court, took the role of deputy auditor. Additionally, Gao Rui, a 5th-rank official from the Ministry of Works, Zhu Pingan, a 6th-rank reader from the Hanlin Academy, and a 7th-rank censor, Si Nan, were also included in the audit of the Taizong treasury. In truth, Zhu Pingan is not the lowest-ranking official among them. However, the Inspector General Si Nan, despite his modest title, wields considerable power and enjoys a modest reputation among the censors. In contrast, Zhu Pingan appears to be the most inconspicuous member of the Taizong Silver Vault inspection team, almost merely a token presence. He himself is perplexed as to how he became part of the inspection team, having only recently joined the Wui division and now receiving this appointment. At least it was not a direct selection by Emperor Jiajing. This stark contrast is precisely why Yuan Wei feels so self-important in front of Zhu Pingan. Well, I see your green hat. Is it really necessary to be so proud? Zhu Pingan secretly scorns the swaggering Yuan Wei. Emperor Jiajing places great importance on this inspection of the Taizong Silver Vault. Dressed in a verdant Taoist robe, he arrived at Wui shortly after consuming an elixir. Although he does not attend court, he remains deeply engaged in state affairs. The emperor, possibly still under the influence of the potion, exhibits an unusually ruddy complexion, and his robe billows elegantly around him. He summoned the inspection teams for both the Nine Borders and the Taizong Silver Vault to the inner cabinet. As a member of the latter, Zhu Pingan listened intently to the emperor's edicts regarding the inspection, which is of utmost significance. The Taizong Silver Vault serves as the treasury of the Ming dynasty, the very purse of the nation, essential for various state functions including the annual border tributes, official salaries, military pay, and disaster relief. One cannot deny the emperor's brilliance. While emphasizing the importance of this inspection, he instituted a system of cross-examination, starting this year. The Taizong Silver Vault will be inspected every other year, with different personnel for each audit. This year, it comprises Zhu Pingan and 4 others. But who will be involved next time remains uncertain. What is certain, however, is that it will not include the same 5 individuals. Should there be any deception or lackadaisical effort this time, The next inspection could well reveal the truth. This is where Emperor Jiajing's political acumen shines. Do not disappoint me, he finally said, casting a sharp glance over the five, the air thick with an overwhelming pressure until cold sweat appeared on their backs. And only then did he speak again, his tone ominously measured. Chapter 717. The Unfortunate Fate of the Inspection Team, Part 1. In the afternoon, Lu Guangzhu, the chief inspector of the Taicang Silver Vault, and his deputy Chu Tongyang convened the members of the inspection team in a room at Wui Palace for a mobilization meeting. Zhu Pingan and Inspector General Si Nan occupied the last seats. Lu Guangzhu, a dignified elder in his 50s, bears a square face and exudes righteousness. His beard and hair meticulously groomed as he sits upright in the principal position. Zhu Pingan's first impression of Lu Guangzhu is quite favorable. In contrast, Deputy Chu Tongyang appears somewhat unseemly. One might recall a tender video featuring Secretary Lei from a district in Chongqing, which bears striking resemblance to Lu Guangzhu, making him seem like the long-lost elder brother of Secretary Lei. Thus, Zhu Pingan dared not meet the gaze of Deputy Minister Chu, for a mere glance could betray his thoughts, which inevitably drifted to Secretary Lei. The Minister of the Ministry of Works, Gao Rui, a distinguished gentleman in his 40s, possessed a robust physique and an imposing appearance that belied his civil office. At first glance, he resembled a military leader. However, through his demeanor and conduct, Zhu Pingan discerned that Gao was indeed a seasoned official with considerable administrative experience. Seated in the last position was Inspector Si Nan, in his 30s, embodying the quintessential image of a civil servant, exuding an air of authority. In contrast, Zhu Pingan, occupying the final seat, was of unremarkable appearance, easily lost among a crowd. Youthful and inexperienced, he lacked any distinguishing traits, rendering him the most inconspicuous among the group. The Taicang Silver Treasury is the financial lifeline of our great Ming dynasty, a matter of grave significance, the importance of which need not be elaborated upon. The emperor's profound concern for the Taicang Silver Treasury is well understood by all present, and the admonitions delivered by His Majesty this morning should be firmly etched in your minds. This inspection of the Taicang Silver Treasury is no trivial matter. All of you must adhere strictly to your duties, conduct thorough investigations, and avoid any missteps. Should there be any deceit, negligence, or other inappropriate actions, discovering issues during the next inspection could lead, at best, to a ruined career and, at worst, to the endangerment of life and property. Let it be known that I do not take this lightly. We bear the Emperor's grace and shoulder this heavy responsibility, striving to be worthy of His Majesty, the people, and our own consciences. Do you all concur? Chief Minister Lu Guangzhu, seated at the head of the table, with a stern countenance and a square face, lightly tapped his fingers on the table as he spoke each word with gravity. Indeed, Zhu Pingan and the others nodded in agreement, echoing Lu Guangzhu's sentiment. Lu Guangzhu surveyed the assembly with satisfaction at their response. What my esteemed colleague has stated is indeed correct. We are entrusted by the Emperor with this significant duty, and we must exhaust our efforts to repay his grace. This inspection of the Taicang Silver Treasury is our moment to demonstrate our loyalty. We must rise to the challenge and provide a satisfactory report to the Emperor and the common people. Deputy Minister Chu Tongyang, taking his cue from Chief Minister Lu Guangzhu, added with righteous fervor, reinforcing the point. Yet, upon glancing at Chu Tongyang, Zhu Pingan could not help but recall the modern Secretary Lei. Despite Chu's earnest and dignified rhetoric, Zhu Pingan's preconceived notions led him to conflate Chu with Lei, thus altering the flavor of Chu's impassioned speech in Zhu's ears. Nevertheless, the mobilization meeting had set a commendable tone. Following this, the specifics of the inspection were laid out. It was evident that Lu Guangzhu was deeply invested in the inspection process, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of discipline, responsibility, and integrity, reiterating the significance and consequences of the task at hand, urging everyone to approach the inspection with seriousness and rigor. While the inspection of the Taicang Silver Treasury might seem cumbersome, it fundamentally comprised two main components. The first involved auditing the historical ledgers of the Treasury, scrutinizing the recorded amounts. The second entailed counting and evaluating the actual quantities of gold and silver within the Treasury, checking for any discrepancies. This mobilization meeting was centered around these two facets, and being experienced officials, Lu Guangzhu and his colleagues had no issues with the arrangements for the inspection. In the realm of officialdom, seniority holds great significance. Zhu Pingan, acutely aware of his humble status, primarily occupies the role of a listener. Lu Guangzhou, Chu Tongyang, and others are seasoned officials, and Zhu Pingan comprehends his position. This inspection task serves as a learning opportunity for him, akin to the colloquial expression of merely observing. As the mobilization meeting concluded, there remained over half an hour before the workday ended. Zhu Pingan proceeded to the Office of Discipline, but starting tomorrow, he would be temporarily relieved from attending the Office of Discipline until the inspection of the Taizong treasury was complete. When the workday came to a close, Zhu Pingan gathered his belongings and exited the West Garden alongside Li Chunfang. Outside, he bid farewell to Li Chunfang with a respectful gesture and rode back to the Linhuai Marquis with Lu Mu and Lu Dadio, who were awaiting him. At the same time, Lu Guangzhou, who was overseeing the inspection of the Taizong treasury, also made his way back in a sedan chair. The chair was carried by two bearers, despite Lu Guangzhu's high rank as a fourth-grade official, which would typically necessitate a four-bearer sedan. He opted for the two-bearer chair to save on costs associated with the more elaborate conveyance. The Lu residence was situated far from the West Garden, in the more remote Tongzhengsi alley of the capital. By the time Lu Guangzhou returned home, nightfall had descended. The reason Lu Guangzhou chose to purchase property in Tongzhengsi alley was primarily due to its relatively affordable housing prices. It was only last year that he acquired this modest abode. Upon his arrival, his wife, Zhang, had prepared a sumptuous dinner, and their two underage sons sat obediently at the table, awaiting his presence. Surprised by the lavish spread before him, Lu Guangzhou pondered the occasion, as his wife, known for her frugality, typically prepared only a simple meal consisting of one meat and two vegetable dishes. Today, however, the table was laden with 5 or 6 meat dishes. What could this signify? This was not characteristic of Zhang's usual demeanor. Despite being in her 40s, Zhang, dressed simply, retained an elegant charm, exuding an air of scholarly grace and dignity. The daughter of Lu Guangzhu's esteemed mentor, she had married him before he achieved success in the civil service. Embodying qualities of intelligence and gentleness, and serving as a supportive partner in their household, earning Lu Guangzhu's profound respect. Today marked the last dinner for the couple. After this meal, Zhang hoped that, considering their decades of marriage, her husband would escort her and their 2 sons back to her family home. Rising, she performed a respectful gesture and gazed at Lu Guangzhou, her eyes misty with emotion as she spoke in a sorrowful tone. "Please, let us part." "Wait, what is happening?" Lu Guangzhou was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Had he erred in some way recently? Turning to his beloved spouse, he was astonished, unable to fathom why she would utter such words. As Lu Guangzhou spoke, he found himself continually reflecting on the past, pondering whether he had recently erred in any way or if he had somehow wronged his wife, for why else would she request a separation? Yet, he could not recall having done anything to offend her. The sole transgression he could conceive was taking 2 concubines, but what man in power does not have concubines? Furthermore, one of the concubines was even suggested by his wife herself. Although he had taken concubines, he had certainly not engaged in any actions that would undermine his wife. On the contrary, his guilt over this matter had compelled him to treat her with even greater kindness. He spent at least half of each month in her chambers, entrusting all affairs of the household to her discretion, refraining from interference. Madame Zhang spoke with a sorrowful tone, shaking her head at Lu Guangzhou, her eyes filled with reluctance, sorrow, and a myriad of complex emotions. "My dear wife, if I have committed any wrongdoing, please enlighten me, and I assure you, I shall amend my ways. We have shared so much together until this day. How could I ever betray you?" Lu Guangzhou stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Zhugu, I do not wish to see you meet a tragic fate at the marketplace," Madame Zhang called out softly, her voice breaking into tears. "My dear wife, have you had a nightmare? Do not weep. I am perfectly well," Lu Guangzhou reassured her, stepping closer to offer comfort. "Today, I learned that my husband has been appointed as the inspector of the Taizong silver treasury, which signifies that day is not far off," Madame Zhang lamented. The Taizong silver treasury is a labyrinthine affair, entangled with numerous officials. The nephew of Elder Yan is among them, having served in various capacities. And how many confidants of yours are there within? You have previously exposed the numerous corrupt dealings within the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Revenue, not shying away from the powerful, thus offending many. Moreover, you have always been close with Minister Liemo, yet have had a contentious relationship with the Yen faction. Will those individuals simply stand by and watch you investigate the Taizong silver treasury? If you uncover issues, you are doomed. If you do not, how can you remain unscathed? Misfortune is unpredictable, and I cannot bear to see you suffer a calamity at the marketplace. I implore you, for the sake of our decades of marriage, to take me and our children back to my family home. Tears flowed unceasingly from Madame Zhang's eyes. My dear wife, Lu Guangzhu sighed deeply, gazing at her tear-streaked face. Please allow me a moment to contemplate. Knowing that Madame Zhang was no ordinary woman, he recognized that had she been a man, her accomplishments would far surpass his own. His current success was undeniably tied to her timely reminders during critical moments. Lu Guangzhu refrained from dinner and sequestered himself in his study, where the lamp burned brightly until the early hours of dawn, extinguishing only an hour before sunrise. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere of the Lu residence, the listening rain pavilion of the Linghuai Marquis estate was much more lighthearted. The Taicang silver treasury is the national treasury, is it not? Surely it is filled with mountains of gold and silver. How impressive our son-in-law is, exclaimed the maid Baozi, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she served dishes to Li Shu at the dining table. You foolish girl, do you think investigating the Taicang silver treasury is a game? It is a nest of rats, and a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a den of cunning rats, Li Shu remarked with a smile in her inky black eyes, her cherry lips curling into a delicate arc. Ah, are there rats in the treasury? Baozi gasped in surprise. Upon hearing this, Li Shu rolled her eyes dramatically. Too disinterested to engage with the little maid, Baozi, Zhu Pingan couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how this girl truly embodied the stereotype of being both voluptuous and dim-witted. His gaze inadvertently drifted over to Baozi, whose modest figure was indeed quite ample. She must be only 18, yet her development seemed to suggest at least a D-cup. Avert your gaze, Zhu Pingan silently admonished himself, discreetly shifting his focus. After bathing that evening, Zhu Pingan returned to his chamber to find Li Shu reclining against the headboard. Engrossed in a volume of illustrations, her cheeks flushed and lips gently bitten in concentration. Adorned in a sheer pink nightgown, she appeared almost ethereal, the delicate fabric clinging to her curves, revealing glimpses of her alabaster skin that glowed under the flickering candlelight. Her dark hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her sinuous form lay languidly on the bed, long legs stretched out gracefully, her dainty feet playfully swaying. Just a fleeting glance left Zhu Pingan's heart racing. Li Shu truly was a captivating enchantress. Curiosity piqued regarding the contents of her book. He felt an unsettling mixture of intrigue and distaste, accompanied by a sense of charming vulnerability emanating from her. Only upon hearing his footsteps did Li Shu become aware of his presence. Hastily closing the book and slipping it beneath her pillow, her face blushed a deeper shade of crimson, breathing heavily as she exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death. I almost got caught by that wretched toad." The thought of being discovered viewing such scandalous images, especially those pertaining to women's intimate matters, was mortifying. If it weren't for my monthly visitor, I wouldn't even glance at such indecent things. Ah, you finished bathing? Li Shu coughed lightly, attempting to appear nonchalant as she looked up, only to find Zhu Pingan's gaze fixated on her, almost glowing with interest. What are you staring at? She exclaimed, playfully tugging at her neckline to cover her modesty, her cheeks growing warmer, casting him a glare that was equal parts shy and indignant. I was simply observing your intense focus, Zhu Pingan remarked, touching his nose thoughtfully. I was merely looking at women's matters, you know, the monthly cycle, Li Shu replied, her large, doe-like eyes darting anxiously. It's none of your business, big man. Zhu Pingan, under the impression that Li Shu was perusing an ancient manual on menstruation, attributed her flustered demeanor to shyness and refrained from further inquiries. Life is truly unfair, favoring you boys. We girls must endure this monthly visitor, she sighed, relieved by his lack of probing, casting a sidelong glance at Zhu Pingan as she pouted slightly. Who says that? You girls complain about your monthly visitor. But we Chenbo face a new one every morning, Zhu Pingan teased, a smirk playing on his lips. What Chenbo? Li Shu, filled with confusion, lifted her head, and, upon seeing the mischievous smile on Zhu Pingan's lips, instantly comprehended the situation. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she shot him a reproachful glance, exclaiming, "You wicked man, always bullying others. I shall ignore you now. I am off to freshen up." With her cheeks still aglow, Li Shu gracefully descended from the bed, discreetly tucking the sketchbook from beneath her pillow into her nightgown as she made her way to the bathroom. Chapter 719. The ill-fated inspection team. Part 2. Observing the repulsive sight, she sighed, deciding it would be better to let Hua try it another day. Li Shu murmured to herself as she obliterated the spring palace illustrations in the washroom. Upon returning to her bedroom after freshening up, she discovered Zhu Pingan seated at the vanity, using her eyebrow pencil to sketch something. "What on earth are you doing with my eyebrow pencil?" Li Shu inquired curiously as she approached him, only to find Zhu Pingan drawing a peculiar, winged object on a piece of rice paper. "What is it that you are drawing?" she asked with intrigue. "Well, how should I put it? This is called a sanitary napkin," Zhu Pingan replied, lifting his gaze and pausing briefly to explain. The reason Zhu Pingan chose to depict a sanitary napkin was that, while Li Shu had been washing up, he had glimpsed her menstrual belt through her nightgown. Initially taken aback, he thought she was wearing something, for it bore a striking resemblance, albeit slightly wider. However, he quickly realized that it was indeed a menstrual belt. Though Zhu Pingan was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters, he recognized that sanitary napkins were significantly more advanced in terms of hygiene and comfort compared to menstrual belts. Creating a sanitary napkin is not a difficult task. The first iterations were simply made by wrapping cotton fibers and pulp in soft cotton cloth, forming a long, winged cotton pad that offered convenience and elegance, allowing women to maintain grace, agility, and competence during their menstrual periods, a veritable revolution for women. "What is a sanitary napkin?" Li Shu asked, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Zhu Pingan proceeded to share his understanding of the subject, including its creation and benefits, selectively emphasizing key points for Li Shu's benefit. "You despicable man! What business does a big boy like you have studying such things?" Li Shu playfully scolded, her heart warmed by Zhu Pingan's thoughtfulness and care. It is said that a gentleman keeps his distance from the kitchen, let alone matters concerning women. Other men would shy away from such topics. Yet this foolish boy took it upon himself to explore women's affairs for her sake. How could Li Shu not be moved by such consideration? Moreover, it seemed quite practical. Perhaps she could ask the embroiderer to try making a few tomorrow. If they proved to be truly useful, then future generations of women would relish in their comfort. They could even sell these items at the rouge and powder shop. As the moonlight lingered, her heart fluttered with anticipation. The following morning, before dawn had broken, Zhu Pingan had already departed from the residence of Lord Linghua. Accompanied by Lu Mu and Lu Dadao, he rode swiftly towards the Ministry of Personnel. Having received the task of inspecting the solar treasury, he was excused from attending the Wui Hall during the inspection period. Lu Guangzhu, the chief inspector of the Taicang Treasury, was the right vice minister of the Ministry of Personnel. Following the arrangements made during yesterday's mobilization meeting, Zhu Pingan headed directly to the ministry to report for duty and await Lu Guangzhu's instructions. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ministry, Zhu Pingan instructed Lu Mu and Lu Dadao to return, proceeding alone into the ministry's office. When Zhu Pingan arrived, the Longzhong of the Ministry of Works, Gao Rui, and the inspector of the Imperial Censorate, Si Nan, were already present. Zhu Pingan approached the two to exchange pleasantries before finding a seat to await further proceedings. After a considerable interval, the vice envoy, Chu Tongyang, finally made his tardy entrance. Chu Tongyang appeared troubled, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Upon entering, he cast a glance at Zhu Pingan and the other two, cleared his throat, and announced some news. He had just been informed that last night, news of the passing of Lu Zhengshi's uncle had reached the capital. Lu Derun, having lost his father at a young age, was raised by this uncle, who was akin to a father to him. Upon hearing of his uncle's demise, Lu Derun was overwhelmed with grief and submitted a memorial this morning requesting to observe a period of mourning, promptly departing to Yanggu County to fulfill this duty. The mourning system, known as Dingyu, was a ceremonial practice in ancient feudal society that specifically applied to officials, according to Confucian principles that prioritize filial piety. If an official's direct relatives, such as parents or grandparents, passed away during their tenure, they were required to resign from their post and return home to observe a mourning period of 27 months, commencing from the day they received the news of the death. "What? Lu Guangzhu has returned home to mourn," Zhu Pingan remarked, his expression peculiar, sensing that the timing of Lu Derun's mourning was rather convenient. Furthermore, the mourning period was typically reserved for the passing of one's parents. Generally, the death of a grandparent did not necessitate such an observance. While Lu Derun's uncle had raised him, it seemed somewhat tenuous to claim that he was deserving of the same mourning rites. Like Zhu Pingan, both Gao Rui and Si Nin were equally astonished by the news of Lu Derun's return for mourning. Despite Lu Durin's absence, Chu Tongyang emphasized that the work of auditing the Taicang Silver Vault must continue unabated. With determination, he stated that from that day forward, he would take overall responsibility for the audit of the Taicang Silver Vault, urging everyone present to cooperate diligently to fulfill the expectations placed upon them by the emperor. Chu Tongyang swept his gaze over Zhu Pingan and the others, clapping his hands to draw attention, and enthusiastically rallied everyone to invigorate their spirits. His exuberance inspired Zhu Pingan to regard him with newfound respect. Chu Tongyang's words dispelled the gloom surrounding Lu Zhengshi's mourning, reinvigorating the group. Indeed, Chu Durin speaks wisely. We shall certainly lend our utmost support. Zhu Pingan and the others responded in unison, rising to affirm their commitment. Excellent. With your cooperation, I feel reassured, Chu Tongyang replied. Let us not delay any further. We shall commence at once. For today, we shall temporarily utilize Lu Durin's office. And tomorrow we will proceed to the Dali Temple for official business. Chu Tongyang nodded in satisfaction, displaying great enthusiasm as he led everyone into the Ministry of Justice to begin their tasks. In truth, there was little to be done at that moment, primarily due to the lack of available materials, as the historical records and account books of the Taicang Silver Vault had yet to be transferred. At noon, Vice Envoy Chu hosted a lunch for Zhu Pingan and the others, and the afternoon was spent busily working in the Ministry of Justice. Before the end of the workday, Chu Tongyang reminded everyone to arrive punctually at the Dali Temple for official matters the following morning, after which they each returned to their residences. Early the next morning, Zhu Pingan arrived at the Dali Temple, the first to do so. Not long after arriving, I had yet to locate the office of Vice Minister Chu when I was met with an utterly bewildering piece of news from an official of the Dali Temple. Last night, Vice Minister Chu had been working late at the Dali Temple, and unfortunately, he succumbed to a merciless illness that rendered this diligent man incapacitated. Indeed, Vice Minister Chu had suffered a stroke and was presently lying in the duty room of the Dali Temple. The official led Zhu Pingan to the duty room, where they found Vice Minister Chu sprawled on the bed, drooling uncontrollably. Upon seeing Zhu Pingan enter, he excitedly reached out his hand, attempting to speak but only managing incoherent sounds, his frustration mounting as he struggled to articulate words. In a fit of exasperation, he attempted to strike the bed, but his trembling hand faltered and fell short. Well, it seems the Oscars owe you a trophy. Zhu Pingan suppressed his inner turmoil and approached the ailing vice minister, offering a few insincere words of comfort. My dear Lord Chu, please take care of your health. Chapter 720, The 36 Transformations of Talent. As Zhu Pingan exited the duty room, he cast a glance back at the chaotic scene within, shaking his head in disbelief. Lord Zhu, what has transpired? Inquired Gao Rui, the official from the Ministry of Works, who had arrived a bit later. He encountered Zhu Pingan just as he emerged from the disorderly duty room. A look of confusion etched on his face. It is as follows. Lord Chu worked late into the night and exerted himself to the point of suffering a stroke. Zhu Pingan explained, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. A stroke? Gao Rui was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe his ears. Is it truly possible to work oneself into such a state? Yet, the sight of doctors and remedies cluttering the room left no room for jest. And Gao Rui's expression shifted dramatically. I must go check on Lord Chu. He nodded to Zhu Pingan and hurried towards the duty room. Zhu Pingan watched as Gao Rui entered, and after approximately 2 minutes, Gao Rui emerged from the duty room, his countenance shadowed by discontent. It seems Lord Chu's condition is quite serious, Gao Rui remarked with a cold, sardonic laugh, his tone laced with disdain for Vice Minister Chu's predicament. He has even lost control of his bladder. How harshly he treats himself. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths to evade scrutiny over the Taicang treasury? Truly a master of his craft, liberating himself with such finesse. It appears that the depths of the Taicang treasury are far more profound than I had anticipated. However, the greater the depths, the more one can hone their skills, is it not? Calm waters do not forge exceptional sailors. A slight smile graced Zhu Pingan's lips as he gazed towards the direction of the Taicang treasury, his eyes shimmering with confidence and determination. Where is Inspector C? Why has he not yet arrived? Gao Rui remarked after standing outside for a moment, suddenly realizing that the usually punctual Inspector C had not shown up. An ominous premonition creeping over him as he furrowed his brow. Could there be yet another complication? Zhu Pingan smirked slightly. His curiosity peaked regarding Sinan's potential retreat following the departure of the chief official and the plight of the vice minister. Indeed, it was not long before Zhu Pingan and Gao Rui received news from the Inspector General Sinan, conveyed hastily by a registrar stationed at the entrance of the Dali Temple. Gentlemen Gao and Zhu, hurry to the woman. As soon as Inspector C arrived at the Dali Temple, he was seized by several court guards and taken to the woman to face the punishment of the king. The registrar informed them breathlessly. What? In stark contrast to Zhu Pingan's composure, Gao Rui was taken aback by the news, his eyebrows shooting up as his voice involuntarily rose by several degrees. Thus, Zhu Pingan and Gao Rui hastened from the Dali Temple to the woman. The distance between the Dali Temple and the woman was not great, taking merely a little over 10 minutes. Upon arrival, Zhu Pingan was left panting from the exertion, while Gao Rui, possessing a more robust physique, appeared unfazed, arriving at the woman without breaking a sweat. This was Zhu Pingan's first encounter with the execution of the king. Outside the woman, there were at least 100 onlookers, while several bearded eunuchs sat waiting. Led by a middle-aged eunuch introduced by the officials of the Dali Temple as Duke Du Tai from the Imperial Ceremonial Office. Beneath them lay 3 officials, face down on the ground, their garments lifted, trousers lowered, among whom the one on the right was none other than Inspector Sinan. Flanking them were 2 rows of brightly clad court guards, armed with kangs wrapped in iron, each stained with remnants of blood. Master Ma, I fail to comprehend your actions. As the appointed supervisor of the Guanglu Temple, I have devoted myself diligently and loyally. Yet, you, Master Ma, as a minor official of the Guanglu Temple, dare to slander me without any evidence, accusing me of embezzling the treasury. Fortunately, His Majesty is wise and has not fallen for your deceitful words. Oh, and to add insult to injury, you, a scoundrel, have the audacity to criticize His Majesty for expending resources in rituals for the common people, claiming he has strayed from the righteous path. This punishment you face, Master Ma, should you falter, do not blame me for wielding the king. Duke Du Tai stood before Ma Tsongqian, looking down upon him with an imperious demeanor, gesturing with a delicate hand while mocking him with a sharp voice. Ultimately, he ominously instructed, commence the punishment. Execute, came the thunderous response from the 100 guards behind him, their voices resonating with authority. The court guards, glancing at Duke Du Tai's stance, began to enact the punishment, raising the kang high before bringing it down forcefully. In an instant, blood blossomed upon the backsides of the 3 men. The 3 cries of pain, gritted through clenched teeth, sent shivers through all who heard them. Amidst the execution, Zhu Pingan gleaned from one of the eunuchs the full story. Among the punished was Ma Tsongqian, a successful candidate from the imperial examination of the 14th year of the Jiajing reign, elevated to the post of minor official in the Guanglu Temple for his contributions to river management. Yesterday, Ma Shaoqing submitted a memorial to impeach Du Tai, the eunuch in charge of the Guanglu Temple, for embezzling funds from the imperial treasury. In the latter part of his petition, he also accused the Jiajing emperor of extravagance in his religious rituals, leading him astray. He co-signed the memorial with his colleague, Zhang Shantai, from the Ministry of Works. The Inspector General, Sinan, a close friend of Zhang Shantai, was filled with righteous indignation upon hearing of this matter last night, and that very evening. He added his name to the first part of the memorial. The petition reached the emperor. The Jiajing emperor was notoriously obsessed with Taoist practices and alchemy, foolishly hoping to attain immortality and maintain eternal dominion over the Ming dynasty while enjoying the highest earthly blessings. Consequently, Ma Tsongqian's memorial merely pointed out Du Tai's corruption and, in its latter section, criticized the emperor for his wasteful spending on religious rites, suggesting he had lost his way. Even the most temperate of rulers would find such accusations intolerable, and the Jiajing emperor was known for his volatile temperament. It's worth noting that Ma Tsongqian and his associates were punished with the court's bamboo caning rather than execution, which is indicative of the emperor's relative wisdom. Ma Tsongqian received the harshest punishment, 80 strokes, while Zhang Shantai was given 60, and Inspector General Sinan, having only appended his name to the first part, faced the lightest penalty of 30 strokes. The scene was brutal. Ma Tsongqian fell lifeless under the blows, while Zhang Shantai fainted, only to be revived by his family and a physician. Sinan, though less severely punished, was left severely injured, with the doctor predicting he would not be able to rise for 3 months. 3 months? Alas, he perfectly missed the inspection of the Taicang treasury. Zhu Pingan watched as Nin was carried away, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips, recognizing the Inspector General's talent in navigating such perilous waters. With the Jiajing Emperor unwittingly playing along. Chapter 721, Gift-Giving. A mere child is unworthy of counsel. After witnessing the punishment outside the noon gate and bidding farewell to Nan, the robust official Gao Rui from the Ministry of Works was filled with fury. Resembling an enraged bull, his eyes wide and seemingly ready to ignite with sparks of indignation, before he muttered a timeless curse. Lord Zhu, it appears that the weighty task of inspecting the Taizong treasury now rests solely upon us. After a lengthy pause, Gao Rui finally calmed himself, exhaling deeply, and turned to Zhu Pingan with a wry smile. Given your experience, I shall rely heavily on your guidance, and I will exert every effort to assist you, Lord Gao. Zhu Pingan replied, bowing respectfully. With your assurance, I feel at ease. However, guidance is not necessary. Let us collaborate and fulfill this important duty together. By the way, may I inquire how you arrived at the Dali Temple? Gao Rui humbly asked once more. I came on horseback, Zhu Pingan responded. Excellent, I also rode here. Time is of the essence. Let us return to the Dali Temple for our horses and ride directly to the Taizong treasury, Gao Rui proposed with determination. Evidently anxious not to miss out. Certainly, I shall not hesitate to comply, Zhu Pingan nodded. Thus, the two returned directly to the Dali Temple, retrieved their steeds from the stables, and then set off post-haste towards the Taizong treasury. Gao Rui, hailing from a noble lineage, though a civil official, exhibited remarkable skill in mounting his steed. With a whip in one hand and the reins in the other, he rode with an air of dashing elegance. Unmistakably a man of experience. His mount was a chestnut steed from the western regions, with a flowing mane and a well-proportioned muscular build, galloping as if propelled by the wind. In stark contrast, the black horse, resembling a plump ball, was no match for him. As Gao Rui galloped ahead, Zhu Pingan followed closely, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing through the long streets of the capital, the two riding in tandem towards the treasury. Meanwhile, within the listening rain pavilion, Li Shu sat gracefully before her vanity, delicately holding an exquisite jade bowl as she prepared a traditional nail polish. As her slender fingers adorned with bright red lacquer caught the eye, they accentuated her charm, rendering her even more enchanting. Nearby, the maidservants, Baozi and Qiner, skillfully assisted her, grinding freshly picked balsam flowers, reed grass, alum, egg whites, beeswax, and resin in precise proportions. Oh, I nearly forgot, Li Shu said, pausing in her task. Baozi, please send someone to inform the doorman at our residence, emphasizing that from today until my husband completes his duties at the treasury, no gifts should be accepted, regardless of the sender's status or the nature of the offering, whether precious or trivial. Should anyone unwittingly accept even a single nail, I shall report this to our ancestors and have such unclean hands sent away. Li Shu's gaze, filled with sincerity, met Baozi's as she issued her command. Will there truly be gifts? Baozi pondered, momentarily taken aback, for since her husband had achieved the highest honors, it seemed, or rather was certain, that aside from a few close friends of his, no one had come to offer gifts. Fear not, Mississippi. I shall immediately find Mama Lu and ensure she thoroughly instructs the doorman, Baozi replied, ever diligent, ready to fulfill her mistress's orders despite any uncertainties. Qiner, standing nearby, shared a similar confusion. There have been none before. Today might be different, Li Shu mused, her eyes sparkling as she smiled at the two. Qiner, later you shall visit our ancestor and deliver 2 boxes of fine donkey hide gelatin and convey my sentiments to her. Yes, miss, they responded, their prompt execution evident as they swiftly accomplished Li Shu's tasks. When the doorman, old Li, received the instructions, he was initially bewildered, soon finding amusement in the 5th young lady's request, considering it rather unnecessary. Gifts for the Marquis would be conceivable, but for the 5th young master? That was indeed a rarity. Old Li chuckled at the thought. No one had ever presented gifts to the 5th young master. Sipping tea and fanning himself, he reclined comfortably in his chair, ready to indulge in a moment of rest, especially since the previous night had been a long one, and with no visitors expected. He welcomed the opportunity to catch up on sleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. The fan in the hands of the gatekeeper, Old Li, began to flutter more slowly until it eventually rested on his belly, followed by the sound of his snoring. However, not long after, A sudden commotion jolted Old Li awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was so startled that the fan slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. What was happening outside? In the brief moment he had closed his eyes, the street had transformed into a bustling thoroughfare. Hastily, Old Li rose and pushed open the door, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly bewildered. Outside, a line of more than 10 individuals was forming, each elegantly attired, clearly hailing from affluent and distinguished families. Additionally, a throng of carriage drivers and attendants crowded the entrance, creating a temporary blockage on the road. Upon noticing the gate had swung open, the crowd outside erupted with excitement, surging forward. "I am the steward of the esteemed Lord Zhang from the Taicang Silver Treasury, and I am here today, on orders, to deliver a congratulatory note to Lord Zhu of your esteemed household. Here is our list of gifts. Please accept it as a token of our respect." One particularly well-dressed steward squeezed his way to the front, presenting the congratulatory note and the list of gifts to Old Li, discreetly slipping a silver ingot into the sleeve of Old Li's robe while winking, imploring him to accept it. "I am the third brother of Lord Wang from the Ministry of Revenue. Today, as per my brother's instructions, I have come to pay my respects to Lord Zhu of your esteemed household. Here is the list of gifts." Another steward chimed in, identifying himself as from the household of Lord Wang, who had a sister that greatly admired the top scholar. Others were equally eager, pushing forward to deliver their congratulatory notes. The lists of gifts they presented were so lavish that they left one awestruck, each displaying remarkable generosity. These individuals were clad in exquisite attire, bearing extravagant offerings, jade artifacts, antiques, precious calligraphy and paintings, gold, silver, and jewels, as well as fine delicacies and delightful treasures. Among the offerings was even a fragrant pink sedan chair, from which the enchanting sound of a zither could be heard. Old Li found himself in a stupor, having not witnessed such a spectacle in many years. The last time had been during the birthday celebration of the matriarch, where the attendees had been family and friends. Yet this formal procession of delivering congratulatory notes and gifts had not been seen in over a decade. Chapter 722. Exposure. As he gazed at the bustling procession of gift-bearers outside, Old Li was astonished and couldn't help but recall the instructions given by the 5th Mississippi. Initially, he had thought her concerns were excessive, yet he never anticipated such an influx of gift-givers, all bearing substantial offerings. Gifts from any single family would have been rare in the past. Now, his reverence for the 5th Miss had reached a near-divine level. Due to the prior instructions from Li Shu, Old Li refrained from accepting any gifts, not even the silver mint to honor him. Nonetheless, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. After all, those queuing outside were all from noble and influential families. Although Old Li was not particularly knowledgeable, he understood the importance of reciprocity in social customs. Such exchanges fostered familiarity and relationships. Yet, he had never heard of any family in the capital closing their doors to guests. Just look at the multitude of dignitaries outside. Did the 5th Miss, in her initial decree to refuse gifts, truly anticipate such a large gathering of esteemed individuals? If we were to refuse them all outright, we would undoubtedly offend a multitude of individuals, and how would my son-in-law manage his official duties thereafter? Old Li at the gate found the situation exceedingly unexpected. No, I must inform the 5th Mississippi. Consequently, Old Li instructed someone to cover for him at the gate while he hurried to the 2nd gate in search of his wife, requesting her to consult the 5th Miss on how to proceed in this matter. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, Li Shu arrived at the main gate, surrounded by a throng of maids and matrons. One of the maids held an umbrella to shield her from the sun, casting a shadow over half of Li Shu's lovely face. She surveyed the crowd outside, delicately holding a handkerchief to partially conceal her cherry lips, and whispered a few words to Qiner, who listened attentively, nodding occasionally. "My esteemed son-in-law has been occupied with his official duties since early morning, which has regrettably led you all to make a fruitless journey," she conveyed. "My lady has instructed me to express her gratitude on behalf of my son-in-law. You may all return now." Upon hearing Li Shu's instruction, Qiner stepped forward, gracefully performing a deep bow to the assembly outside the gate, and softly uttered, "You are too kind, young madam. It is we who have overstepped. Please accept this modest token of our esteem, as it is merely a trifling gift. The Honorable Lord Zhu is young and accomplished, devoted to his duties, and truly a paragon of governance. His future achievements are bound to be limitless, and we would not wish to interrupt his work. This is an invitation from Lord Zhang of the Treasury, accompanied by a small token of goodwill. It is but a humble gesture, and we hope you will graciously accept it. The young madam is too courteous. We have come uninvited and have troubled your esteemed household. Our master lamented not being able to personally convey his congratulations upon hearing of the marriage between Lord Zhu and the young madam in your hometown. Thus, he selected this modest gift to wish you both a long and harmonious union. The crowd outside exchanged polite greetings and offered various congratulations and auspicious words, subsequently presenting their invitations and gifts to Old Li at the gate. Old Li hesitated, unsure how to respond, casting a pleading glance towards Qiner. Seeing his plight, Qiner approached Li Shu once more for guidance. "Young miss, what shall we do?" Qiner inquired, perplexed. These individuals were either from the Taicang treasury or had connections to it. Their intentions were not benevolent. They were wielding metaphorical daggers, with the handles in their hands and the blades poised at my husband's heart. Accepting their gifts would provide them with leverage, binding my husband to their will, complicating the oversight of the treasury in the future. Those who come bearing gifts are often filled with trepidation and are not above reproach. Henceforth, regardless of who presents offerings, we shall accept only the visiting cards and refuse all gifts. With the visiting cards in hand, it will be convenient for my husband to follow the leads. Li Shu cast a sidelong glance at the throng outside, rolled her eyes, and whispered, "Ah, so that is how it is. They are all nefarious characters." Qiner and the maidservant Ware, upon hearing this, experienced an epiphany. Particularly Ware, who, if not for Li Shu's sharp glare, would have rushed to the entrance to berate them. "We sincerely appreciate your intentions, esteemed gentlemen. However, since it is merely a gesture, we shall graciously accept it in spirit. You may leave the visiting cards, but we kindly ask that you take your gifts back with you. It is quite warm today. Please do not linger outside any longer. Return to your homes." Qiner reiterated as she approached the entrance once more. The crowd, undeterred, remained resolute, displaying an unwavering determination to present their gifts. Understanding their underlying intentions, Qiner resolved to remain steadfast. No matter their insistence, gifts would not be accepted. No persuasion would sway her. Today, gifts would not be received. Only visiting cards would suffice. Lord Zhu's integrity is commendable. He is indeed a paragon for us all. As for us, we must not act in a manner that would tarnish Lord Zhu's principles. Let us leave the visiting cards and take our gifts back home, each one without exception. After numerous attempts to persuade, the crowd appeared to relent, and a figure, seemingly their leader, stepped forward, saying, "However, we do have a few pots of flowers. May we leave them in your courtyard for decoration?" The flower pots were earthenware, adorned with common blooms, hardly worth a few coins, merely for aesthetic appeal. Surely, no one would consider a few pots of modest flowers as a bribe. Please do not refuse us again. Before long, several maidservants approached, each carrying a small flower pot. Indeed, the pots were ordinary earthenware, merely a dozen centimeters in diameter, filled with common flowers such as chrysanthemums, roses, and peonies, none of which were of any rare variety. Upon counting, there were only 6 pots altogether, amounting to perhaps 20 coins. In this light, it seemed innocuous. 20 coins posed no legal or ethical dilemma. This way, we neither accepted gifts nor rebuffed their goodwill, allowing them a graceful exit while satisfying multiple interests. The gatekeeper, Old Li, and others turned their gaze toward Li Shu. "Bring me a pot to examine," Li Shu casually directed, pointing at a pot of chrysanthemums. The maidservant holding the pot stepped forward respectfully, presenting the flowers with both hands to Li Shu. The leader of the group outside, upon witnessing this, could not help but smile. The pot of flowers appeared rather charming. Li Shu leaned in for a closer look, her lips curving into a delicate smile as she reached out with her slender hand to accept the pot. However, whether it was a slip of her hand or miscalculation, the pot fell from her grasp and shattered upon the ground. A resounding crash echoed as the pot broke, eliciting gasps of astonishment. From the shattered remains, a heavy gold ingot rolled out, exposing the ruse. The group outside, realizing their predicament, departed in defeat, leaving only the visiting cards behind. Chapter 723. The horse leaps over the Tongzhengshi. The Ministry of Revenue's Grand Treasury served as the national treasury of the Ming Dynasty, divided into the Grain Depot and the Silver Depot. The Grain Depot was located in the capital and Tongzhou, commonly referred to as the Capital Depot and the Tong Depot, while the Silver Depot was solely situated in the capital, usually called the Grand Silver Depot. Although the Silver Depot was established in the capital, It was strategically located in a more remote area for reasons of flood prevention, water security, and theft protection. Zhu Pingan and Gao Rui were en route to the Silver Depot. Last year, during the restoration of the city walls by the Ministry of Works, I was tasked with retrieving materials from the Silver Depot. If we travel for about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, we shall arrive at the Silver Depot. I am quite familiar with this route, so there is no need for concern, Zhu Daying, Gao Rui remarked, slightly reducing his horse's pace and gesturing toward the distance. I appreciate your guidance, Lord Gao, Zhu Pingan replied from atop his striking black horse. Even without Gao Rui's assistance, Zhu Pingan would have been able to locate the Silver Depot, as he had diligently studied relevant texts after being assigned to inspect the depot, thus committing its location to memory. You are too modest, Gao Rui chuckled heartily, adjusting his horse's position to ride alongside Zhu Pingan. He then cautioned, the Silver Depot is the treasury of our great Ming dynasty, heavily fortified and guarded. Do you have the necessary documents? Without them, our pleas will fall on deaf ears, and they will not permit us entry. Since accepting this assignment, I have kept all relevant documents close to my person, Zhu Pingan assured him, patting his chest. Oh, it is indeed reassuring to work alongside you, Lord Zhu, Gao Rui praised. Zhu Pingan humbly acknowledged the compliment. By the way, during my previous visit to the Silver Depot for material retrieval, I heard of an intriguing incident. You mentioned that the Silver Depot is so well guarded that not even a fly could enter, yet a theft did occur, Gao Rui recounted as he rode. Upon hearing of the theft at the Silver Depot, Zhu Pingan became deeply intrigued, guiding his horse closer to Gao Rui to listen intently. This incident took place about 2 years ago, during a year when our capital experienced heavy rainfall, resulting in widespread flooding. However, the Silver Depot was strategically chosen to mitigate such circumstances, elevated and equipped with various drainage measures. Yet, to everyone's surprise, rainwater still accumulated to a depth of 2 fingers. Logically, this should not have occurred, prompting the officials to investigate the drainage systems, whereupon they discovered that the drainage tunnel was clogged. Gao Rui continued slowly. Since the drain was blocked, it was imperative to clear it promptly to prevent flooding from damaging the Silver Depot. Can you guess what was discovered while clearing the drainage tunnel? Oh, what was found? Zhu Pingan inquired with curiosity. 2 corpses were uncovered in the process, their heads touching. With 2 gold ingots resting between them, Gao Rui said, raising 2 fingers. Were they 2 thieves? Greed leads men to their demise, Zhu Pingan pondered. Yet still confused about how the 2 thieves ended up dead in the drainage tunnel, their heads touching, perhaps a dispute over the spoils. Master Zhu truly lives up to his reputation as a top scholar, having deduced the situation immediately, praised Gao Rui. Zhu Pingan, rubbing his nose, offered a wry smile. Just moments ago, there had indeed been a theft, and it was evident that the culprits were concealed within the drainage tunnel. Indeed, these 2 were the thieves, and they had met their demise at the scene of the crime. As for the predicament they found themselves in, it was rather intriguing. One of the thieves had aspired to pilfer silver from the Taizong treasury, but, faced with its formidable defenses, employed every conceivable tactic to gain entry. Ultimately, he resorted to the drainage tunnel. However, the tunnel had been designed with this very concern in mind, rendering it quite narrow. Nevertheless, the thief, being of slender build and possessing a tenacious spirit, endured 2 days of hunger, forcing himself through the cramped passageway, his clothing torn and his body bloodied. Yet he managed to squeeze through. Upon entering the treasury, fortune favored him, as he discovered 2 ingots of gold. Ecstatic, the thief, knowing that greed could lead to ruin, balanced the ingots atop his head and began his retreat through the drainage tunnel. Unfortunately, his streak of good luck had run its course. As he climbed halfway back, he encountered another individual attempting to enter the treasury through the same passage. This second thief, unaware that he was not the only one with such intentions, found himself in an unexpected confrontation in the narrow tunnel. The passage was so constricted that while one could barely crawl in, reversing direction was utterly impossible. Thus, the 2 thieves, their heads locked in a grim embrace, perished in the drainage tunnel, encumbered by the 2 gold ingots. Had it not been for the heavy rain that clogged the tunnel, prompting treasury officials to dispatch workers for its clearance, these 2 would have remained undiscovered for an indeterminate number of years. One must ponder the folly of their choices. With hands and feet, why resort to thievery? As Gao Rui led the way, he recounted the tale with both mockery and lament for the fate of the 2 thieves. Zhu Pingan, narrowing his eyes slightly, discerned the underlying issue within the narrative. The fact that the two thieves could make off with 2 substantial gold ingots without the Taizong treasury noticing for so long was troubling. Such a sum was not insignificant. It appeared that the treasury's external defenses were formidable, yet its internal management was fraught with flaws. If the internal oversight were as stringent as the external vigilance, how could 2 gold ingots vanish without a trace until the rains finally revealed their absence? Master Zhu, once we cross the channel ahead, the Taizong treasury will be within our reach. I know of a small path that can take us across. Please stay close. I shall lead the way, Gao Rui declared, gesturing toward a rather deep ditch with his whip. With that, he deftly tugged at the reins, flicked his whip, and urged his horse forward at an accelerated pace. Go! Go, go! Gao Rui's voice, harmonizing with the thunderous sound of hooves, approached a near-perfect synchronicity, and the speed of their ride intensified. With a flourish of the whip and a skilled maneuver of the reins, he rode forth with an air of elegance, embodying the spirit of a gallant knight charging forth into the fray. If Gao Rui were to abandon his literary pursuits for martial endeavors, he would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable general on the battlefield. Zhu Pingan closely followed Gao Rui, yet his equestrian skills paled in comparison to Gao Rui's prowess. And even the spirited steed he rode could not match the quality of Gao Rui's magnificent horse. Consequently, the distance between them swiftly widened. This path is rather narrow, so be cautious, Master Zhu, Gao Rui's voice echoed ahead. Thank you for the warning, Master Gao, Zhu Pingan replied, expressing his gratitude towards Gao Rui's retreating figure. With a deft flick of his reins, Gao Rui showcased his exceptional horsemanship. By the time Zhu Pingan reached the narrow path, Gao Rui was already preparing to leap over a ditch. As he approached the brink of the ditch, Gao Rui pulled on the reins, and his noble steed sprang into action, reminiscent of Liu Bei's legendary leap across the Tan stream. However, in a twist of fate, just as they were about to clear the ditch, Zhu Pingan heard a piercing whinny from the horse, followed by the sight of Gao Rui and his steed tumbling into the chasm below with a thunderous crash. In an instant, both horse and rider found themselves at the bottom of the ditch, with one of Gao Rui's legs pinned beneath the horse, their expressions reflecting sheer agony. Zhu Pingan could only smirk wryly at the absurdity of the situation. Chapter 724, A Solo Inspection Team, The Fall from the Horse. Once again, Zhu Pingan's experience broadened. Marveling at the vivid imagination of such individuals, he was not particularly shocked by Gao Rui's fall. Rather, a slight smirk played on his lips. Having endured various misfortunes, Zhu Pingan had built an impressive immunity to such mishaps, and he was mentally prepared for this incident. However, it must be noted that Gao Rui displayed remarkable resolve. The ditch had a height differential of over 3 meters. It was quite a feat to fall without hesitation, especially with a hefty steed weighing at least 200 kilograms pressing down on his thigh. Yet, judging by Gao Rui's pained expression, it seemed that having the horse crush his leg was not part of the plan. Indeed, a fall from such a height could necessitate months of recovery, and there was no need for the additional burden of a horse. It appeared that Zhu Pingan would have to intervene in this unfolding drama. Dismounting, he carefully made his way to the bottom of the ditch, where Gao Rui's noble steed was already regaining its footing, shaking its tail as if little had transpired. In stark contrast, Gao Rui was in dire straits. The hem of his official attire was soaked with blood, particularly concentrated around his right calf, suggesting a possible fracture. Zhu Pingan shook his head in disbelief at the unnecessary suffering. Gao Rui, clutching his right leg in agony, attempted to realign the fractured bone, perspiration beading on his forehead as he grimaced in pain. Do not move, Master Gao, Zhu Pingan cautioned, recalling the emergency procedures he had learned in school regarding fractures. At this moment, it was imperative not to attempt to straighten the injured bone or alter its position. If there was significant bleeding, one must first stanch the flow before applying a splint or a makeshift support. Utilizing his first aid knowledge, Zhu Pingan swiftly applied pressure to halt the bleeding and gathered 2 sturdy sticks from the surroundings, positioning them along the inner and outer sides of Gao Rui's calf. The upper ends extended beyond the knee joint, while the lower ends reached the heel, and he secured them firmly in place. Afterward, Zhu Pingan broke off several lush branches and propped them over Gao Rui, shielding him from the sun. My lord, please wait here for a moment. I shall fetch a doctor for you. Zhu Pingan imparted a few words of caution before scaling the embankment once more. My lord Gao, kindly inform my household. My residence is in the West City, and Gao Rui is below in the ditch, he called out. Rest assured, my lord, Zhu Pingan replied. Then mounted his horse and hastened back. Zhu Pingan located a medical clinic, relayed Gao Rui's injuries, and requested the doctor to make a house call. The physician, recognizing Zhu Pingan's official status and generous demeanor, agreed to accompany him, bringing along a medical bag and 2 apprentices. Zhu Pingan then offered a couple of silver coins to one of the apprentices to deliver a message to Gao Rui's residence before leading the doctor toward the ditch. Fortunately, the initial treatment was handled adequately, particularly the immobilization. Otherwise, my lord, your leg might have been irreparably damaged, the doctor remarked after examining Gao Rui's wounds. Hearing the doctor's words, Gao Rui looked gratefully at Zhu Pingan, expressing his heartfelt thanks. Initially, he had suspected Zhu Pingan of intentional malice in binding his leg with a stick, akin to tying a pig, but now realized that such actions had ultimately preserved his limb. It appeared he had misjudged Zhu Pingan's intentions. Reflecting on the hidden circumstances of his injury, Gao Rui cast an apologetic glance at Zhu Pingan. However, his gaze soon regained its resolve. It is only natural to prioritize one's own safety in such matters. Had he not acted first to flee, it might have been Zhu Pingan who would have escaped. Oh dear, how could you be so injured? What am I to do? A woman's delicate voice, filled with sorrowful cries, echoed from above. Zhu Pingan looked up to see a carriage accompanied by numerous fine horses. And then a vividly dressed young woman dismounted from the carriage, hurriedly leading a dozen robust servants down towards the ditch. This must be Gao Rui's family, Zhu Pingan realized. Do you even know how to treat injuries? How could you allow my lord to suffer so? Gao Rui's wife chastised the doctor upon her arrival. You, a mere woman, what do you understand? Silence. Gao Rui bellowed in frustration. My lord, I only wish for your well-being, she replied, tears streaming down her cheeks, feeling utterly wronged. With the arrival of Gao Rui's family, chaos ensued in the ditch as they prepared to carry him away. As Zhu Pingan watched Gao Rui being lifted by his family, the morning hours were drawing to a close. He declined Gao Rui's invitation to a banquet of gratitude and remounted his horse, crossing the ditch to continue his journey toward the Taicang treasury. Just days ago, he had been filled with ambition, determined to complete the royal inspection of the Taicang treasury's 5-man team. Now, he found himself the sole survivor. Zhu Pingan, upon his mount, could not help but smirk. Unlike Gao Rui and the others, the deeper the waters of the Taicang treasury, the more Zhu Pingan yearned to dive in. A placid surface would not hone a skilled sailor. Having finally secured a stage for himself, it would be a disservice not to perform well, thereby squandering the goodwill of Lu Zhengshi, Chu Fushi, Si Yushi, and Gao Longzhou. Here I come, Taicang treasury. Zhu Pingan rode his steed across the ditch, soon arriving at the Taicang silver vault, whose location and fortifications were meticulously planned. At a glance, the site of the silver vault was elevated slightly above the surrounding terrain, and a military camp lay several li away. The flags and the arrangement of the camp gates, along with the occasional rumble emanating from within, indicated that this was the renowned divine mechanism camp of the Ming dynasty, established by the Yongle Emperor. The divine mechanism camp was a strategic mobile force equipped with firearms and matchlocks, and later enhanced with flintlocks, making it one of the earliest artillery units in the world. During wartime, it frequently accompanied the Yongle Emperor on expeditions alongside the 5 armies and the 3,000 camp, serving as the sharpest sword in the emperor's arsenal. After the Yongle Emperor's reign, the divine mechanism camp persisted, achieving numerous immortal feats. A crucial asset of the Ming dynasty, the camp was stationed near the Taicang silver vault, deploying a portion of its forces to assist in its defense, deterring nefarious individuals and ensuring the vault's safety. In addition to the camp's presence, the silver vault itself was fortified with numerous checkpoints, heavily guarded and impenetrable, where even a fly could not enter. Halt! This is a sacred ground. Unauthorized personnel, retreat. Zhu Pingan was warned from a distance of over 100 meters by the fully armed guards who blocked his path. Please inform the Minister of the Vault that I am Zhu Pingan, the inspector of the Taicang silver vault appointed by the sovereign, a reader at the Hanlin Academy, and a censor of the cabinet. Today, I am here on official business to inspect the silver vault. Here are my credentials. I kindly ask for your assistance in conveying this message. Calmly dismounting, Zhu Pingan retrieved the relevant documents from his bosom and presented them to the guards. Chapter 725. The Midnight Canteen of Taicang at midday. The earth transformed into a cauldron beneath the fan of the Jiajing Emperor. the air thick with heat as if it were ablaze, suffocating in its intensity. The guard dogs, reared within the Taizong silver vault, lay sprawled beneath the trees, tongues lolling out in the oppressive heat, while the horses in the stable flared their nostrils wide. Contrasting the sweltering exterior, one room within the silver vault resembled a paradise, refreshingly cool like spring. Outside its door lay an old dog, curled comfortably in the threshold, soundly asleep. The reason this old dog basked in the sun at the door was clear. The cool air seeping from within was far more pleasant than the shade outside. From the outside, this room appeared unremarkable. Indeed, it was exceedingly plain. It bore no distinction from the other storage rooms of the silver vault, with its ordinary gray bricks and red tiles, lacking any ornate decorations, appearing even more dilapidated than the others. Above the entrance hung a weathered sign bearing the unified storage number of the GU room. There is a saying, the exterior may shine with gold and jade, yet the interior may be filled with decay. However, sometimes the opposite holds true. The exterior may be plain, yet the interior may be adorned with treasures. This room exemplified such a paradox. Despite its unassuming facade, within lay a realm of unimaginable opulence, a luxuriousness beyond the comprehension of the common mind. The room is spacious, formed by the merging of two storerooms, and is brilliantly illuminated. At its center lies an exquisite indoor fountain corridor, adorned with intricately carved miniature bridges and flowing waters. A rockery stands majestically in the middle of the fountain pool, where the water cascades like a waterfall, meandering through 6 small bridges, following a serpentine path before disappearing underground. Surrounding the water corridor are potted green plants, alongside more than a dozen basins of ice, exuding a refreshing chill that cools the entire room. The temperature indoors contrasts sharply with the sweltering heat outside, reminiscent of modern air conditioning, differing by nearly 10 degrees. In the heart of the room, a banquet is underway, featuring a table and chairs crafted from precious rosewood, exquisitely carved, clearly the work of a master artisan. The table is adorned with amber wine, luminous cups, golden and jade vessels, and an array of culinary delights that resemble a painting. The table is laden with rare delicacies. Even the abalone wings find themselves relegated to a modest position, rarely touched. For the 8 attendees, this lavish feast is merely a mundane working meal. They are officials of the Taizong Silver Treasury, part of the management team, and this venue serves as their late-night canteen, where they routinely gather for simple meals. Much like today, should any of them have a sudden cause for celebration, they might order a few extra dishes and add some wine. But for them, even the best dishes consist of ordinary fare like bird's nest, abalone, and shark fin, paired with decades-old daughter's red wine. At this moment, it is noon, and while the outdoors simmers like a furnace, the interior remains pleasantly cool. Surrounded by familiar company, the atmosphere at the banquet is naturally relaxed and joyful. Seated at the head of the table is Lord Zhang, the chief treasurer of the Taizong Silver Treasury, who has held this esteemed position for 5 years. In his 40s or 50s, Lord Zhang exudes an air of elegance, well-preserved, with a complexion like jade, exuding a refined demeanor. He holds a silk suzhou fan in his hand. However, the glimmer of intelligence that occasionally shines in his eyes commands respect and caution from all. The Ming dynasty operates under a dual capital system, with Lord Zhang serving as the Deputy Minister of Revenue in Nanjing, overseeing tax collection from provinces such as Jiangsu, Hubei, Jiangxi, and Zhejiang. These taxes comprise half of the empire's revenue. Additionally, he is responsible for grain transportation and salt trade regulations. His close relationship with Yan Shifan has naturally facilitated his appointment as the chief treasurer of the Taizong Silver Treasury. The remaining 7 individuals at the table are also high-ranking officials of the Taizong Silver Treasury, with 2 serving as the treasury's physicians flanking Lord Zhang, while the other 5 are treasurers. This assembly of 8 constitutes the upper echelon of the Taizong Silver Treasury. The Ming dynasty maintains a stringent management system for the Taizong Silver Treasury, appointing one chief treasurer, typically a ministerial official, to oversee its operations. Beneath this chief treasurer are 2 physicians, followed by several treasurers, and below them are 8 treasury clerks, supported by numerous treasury clerks and 50 treasury guards. The Taizong Silver Treasury represents the most lucrative position within the Ming dynasty, naturally attracting intense envy and desire for its prosperous posts. Let us not even mention the overseer of the treasury. The mere presence of the treasury guards here is enough to evoke envy. Each of these guards occupies a coveted position, with a fixed number of 50, replaced every 5 years. During each transition, every position is keenly eyed by hundreds of connections. Each guard possesses strong ties, whether as relatives of influential figures or trusted confidants. Nevertheless, the pursuit of such a position necessitates employing various stratagems and spending substantial sums to secure a coveted role. If the guards are thus, one can only imagine the connections held by the esteemed overseers present. Today's braised bear paw is exquisite, even more tender than the stewed pig trotter. Chef Wang truly lives up to his reputation as one of the finest chefs in Liaodong. Dr. Zhao Daying from the Grand Warehouse lifted a piece of bear paw, savoring the succulent juices that burst forth, flooding his palate with a delightful aroma that penetrated his very being. After a moment of contemplation, he expressed his satisfaction. Indeed, Your Excellency Zhao, you have only spoken half the truth. While Chef Wang's culinary skills are remarkable, one must also consider the source of the recipe, teased another physician. Jia Su, with a knowing smile. Oh, what recipe? From where does it originate? Dr. Zhao inquired with keen interest. One must use the unshorn variety, excavate a pit, introduce lime, place the paw within, cover it with more lime, and pour cool water over it. After waiting for a while, allowing it to cool, one can easily remove the hair, revealing the root. Soak it in rice water for 1 or 2 days. Then, wrap it in lard and boil, subsequently discarding the fat. Tear it into strips and stew it with pork, a dish that surpasses even the treasures of the celestial realm, a feast not to be missed by any gourmand. Dr. Jia recited, savoring a sip of Longjing tea and punctuating his words with gestures. Such meticulousness, old Jia, yet you have yet to reveal the source of this recipe. Dr. Zhao remarked, impressed and eager for more information. Thanks to Lord Zhang, who graciously shared his findings, we have been fortunate to enjoy this delicacy, Dr. Zhao acknowledged, bowing respectfully to the treasury overseer. Indeed, it is Lord Jia who discovered this recipe in my collection, Lord Zhang replied, stroking his beard with a smile. Playfully pointing at Dr. Jia. Laughter erupted around the table as cups clinked and flowed. By the way, what has become of the inspector dispatched by the court? Inquired a treasury official, Lu. Haha Lu, why fret? It's not as if inspectors Haven T visited in previous years. It's always the same. Convene a meeting, peruse the books, and review the files. They might inspect the site and offer pointers before departing, perhaps with a little something on the side. Another official, Qian, replied with a carefree laugh. However, I have heard that this year is different. The emperor has instituted a cross-inspection system, and this time, the scrutiny may be more rigorous. Lu expressed with hesitation. Even so, what difference does it make? Consider the depths of our waters. No matter how many ships arrive, they must all navigate the surface. Qian remarked with a knowing look. Lu Kushu may still be unaware that the inspection team dispatched by the court has likely met with complete disaster. Dr. Jia Su gazed at Lu Siku, a smile gradually spreading across his lips, as if the inspection team were nothing more than a jest in his eyes. Lu Siku was taken aback, and then his eyes sparkled with realization. The chief inspector Lu Guangzhu had returned home due to mourning. The deputy inspector had suffered a stroke last night, and the inspector Si Nin had been punished with a court cane, rendering him unable to rise for several months. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, Dr. Gao Rui should also be in trouble by now. Of course, the reasons behind all this need not be elaborated upon, especially regarding that inexperienced Zhu Pingan. There was no need to expend further energy on him. Jia Su, like a strategist orchestrating a grand scheme, wore a knowing smile. It is good to be perceptive. One should not forget who we answer to. Siku Qian's lips curled into a perfect arc. Hush, silence. Who do we answer to? Naturally, it is His Majesty. Dr. Jia Su clasped his hands and addressed the matter earnestly. Indeed, it is His Majesty, indeed. Siku Qian, understanding the implication, let out a dry laugh and responded repeatedly. Haha, with the upper echelons experiencing mishaps in succession, Zhu Pingan must be too frightened to leave his residence. Another Sikujing chuckled. Oh, let us not be hasty. I still wish to see what the top scholar looks like. Besides, the inspection team must have someone come by eventually. Precisely, there ought to be at least one person from the inspection team. Let us find a day to deliver the account books to Lord Zhu and coax him into visiting. The atmosphere around the table grew more relaxed as laughter and teasing ensued, devoid of any pressure, evoking a sense that the inspection team had vanished into thin air. At that moment, A series of knocks echoed from outside. Knock, 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 knock. 3 long and 2 short. The laughter at the table continued undiminished. This rhythmic knock was a prearranged signal, indicating an acquaintance. Who is it? Dr. Zhao Daying inquired aloud. Reporting to you, Lord Zhao. I am Sun Kushu. The guards outside have just conveyed that a certain Zhu Pingan claims to be the inspection officer for the Tongzhengsi silver vault and requests to enter for an inspection. Sun Kushu's voice filtered through the crack of the door. What? Zhu Pingan has arrived? How did he come here? The crowd inside was taken aback. And then an immediate silence ensued. Among those present, Lu Siku reacted most strongly. He was in the midst of eating a perch. And upon hearing that Zhu Pingan had arrived at the entrance of the Tongzhengsi silver vault, he was so astonished that a fish bone lodged in his throat, leaving his face flushed and prompting a fit of coughing, nearly bringing him to tears. Though somewhat surprised, Lu Siku, do you not think your reaction is a bit excessive? He is merely an inexperienced lad. What is there to be concerned about? After the initial shock, the others regained their composure, even finding a hint of amusement in the situation. They had been troubled about how to coax Zhu Pingan into following the necessary procedures. And now he had come to their doorstep, akin to finding a pillow when one is merely nodding off. What a delight! Witnessing Lu Siku in such a state, the others could not help but tease him. I was merely caught by a fishbone. Lu Siku, his face flushed, explained to the gathered crowd, eliciting yet another round of benevolent laughter. With this diversion, the atmosphere in the room returned to one of lightheartedness. And Zhu Pingan's arrival seemed to be merely a drop in the ocean. Aside from the initial ripples, it left no further impact. However, despite their underlying disdain for Zhu Pingan, he nonetheless represented the Tongzhengsi Silver Treasury's inspection team, sent by imperial decree to oversee the treasury. The group understood that they must maintain decorum in his presence. I see that everyone has nearly finished their meal. Since the inspector has arrived, we cannot neglect our manners, Zhang Guangku said with a smile, setting down his chopsticks and rising to address the assembly. Indeed, the others responded, chuckling as they rose and followed Zhang Guangku toward the door. The unexpected arrival of Zhu Pingan held little significance for them. To their eyes, he was merely a fledgling, a naive newcomer, like a newborn calf that fears not the tiger, boldly striding towards the mountain's edge. Such courage is commendable. Yet it leads to a singular outcome. The tiger feasts once more. No matter how much bravery the young calf possesses, it remains of little consequence. Under the blazing sun, outside the gates of Tongzheng, a youth clad in a blue official robe stood erect, scrutinizing the Tongzhengsi silver treasury before him. Sweat had thoroughly soaked his attire, and beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead. Nevertheless, the youth maintained a composed demeanor, as if savoring the sunlight. This young man was none other than Zhu Pingan. Enduring the sweltering heat, Zhu Pingan waited for approximately half an hour before a group of officials finally emerged from within the treasury. Leading the procession was a dignified official in a crimson robe, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an air of scholarly elegance. Following him were more than 10 officials, many of whom, judging by their robes, seemed to hold rank superior to that of Zhu Pingan. This must be the management of the Tongzhengsi silver treasury, and the gentleman in the crimson robe was likely the esteemed Zhang Guangku. After receiving the assignment to inspect the treasury, Zhu Pingan had familiarized himself with its official structure. He merely struggled to match names with faces. However, given the strict hierarchy of the ancient system, the only one qualified to don the crimson robe and lead the procession could be none other than Lord Zhang. As Zhu Pingan observed the officials, they too noticed him. After a leisurely half hour, they ambled to the entrance, where they found Zhu Pingan standing in the scorching sun, drenched in sweat, appearing even more disheveled than the treasury's barking watchdog, resembling a drenched dog. For safety reasons, the Tongzhengsi silver treasury had cleared all trees within a mile radius, eliminating potential hiding places for intruders and reducing the risk of fire hazards. Consequently, there was no shade to be found outside the treasury gates. Seeing Zhu Pingan in such a pitiful state only deepened the officials' contempt for him. I am Zhu Pingan. Having had the honor of meeting Lord Zhang and all esteemed officials, I sincerely apologize for my uninvited presence, and I am truly humbled by your gracious reception. As I caught sight of the officials of Tongzheng approaching from a distance, I hastened forward to greet them with a respectful gesture, my face adorned with a smile. Exhibiting utmost courtesy, with nary a hint of dissatisfaction despite waiting under the scorching sun for half an hour. Not at all. Lord Zhu's esteemed arrival at Taicang is a privilege we have failed to extend properly. Please forgive us. The leading official, Zhang, responded with a smile, discreetly surveying Zhu Pingan. Indeed, we have caused you to wait, Lord Zhu. It is truly our fault, and we hope for your understanding, added the physician, Jia Su, stepping forward to express his apologies. The heavens are rather unkind today. Surely, Lord Zhu has suffered in this heat. Please, do come inside, urged the other officials of Taicang, their warmth surpassing even the relentless sun. Not at all. It is I who have intruded upon your time, Zhu Pingan said, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. Lowering his stature, how could we wish for anything more than your presence, Lord Zhu? The officials responded courteously. Their words held truth, as they genuinely yearned for Zhu Pingan's arrival to conduct the inspection of the Taicang treasury. After all, it would be impossible for the inspection team to fulfill its duties without his presence. In a moment, the atmosphere was filled with joy, presenting a harmonious scene outside the gates of Taicang. Yet, within their hearts, each held their own turbulent thoughts. The scent of abalone, the rich aroma of fine wine, and the essence of shark fins and venison wafted through the air. These fragrances reminded Zhu Pingan of a previous fortunate encounter at the home of Elder Yan, where he had tasted bear paw. As Zhu Pingan approached the officials with his greeting, he subtly twitched his nose, detecting a strong odor of decay emanating from the group. As the mere bear paw exceeded their official allowances, Zhu Pingan remained composed, understanding the implications beneath the surface. While Zhu Pingan grappled with his internal tumult, the officials of Taicang began to form their own impressions of him. Upon his arrival, his disheveled appearance had led them to regard him with disdain. Now, witnessing his respectful demeanor and humble words, presenting himself as a junior, they could not help but stifle their laughter, perceiving him as a naive newcomer in the bureaucratic realm. This, they thought, would make the inspection of the Taicang treasury exceedingly effortless. A mere novice, pliable as dough, how could he possibly conduct an inspection? Even 100 of such Zhu Pingan would not suffice for their manipulation. Amidst their conversation, they had forgotten that Lord Zhu had been waiting outside for quite some time. What a blunder! They exclaimed. Lord Zhu, please come this way. Lord Zhang has instructed the kitchen to prepare a modest meal to welcome you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Physician Jia Su seemed to suddenly recall the situation, laughingly offering his apologies before gesturing for Zhu Pingan to enter the treasury. After you. Lord Zhang. Please, Lord Zhu, do come in. With mutual courtesies exchanged, Zhu Pingan followed Zhang and the others into the Taicang treasury. Within the treasury, a vigilant guard was stationed every 5 paces and a watch every 10, underscoring the heightened security measures in place. Zhu Pingan quietly observed the stringent defenses of the Taicang silver treasury while engaging in pleasantries with the likes of Dr. Jia. After strolling through the storage area for about 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at the Taicang dining hall. This spacious cafeteria, elongated from east to west and narrow from north to south, could accommodate roughly 70 to 80 individuals at once. It featured around 10 simple tables and chairs. One table was set with a modest array of dishes, 8 dishes and 2 soups, technically 4 dishes and 1 soup, but each dish was served in duplicate. The culinary offerings were rather commonplace, comprising 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, braised tofu with meat, stir-fried bok choy with meat, smashed cucumber, and braised eggplant, accompanied by a large basin of gluten soup. Thus, 8 plates of food and 2 large bowls of gluten soup filled the table. Please take a seat, Sir Zhu, Zhang Wenhua said, standing before the chair facing east from the west side, warmly smiling as he extended his right hand to invite Zhu Pingan to sit. In ancient times, the arrangement of seating at banquets was of utmost importance, influenced by the traditions of a society that revered etiquette and reflected the distinctions of rank and status. In the context of the elongated and narrow dining hall, the most esteemed seat was at the west-facing east, followed by the north-facing south, then the south-facing north, with the least honorable position being the east-facing west. The seat Zhang Wenhua offered Zhu Pingan was indeed the most prestigious. Please, Mr. Zhang. Zhu Pingan replied with a smile, shaking his head as he gestured for Zhang Wenhua to take the seat of honor. The Ming dynasty was characterized by a rigid hierarchical structure, where seating arrangements were a clear manifestation of social rank. Those of higher status were assigned more favorable positions, while those of lower rank were relegated to less prestigious spots. To sit improperly could be seen as usurping authority and might lead to accusations of disrespect. Zhu Pingan was far too astute to make such a blunder and leave himself vulnerable to criticism. Furthermore, Zhang Guanku was a formidable figure in the Taicang silver treasury, and it was said that a strong dragon could not suppress the local serpent. Compared to the third-rank official Zhang Guanku and his peers, Zhu Pingan, as a sixth-rank official, was but a mere insignificant worm. Additionally, outside the silver treasury, the disdainful gazes of Dr. Jia and others had made it clear that they regarded him with contempt. Therefore, he could not afford to disappoint them. After a round of courteous insistence, Zhang Guanku eventually took the seat of honor, while Zhu Pingan settled into a subordinate position. Observing Zhu Pingan's perceptiveness, the Taicang officials felt a sense of relief. To them, this inspection seemed less daunting than previous ones. Ah, for meat dishes, how delightful! Thanks to Sir Zhu, we finally have the pleasure of indulging in some meat, exclaimed Zhao Daying, the Taicang official, scanning the table with a dismissive glance, yet feigning surprise as he expressed his gratitude to Zhu Pingan, as if he had truly forgotten the taste of meat for 3 months. Zhu Pingan slightly curled the corners of his lips, thinking to himself that the performance was rather well executed. If only Zhao could wipe away the scent of bear paw and the grease glistening on his lips, it would be even more perfect. Zhang Guanku shot a glare at Zhao, prompting him to sulkily close his mouth, his face reflecting dissatisfaction as though he had erred in speaking the truth. Hee, we in this remote corner of Taicang cannot compare to your city. Our fare is quite simple, and our hospitality may be lacking. I hope you won't take offense, Sir Zhu, Zhang Guanku said with a slight smile directed at Zhu Pingan. As the voice faded, Zhu Pingan lifted his gaze towards Zhang Guanku, then cast a sweeping glance over the assembly, his eyes deep and his brows furrowed. Zhang Guanku and the other officials of Taicang felt a chill under Zhu Pingan's penetrating stare, particularly Zhao Longzhong, who felt an unsettling sense of dread, fearing that Zhu Pingan had discerned some flaw in their demeanor. In the next moment, Zhu Pingan's gaze grew even more profound, his brow knitting tighter still, causing a heightened sense of unease among the Taicang officials. Yet, in the following instant, they witnessed Zhu Pingan's serious expression soften with moisture in his eyes, his brows uniting as he took a deep breath, visibly moved, and said, Master Zhang and esteemed colleagues, your steadfast commitment to the Taicang treasury, coupled with such stringent self-discipline, is truly admirable. Master Zhang has gone to great lengths to prepare such a sumptuous feast for me. How could I possibly feel anything but gratitude? Indeed, it was the simplicity of their frugality that had touched him profoundly. The others had initially feared he had uncovered some hidden flaw. It turned out that their worries were unfounded. Zhu Pingan was merely a naive youth, easily impressed, a mere bookworm despite his accolades. This incident led the assembly to regard Zhu Pingan with even less respect. The table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes. The others, aside from Zhu Pingan, displayed little enthusiasm and barely touched their chopsticks. The transition from frugality to indulgence is easy, but moving from indulgence back to frugality is quite another matter. They had just emerged from a late-night banquet filled with exquisite delicacies, and now they were expected to consume simple cabbage and tofu. It was a cruel imposition. However, Zhu Pingan relished his meal wholeheartedly. He had not had a sip of water or a morsel of rice since dawn. The day's events had been numerous. A visit to the Dali Temple, where Vice Envoy Chu Tongyang had suffered a stroke, followed by the distressing news of Si Nen being caned, and then a hurried ride to the Noon Gate. He had encountered difficulties along the way, including a fall from his horse, and spent half an hour under the sun outside the Taicang Gate. Zhu Pingan was indeed famished. Moreover, the frugal banquet presented by Master Zhang and the others brought him unexpected delight. Although it appeared to be merely cabbage and tofu, the same ingredients, when prepared by different chefs, can yield vastly different flavors. Zhu Pingan was certain that the chefs of Taicang possessed skills rivaling those of the imperial kitchen. What seemed to be a simple dish of cabbage, tofu, and cucumber was, in fact, remarkably delicious, tantalizing the palate and compelling one to continue eating. Zhu Pingan devoured his meal like a bottomless pit, much to the disdain of the Taicang officials, who regarded him as a rustic bumpkin. Ah, Master Zhang, do join in the feast. There is no need to cater to me alone. Come, Master Zhao, this braised tofu with meat is quite delightful. Zhu Pingan, engrossed in his meal, raised his head to observe the others at the table. Noticing their reluctance to pick up their chopsticks, he felt a surge of emotion and encouraged them to partake in the dishes, insisting that they need not pay special attention to him, particularly in regard to Dr. Zhao. He served Zhao a generous helping of braised tofu with meat, playfully recalling Zhao's earlier exclamation of joy upon seeing meat on the table. "Ah, no. I can manage myself," Dr. Zhao replied, eyeing the large pieces of meat in his bowl with a sense of nausea. Who in their right mind would still eat such greasy pork? Under Zhu Pingan's enthusiastic gaze, he reluctantly shoved a sizable piece of meat into his mouth, akin to swallowing a fly. Regrettably, much of the food remained untouched. Zhu Pingan let out a satisfied burp, patting his full belly and casting a glance over the dishes before focusing intently on Zhao Daying, expressing a sense of wistfulness. "Why do you keep staring at me? Can't you look at someone else? I've already stuffed myself with 7 or 8 pieces of fatty meat and choked down 2 bowls of soup. I'm full. If I eat any more, I might be sick." Zhao Daying, catching Zhu Pingan's gaze, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Yet, Zhu Pingan remained insistent, seemingly puzzled as to why such a large man had eaten so little. Nearby, Dr. Jia discreetly nudged Zhao Daying under the table, offering him a significant look. Zhang Guanku, seated at the head of the table, also regarded Zhao with a kind expression, prompting him to eat more. Zhao Daying felt on the verge of tears. However, he maintained a facade of gratitude and continued to partake in the meal, savoring each bite. Eventually, he covered his mouth and hurriedly excused himself, racing to a secluded corner outside the dining hall to vomit profusely. Of course, this scene went unnoticed and unheard within the kitchen. After Zhao Daying departed, Zhu Pingan turned his eager attention to Dr. Jia. "Don't look at me," Dr. Jia implored, while the others at the table cast sidelong glances, anxious to avoid Zhu Pingan's fervent gaze, fearing his attention might bring misfortune. Witnessing Zhao's unfortunate predicament had left them feeling queasy as well. They had already indulged in a late-night feast of exquisite delicacies and, accustomed to such lavish fare, found the simple cabbage and tofu utterly bland. It is well known that transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, but the reverse is far more difficult. Fortunately, Zhu Pingan's enthusiasm waned after Dr. Jia, allowing the others at the table to breathe a sigh of relief. After lunch, Zhang Guanku instructed the staff to prepare a room for Zhu Pingan to rest briefly, suggesting he take a nap. However, Zhu Pingan graciously declined the offer, asserting, "I am here to inspect the Tongzhengsi silver vault. Why would I need to sleep? I can rest anywhere but the vault. If word got out that my first task was dining and my second was napping, I would be ridiculed as a pig. A pig inspecting the Tongzhengsi silver vault? What a joke. After all, people's perceptions are often preconceived. If such a narrative were to spread, it would undermine the integrity of my inspection, as no one would trust the findings of a pig. Concerning matters of principle, Zhu Pingan has always preferred to take the initiative, delineating right from wrong and never overstepping boundaries. The saying, "A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall," embodies this wisdom. Nowadays, young officials like Ziho, who devote themselves wholeheartedly to their duties, are exceedingly rare. You all ought to learn diligently from Ziho, applying yourselves earnestly to your responsibilities and performing your tasks with utmost care. Zhang Guanku highly praised Zhu Pingan and seized the opportunity to impart wisdom to the subordinate officials of Tongzhengsi. Initially, Zhang Guanku addressed Zhu Pingan as Sir Zhu, but after sharing a meal together, he referred to him as Ziho. Although this was merely a change in address, it signified a substantial enhancement in their relationship. The crowd nodded in agreement, embodying a spirit of unity and cooperation. Let us first have Jiao Longzhong show Ziho around Tongzhengsi for a general understanding, and then we shall commence the inspection work. What do you think, Ziho? Zhang Guanku inquired with a gentle smile, directing his gaze toward Zhu Pingan. Everything shall be at the discretion of Master Zhang, Zhu Pingan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His perceptiveness was undoubtedly met with the satisfaction of the Tongzhengsi officials. In that case, I must trouble you, Jiao Longzhong, Zhang Guanku said, nodding with a smile as he turned his attention to Jiao Longzhong. Master Zhang, your words are misplaced. There is no trouble at all. I have long heard of the esteemed reputation of Ziho, but have been unable to meet him until now. Today, with Master Zhang and Ziho granting me this opportunity, I am positively delighted. Please, Sir Zhu, follow me. I am thoroughly familiar with the Tongzhengsi Silver Repository and will ensure you miss not a single corner, Jiao Longzhong said with a smile, gesturing for Zhu Pingan to proceed. Then I must trouble you, Jiao Longzhong. Zhu Pingan expressed his gratitude with a bow, before bidding farewell to Zhang Guanku and the others. No trouble at all. No trouble at all, Jiao Longzhong replied cheerfully, leading the way. Ziho, this way please. The Taizong Silver Repository spans several hundred acres, roughly the size of an ordinary university campus of about 34 acres, making it quite expansive. Of course, this only pertains to the Silver Repository area. The Taizong Granary is even larger, being dozens or even hundreds of times its size, with over 700 Taizong granaries in Tongzhou alone. The areas of the Taizong Silver Repository, Granary, and other storage facilities for arms, cotton, dyes, and currency are segregated for safety considerations. Ziho. Our Ministry of Revenue's Taizong Silver Repository was established in the 7th year of the Zhengtong era, specifically for the storage of gold and silver. It, along with the Changing Repository of the Ministry of Imperial Household, the Jieshan Repository of the Ministry of Works, and the Silver Repository of the Ministry of Rights, constitutes the silver reserves of our Ming dynasty. Naturally, our ministry's Taizong Silver Repository is of utmost importance. At its inception, the repository primarily supported military expenditures. However, the situation has evolved. Now it primarily supports the annual appropriations for the 9 borders, dispersing silver from Taizong to aid them. This alone is no small sum. During the Zhengtong and Jingtai eras, it was merely over 100,000 taels, but by the Hongzhi and Jingde eras, it had increased to over 400,000 taels. Presently, it amounts to at least 6 to 70,000 taels annually, and during peak times, it can exceed 100,000 taels, not including additional requests from the 9 borders, summing to tens of thousands of taels. Just last year, for the Datong garrison, an additional request amounted to over 70,000 taels, as Zhao Longzhong guided Zhu Pingan through the vault area of the Taizong treasury. He recounted the origins and current status of the repository. Zhu Pingan was an excellent listener, attentively absorbing the information while occasionally responding with affirmations, embodying the demeanor of a devoted audience. Next, they discussed official salaries and military pay, referring to the noble allowances converted from rice to silver. In the capital, the remuneration for civil and military officials, as well as soldiers stationed both within and outside the city, currently amounts to approximately 700,000 taels annually. And this figure is on the rise. Additionally, there is the supply to the imperial court, since the ascension of the current emperor, excluding the recent decree allocating 200,000 taels to Master Tao for the ceremonial rites at Wudong Mountain. Over 1 million taels have already been extracted from the Taizong treasury to be deposited into the imperial coffers. When Zhao Longzhong spoke of the supplies to the imperial court, he adopted a tone of caution, lowering his voice significantly. After finishing his statement, he looked at Zhu Pingan with a sense of melancholy, remarking that the treasury's reserves have become increasingly depleted. Zihu, ahead lies our Taizong treasury. Please proceed slowly and mind your steps, Zhao Longzhong instructed. As they approached the entrance of the vault, he turned back to remind Zhu Pingan to watch his footing on the stairs. The vault was elevated by approximately 50 centimeters above ground level, a design consideration for flood prevention and to enhance visibility for monitoring purposes. Though referred to as a treasury, it was actually divided into 2 sections, the gold vault and the silver vault. Above the grand doors, plaques inscribed with Ming Dynasty Jia Jing Gold Vault and Ming Dynasty Jia Jing Silver Vault hung prominently, surrounded by rigorous security measures. One could observe the guards, clad only in their uniforms, bustling in and out, transporting the precious metals. This treasury, along with the silver vault, represented the most fortified locations in Taizong. Only the guards were permitted to handle gold and silver, while even the overseers were forbidden from touching a single tael of silver. The recent imperial decree for 200,000 taels for Master Tao's rights involved the very funds being transported, loaded onto carts for delivery to the imperial treasury. Upon reaching the platform and standing before the grand entrance of the Taizong treasury, Zhao Longzhong pointed toward the guards and said to Zhu Pingan, "You see them bustling about." Zhu Pingan nodded, his gaze fixed on the treasury. The supervising officer, noticing Zhao Longzhong and Zhu Pingan, hurriedly approached to pay his respects. In Taizong, you as officers bear the utmost responsibility. Every detail must be attended to without negligence. Please, continue with your duties and do not mind us, Zhao Longzhong said sternly, gesturing for the officer to return to his post without further formalities. Your subordinate takes his leave, the officer replied, bowing before resuming his oversight duties at the entrance. Ziu, please do not take offense, Zhao Longzhong explained to Zhu Pingan after the officer had returned to his duties. The officer is responsible for overseeing the guards and preventing any attempts at smuggling or concealment, which is critical for the security of the treasury. Every detail must be meticulously managed. Not at all. Your loyalty and diligence are commendable, and I would never cast blame, Zhu Pingan remarked, shaking his head with a slight smile. If only everyone understood us as you do, our tasks in Taizong would be much easier, Zhao Longjong sighed, his words layered with meaning. Not at all, Zhu Pingan replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At this moment, over 20 warehouse guards were bustling in and out of the Taizong silver treasury under the supervision of the official, diligently transporting silver from the vault to the outside, weighing, boxing, sealing, and then loading it onto vehicles for transport to the inner treasury. The scene was somewhat overwhelming. The guards, all robust young men around the ages of 20 to 30, were uniformly attired in treasury garments. Their upper attire consisted of sleeveless jackets emblazoned with the characters for Taizong, while they wore simple loincloths below. 2 guards worked in tandem to carry a box of silver from within the vault, waited under the watchful eye of the official, recorded the details, then moved it outside, affixed a seal, and placed it in a designated spot. After completing this task, the guards returned to the treasury to fetch another box of silver. Upon re-entering the vault, they had to undergo inspection once more, just as they had when they first entered. Outside the grand entrance of the treasury, the guards stripped down to their bare skin to present themselves for inspection before the official. In a comical display, the naked guards squatted before the official, extending their arms to reveal their sides, then bent their legs and jumped twice, clapping their hands above their heads while imitating the quacking of ducks. After performing these antics, they proceeded in an orderly fashion to a long bench, each guard leaping over it while vocally announcing their exit. This series of actions was designed to demonstrate that they held no concealed silver in their bodies, armpits, mouths, or hands. Only upon completing this sequence could they be permitted entry into the treasury. Once inside, they would don the treasury's official attire once more and continue their duties of transporting silver. Upon finishing their tasks and undergoing the aforementioned inspections, they could finally change back into their own clothes and return home. In Taizong, only the warehouse guards were allowed to handle the treasury's silver, and such undressing, shouting, stretching, clapping, and jumping served to prevent any illicit concealment of silver, ensuring that not a single coin went missing from the Taizong treasury. Dr. Jia, standing nearby, explained this to Zhu Pingan, who nodded in acknowledgement yet internally harbored skepticism. If such measures could truly guarantee the treasury's inviolability, then the grand theft of the Qing dynasty's treasury centuries later would never have occurred. Zhu Pingan, having studied the Qing dynasty's treasury theft case out of curiosity, was aware of various underlying intricacies. While the inspection process for the guards appeared flawless and airtight, the reality was different. If these guards were genuinely unable to profit from their position, why would hundreds of individuals with connections vie fiercely for a place among them? Clearly, there was more to the story. Each cohort of guards consisted of 50 men, with a rotation occurring every 5 years. These guards were predominantly hereditary, continuing a long-standing tradition within their familial circles to vie for positions within the treasury. An intriguing phenomenon occurs during the rotation of the treasury guards. Whenever an individual seeks to secure a position within the treasury through the means of gifts or personal connections, they often invest substantial amounts of money to hire numerous martial arts experts as bodyguards, who remain ever vigilant by their side for a brief period. This is necessitated by the pivotal roll call conducted at each treasury rotation, overseen by high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Revenue or the Chief Treasury Minister, who meticulously verify the personnel involved. Only upon the completion of this roll call is the position of the Treasury Guard deemed officially confirmed. Should anyone arrive late or fail to appear, the position would be reassigned to another, rendering any prior efforts or expense futile, as if swept away by a tempest. Thus, if a Treasury Guard neglects to employ bodyguards to ensure a smooth roll call, they risk abduction or confinement by others who might wish to usurp their position. Such fierce competition undoubtedly suggests that the role of Treasury Guard is rife with opportunity for profit. Indeed, while the regulations appear stringent regarding the entry and exit of guards from the Treasury, they do not hinder those entrenched in the lineage of Treasury Guards from pilfering silver. The clandestine skills of their ancestors remain remarkably effective, being passed down through generations. Primarily, their method involves the concealment of silver within their bodies. Children from these families are trained from a young age in a unique technique known as hidden silver, which they practice by applying oil to eggs and concealing them within their bodies while engaging in physical activities. As they master this technique, the eggs evolve from ordinary to duck and goose eggs, ultimately culminating in heavy iron pellets, which require a special apparatus known as a pig's bladder. It is said that when perfected, this technique allows for the clandestine transport of 10 smooth silver ingots at a time, amounting to 100 taels of silver. Zhu Pingan observed the scene for a while and noticed at least 2 treasury guards with noticeably distended abdomens and an awkward gait, likely indicating their proficiency in the art of hidden silver. However, Zhu Pingan maintained an impassive expression, choosing not to voice his observations. In comparison to the officials overseeing the treasury, these individuals engaged in body concealment for theft are but minor players, akin to ants stealing grain, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. He understood that making a misstep by alerting them would be a blunder he would never commit. Chapter 730. The Madness of Zhu Pingan and Dr. Jia stood before the gates of the treasury, observing the guards under strict scrutiny as they transported silver. Zhu Pingan seemed to stand there contemplating the scene. Yet his mind wandered into the memories of the greatest theft case in the Qing dynasty's largest treasury. In the eyes of Dr. Jia, however, Zhu Pingan appeared as a mere wooden figure, seemingly entranced by the spectacle before him, deeply moved and unable to regain his composure. A satisfied smile crept upon Dr. Jia's lips as he anticipated the outcome. This scene has unfolded numerous times, reminiscent of previous inspections. Whenever they are brought to witness the scene of the treasury guards transporting silver, they are invariably struck by the stringent oversight of the Taicang silver treasury. Completely exposed, utterly bare, with such rigorous entry and exit protocols, such severe inspection methods, and such meticulous management. What further criticisms could one possibly have regarding the regulation of the Taicang silver treasury? Zihu, what is your opinion on our inspection methods here at Taicang? The physician Jia, filled with pride, endeavored to maintain an appearance of humility, gesturing towards the guards undergoing inspection and inquiring of Zhu Pingan. The supervision is stringent, the precautions are tight. Zhu Pingan, coming back to his senses, nodded earnestly in agreement. Upon hearing this, a triumphant expression spread across Jia's face, ready to feign modesty, when Zhu Pingan spoke again. However, Zhu Pingan paused momentarily, seemingly weighing his next words. At the utterance of however, the look of triumph vanished from Jia's face, a sudden apprehension gripping his heart. Could it be that Zhu Pingan has discerned some issue? Jia's gaze shifted toward the entrance, intensely scrutinizing every aspect of the inspection. Finding no fault, the procedures were being followed meticulously. Or could it be that this unspoken rule regarding the treasury's operations has been uncovered by this young lad? Typically, when the Taicang silver treasury collects summer taxes, autumn grain converted to silver, and donations, it receives silver ingots of exceptional quality, containing 99 silver. However, the ingots dispersed from Taicang are generally of inferior quality, often composed of silver with only 90 purity, masquerading as those of 99 purity. Do not underestimate this discrepancy. The difference in quality equates to a 9 shortfall in disbursements. Naturally, this vanishing 9 finds its way into the pockets of the management. Do not belittle this 9, for it is not a trifling amount, compared to the clandestine theft methods of the treasury guards, which could be likened to ants moving a mountain. This particular unspoken rule regarding the quality of silver is akin to a cart relocating a mountain. But could Zhu Pingan truly uncover this unspoken rule? It seems implausible. The craftsmanship of the silver smelting workshops is remarkably refined. Even an experienced silversmith would struggle to discern differences in silver quality with the naked eye, let alone the inexperienced Zhu Pingan. Yet if it is not this, then what could it be? Zihu had thoughts to express, but refrained. In a moment, Jia's mind was beset with numerous thoughts, each one quickly dismissed, leading him to turn his gaze toward Zhu Pingan, feigning a demeanor of earnest inquiry. Nevertheless, it is merely that the entrance to our Taicang silver treasury is rather dilapidated, posing a security risk. For the sake of safety, I propose we replace it with a sturdy iron door, which would be both fireproof and theft-proof, Zhu Pingan stated earnestly, pointing towards the treasury's entrance. Dr. Jia, following the direction indicated by Zhu Pingan, cast his gaze towards the vault door of the silver treasury. Indeed, it appeared somewhat dilapidated. The paint was peeling. The iron sheeting had come loose in several places, and one of the bronze door rings had become quite loose. This door had stood the test of time since the establishment of the treasury in the 7th year of the Zhengtong era. However, to label it a safety hazard seemed rather exaggerated. I expected you to discern a more significant issue, but it turned out to be merely this door? I inquired if you had eaten lunch, and you responded that you had not slept well the previous night. This felt akin to sparring with a martial arts master. You unleash a formidable technique, only for your opponent to suggest, why engage in combat? Let us compose poetry and paint instead. How do you like this little ditty I crafted about climbing a mountain to catch a tiger? The abruptness of this realization, coupled with the swift turn of events, left Dr. Jia with an expression akin to a constipated individual. He coughed lightly and nodded, saying, Ahem, indeed, Zhu makes a valid point. This door has aged and ought to be replaced. Before long, Zhu Pingan's suggestion regarding the treasury door reached the ears of Zhang Guanku and his associates. Upon hearing Zhu Pingan's proposal, Zhang Guanku and the others were initially incredulous. However, the message-bearer was a reliable individual in Zhang Guanku's trust, and he would not dare to jest about such matters. Thus, disbelief was no longer an option for Zhang Guanku and his companions. Dr. Zhao and his peers were left utterly bewildered. Was Zhu Pingan here to inspect the silver treasury or to entertain? Tasked with auditing the treasury, he concluded that the door required replacing. What a peculiar situation. Was this not a classic case of a dog meddling in affairs that did not concern it? You are an inspector, not a minister of works. Why concern yourself with our treasury door? Have you lost your senses, failing to recognize your purpose in this endeavor? Dr. Zhao and his companions could not help but express their disdain for Zhu Pingan, while only Zhang Guanku gazed calmly out the window, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. Zhang Daying, what is Zhu Pingan attempting? He was sent to audit the treasury, yet he insists on meddling with our door. Is he not overstepping his bounds? Zhao Daying could not refrain from voicing his thoughts to Zhang Guanku. This scholar does possess a modicum of cleverness. Zhang Guanku replied with a slight smile, leaving the others perplexed. Clever? Zhao Daying stood in stunned silence, further perplexed. In his view, Zhu Pingan seemed utterly foolish. Why would Zhang Guanku commend him for his supposed cleverness? Zhu Pingan is attempting to seize credit, ensuring a path for himself, one of the treasury officials suddenly exclaimed. As a realization dawned upon him. Seizing credit? Ensuring a path? Upon hearing this, the others contemplated for a moment and then shared in the epiphany. Indeed, how did I not realize this sooner? Our treasury door is indeed antiquated and in dire need of replacement. Should Zhu Pingan bring this to light, it will undoubtedly be regarded as his achievement. Indeed, he is contemplating a contingency. Consider this. Once the iron gate is replaced, the security of the Taicang silver vault will rest on his shoulders day after day, marking a significant achievement. However, since the establishment of Taicang, there have been no fires or banditry. His actions seem superfluous. Thus, it is evident that this fellow, in his quest for accolades, has descended into madness. He possesses a modicum of cleverness, realizing that his actions would escape scrutiny, thus ingeniously securing a considerable merit for himself. Even if future inspections reveal discrepancies, Zhu Pingan can leverage this merit to extricate himself, at least demonstrating that he has not been idle. Chapter 731. The Vault Door Submission in the Afternoon. An urgent memorial dispatch from the Taicang Silver Vault made its way to Wui, with a copy sent to the Ministry of Works. In the Ming Dynasty, only officials of the 4th rank or above possessed the direct right to submit memorials. Those below the 4th rank had to go through the Tongzhengsi. As a 6th rank official, Zhu Pingan was not entitled to submit directly. However, as a member of the inspection team, although not a principal or deputy envoy, he had been granted the right to submit memorials directly to the emperor without going through the Tongzhengsi, courtesy of the Jiajing emperor. Therefore, after observing the transport of silver by the vault guards, Zhu Pingan promptly pinned a memorial to present to the Western Garden. The news of Zhu Pingan's submission swiftly reached the ears of Zhang Guanku and others. In their domain, it would be peculiar for news to be anything less than swift. Surely not. How could this Zhu fellow present such an audacious and urgent memorial? Concerning our Taicang, he did not even allow the Taicang officials to co-sign it. Upon hearing about Zhu Pingan's memorial, Wang Kushi was taken aback, then became incensed, deriding Zhu Pingan with scorn. Just half an hour prior, after listening to various analyses regarding Zhu Pingan's proposal to replace the vault door, he had been contemplating how to carve out a share for himself. This was a surefire achievement. Once the door was replaced, The individual proposing it would bask in accolades for as long as the security of Taizong remained intact. However, he never anticipated that this audacious boy would act with such reckless abandon, scrambling for credit in such an unsightly manner. For a mere door, he hastened to submit an urgent memorial. What madness! This is a misuse of public resources. Initially envisioning a mountain of gold, he had hoped to take home a few bricks of it, only to find that in the blink of an eye, the mountain had been carted away, leaving not even a trace behind. Consequently, Wang Kushi felt as though a volcano were about to erupt within him, struggling to contain his fury. Is it truly necessary to disregard all decorum for the sake of a trivial merit? A nearby treasury official, surnamed Liu, joined in the ridicule. Oh, this is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Consider this. He is hastily arranging his escape route. He understands that inspections will yield nothing substantial, so he has cleverly forged a path to claim an achievement. If he cannot grasp the melon, a peach will suffice. With such a foundation, and to speak candidly, even in the face of a deluge, he will possess a lifeline. A single peach, if picked, is inconsequential, as long as our melon patch remains unharmed. Is it not delightful? How delightful it is, for he is astute, making our tasks considerably easier. However, seated nearby, Steward Zhang suddenly chuckled, leisurely crossing his legs. With a cup of tea in his left hand and gently scraping the lid with his right, causing the exquisite Longjing tea within to swirl gracefully around the cup. Soon, a plume of steam erupted within, and the fragrant aroma of tea wafted through the air, invigorating the senses. Indeed, upon hearing Steward Zhang's words, the others were struck by this realization. In comparison to smoothly navigating this inspection, the trivial achievements at the treasury of Taizong pale in significance. They are hardly worth mentioning. You all ought to learn from Qinping, Zhang's courtesy name, to elevate your perspectives and broaden your horizons. Steward Zhang glanced at the assembly, gently closed the analects he held, and with a subtle smirk said, "That is indeed the case." The room resonated with agreement, and the atmosphere was one of joviality. After a short while, Dr. Jia entered with a smile, greeting the assembly warmly. He handed a copy of a memorial to Steward Zhang, stating, "My Lord Zhang, this is a copy of the memorial from Zhu Pingan. I had it transcribed. Dr. Jia has returned. What of that lad Zhu?" The others inquired eagerly about Zhu Pingan. "Oh, he has accompanied the messenger to Wui Hall to submit the memorial," Dr. Jia replied with a chuckle. The crowd paused momentarily, then burst into laughter, realizing how utterly reckless Zhu Pingan had become. Fearing the glory might be snatched from him, he accompanied the messenger to ensure the credit remained in his own pocket. Such a scheming mind. The disdain for Zhu Pingan deepened among the group. Upon receiving the memorial, Steward Zhang began to peruse it. After a moment, his eyes brightened slightly, and he smirked, sharing the document with the assembly. It was quite the literary masterpiece for a mere treasury official, imbued with sincerity and heartfelt expression. He truly exerted great effort to elevate the Treasury's achievements to the heights of the nation's prosperity, completely disregarding the potential toll on his own well-being. As the group read Zhu Pingan's memorial, they were once again filled with a mix of envy and sarcasm, though the overall ambience remained splendid. Zhu Pingan had accompanied a messenger to Wui Hall, while another messenger was tasked with delivering the attached documents to the Ministry of Works. Upon receiving the urgent correspondence, the officials of the ministry were left speechless. The inspection of the Taizong treasury had yet to commence, yet the inspection team had already suffered considerable losses, leaving Zhu Pingan as the sole survivor. This news had spread throughout the 6 ministries, and the Ministry of Works was certainly already aware. However, it was perplexing that Zhu Pingan, being the last man standing, chose not to inspect the treasury's accounts of gold and silver, but instead focused on trivial matters with the treasury. Had his wits been dulled? Did he lose his direction? Of course. Some speculated that he was maneuvering to secure his own glory, recognizing that Taizong's officials would surely grasp this tactic. The officials of the Ministry of Works would undoubtedly understand it as well. Oh, what a lively scene. What is happening here? A portly figure clad in the attire of a third-rank official, a one-eyed man of considerable girth, ambled into the room, his gleaming eye surveying the assembly with a nonchalant air. "Is Lord Yin here?" he inquired. Upon his arrival, the officials of the Ministry of Works promptly clasped their hands in greeting, their faces adorned with expressions of deference. How could they not show such respect? This was none other than Yin Shifan, the son of the Chancellor and the true power behind the Ministry of Works. Not only was his lineage illustrious and his influence formidable, but Yin Shifan's cunning and strategic acumen were unparalleled within the ministry. Those who dared to oppose or fail to cooperate with him would find themselves swept aside like fallen leaves in autumn. Once the greetings were exchanged, the assembled officials presented Zhu Pingan's memorial with both hands to Yin Shifan. Quite eloquent, Yin Shifan remarked, casting a cursory glance at the document before folding it away. Chuckling softly in approval, he then instructed his subordinates, "The treasury is the foundation of the nation. Given that the treasury gates have long been in disrepair, we must accord them the attention they deserve. Immediately summon skilled blacksmiths and 10 artisans to forge new gates without delay." Chapter 732. The layout. Zihu has returned. In the latter part of the afternoon, Zhao Longzhong, as was his custom, left work early, intending to visit the Jinfeng Tower to indulge in some leisure. He had heard that the establishment, eager to compete with Xiaoxiang Pavilion, had recently imported several alluring courtesans from Yangzhou, and he had long harbored a desire to see them. Just as he was about to exit the gates of Taicang, he spotted Zhu Pingan riding towards him. "Zhao Daying, are you heading out?" Zhu Pingan dismounted and clasped his hands in salute, curiosity piqued by Zhao Longzhong's apparent intent to depart. "No, just conducting a routine inspection of the Taicang guards," Zhao Longzhong replied, shaking his head vigorously, hastily conjuring an excuse. At this, a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhu Pingan's dark eyes. He chose not to unveil the numerous inconsistencies in Zhao Longzhong's fabricated tale, but instead smiled and remarked, "Your diligence and duty, Zhao Daying, is truly exemplary and serves as a model for us all." "Oh, not at all," Zhao Longzhong responded with a modest smile, yet inwardly reveled in his own cleverness. He felt a sense of superiority over the inexperienced Zhu Pingan, viewing himself as a seasoned veteran of the bureaucratic arena. "By the way, wasn't Zihu supposed to deliver the memorial to the Western Garden? How is it that you have returned so swiftly?" Upon seeing Zhu Pingan, Zhao Longzhong had nearly forgotten the matter of the memorial, but curiosity compelled him to inquire once more. It transpired that once the memorial reached the Wui Hall, due to the significance of Taicang to the nation, it was swiftly approved. The Ministry of Works also promptly responded, indicating that skilled artisans were already expediting the fabrication of the new gates. However, had it not been for Lord Li of the Ministry of Revenue, who was on duty at Wui Hall, I might have inadvertently delayed matters. I was unaware that the replacement of the treasury gates entailed numerous procedures and considerations. The Astronomical Bureau must select an auspicious date for the change, and during the replacement, the Bureau of Rights must seal the treasury with the royal seal. The new gates can only be installed on the chosen auspicious day, once the seal has been lifted. Under Lord Li's reminder, I hastily completed the necessary procedures at the Western Garden, reported to the Astronomical Bureau, and obtained the official seal from the Ceremonial Bureau, fearing any missteps. Without delay, I returned. Zhu Pingan recounted the entire sequence of events to Dr. Zhao, his expression tinged with lingering fear, yet betraying a sense of relief. It's only natural for someone new like Zihu to be unfamiliar with the processes, Zhao consoled Zhu Pingan, though inwardly he felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking, "You sought to take credit, and look at the predicament you found yourself in. Serves you right." Zhu Pingan sheepishly scratched the back of his head and offered an embarrassed smile. Observing Zhu Pingan's awkwardness only heightened Dr. Zhao's contentment. Recalling the theory of watermelons and peaches articulated by Steward Zhang, Dr. Zhao cheerfully remarked, "By the way, though, aren't we supposed to affix the seal? Fortunately, I have no pressing matters, so I shall accompany you to inform Steward Zhang, and then we can proceed to the treasury to apply the seal. I'm quite familiar with the staff there. Affixing a seal will be as simple as can be." "I truly appreciate your assistance, Sir Zhao," Zhu Pingan responded with a respectful gesture. Not at all. Why the formality?" Dr. Zhao smiled. After handing over the horse to the stableman, Zhu Pingan accompanied Dr. Zhao to inform Steward Zhang about the sealing matter. The day before, a decree had been issued, allocating 200,000 taels for Master Tao to conduct the ceremonial rites at Wudong Mountain. Just this afternoon, the treasury guards had successfully transferred the funds to the inner treasury. In the short term, there would be no further transactions involving gold and silver. Sealing the treasury doors would not disrupt the normal operations of the Thai treasury. Since this was a necessary procedure concerning our security, we naturally must lend our full support. Steward Zhang, upon hearing this, expressed his understanding and support for Zhu Pingan's efforts. reviewing the recent arrangements and confirming that they could immediately proceed to affix the seal and secure the treasury doors. It is our duty to assist in replacing the doors. Zhu, just moments ago, Steward Zhang remarked how you have addressed a significant safety concern for our Thai treasury. You are indeed a benefactor to us. Dr. Jia chimed in with a smile. Congratulations, Zhu Daying. On your very first day at the Thai treasury, you have achieved such a momentous task. When you ascend to great heights in the future, do not forget us. Several others chuckled, teasing in tone. Like Dr. Zhao, they felt a sense of satisfaction hearing about Zhu Pingan's earlier misstep at the Western Garden. You sought to take credit, and now look at your blunder. Ahem. Not at all. It was merely fortuitous for Pingan, Zhu Pingan replied, scratching the back of his head with an awkward smile. The others continued their light-hearted banter. Ultimately, all present were in unanimous agreement regarding the sealing of the treasury and the securing of the gold and silver. They could discern the significance between the watermelon and the peach. Since Zhu Pingan required this small favor, they were more than willing to oblige. With a collective effort, the task proved to be as straightforward as Dr. Zhao had indicated. Zhu Pingan, alongside Drs. Zhao and Jia, returned to the treasury, summoning the officials and guards, announcing the matter of replacing the treasury doors. Following the prescribed procedures, they logged the details, then, adhering to tradition, performed a ceremonial incense offering to the heavens. Officially closing the treasury doors, affixing the seals, and securing the gold and silver treasuries. One must await the completion of the Iron Gate by the Ministry of Works, and the auspicious date selected by the Astronomical Bureau before the seal can be broken and the gate exchanged. During this interval, unless a decree is issued, no one may open the treasury or the silver vault. Violators shall be deemed guilty of treason. This is due to the seal being affixed with the golden seal of Emperor Jiajing by the Court of Ceremonial, which is tantamount to a royal edict. To show disrespect towards the seal is to show disrespect towards Emperor Jiajing himself, a grievous sin in ancient times. As long as the seal remains on the vault door, both the silver and gold vaults are entirely sealed. Even the chief minister of the silver vault lacks the authority to unseal it. Zhu Pingan gazed at the seal affixed to the door, squinting his ink-black eyes, which flickered like a campfire, radiating sparks of light. He slightly curled the corners of his lips, and in the glow of the setting sun, he resembled a silly grinning fox. Hee, Zhu must feel reassured now. The procedures are all complete, and we await the ministry to deliver the Iron Gate, remarked Zhao Longzhong as he approached, patting Zhu Pingan on the shoulder. In Zhao's eyes, Zhu Pingan's squinting smile appeared rather foolish, and he could not help but mock him inwardly, thinking how shallow Zhu was. After all, it was merely a trifling achievement of changing a door. With the seal affixed, it is indeed a cause for celebration. Zhu has alleviated a safety concern for our treasury. This evening, we shall host a banquet in gratitude for Zhu's efforts and to congratulate him on his early accomplishments in Taizong, said Zhao Longzhong, inviting Zhu Pingan to join the feast. Zhu Pingan graciously declined, citing prior obligations at home. Zhu is newlywed, I understand, Zhao Longzhong remarked with a lewd grin. Squinting his eyes, I fear that I might unwittingly fall prey to your cunning foxes and be corrupted, Zhu Pingan thought bitterly. Chapter 733. The pleasures of the boudoir. As the day waned and the sun reluctantly descended, Zhu Pingan, having ridden out from the Taizong silver vault, cast a glance back towards it and revealed a set of pearly white teeth against the backdrop of the setting sun. The decaying Taizong, much like the sun sinking in the west, was ready to take its final bow. Recalling Zhao Longzhong and others urging him to return tomorrow, Zhu Pingan could not suppress a smile reminiscent of the modern classic phrase "thank you," eliciting a grin that refused to fade. Zhu Pingan understood that their insistence on his return was to ensure all aspects of the inspection process were duly completed. According to customary practice, inspecting the Taizong silver vault necessitated at least a cursory examination of the vault itself, reviewing the ledgers, and scrutinizing the transactions, all while feigning to offer suggestions. Such pretenses were essential for the inspection to be deemed complete. Today, he had merely glanced at the vault from the outside, which could barely qualify as an inspection. The ledgers and transactions remained unchecked. Even in pretense, the entire process must be navigated for the inspection to conclude satisfactorily, allowing them to finally ease their minds. Thus, the insistence from Zhao Longzhong and others for Zhu Pingan to return was merely to fulfill a formality, no matter how superficial. However, in a day or two, Taizong will no longer welcome me. Zhu Pingan withdrew his gaze, tugging at the corners of his mouth. He turned and pulled the reins of his horse, tightening his legs around its belly, urging it forward with a command, as he rode eastward back to the residence of the Duke of Linhuai. The setting sun cast its golden light, painting the sky with hues of crimson, and the heat of the day finally relented, granting a rare touch of coolness. Perhaps sensing the journey home, the striking black horse galloped with a speed rivaling that of a prized steed, as if wings sprouted from its sides, its hooves dancing lightly along the path. By the time the sun withdrew its last rays, they arrived at the Duke's estate. "My lord, you cannot imagine how many gifts arrived today." The road in front of the gate was utterly blocked. The young lady refused them all. Yet one particularly troublesome individual buried gold in a flower pot, only to be guessed by the young lady. "Humph," she remarked, "that these people harbor ill intentions," chattered the little maid, her words tumbling out like a parrot's as she recounted the day's events to Zhu Pingan. "An admirable partner." Zhu Pingan mused upon learning of the happenings, acknowledging that he could hardly surpass Li Shu's capabilities. With a clever girl like her by his side, he felt entirely at ease regarding matters at home. Dinner was lavish, and the little girl Nyo Nyo along with the mischievous boy Ragu had come to join them. The two children arrived precisely at mealtime, each clutching their own small bowls, while Ruegu also carried a little jar containing a turtle, his new treasured toy. Zhu Pingan jestingly suggested adding the turtle to the soup, which caused the boy to puff up in indignation, glaring at him with his tiny eyes, clutching the jar even tighter. After dinner, Li Shu instructed the maid to take the two little ones to the old matriarch, who had already sent someone to inquire about them during the meal. Following the meal, Zhu Pingan retreated to the study, where he gathered several sheets of rice paper and began to write and draw with focused intent. Tomorrow, he would be auditing the accounts of the Taizong treasury, and he needed to be thoroughly prepared. In truth, Zhu Pingan was no stranger to account auditing. After passing his imperial examination, he had assisted in checking the accounts at Li Shu's family once before, thus gaining some experience. The ancient account books resembled those of the wealthy Li family. No, rather, of his father-in-law, consisting of simple cash records. In layman's terms, these were akin to single-entry bookkeeping methods. This was a limitation of the era, as accounting practices had yet to evolve to the modern double-entry system. Unceremoniously, regardless of how adept or meticulous the people of this era were at bookkeeping, Zhu Pingan could discern within mere minutes whether the accounts were genuine or fraudulent, for he possessed historical insights that spanned centuries beyond this time. When he had previously examined the accounts at his father-in-law's house, seasoned clerks had taken days to uncover discrepancies, while Zhu Pingan had identified the issues within mere moments. Now, as he wrote in the study, he employed the same double-entry accounting sheets he had used during his time at Li Shu's family. Strangely enough, in modern times, Zhu Pingan could only craft such tables with the assistance of a ruler. However, upon arriving in the Ming dynasty and after years of practicing calligraphy, he could effortlessly draw perfectly straight lines with nothing but a brush. The first table was somewhat unrefined, but by the time he reached the second, his strokes flowed with the grace of a gentle stream. After completing a total of 20 sheets of Xian paper for double-entry bookkeeping, Zhu Pingan felt an insatiable urge to continue. The Taizong silver treasury, serving as the national treasury of the Ming, had a multitude of transactions, vast and intricate, compelling Zhu Pingan to create numerous accounting tables out of concern for their sufficiency. His hands were beginning to ache and his mouth felt parched. As he reached to pour himself a cup of tea, his hand brushed against something soft. A delicate jade hand appeared within his view, slender fingers holding a cup of steaming tea, offered to him. This was indeed the epitome of a graceful hand. Following the hand upwards, he looked up to see Li Shu standing opposite him, her expression radiant with a gentle smile. Draped in a loose bathrobe, her exposed skin was smooth and fair, with a hint of rosy glow. The robe accentuated her curvaceous form, while she used one hand to dry her hair with a towel, having just bathed. The air was infused with the scent of damp rose petals and a faint hint of creamy milk. Zhu Pingan knew that Li Shu favored mixing rose petals and goat's milk with her bath. The purity of her beauty was akin to a lotus emerging from clear waters, untouched by embellishment. No amount of exquisite language could adequately capture the astonishment Li Shu evoked in Zhu Pingan at that moment. With her naturally enchanting charm, she resembled a bewitching fairy. After her bath, her allure had only intensified. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled as they met Zhu Pingan's gaze, and with a slight flutter, they seemed capable of ensnaring his very soul. One look into her eyes ignited a flame within him that was difficult to control. Why do you gaze upon me so? Have you forgotten me? She teased lightly. How could that be? Zhu Pingan lowered his head to sip water, using the act as a cover for his flustered state. In the next moment, as he paused mid-sip, he suddenly looked up at Li Shu, as if just realizing something. You've bathed? Are you blind? Li Shu rolled her eyes playfully. Ahem, so that means your monthly cycle has ended, Zhu Pingan coughed, demonstrating his understanding of basic biological knowledge. Why should a grown man concern himself with such matters? If you don't leave soon, I worry I might bleed to death. Li Shu's cheeks flushed crimson, as she shot Zhu Pingan an indignant glare, clearly vexed. Ahem, would you like me to replenish your blood? Zhu Pingan's gaze was intense as he looked at Li Shu. She paused, taken aback. How would you do that? Have you heard the saying, a drop of essence equals 10 drops of blood? Zhu Pingan's gaze burned even brighter. You. As Li Shu's words were abruptly consumed. One party savored the taste while the other feigned reluctance amidst a symphony of whispers, gasps, and the gentle breezes of spring. Outside the study, the petite maid Baozi pressed her thighs together in trepidation. Chapter 734. Life is a play, all a performance at dawn the next day. Zhu Pingan reluctantly arose from his tender haven, appearing as though he had not rested well. His legs trembled as he descended the bed. Feeling the weariness in his back and limbs, his head heavy and vision blurred, stars seemingly dancing before his eyes. What troubles you? Li Shu, sitting up in bed, her cheeks glowing with the vitality of a peach nourished by rain, exuded a captivating charm as she pulled the covers to shield her bosom and inquired with concern. Nothing. Just a bit groggy. Please sleep a while longer. I shall have breakfast in Tongzhengsi. Zhu Pingan replied with a smile, dressing as he spoke. Look at you, so clumsy. I shall summon War to assist you, Li Shu remarked, propping her chin on her hand, her large, glistening eyes observing Zhu Pingan with a playful smile. No need. I can manage myself. Zhu Pingan shook his head. But you seem utterly drained, Li Shu mused, her eyes curving like crescent moons, sparkling with mischief as she laughed softly, her delicate hand covering her mouth. Then I shall exert myself to the utmost. Zhu Pingan glanced at Li Shu, a knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze laden with meaning. Their eyes met, enveloping the room in an atmosphere of flirtation. You rascal! Li Shu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating warmth. With a playful pout, she pulled the covers up to her nose, leaving only her sparkling eyes visible as she glared at Zhu Pingan. Ha ha, Zhu Pingan chuckled, fastening his belt and leaning down to plant a kiss on her forehead, departing for his morning routine amidst her playful protests. The dawn brings clouds, the dusk brings rain. Day after day, this time felt excessive. After completing his morning rituals, Zhu Pingan still felt somewhat dazed, aware he had succumbed to the common errors of man, having indulged too much. Yet, who could resist such delightful fare? Zhu Pingan led his spirited steed, the black horse, from the stable, where Lu Mu and Lu Dideo awaited. Together, they set off towards Tongzhengsi. Upon arrival, Lu Mu and Lu Dideo waited outside as they lacked the necessary permits to enter. The guards, now familiar with Zhu Pingan, greeted him warmly, allowing Lu Mu and Lu Dideo to remain outside while courteously providing them with breakfast. Lu Dideo, with his affable nature, quickly warmed to the guards, while Lu Mu, through subtle flattery, steered the conversation towards the intriguing secrets of Tongzhengsi. Zihu has arrived. Come, let us have breakfast. It is already prepared, Zhu Pingan announced as he entered Tongzhengsi, where the esteemed Jia Longzhong awaited him, eagerly guiding him to the dining hall for breakfast. My sincere thanks, Master Jia, Zhu Pingan expressed with a respectful bow. The breakfast in Tongzhengsi is a classic combination of meat buns and porridge, a hearty meal indeed. After Zhu Pingan and Jia Longzhong took their seats, Zhao Longzhong and other officials gradually arrived at the dining hall, greeting Zhu Pingan warmly as they settled down to enjoy their breakfast. However, it seemed that Zhao Longzhong and the others had little appetite, consuming only a bun and a bowl of porridge each, while Zhao Longzhong indulged a bit more, having one additional bun. Despite the cordiality displayed at the table, Zhao Longzhong and his companions harbored numerous grievances towards Zhu Pingan. Had it not been for his presence, they would not have been so lackluster in their breakfast choices. And employing the top chef from Liaodong, Chef Wang, to make buns and porridge seemed a gross misallocation of talent, a wasteful extravagance. They reminisced fondly about the delectable tiger soup and bird's nest porridge prepared by Chef Wang, lamenting the current offering of millet porridge. which was far from the exquisite three-colored tribute rice of yellow, white, and purple they once enjoyed. Internally, Zhao Longzhong and his peers were filled with resentment towards the meat buns and porridge, finding them tasteless, merely a formality to fill their stomachs. In contrast, Zhu Pingan held a different perspective. To him, the buns crafted by the Taizong chef were nothing short of exquisite. Each bun resembled a work of art, uniform in size, with a soft, white dough akin to blossoming chrysanthemums, pleasing to the eye. A single bite revealed flavors that rivaled those of the renowned Qing Feng buns, and even evoked memories of the famed dog-biting buns. With a succulent filling that burst with juiciness yet remained delectably light, Zhu Pingan found it impossible to resist, ultimately devouring 5 meat buns and 2 bowls of porridge, pausing only when his belly felt satisfyingly full, yet still yearning for more. What a glutton, they thought. Though outwardly composed, Zhao Longzhong and his peers held Zhu Pingan in contempt. After breakfast, Zhu Pingan accompanied the others to visit Zhang Guanku, the highest authority in Taizong. Upon arrival, they found a breakfast of buns and rice porridge awaiting Zhang Guanku, who was preoccupied with organizing documents and had yet to eat. "Oh, Zihu has arrived. Please take a seat. Someone, bring tea. I must finish organizing this document first," he said, lifting his head upon hearing Zhu Pingan and the others greet him, offering an apologetic smile as he instructed for tea to be served. Observing Zhang Guanku's diligence, even neglecting his meal, Zhu Pingan felt a sense of shame and vowed to emulate his exemplary work ethic. "Your humility is commendable, but it is merely routine," Zhang Guanku replied, shaking his head with a modest smile, his hands continuing to work swiftly until he completed the task at hand. "Ah, indeed. Today we must review the accounting records of Taizong from the past 3 years," Zhu Pingan remarked, scratching his head and smiling amiably. He then expressed his gratitude to Zhang Guanku, Zhao Longzhong, and the others, saying, "Thank you, esteemed officials, for your cooperation and support in this audit. Without your assistance, I would not know how to proceed. Ziyu, there is no need for such formality between us. This is simply our duty," remarked the esteemed Zhao Longzhong with a smile. "Indeed," echoed Zhao Longzhong and the others in agreement. "This year, I have personally managed a total of 128 volumes of records," stated Zhang Guanku, rising to place a meticulously organized file into a wooden chest beside the table. Addressing Zhu Pingan, "Such a large quantity." Zhu Pingan gazed at the overflowing chest of records, unable to suppress his astonishment, his eyes wide and mouth agape in a quintessential expression of disbelief. Observing this, Zhang Guanku and the others shared knowing smiles, as if they had anticipated his reaction. "Oh, Zihu, this is merely the ledger I have handled, consisting of substantial amounts. These records are only from this year. As for the smaller sums, they far exceed this number. Furthermore, the ledgers from previous years are securely archived in the storeroom," Zhang Guanku remarked with a smile as he looked at Zhu Pingan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Pingan stood there, as stunned as a piece of wood, staring vacantly at the chest of ledgers, seemingly unable to believe his ears. The expressions of Zhao Longzhong and the others radiated even brighter smiles at the sight. Chapter 735, The Confident Accountant. Zihu, please follow me. This area is rather secluded, ensuring no disturbances, which is ideal for your audit of the ledgers. Zhao Longzhong from the Taizong Silver Treasury guided Zhu Pingan towards a row of low, old rooms set back in the treasury, opening a door and gesturing for Zhu Pingan to enter. These were aged structures, not particularly tall, merely a few centimeters higher than Wuyi's residence, giving the impression of long-abandoned storerooms, and standing before them evoked a sense of eeriness. "I appreciate your consideration, Lord Jia. It is indeed quite secluded," Zhu Pingan remarked, casting a glance around before offering his thanks with a slight smile and a bow. "There is no need for such courtesy. Zihu, please inspect the room to see if it meets your needs. If it does not, I can arrange for another location. Should it suffice, I shall have our ledgers from the past 3 years brought to you," Zhao Longzhong replied with a smile. Zhu Pingan nodded in agreement, following Zhao Longzhong into the room. It was spacious, approximately 40 square meters, seemingly tidied up just the day before, with a reasonable level of cleanliness. However, the lighting was rather dim. Despite the brilliant sunlight outside, the single window offered little illumination within. The room was quite bare, devoid of unnecessary furnishings, containing only a desk by the window, 2 chairs, and a small bed adorned with a fresh set of thin blankets and a mat. This mat and bedding were specially brought by our Zhang Guanku from home, as we were concerned that you might tire during your audit, Ziyu. With these provisions, you can rest should you feel fatigued, Zhao Longzhong stated, standing by the bed. Please convey my gratitude to Lord Zhang on my behalf, Zhu Pingan replied, bowing once more. See, Zihu is being courteous again. Shall I have the ledgers moved here? Zhao Longzhong chuckled, shaking his head. He then turned to Zhu Pingan, awaiting his response. Zhu Pingan naturally had no objections. Very well, Zihu, please wait a moment. I shall have the ledgers brought over, along with some tea and snacks. Upon witnessing the scene, Dr. Jia's face was adorned with a broad smile. After speaking, he turned and departed, the corners of his mouth still curved in mirth as he exited. This house had been meticulously selected by them. After much deliberation the previous day, they chose this particular location. Although its seclusion was a singular advantage, its deficiencies in terms of lighting, comfort, ventilation, and heat dissipation were glaringly apparent. At present, the interior was tolerable, but as the sun ascended higher, it would become as sweltering as a boiler room, with inadequate ventilation rendering it a torturous space to endure. In no time, one would be drenched in sweat, and even placing a basin of ice within would prove futile. Time spent inside felt interminable. By afternoon, as the sun finally began to set, the heat diminished somewhat, yet the already poor lighting turned the room into a shadowy abode, rendering it impossible to discern the accounts clearly. Was this room chosen to facilitate Zhu Pingan? Not at all. The intent behind selecting this house was merely to ensure that Zhu Pingan could not remain comfortably within, subtly influencing him to expedite his review of the accounts, merely going through the motions to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, Taizong was a treasury, responsible for over 80% of the fiscal income and expenditure of the Ming dynasty. The volumes of accounts were staggering. If one were to conduct a thorough investigation, it would take Zhu Pingan alone, or even a few more accountants, several days to complete. Thus, they devised this method to indirectly urge Zhu Pingan to hasten his review, merely fulfilling the formalities. Consider the multitude of accounts and the deplorable state of this house. Your Excellency Zhu, please take your time. Shortly after Dr. Jia's departure, attendants arrived with tea, fruits, and snacks, meticulously arranging them on the table. Zhu Pingan nodded his gratitude, poured himself a cup of tea, and began to savor it while surveying the room. Indeed, it was secluded, yet the low ceilings, poor lighting, and stagnant air made it less than ideal. With no trees outside, it would undoubtedly become stifling as the sun climbed higher. Dr. Jia and his colleagues had their intentions. However, what difference did it make? In his youth, the ancestral home by the river was far less accommodating. And during the period when his family had separated from the old residence, they had even lived in a thatched cottage for a time. Moreover, upon leaving Xianghe village to pursue the imperial examinations, he had resided in a wooden shack and even an attic. In comparison, this house was quite satisfactory. He who is destined for great responsibilities must first endure challenges that strengthen his resolve, test his endurance, and cultivate his skills. Zhu Pingan recited silently as he sipped his tea. Just after he had consumed half a cup, Dr. Jia entered with 4 treasury clerks, who, in pairs, struggled to lift a large chest using a stick as thick as a bowl. In total, they brought in 2 chests filled with account books. The chests were substantial, causing the floor to tremble slightly upon their placement. Together, they resembled a bed. So much, Zhu Pingan exclaimed, setting down his cup in astonishment. Haha, this, along with another chest from Chief Zhang, comprises only this year's records. The clerks under Zhao are currently sorting through last year's and the year before's. They will be delivered soon, Dr. Jia explained with a smile. Only this year's? Zhu Pingan seemed momentarily overwhelmed. Ah, this is a pearl plate, convenient for your auditing purposes. Dr. Zhao chuckled and nodded, then handed the abacus he held to Zhu Pingan. I just acquired this from the accounting office. See if it serves you well. Zhu Pingan took the abacus and attempted to manipulate it. Dr. Zhao, with unwavering attention, observed Zhu's fumbling with the beads, his smile broadening as he instantly discerned Zhu's unfamiliarity with the instrument. His gestures were those of a complete novice. You continue your examination, and I shall see how Dr. Zhao and the others are faring, Dr. Zhao remarked with a chuckle. All right, Zhu Pingan nodded, his gaze fixated on the box. Noticing this, Dr. Zhao bid farewell with a smile. Upon exiting the room, Dr. Zhao ventured westward, taking 2 turns until he reached the accounting office, situated approximately 150 meters away from Zhu Pingan's room. The office was bustling with activity, featuring Zhang, the chief accountant, Dr. Zhao, 5 treasury officials, and several other accountants huddled together, the atmosphere both relaxed yet tinged with seriousness. You are the most seasoned accountants in Taizong, and these ledgers have passed through your hands. Tell me, is there any chance that issues might be discerned within these records? Zhang inquired of the accountants. No problems whatsoever, rest assured, Master Zhang. One accountant in his 40s proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. We have dealt with these ledgers for half our lives. We possess the confidence that, as long as it is crafted by our hands, there will be no discrepancies. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhang turned his gaze toward the most senior accountant in the room. This elder, with graying hair, was renowned throughout the capital as the illustrious accountant known as Ghostly Hand Zhang. His name suggested a level of skill in accounting that transcended human capability. Boasting an impeccable record throughout his career, a commanding presence in the realm of accounting in the capital. Upon meeting Zhang's gaze, Ghostly Hand Zhang stroked his white beard and declared with pride, I cannot boast of much, but regarding these ledgers, not a single accountant in the entire capital could uncover any flaws. With Ghostly Hand Zhang's assurance, Zhang and the others felt entirely at ease, the atmosphere lightening further. When Dr. Zhao mentioned Zhu Pingan's inability to even use an abacus, laughter erupted among those present. The ledgers that have passed through our hands would not give rise to any suspicion. Even if we invited the most illustrious accountants in the capital to examine them for a month, let alone a mere novice who cannot even manipulate an abacus. The accountants chortled. Chapter 736. Commencing the audit. You should have seen Zhu Pingan's astonished expression when I delivered the ledgers. It was akin to a bewildered, frightened dog outside. They laughed. Once assured of the record's integrity, Zhang instructed Dr. Zhao to lead the team in delivering the ledgers to Zhu Pingan. Upon returning, Dr. Zhao shared the amusing tale of Zhu Pingan's astonishment with the group, unable to contain his laughter. The bewildered dog. Master Zhao, your analogy is truly fitting. We are in awe, they exclaimed, and the office erupted in joyous laughter. It is a delight to witness the astonishment etched upon Zhu Pingan's face, a sight that bestows an inexplicable sense of accomplishment upon Zhao Longzhong and his companions. However, had they been privy to the scene unfolding within the secluded chamber 100 meters away, perhaps their laughter would not have radiated such brilliance. In this tranquil abode, 10 boxes encircled a writing desk, occupying half the room's floor space, overflowing with stacks of ledgers and account books, evoking an impression of an overwhelming sea of records. At the center of these boxes, the rustic youth, who was supposed to be rendered speechless as per Zhao Longzhong's description, now wore a smile, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he gazed upon the ocean of ledgers, treating them as treasures, devoid of any semblance of surprise. As Taizong serves as the national treasury, it is only natural for such an extensive collection of records to exist. A scarcity would indeed have left Zhu Pingan astonished. It seems that Zhao Longzhong and his peers have taken the liberty of relocating the past 3 years' worth of accounts from Taizong, intending to deter him. This, in turn, has made matters rather convenient. He ought to express his gratitude to Zhao Longzhong and the others. With a slight smile, Zhu Pingan bent down to examine the 10 boxes, each labeled with the dates of the accounts contained within. Selecting the earliest box, he retrieved a ledger and took it to the window-side desk, pouring himself a cup of tea before opening a page to peruse its contents. In April of the 28th year of the Jiajing era, Taizong, the revenue from fish taxes amounted to 7,459 taels, 4 cents, and 4 mills. This exemplifies the limitations of the era. Even within the institution of the Ming dynasty's treasury, the accounting methods employed are confined to the realm of single-entry bookkeeping. The simplicity of this method facilitates the potential for fraud, which likely emboldens them. As for the ledger in hand, it is meticulously recorded, logically structured, and devoid of any discernible flaws. Should there be a selection for the finest ledger in the Ming dynasty, this particular book, nay, all the ledgers contained herein, would undoubtedly qualify. Zhu Pingan continued to leaf through several pages, observing the records with a faint smile. Were he a native of the Ming dynasty, even with a lifelong dedication to accountancy and training in the treasury, he would likely find himself at a loss when confronted with such ledgers, as they appear utterly unblemished. This is a common affliction of the ledgers from this era. They are easily manipulated, and even the most skilled accountants struggle to identify discrepancies. For instance, during the time he assisted his father-in-law in auditing, they encountered instances of falsified accounts, and despite the congregation of the entire accounting team from Huaining County, they could not uncover any issues after days of scrutiny. Moreover, this time, the accounts were crafted by the foremost accountants of the National Treasury. Yet, regrettably, he is not a native of the Ming dynasty, but rather a modern individual steeped in centuries of historical knowledge. Viewing this ledger through the lens of contemporary accounting practices reveals a different perspective, exposing the concealed vulnerabilities that lay hidden. Should he apply the principles of double-entry bookkeeping, the specters of deceit within these records would be laid bare. Seated in his chair, Zhu Pingan sipped his tea while perusing the ledger in his hands. Upon finishing his cup, he concluded his examination of the book, setting down both the teacup and the ledger. He reached into his pocket to retrieve the 20 double-entry accounting tables he had sketched the previous night. After careful consideration, 19 sheets were placed in the corner of a box. One must always be vigilant. Upon opening the first page of the ledger, he confirmed it was the earliest volume. Subsequently, he unfurled the double-entry bookkeeping sheet on the table. Zhu Pingan began to grind ink, and once the ink was ready, he retrieved a slender brush from the stand, dipped it in the ink, and commenced his meticulous accounting. The task was not overly complicated, and as he progressed, he found himself increasingly engrossed. Outside, the sun rose higher, its rays scorching the earth, while the watchdog in the warehouse curled up in the shade, panting lazily. Zhang Wenhua was not in his office, but rather in a secluded room elsewhere in the warehouse, practicing calligraphy. This chamber was adorned with 7 or 8 ice basins, rendering the atmosphere refreshingly cool. At this moment, Dr. Zhao was not at the warehouse, but indulging in the company of a seductive young widow at a nearby brothel. This widow, having lost her husband and childless, was thrust out by her relatives in a dispute over inheritance. With no skills to her name, she resorted to her body for sustenance, finding her situation rather fitting as she had always been discontent with solitude, having previously dallied with other men during her husband's life. Thus, her current role as a courtesan suited her well. There were 5 or 6 courtesans in this establishment, servicing clients from the warehouse and the nearby Shinji camp. As they would say, there are no unchaste cats, only inept birds guarding the territory, hence business was never a concern. Meanwhile, Dr. Jia and 3 treasurers were engaged in a game of cards in another secluded room at the warehouse. This room, too, was equipped with several ice basins, creating a pleasantly cool environment, though the atmosphere was decidedly heated. Since indulging in the game, Dr. Jia felt a compulsive urge to play daily, as abstaining left him restless and lacking energy. With a fortune like Song Zhang's, ha ha ha, I'm embarrassed, gentlemen, Dr. Jia chuckled as he drew a card, reveling in his winnings. Although he had amassed a considerable sum of silver, who would ever find too much in their winnings? Alas, today, Master Jia's luck is unstoppable. Even gods and Buddhas would fall before him, lamented the others at the card table, though their eagerness to part with money contradicted their complaints. Should we not check on Zhu Pingan? What if something has gone awry? One of the treasurers suggested. What is there to see? Did you not hear Ghost Han Zhang say that even the most meticulous accountants in the capital would take months to uncover any discrepancies? Let alone Zhu Pingan, who cannot even operate an abacus, came the dismissive reply from the others. Indeed, the 2 other treasurers chimed in with laughter. Wang's point is valid. Let us play a few more rounds before we go check. Dr. Jia, riding the wave of good fortune, expressed reluctance to leave the card table, shuffling the cards as he spoke. Let us play a few more rounds. The others, attuned to the unspoken understanding, began shuffling the cards, abandoning any thoughts of visiting Zhu Pingan to inspect the accounts. Outside, the sun climbed ever higher, its searing light streaming through the window, undeterred by the mottled panes, casting its brilliant rays upon Zhu Pingan, who was fervently writing at his desk. The atmosphere within the room had grown stifling, and the official robes upon Zhu Pingan's shoulders and back were considerably dampened. Yet, he appeared oblivious to the discomfort, wholly engrossed in the meticulous task of preparing the double-entry bookkeeping ledger. On the desk lay 9 meticulously organized ledgers, with only 2 pages remaining in the 10th. Chapter 737. The Frog Inspector. As the clock approached 11, Zhu Pingan stretched, realizing that he had completed the organization of over 70 ledgers using the double-entry method, having managed to sort through a third of a box of accounts. The process itself was merely a matter of simple arithmetic. The ancient ledgers were inscribed with a brush, each page containing only 5 or 6 straightforward calculations. Although Zhu Pingan was not adept with the abacus, The benefits of modern educational methods had equipped him with no fewer than 3 or 4 rapid calculation techniques, alongside various formulas. These contemporary arithmetic methods proved to be exponentially swifter than the abacus. However, re-entering the accounts in the double-entry ledger was somewhat laborious. Had it merely been calculations, Zhu Pingan could have completed an entire box of ledgers within a single morning. Upon finishing the current ledger, Zhu Pingan noted that the sun had already passed the 11 o'clock mark. He surmised that someone from the granary would soon arrive, either to observe his auditing or to summon him for lunch, though their true intent would likely be to gauge his progress. He resolved not to reveal the actual status of his examination, as it was crucial to maintain an air of uncertainty, thus granting him a measure of control over the situation. Consequently, Zhu Pingan paused, allowing the ink on his double-entry ledger to dry before carefully folding it and placing it beneath his pillow. He meticulously returned the ledgers to their original order within the box, ensuring that the bottom ledger bore a small crease as a marker. Leaving only one ledger on the desk, he opened it to the second page, securing it with a paperweight. With this arrangement complete, a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of Zhu Pingan's lips. It was only after he had tidied up that he became acutely aware of the dampness of his official robes, having been repeatedly soaked and dried by sweat. Realizing they were once again wet, he casually removed the robe and draped it over a chair, donning only a lightweight garment instead. After sipping a glass of cool tea, he reclined on his small bed, feigning slumber. The bed, positioned against the wall, was shielded from the sunlight, and the cool mat felt refreshingly pleasant against his skin. This morning, among the 76 ledgers, 6 had revealed discrepancies. When arranged chronologically, the problematic ledgers began in the second quarter of the 28th year of the Jiajing era, accounting for a total of 3,218 taels of silver that were unaccounted for, indicative of embezzlement. Having examined merely a third of one box of accounts, Zhu Pingan had already uncovered a shortfall of 3,218 taels. This figure, when converted to modern currency, amounted to approximately 2 million yuan. While this sum paled in comparison to the 100 million yuan attributed to the prominent director Zhao Daying, for the average citizen, 2 million was no trifling amount. Moreover, this is merely a ledger discovered from 1/3 of a single box. There are still 10 boxes yet to be examined. Patience is a virtue. There is no need to rush. Zhu Pingan reclined on his small bed, turned over, and began to rest soundly. Last night, he had been engrossed in delightful activities with Li Shu, indulging for so long and with such fascination that he lost track of time and sleep, resulting in a restless night. This was the perfect opportunity to catch up on some much-needed rest. Otherwise, his body would not withstand the toll. Zhu Pingan possessed a remarkable talent for slumber. Lying on the bed, he drifted into sleep within mere minutes. Before long, the sound of his snoring filled the air. While Zhu Pingan was lost in the realm of dreams, providing himself a symphony of snores, someone approached the room from outside. This individual was Lu, the treasurer from Taicang, who had been accompanying Dr. Jia in the morning. Just moments ago, Dr. Zhao had entered to take his place, and Dr. Jia had sent him to check on Zhu Pingan's progress with the ledger and to inquire about his lunch preferences. As Lu approached the house, he caught a glimpse of an official robe beneath the window and was momentarily startled, mistakenly believing that Zhu Pingan was diligently seated, scrutinizing the accounts. Such diligence. He hoped nothing was amiss, and a sense of unease gripped him as he took a step closer, peering through the window. Upon clearer inspection of the scene within, Lu exhaled in relief and chuckled. It was not Zhu Pingan seated in earnest examination of the ledger, but merely the robe draped over the chair. An optical illusion that had momentarily deceived him. However, where was Zhu Pingan? With a question lingering in his mind, Lu stepped inside the room. The sun shone brilliantly outside, casting a strong light, yet the interior was dim, causing a brief moment of blindness as he entered. Unable to see clearly, he called softly, "My Lord Zhu." The silence within was profound, with no echo to be heard. No one. Lu was taken aback, but in the next instant, he was met with a thunderous snore. Oh, it turns out he was merely asleep. Lu paused, shaking his head in amused disbelief. He had thought the room empty, but it was simply that Zhu Pingan had succumbed to slumber. Now accustomed to the dim light, Lu followed the sound of snoring, discovering Zhu Pingan sprawled on the small bed in a thin garment, snoring like a tempest, with drool pooling on his pillow. To Lu's ears, it was no exaggeration to say that Zhu Pingan's snores surpassed even the raucous sounds of pigs in the Taicang pigsty. "My Lord Zhu?" Lu called softly once more, scrutinizing the sleeping figure. There was no response. Only the relentless sound of Zhu Pingan's snores filled the air. Was this truly someone tasked with inspecting the treasury? Observing the thunderous snores of Zhu Pingan, Lu's face was painted with amusement. After a moment's contemplation, he turned gently, moving quietly towards the desk to inspect the ink, paper, and ledgers laid out before him. Noticing only a single ledger on the desk, he picked it up for a closer look, and the amusement on his face deepened. The ledger was evidently only flipped to a single page, and the abacus on the table was inverted, its beads seemingly shuffled in disarray. The ink had been prepared, and the brush bore signs of recent use. Upon noticing this, Steward Lu meticulously examined the writing desk, opening a nearby sheet of blank xian paper. There, he beheld a willow tree, beneath which lay a tranquil pond, and shaded by its branches was a painted lotus leaf, upon which perched a sizable frog. In the blank spaces, a solitary line of poetry read, "Alone I sit by the pond like a tiger crouching, under the green shade of the tree. I nurture my spirit." This line stood alone, without a subsequent verse. After reading the couplet, Lu chuckled softly, his smirk deepening with irony. It seemed that Zhu Pingan had succumbed to the heat, yearning for the coolness of shade, thus resorting to the fanciful depiction of a large frog to quench his thirst for imagery. With a light-hearted demeanor, Lu refolded the xian paper to its original state and returned it to its place, then scrutinized the box on the floor, where the ledger appeared meticulously organized, untouched. His smile widened further. Stepping quietly out of the room, Lu did not rouse Zhu Pingan, but instead made his way to Doctors Jia and Zhao. Soon, news spread that Zhu Pingan had only perused a single page of the ledger, sketched a large frog, and then succumbed to a deep slumber, thus earning the renowned title of the lazy inspector of Taizong. Chapter 738. Preparing for rain before it falls. Lord Zhu, awaken. In the depths of slumber, Zhu Pingan faintly perceived a series of gentle calls, reminiscent of a soul being summoned, ceaselessly echoing in his ears. Having not rested well the previous night, he was now blissfully immersed in sleep, and the disturbance stirred an involuntary irritation within him. "Who is it?" Zhu Pingan grumbled drowsily, his patience wearing thin as he opened his eyes. As he did, a jolt of surprise coursed through him upon finding Zhang the steward, Doctors Zhao and Jia, and two other stewards standing at his bedside. Anyone would be taken aback to find such a gathering upon awakening. Although Zhu Pingan's irritable outburst met their ears, Zhang, Zhao, and the others were not the least bit offended. Rather, their smiles grew more pronounced. A quarter of an hour prior, having listened to Lu's report, they were intrigued enough to visit Zhu Pingan's quarters together. Even before entering, they had heard the symphony of his snoring. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by the sight of Zhu Pingan sprawled on the bed, sound asleep as if he were a slumbering pig, his snoring resonant, and drool pooling on the pillow. On the desk lay the ledger, merely turned to the second page. Curiously, Dr. Zhao opened the xian paper atop the desk, and indeed discovered the frog perched upon the lotus leaf. Strangely enough, the frog bore a resemblance to something quite amusing. He stifled a laugh and gestured for Zhang, Jia, and the others to come closer to share in the whimsical spectacle. As they gathered around and beheld the frog, they exchanged silent chuckles, shaking their heads in amusement. After observing the room for a moment longer, Dr. Jia carefully flipped through the ledger but found nothing amiss. Only then did they approach to awaken Zhu Pingan. Despite his earlier irritability, had the circumstances permitted, they would have undoubtedly burst into laughter. When Zhu Pingan was awakened, his gaze was vacant, resembling that of a lifeless pig. Irritated and restless, he exclaimed, "Who is it?" Upon opening his eyes and seeing his companions, he shuddered, his reaction akin to that of a startled frog. "Ahem, Zihu has awakened. The lunch is ready. Zihu, rise and partake in the meal before you rest again." Zhang Guanku coughed lightly, smiling kindly as he spoke. "Zihu, let me tell you, today's lunch is not to be missed. Lord Zhang has generously provided us with 2 meat dishes, having purchased a goose and 10 pounds of donkey meat from the farmers. The aroma is simply delightful." Zhao Longzhong proclaimed loudly, patting Zhu Pingan on the shoulder. Zhao Longzhong chuckled from the side. "Ah, there is delicious food," Zhu Pingan said, recovering from his languor. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed sirs. Let us depart." Upon hearing about the goose and donkey meat, Zhu Pingan instantly perked up, rising from his bed and donning his official robes with fluid grace. Zhao Longzhong and the others exchanged bemused glances, thinking, what a ridiculous notion of waiting. Your speed in rising cannot even be aptly described. The praises for donkey meat are well-deserved, as today's fare, under the skillful hands of the chefs in Taizong, truly showcased its exquisite flavor. With 5-spice stewed donkey meat fire buns, and especially the donkey meat soup, Zhu Pingan was nearly left speechless. The blood was crimson, yet the cooked donkey blood appeared milky white, sliced into translucent, crystal-like pieces. The milky soup swirled with the snowy white blood, accompanied by delicate slices of donkey meat, adorned with vibrant goji berries and fresh green cilantro and scallions. A bowl of donkey meat soup was a feast for the eyes. With a bite of the fire bun and a sip of the rich soup, the flavors melded beautifully. The iron pot stewed goose was tender and succulent, with a fragrant yet non-greasy taste that was simply delightful. Zhu Pingan, not one to hold back, unleashed his full appetite, displaying a vigor that exceeded expectations. If he enjoyed the donkey meat so much, imagine how he would devour our dishes. They chuckled, watching Zhu Pingan return to his room, satisfied and with a full belly. Having consumed little himself, Zhang Guanku and the others moved to another venue, arriving at the late-night eatery in Taizong, where their lunch truly commenced amidst the clinking of glasses and merry laughter. Outside, the heat was oppressive, ensuring no disturbances would interrupt them. Upon returning to his room, Zhu Pingan retrieved the account books from the earliest box, setting them in order, and continued the task of organizing them with meticulous attention to detail. Having become proficient in bookkeeping by the morning, his speed in the afternoon had increased significantly. In the sweltering heat, he remained calm and focused, achieving a state of tranquility in his work. Were it not for the sweat trickling down his brow, one might have doubted the weather itself. By around 4 in the afternoon, Zhu Pingan had completed the organization of the first box's account books, having also sorted over 20 volumes from the second box. By 5 o'clock, he had finished a third of the second box as well. Zhu Pingan carefully returned the account books to their rightful place, gently folding the meticulously prepared bookkeeping sheets and tucking them into his robe. Today marks the first day, during which a total of 133 boxes have been organized. The afternoon's productivity significantly surpassed that of the morning, and as proficiency increases, one can gradually enhance their pace. If this trend continues, it is estimated that the account books will be sorted within approximately 5 days. The speed is neither too rapid nor too slow. If external factors such as the management of the warehouse in Taizong are disregarded, and with a complete commitment to the task, along with the possibility of working overtime, Zhu Pingan is confident that he could finish organizing all the account books within 3 days. In terms of time alone, completing the audit of the account books within 5 days is feasible, especially since the Ministry of Works is still busy constructing the warehouse doors, and the Astronomical Bureau has yet to select an auspicious day for their replacement. 5 days should suffice. However, as the saying goes, it is better to be cautious. Given the forging standards of the Ming Dynasty, if the Ministry of Works were to work overtime to cast the warehouse doors, it could be accomplished in a day or two. Once the doors are cast, the Astronomical Bureau would likely not delay the selection of a date for long, possibly just a day or two after the doors are completed. Furthermore, Zhu Pingan remains concerned about Zhang Guan's team. The account books from Taizong undoubtedly originate from the finest accounting professionals, meticulously prepared without a flaw, which is why they have so boldly transferred such a mountain of account books to him. On one hand, it serves to intimidate him, while on the other, they are confident that this novice accountant will not uncover any issues. During today's audit, he believes that, based on his performance, they will not harbor any suspicions. However, if this auditing continues for 5 consecutive days, doubts are bound to arise. After all, even if they regard him as a novice, the anxiety stemming from their guilt might lead them to feel uneasy. Should their concerns escalate, it is likely that the auditing process will not proceed as smoothly. While they may not take overt actions, their underlying intentions could be unpredictable. To eliminate any potential threats, they might resort to drastic measures, possibly even targeting the account books. For instance, they could choose a moment to incinerate the books entirely, ensuring no trace remains, while also placing the blame on him. When their personal interests are at stake, they will undoubtedly act decisively. It seems prudent for him to prepare in advance. Browsing reading address, Chapter 739, entering the Western Garden around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun had inclined westward, yet the exterior remained brilliantly illuminated, showing no signs of dusk. However, Zhu Pingan had already left Taizong early. Leaving so soon? One might chuckle. speculating that he could not withstand the pressure and had returned home to rest. I suspect that at most, he could manage to feign endurance for one more day before signing off and concluding the audit. After sending Zhu Pingan out of Taizong, Zhao Longzhong and others began to jest, thinking that Zhu Pingan was merely unable to cope and had retreated home early. At this rate, it is likely that he would only maintain the pretense for one more day before signing and sealing the audit of the Taizong treasury, revealing the truth in a grand manner. Thus, the late-night canteen in Taizong resumed its lively atmosphere. After departing from Taizong, Zhu Pingan, accompanied by Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo, rode back, first stopping at the Astronomical Bureau upon reaching the West City. The Astronomical Bureau, as a central institution of the Ming dynasty, possesses its own distinct office, akin to the 6 ministries, and is situated in close proximity to them, specifically to the east of the Ministry of War, behind the Ministry of Rites, south of the Honglu Temple, and north of the Imperial Medical College. Unlike the typical offices that face south, the entrance of the Astronomical Bureau opens to the west, likely due to considerations of feng shui. Upon entering and signing in, a common practice across all governmental offices, Zhu Pingan discreetly glanced at the entire attendance sheet. The number of external officials visiting the Astronomical Bureau was sparse, usually around 3 or 4 each day, with a single sheet recording the officials' visits over the span of 3 days. After perusing the attendance sheet, it became evident which officials had frequented the bureau over the past 3 days. One name stood out prominently to Zhu Pingan, Jia Su from Taizong. Notably, Zhao was the last to sign in yesterday. It was easy to deduce Jia's purpose for coming to Taizong, merely to seize an auspicious day for the replacement of the warehouse doors. While Zhu Pingan remained composed outwardly, he was acutely aware of the implications. After completing his signing, Zhu Pingan placed his brush upon the stand, exchanged pleasantries with the gatekeeper, and proceeded through the grand entrance of the Astronomical Bureau. The internal layout of the bureau mirrored that of the 6 ministries, featuring a 3-section main entrance adorned with a plaque bearing the bureau's name. Inside the entrance was a screen wall, followed by a spacious courtyard equipped with an observatory and a celestial platform, interspersed with Taoist decorations. Beyond this lay the second gate, known as the Ceremonial Gate. Crossing through the Ceremonial Gate led to the main hall of the Astronomical Bureau, where officials conducted their affairs. And it was here that Zhu Pingan was received by the deputy of the bureau. Your esteemed presence here must pertain to the timing for the replacement of the Taizong warehouse doors, correct? The deputy, a stout Taoist priest named Zhang Siming, clad in a gray and white bagua robe, bore an appearance reminiscent of the Buddhist Maitreya, perpetually smiling, which rendered his attire somewhat incongruous. Upon calling out a Taoist chant, one could easily be drawn out of the moment. Zhang, perceptive and insightful, promptly discerned Zhu Pingan's intentions. Zhu Pingan humbly responded, "I am unworthy of such praise. As the one tasked with overseeing Taizong, I recently visited the Astronomical Bureau to select an auspicious day for the replacement of the warehouse doors. Today, I have returned for that very matter." Zhang Siming chuckled and shook his head in response. "May I inquire, esteemed Zhang, if the auspicious days for the door replacement have been determined?" Zhu Pingan asked. "They have indeed been set. There are 2 dates for you to choose from." Zhang Siming confirmed with a nod and a smile. "What are those 2 dates?" Zhu Pingan inquired with keen interest, leaning in closer. "The first is the 20th of June, 3 days hence. The second is the 18th of next month. Both dates are deemed propitious for construction and renovation, as the stars shine favorably upon them," Zhang elaborated. Zhang Siming extended his hand to form several seals, murmuring incantations as he gradually revealed the auspicious dates for the replacement of the Taizong Treasury's gate. Although he mentioned 2 favorable dates for selection, Zhu Pingan was aware that there was, in truth, only one, June 20th, 3 days hence. The alternative date, the 18th of the following month, was still a month away, far too long. By then, the season would have changed and the flowers would bloom anew. A month-long delay in inspection would not only hinder the operations of the Taizong, but would also test the patience of the Jiajing Emperor. When he visited today, the Ministry of Works had responded, indicating that the cast-iron gate would be completed within a day, ensuring that both auspicious dates remain viable. The top scholar could choose whichever he deemed appropriate, and a decree would be issued to formalize the decision. Zhang Siming, calm and composed, observed Zhu Pingan, awaiting his choice. Zhu Pingan understood that the favorable dates were likely influenced by the esteemed Dr. Jia, who surely wished for the replacement to occur as soon as possible. as the sooner the inspection concluded, the sooner peace of mind would be restored. Those with guilty consciences often fret over long nights filled with restless dreams. Thus, he decided on the date 3 days hence. Confidently, he spoke, his dark, ink-like eyes shimmering with determination. Very well, we shall proceed with the date in 3 days. I will have the documents prepared, and once they bear the imperial seal tomorrow, they will be forwarded to the 6 ministries and the Taizong offices. Upon hearing Zhu Pingan's chosen date, a broader smile spread across Zhang Siming's face, for he had fulfilled his duty and not let down those who entrusted him. I am grateful for your efforts, Master Zhang, Zhu Pingan expressed with a respectful bow. With the date for the gate's replacement established, Zhu Pingan bid farewell and exited the astronomical bureau, making his way towards the Western Garden. Upon entering the Western Garden, he headed straight to the Wui Chamber, which appeared to be bustling with activity today. Almost all officials from the Department of Justice were diligently writing at their desks, displaying a remarkable seriousness and dedication, akin to scholars who burn the midnight oil. Even Zhu Pingan's entrance went largely unnoticed. Upon reaching his office, he discovered that Li Chunfeng was absent. Inquiring with a fellow official, he learned that Li and several others skilled in eloquent prose had been summoned by the esteemed Minister Yan and Elder Su to the Tongzhou Palace for creative endeavors since the morning and had yet to return. The officials in the Department of Justice seemed far more invested in their writings than in acknowledging Zhu Pingan, offering only brief exchanges before returning to their earnest work. It was evident that the other officials in the Wui Chamber were equally engaged in their creative tasks. Was it another session of composing verse? Under the leadership of Minister Yan, poetry had become the central focus of their work. Zhu Pingan, slightly exasperated, tugged at the corners of his mouth and took a seat, penning a memorial to request an audience with the Jiajing Emperor, intending to have it delivered to the Wanshou Palace by the inner court attendants. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun had dipped to the west, yet the outside still basked in brilliant light, showing no signs of dusk. However, Zhu Pingan had already finished work early at the Taizong. Leaving so soon? He chuckled to himself, suspecting that his colleague could no longer endure the strain and was heading home to rest. At this rate, I reckon that in just one more day, Zhu Pingan will finalize the signatures and seal, bringing the inspection to a close. After Zhao Longzhong and his companions escorted Zhu Pingan out of Taizong, they began to jest among themselves, believing that Zhu Pingan could no longer endure the strain and had decided to return home for rest. If this continued, it was anticipated that Zhu Pingan would feign persistence for merely one more day before signing off on the audit of the Taizong treasury. Thus, the late-night eatery in Taizong regained its lively atmosphere. Once outside of Taizong, Zhu Pingan rode back with Lu Mu and Lu Dedeo. Upon reaching the western city, Zhu Pingan first visited the Qinianjian. As a central governmental institution during the Ming dynasty, the Qinianjian, like the 6 ministries, had its own independent offices, located conveniently near the 6 ministries, east of the Ministry of War, behind the Ministry of Rights, and north of the Imperial Medical Institute. Unlike most offices that face south, the main entrance of the Qinianjian faced west, presumably due to feng shui considerations. Upon entering and signing in, an established protocol across all official departments, Zhu Pingan discreetly glanced over the entire sign-in sheet. The number of visiting officials at the Qinianjian was few, typically 3 or 4 per day, with the sign-in sheet reflecting 3 days' worth of visitors. As he reviewed the sheet, a familiar name caught Zhu Pingan's attention: Jia Su from Taizong. Zhao Longzhong had signed in as the last visitor yesterday. It was easy to surmise Zhao Longzhong's purpose for visiting Taizong, likely related to the auspicious timing for replacing the treasury doors. Zhu Pingan was well aware of this, but maintained a composed demeanor. After signing in, Zhu Pingan placed the brush on the rack, exchanged a polite greeting with the gatekeeper, and proceeded through the main entrance of the Qinianjian. The internal layout of the Qinianjian was akin to that of the 6 ministries, with a 3-bay main entrance. A plaque bearing the name of the Qinianjian hung centrally above the entrance, leading into a courtyard adorned with an observatory and celestial platform, infused with Taoist decor. Further in was the second gate, known as the ceremonial gate. Crossing through the ceremonial gate, Zhu Pingan entered the main hall of the Qinianjian, where officials conducted their duties. It was here that the deputy director of the Qinianjian received Zhu Pingan. You have come, esteemed scholar, to determine the timing for replacing the treasury doors in Taizong. Have you not? The deputy director, a portly Taoist priest named Zhang Siming, was clad in a grayish-white Taoist robe but bore a resemblance to the Maitreya Buddha, perpetually smiling, which made his attire seem somewhat incongruous. With keen insight, Zhang immediately discerned Zhu Pingan's intentions. Zhu Pingan complimented him. "I am unworthy of such praise. As the scholar tasked with auditing Taizong, I recently visited the Qinianjian to select an auspicious date for the door replacement, and today I am here for that very purpose." Zhang Siming chuckled and shook his head. "May I inquire, esteemed Zhang, if the auspicious dates for the door replacement have been finalized?" Zhu Pingan asked. "The dates have indeed been set, with 2 options available for you to choose from." Zhang Siming nodded with a smile. "May I ask which 2 dates these are?" Zhu Pingan inquired with keen interest, leaning in to listen. "In the realm of the celestial calendar, the alignment of the 3rd day of the 6th month resonates with the harmonious essence of the 4th and 6th elements. The 7th and 8th auguries reveal themselves, while the 9th and 10th unveil the ethereal connection of the 1st and 2nd. June is designated for the 1st, while July embodies the essence of the latter. The celestial virtues of the 1st align with the self, and the latter with the 5th element. The treasury is attributed to metal, with earth nurturing metal, and metal in turn giving rise to water. Thus, 2 auspicious days emerge. One is the 20th of June, 3 days hence, and the other, the 18th of the following month. Both days shine brightly under the auspicious stars, deemed propitious for groundbreaking endeavors." Zhang, the celestial official, extended his hand to form several mystical seals, murmuring incantations as he gradually revealed the auspicious dates for the replacement of the treasury's gates. Though 2 favorable dates were presented for selection, Zhu Pingan was acutely aware that only one truly resonated, the 20th of June, a mere 3 days away. The 18th of the following month seemed distant, and he pondered the delay it could bring. Such an extension would not only hinder the treasury's operations, but would also test the Emperor Jiajing's patience. Upon his visit to the Ministry of Works today, he received word that the iron gates would be cast by tomorrow, ensuring both auspicious dates remained unaffected. The scholar wondered which date would be deemed more suitable, and he would issue a formal decree accordingly. Zhang, unperturbed, observed Zhu Pingan with a calm demeanor, awaiting his decision. Zhu Pingan recognized the influence of the esteemed physician in these calculations, knowing their desire was to expedite the replacement of the gates for their own peace of mind. Fearful of unforeseen repercussions, they yearned for prompt resolution. Thus, he resolved to select the nearer date, confident and resolute in his gaze. "Very well. Let us settle on the date, 3 days hence. I shall have the necessary documents prepared and dispatched to the 6 ministries and the Treasury office tomorrow after affixing the seal." Zhu Pingan's choice aligned seamlessly with Zhang's expectations, and upon hearing the selected date, the smile on Zhang's face deepened, fulfilling his obligation with grace. "Your diligence is greatly appreciated, Master Zhang," Zhu Pingan expressed with a respectful bow. With the date for the gate replacement confirmed, Zhu Pingan took his leave from the Astronomical Bureau and made his way to the Western Garden. Upon entering the garden, he proceeded directly to the Wuyi Pavilion, which appeared bustling with activity. Almost every official was diligently engaged in writing, their concentration palpable, akin to scholars resolutely pursuing their craft. Even as Zhu Pingan entered, few took notice of his presence. Upon reaching his office, he discovered that Li Chunfang was absent. Inquiring with fellow officials, he learned that Li, along with several adept in literary composition, had been summoned by the esteemed Yin Shoufu and Elder Su to the Tongzhou Palace for collaborative creation. They had departed in the morning and had yet to return. It was evident that the officials were more engrossed in their writings than in acknowledging Zhu Pingan, who briefly exchanged pleasantries before they returned to their focused endeavors. It seemed that the Wuyi Pavilion was wholly consumed by the art of literary creation once more. Under the leadership of Minister Yan, the Qingxi had become the focal point of the Wuyi Pavilion's operations. Zhu Pingan, feeling speechless, tugged at the corners of his mouth and sat down to compose a memorial requesting an audience with Emperor Jiajing, intending to entrust it to a court eunuch for delivery to the Wanshou Palace. Chapter 740. An obstacle in truth, the Wanshou Palace was not yet known by that name. It should have been referred to as the Yongshou Palace. The Emperor Jiajing, aspiring for eternal life with heaven and earth, named his sleeping quarters Yongshou Palace. It was not until the 40th year of his reign that a favored concubine, in a moment of whimsy, attempted to ignite small fireworks within the palace, aiming for a touch of romance. Unfortunately, the endeavor escalated, leading to the destruction of the Yongshou Palace. The following year, after its reconstruction, the emperor renamed it Wanshou Palace. Although Yongshou Palace was adjacent to the Wuyi Pavilion, Zhu Pingan, as an external minister, could only seek an audience with the emperor through such formal means. He had to rely on a eunuch to convey his request for an audience, and only upon receiving a summons from the emperor could he enter. Yongshou Palace served as the emperor's private chambers, and for an external minister to enter the emperor's sleeping quarters without an invitation would be tantamount to courting death. It was a grave offense, not only for outsiders, but even for the emperor's brothers and uncles, to enter the emperor's chambers unbidden. For any sovereign, to intrude upon the sleeping quarters without a summons was a forbidden taboo. For instance, during the Qing dynasty, one of the reasons Emperor Kangxi deposed his crown prince, the legitimate eldest son, Yinring, was due to an incident when the crown prince, while the emperor was on a tour beyond the Great Wall, approached his tent at night and peered in through a crack. Entering the emperor's sleeping quarters without permission could disrupt the royal lineage. Concubines, neglected by the emperor, were like wolves, and one careless moment could lead to disastrous consequences. Furthermore, such an intrusion posed a threat to the emperor's personal safety. What could one intend when entering the emperor's chambers uninvited? Was it to conspire against him? It is worth noting that the concubines who attended the emperor were often brought into the palace wrapped in blankets, entirely unclothed. Thus, once Zhu Pingan had completed his memorial, he sought out a eunuch stationed at the Wuyi Pavilion. He requested the eunuch's assistance in conveying his plea, stating, "I humbly ask the esteemed eunuch to relay that Zhu Pingan, the inspector of the Taizong treasury, requests an audience with the emperor regarding matters pertaining to the treasury." The young eunuch, possessing striking features, perhaps due to being castrated at a young age, spoke in a soft, almost effeminate tone. "Ah, it is Lord Zhu. This humble servant extends his greetings." After accepting the memorial, the eunuch glanced at it without any genuine interest, merely offering a perfunctory smile and lazily raising his hand as if swatting away a fly. "I must inform you, Lord Zhu, that it may not be possible to meet the emperor today. I am afraid I must apologize for my inability to assist you in this matter." Zhu Pingan, undeterred by the eunuch's arrogance, remained composed. Within the palace, there exists an abundance of eunuchs who regard others with disdain. Serving the most powerful emperor of the Ming dynasty, they inevitably develop a sense of superiority. During the reign of the Ming Taizu, Zhu Yuanzhong, these eunuchs were somewhat restrained. However, as time progressed, their arrogance grew increasingly unbridled, leading to an era where eunuchs wielded unprecedented power. Lu Jin, the foremost of the 8 tigers during the reign of the Jiajing emperor's elder brother, amassed such influence that he nearly usurped the throne. Although the Jiajing emperor learned from his brother's mistakes and imposed stricter measures on the eunuchs, their authority remained largely intact, and gradually, they regained their prominence. In the early years of Jiajing, when Zhang Tsong served as the chief minister, the eunuchs would bow deeply upon seeing him. Yet he remained aloof. When Xia Yan assumed the role of chief minister, eunuchs began to stand upright in his presence, and Xia would acknowledge them with a nod. However, during Yen Song's tenure, he would proactively greet the eunuchs with a courteous gesture and occasionally slip them a red envelope. This evolution illustrates the changing status and mentality of the eunuchs, who had become quite spoiled. "Please, esteemed eunuch, share your insights." As Zhu Pingan received the memorial, he discreetly placed a piece of silver in the small eunuch's hand. The eunuch, feeling the weight of the silver, smiled more vivaciously as he discerned it to be 5 taels. "Haha, my dear Zhu, I do not withhold information from you to cause you trouble, but rather for your own benefit. Today, the emperor is in a foul mood. This morning, the Zhujiang censor Li Chenghua's petition regarding the examination of officials was halted at the second gate. The eunuch tasked with delivering the memorial was reprimanded, and Li himself faced a severe scolding from Elder Yin. The small eunuch tucked the silver into his sleeve, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. He tugged on Zhu Pingan's sleeve and leaned closer, whispering, "Thank you for the warning, otherwise I fear I would have repeated Li's misfortune." Zhu Pingan expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. "Not at all. I find a certain affinity with you, esteemed Zhu," the small eunuch replied with a smile. Shaking his head, "Affinity?" Zhu Pingan thought to himself, rolling his eyes internally, while feigning a modest demeanor. "Might I inquire what troubles the emperor? Although I am but a fool, I wish to alleviate his burdens. Are you aware of what the esteemed gentlemen in the Wuyi Hall are currently composing?" The small eunuch countered, narrowing his eyes. "Could it be regarding the Qingxi?" Zhu Pingan ventured. "Indeed, yet not entirely," the small eunuch replied with a slight smile. adopting a mysterious air. "Pray, enlighten me," Zhu Pingan urged, silently slipping another piece of silver into the eunuch's palm. "One must cater to their preferences," Zhu Pingan mused, relishing interactions with those who possess such interests. The eunuch, feeling the silver in his hand, beamed even more brightly, and, after tucking it away, gently asked Zhu Pingan, "Do you know what significant day lies ahead in 2 days?" Zhu Pingan shook his head. "I only know that in 3 days, the treasury will replace its gates. As for what transpires in 2 days, I am unaware. In 2 days, it will be the 19th of June, the day of the ascension of the compassionate master." The small eunuch elucidated. The compassionate master. Zhu Pingan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating for a while before recalling certain classical tales of immortals he had encountered in modern times. This led him to think of the figure of Tongzhengshi, who also appears in Investiture of the Gods. He is one of the 12 golden immortals under the tutelage of the primordial supreme being. Tongzhengshi, also known as Guanyin, stands as one of the most iconic deities in ancient Chinese mythology. His abode is located at the Loka Cave on Mount Puda, wielding treasures such as the 3 treasures Jade Rui and the pure glazed bottle. Does this image seem familiar? It bears a striking resemblance to Avalokiteshvara. Typically, the general populace regards Tongzhengshi and Avalokiteshvara as the same entity, with Taoism referring to him as Tongzhengshi, Buddhism as Avalokiteshvara, and folk culture as Guanyin Yangyang. However, for professionals in Taoism and Buddhism, a distinction exists, particularly in Taoist beliefs. Tongzhengshi and Avalokiteshvara are considered fundamentally different deities, with clear and discernible differences between them. Chapter 741. Why strategy? Despite the apparent similarities in their manifestations, Taoism perceives Tongzhengshi and Avalokiteshvara as entirely separate beings. A simple illustration of this distinction is gender. In Taoism, Tongzhengshi is regarded as a female deity, having been a woman prior to her ascension. According to the Comprehensive Guide to Immortals Throughout the Ages, there exists a female deity known as the True Monarch in the tidal sound cave of Puta, who, according to legend, practiced her path during the Shang dynasty. Having already attained divine powers and vowed to save all beings, she frequently used elixirs and nectar to aid the populace, and the people of the South Sea referred to her as Zihong Great Sage. Ancient texts such as the Lingbao scripture record that Tongzhengshi was originally the youngest daughter of the fallen king of the Zhenli world, who, at the age of 4, had yet to speak. The fallen king found this peculiar and discontent, abandoned her in the Ikong mountain of southern floating mulberry. In this desolate mountain devoid of sustenance, she, being too young to forage or hunt, could nevertheless consume the essence of the sun and moon. Historical records indicate that Tongzhengshi was inherently female, which contrasts with the prevalent Buddhist view that Avalokiteshvara was originally male and later transformed into a female form. Moreover, another significant difference lies in the timeline. Taoism, as an indigenous religion of China, boasts a verifiable history spanning over 4 millennia. The Comprehensive Guide to Immortals Throughout the Ages states that Tongzhengshi had already attained immortality during the Shang dynasty. Additionally, Investiture of the Gods notes that during the reign of King Zhou of Shang, Tongzhengshi was one of the 12 golden immortals, ranking 3rd. This indicates that Tongzhengshi existed in Chinese history by the late Shang or early Zhou period. In contrast, Buddhism emerged during the Han dynasty, approximately between 400 and 500 BC, and was introduced to China during the Eastern Han period, making Avalokiteshvara's earliest historical appearance only during the Han dynasty. Furthermore, the iconography of the 2 deities differs. The statue of Avalokiteshvara revered in temples features a swastika on its chest, a Buddhist symbol, whereas the statue of Tongzhengshi in Taoist temples lacks such a mark. Upon hearing the young eunuch mention Tongzhengshi and reflecting on the religious beliefs of Buddhism and Taoism, Zhu Pingan began to surmise the reasons behind the Emperor Jiajing's displeasure. Indeed, in the next moment, the young eunuch's words confirmed Zhu Pingan's suspicions. Coincidentally, June 19th also marks the day of Guanyin Bodhisattva's enlightenment. The previous day, the emperor had dispatched the Jin Yi Wei to the common folk to gather insights on how they celebrated the day of the compassionate sovereign's enlightenment, to ascertain the state of devotion towards the compassionate sovereign. However, the ignorant populace, with households chanting Amitabha and each door venerating Guanyin, primarily sought the blessings of Guanyin Bodhisattva, with scarcely anyone paying homage to the compassionate sovereign. While the temples thrived with incense offerings, the Taoist temples languished in relative obscurity. The young eunuch leaned closer to Zhu Pingan's ear, his brows slightly furrowed, his face a portrait of indignation, his voice tinged with reproach. These foolish and ignorant people bring much sorrow to His Majesty. The emperor, for their sake, diligently cultivates the Tao day and night, observing fasts and conducting rituals, beseeching the heavens to mitigate natural calamities and to pray for national peace and prosperity, all for the benefit of these ungrateful souls. How many sleepless nights has His Majesty spent in prayer for their blessings? Yet, they, basking in the emperor's benevolence, turned their backs and worshipped Guanyin instead. The young eunuch was quite aggrieved on behalf of Emperor Jiajing, expressing a wish to scold those who favored Guanyin over the compassionate sovereign. Thus, this matter had left the emperor in a foul mood. This morning, the esteemed officials, including the stern minister Yin and elder Su, summoned to Yongshou Palace, were fervently penning documents addressing this issue. Returning to the main point, the young eunuch explained that he had refrained from relaying the message to Lord Zhu solely for his benefit. Zhu Pingan graciously expressed his gratitude, having grasped the context. His mind already formulating a plan, it appeared that to secure an audience with Emperor Jiajing, he would have to. After thanking the young eunuch, Zhu Pingan returned to the Wui Hall, where 3 officials had completed their significant works. They stood beside another official who was still diligently writing, exchanging ideas on their compositions while awaiting the finalization of this official's work to present them collectively to the chamberlain of the Wui Hall, who would then forward them to Yongshou Palace for the emperor's review. Typically, the chamberlain would gather 4 or 5 pieces before presenting them together. If he were to submit one at a time, it would be an exhausting endeavor. Kindly grant me a moment to finalize a few details and conclude my piece, and then we may present our works together for the emperor's perusal, the diligent official said, lifting his head apologetically to his waiting colleagues. Not to worry. It is but a brief interlude. Brother Zhang, take your time to write, one replied. Ha. Today I have finally managed to surpass Brother Zhang by a fraction. Should you feel any guilt, do treat us to a meal another day, chimed in another, as the 3 officials chuckled, having labored throughout the day, finding no fault with the brief respite. Naturally, the official named Zhang accepted the good-natured jest with a smile and then lowered his head, concentrating on his writing. This piece was the result of a day's earnest effort, a labor of love, and a rare gem among his recent works. Only the conclusion remained, which required careful consideration to avoid a haphazard ending that could tarnish the masterpiece. Zhu Pingan, upon overhearing their conversation, felt a spark of inspiration. As he passed by, he offered a slight smile and a respectful gesture. The 3 standing officials nodded in response. Their ranks were superior to his, and their seniority in the Wui Hall far exceeded his own, making such a return of courtesy entirely appropriate. Isn't Master Zhu engaged in an official inspection at the Taizong? What brings you to Wui Hall? One of the officials inquired. Oh, I have just returned from Taizong, Zhu Pingan replied. I was at the Astronomical Bureau requesting an auspicious date for the change of the treasury doors. The officials nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further comment. The previous inquiry had merely been casual. Zhu Pingan's inspection of Taizong bore no significance to them. If it were to be deemed relevant, it could only serve as a humorous anecdote regarding the inspection team, which had dwindled to only Zhu Pingan remaining. Observing this, Zhu Pingan once again performed a courteous gesture before retreating to his office. Inside, the 2 other officials were engrossed in their writing. Upon his arrival, they merely glanced up briefly before returning to their fervent scribbling. Once settled in the room, Zhu Pingan prepared his writing materials and began grinding ink. Chapter 742. Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years, the 2 officials in the room cast a fleeting glance at Zhu Pingan before immersing themselves back into their work, fully absorbed in their creations. Today, the emperor was in a particularly foul mood. Early in the morning, he had dispatched an inner court attendant to Wui Hall to issue a task, instructing the officials to submit a piece of writing, promising generous rewards for any exceptional works. Chief Minister Yin had reported to Yongshou Palace and had specifically gathered everyone to reiterate the directive. The officials were acutely aware of the stakes. This was not merely a task, but a golden opportunity. Should they win the emperor's favor with their writing, their prospects for promotion and wealth would be as effortless as gliding downstream. Indeed, it could be said they would ascend to the heavens with ease. Such a fortuitous chance was not to be squandered. The atmosphere in the room was one of intense concentration, punctuated only by the faint sounds of ink gliding across paper. Yet, in the next moment, the quiet was disrupted by the sound of grinding ink. Though subtle, it was unmistakably pronounced in the hushed room, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. "We are all diligently writing here. What disturbance do you intend to cause?" The two officials looked up, somewhat displeased, directing their gaze toward Zhu Pingan. In the room, apart from themselves, there was only Zhu Pingan. Thus, the sound could only have originated from him. Upon raising their eyes, they found Zhu Pingan had prepared his ink and paper and was now grinding ink, clearly poised to commence his own writing. The two officials paused in surprise, then exchanged bemused smiles. "Are you, Zhu Pingan, also intending to join the fray and compose a piece? Yet, do you not think it is rather late for that? We have already begun conceiving and drafting our works this morning, and we are now nearing completion. To craft a fine piece, one must devote ample time to contemplation. With only a brief interval remaining until the submission deadline, there is scarcely enough time even for consideration. And you wish to partake in this endeavor? Young man, your temperament still leaves much to be desired. This opportunity, though splendid, is regrettably beyond your grasp. You are too late." Two officials shook their heads and chuckled softly before lowering their heads to immerse themselves in their arduous writing, nearing the conclusion of their articles. In their estimation, by the time they finished their compositions, Zhu Pingan would likely still be formulating his thoughts, having penned not a single word. While the two officials were engrossed in their creative endeavors, Zhu Pingan had already prepared his ink. Contrary to the officials' expectations, without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Pingan seized his brush and began to write. What was that sound? It seems like the sound of writing. The noise of Zhu Pingan's brush gliding over the paper drew the attention of the two officials. Out of curiosity, they lifted their heads once more. What they beheld left them astounded, nearly causing them to fumble their brushes. Before their eyes, Zhu Pingan was writing with remarkable speed, already inscribing words onto the paper. Goodness! Is he not even contemplating? Witnessing this spectacle nearly caused the officials to choke on their astonishment. They had spent the entire morning and part of their lunch merely brainstorming ideas after receiving their task. Zhu Pingan, responsible for inspecting the treasury, had only just arrived and could not possibly have known the topic of today's writing. Yet, to their utter disbelief, he was bypassing the usual process of contemplation and drafting, diving straight into writing. How could they not be astonished? However, what truly left them in shock was when they finally noticed the paper beneath Zhu Pingan's hand. They rubbed their eyes, scrutinizing it again, and their mouths, already agape in surprise, widened further, as if a fist could fit inside. That paper is the examination script. It's a formal document meant for imperial review. They gasped, realizing that not only had he foregone the initial planning, but he had also neglected to make any rough drafts. During the Three Kingdoms, Chaoji composed poems in 7 steps. Now, Zhu Pingan seemed no less remarkable. Could it be that he was indeed a prodigious talent? The two officials felt as though they had been dealt a heavy blow. Yet, doubt lingered in their minds. Without contemplation or a draft, what kind of composition could he possibly produce? Even if he possessed a certain quick wit, this brief span of time could hardly yield an exquisite piece of writing. Did he genuinely believe himself to be Chaoji? Even Chaoji's renowned 7-step poem lacked literary finesse. It was less a poem and more a hasty composition born of desperation, crafted under the looming threat of death. Its enduring legacy was merely a result of its poignant portrayal of brotherly affection, evoking guilt in Chao Pai, who could not bear to execute him. This historical context allowed it to be remembered through the ages. Today's writing prompt was no simple task. A hastily penned poem akin to Chaoji's would not suffice. Yet, observing Zhu Pingan's confident demeanor and the fluidity of his writing, the officials began to waver. Could it be that he could truly produce a remarkable piece of work? Driven by curiosity and a myriad of thoughts, the two officials craned their necks, directing their gaze towards the paper beneath Zhu Pingan's brush. Zhu Pingan's brushwork flowed like the majestic dragon king gliding through the clouds. Each stroke fell like ethereal smoke, and under his deft hand, characters sprang to life upon the paper. Each stroke and flourish resembled a dragon diving into the sea, emanating a palpable aura of righteousness. Truly, his calligraphy was remarkable. Despite their relentless efforts, the two officials could not help but lament their own inadequacy in the face of Zhu Pingan's artistry. What exactly was Zhu Pingan writing? The two officials gaped in astonishment, their reactions more exaggerated than when they first witnessed Zhu Pingan's spontaneous creativity without drafts or outlines. By the time they glanced back, Zhu Pingan had inscribed 7 characters. Yet, these mere characters left the officials utterly flabbergasted. One official could hardly believe his eyes, nearly wide enough to pop from their sockets. Struck dumb and staring at the 7 characters Zhu Pingan had penned, unable to utter a single word for quite some time. The other official wore an equally incredulous expression, inhaling deeply and taking several seconds to exhale slowly. Could this be real? Was this truly composed by Zhu Pingan? After what felt like an eternity, the 2 officials regained their composure. Their subsequent actions and expressions mirrored each other. They glanced at the characters before looking back at Zhu Pingan, shaking their heads in utter disbelief. For the 7 characters he had inscribed were, "A kneel before Buddha for 3,000 years. A kneel before Buddha for 3,000 years? The officials exchanged glances, a mixture of amusement, frustration, and incredulity washing over them. Was Zhu Pingan attempting to be humorous? He had completely misinterpreted the theme. How dare he submit such a piece for imperial review? Why was His Majesty in a foul mood? It was not merely due to the influence of Buddhism overshadowing Taoism, nor the ignorance of the populace, who revered Maitreya Buddha in every household and worshipped Guanyin at every door. Alas, the compassionate Lord was scarcely recognized. And yet, here Zhu Pingan was, proposing a kneel before Buddha for 3,000 years, as if that were not enough, insisting on kneeling for an additional 3,000 years. Upon reading this piece, the emperor would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. Was this fellow truly trying to capture the emperor's attention in such a manner? Bold indeed. Chapter 743. A mistake upon mistake to the 2 officials within the room. Zhu Pingan's piece, "A kneel before Buddha for 3,000 years," resembled the ancient folly of steering in the opposite direction. It was completely off topic, and not just slightly so. It was as if it had vanished entirely from the intended subject. If this was meant to capture the attention of the judging emperor, they could only commend Zhu Pingan's audacity. Having read but this one line, their interest in continuing had evaporated, rendering further reading unnecessary. Just from the phrase "a kneel before Buddha for 3,000 years," they already foresaw the inevitable outcome of Zhu Pingan's submission, a dismal failure. This was not an attempt to attract the emperor's attention. It was akin to rubbing salt in a wound or twisting a knife. To think he could draw the emperor's gaze in such a manner was a mere fantasy. Young men must learn through hardship, and perhaps this experience would serve as a necessary lesson for Zhu Pingan. Only through enduring such pain could one truly grasp the lessons of experience, ensuring that similar mistakes would not be repeated in the future. Let him proceed on this path. Still, one must focus on the matters of greater importance. After the 2 officials finished reading the sentence, they exchanged a knowing smile, a blend of bemusement, schadenfreude, and a sense of detached observation. They then diverted their gaze and returned to their own writing, no longer distracted by Zhu Pingan. Meanwhile, Zhu Pingan remained engrossed in his calligraphy, oblivious to the subtle shift in the official's expressions. Even if he had noticed, it would not have swayed him, dipping his brush, lifting his wrist, and guiding the strokes. Zhu Pingan's pen never faltered from the first character onward, his creativity flowing abundantly, each word effortlessly crafted. In contrast, the 2 officials, despite having formulated their ideas and drafted their pieces, found themselves laboriously deliberating over their conclusions, taking considerable time to pen just a few phrases. As the 2 officials painstakingly refined their work, having only managed 3 or 4 sentences, they were suddenly interrupted by the sounds emanating from Zhu Pingan's workspace. The soft thud of the inkstone being returned to its place and the slight tremor of the brush hanging on the rack caught their attention. Haha, they chuckled, momentarily taken aback. It seemed Zhu Pingan had reached an impasse and had chosen to abandon his endeavor. At least he possesses some self-awareness, recognizing when to halt and concede. It's a sign of prudence, not entirely beyond redemption. However, before the smiles could fully unfold on the official's lips, they were startled by the sound of Zhu Pingan blowing softly on the ink, a curious act after declaring his abandonment. This phenomenon occasionally occurs when writing with a brush. After finishing, one might blow on the ink to hasten its drying. Momentarily stunned, the officials instinctively lifted their heads toward the source of the sound, only to find their jaws agape once more. They beheld Zhu Pingan, having dried the ink on his title page, preparing to close the book. In that fleeting moment, they caught sight of the neatly penned article, its completion evident as the book swiftly shut, though the specifics of the text eluded their view. It appeared to encompass 400 to 500 characters, fully formatted and complete. Finished so swiftly. Surely this cannot be. The officials were utterly astonished. While they had toiled for an entire day, barely concluding 3 sentences, Zhu Pingan had completed an article in mere moments. How many hands does he possess to write so rapidly? Yet, reflecting on Zhu Pingan's initial line, 3,000 years after kneeling before the Buddha, the official's spirits lifted slightly. Fast as he might be, he had fundamentally misunderstood the topic. Speed alone does not suffice. If he is so eager to collide with failure, let him do so. The youth remains overly impatient. Shaking their heads, the officials returned to their own writing. As Zhu Pingan closed his book, outside, the 3 officials were finishing their own works. And together with Master Zhang, they proceeded to present their completed articles to the eunuch at the Directorate of No Leisure, destined for the emperor's perusal at the Yongshou Palace. Esteemed Lord Li, I kindly request that you present our petitions to the Yongshou Palace for imperial review. Lord Wang, along with 3 others, handed over their petitions to a young eunuch stationed at the Wuyi Pavilion, discreetly slipping a silver ingot into the eunuch's sleeve. Rest assured, Lord Wang, you may entrust this matter to me, replied Lord Li, accepting the petitions while feeling the weight of the silver, a smile narrowing his eyes. I am grateful for your assistance, Lord Li. The 4 officials expressed their thanks repeatedly. Gentlemen, you are too courteous. This is merely my duty, Lord Li chuckled. Now, I shall take your petitions to the Yongshou Palace. He offered a courteous bow and, amidst their expressions of gratitude, turned to leave the Wuyi Pavilion. Just as Lord Li was about to exit, he heard a voice behind him. Eunuch, please hold on a moment. I kindly request that my petition be submitted to the Yongshou Palace as well. It was Lord Zhu, hastening towards him, causing Lord Li to pause momentarily. Oh, my apologies for the trouble, eunuch, Lord Zhu said, approaching swiftly and handing over his own petition, discreetly slipping a silver ingot into Lord Li's sleeve. Lord Li recognized him as the same young eunuch who had recently declined Lord Zhu's request for an audience. Upon realizing it was Lord Zhu, Lord Li's expression shifted subtly. Despite the heavy silver in his sleeve, the petition in his hand weighed even more heavily on his conscience. As he had just explained to Lord Zhu, today the Emperor Jiajing was in a foul mood. Earlier, the Zhujiang censor Li Chenghua had been rebuffed at the palace gate regarding his 5 points on the examination of officials, and eunuch Wang had also faced reprimand from Supervisor Huang. At that moment, Lord Li felt a torrent of frustration. Oh dear, my Lord Zhu, what are you doing? Did I not just explain the stakes to you? Why have you submitted your petition again? Clearing his throat, he remarked, Lord Zhu, did I not mention earlier that the Emperor is not inclined to receive officials today? If you have pressing matters to discuss, it would be prudent to submit your petition another day. Though his tone reflected annoyance, he maintained his composure, considering the silver in his sleeve. As he spoke, Lord Li intended to return the petition to Lord Zhu, not having closely examined it, instinctively mistaking it for the earlier request for an audience with Emperor Jiajing. Meanwhile, Lord Wang, Lord Zhang, and the others stood frozen in disbelief as they witnessed Lord Zhu approach with his petition, their expressions mirroring the astonishment of the 2 officials who had previously been in Lord Zhu's chamber. They were well aware of Lord Zhu's recent inspection of the Taicang treasury and knew he had not been present at the Wuyi Pavilion all day. Just moments ago, they had seen him enter from outside, passing right by them. Thus, it was only at that moment that Zhu Pingan became aware of the article submitted for the emperor's perusal. Yet, in the brief span of time it takes to sip a cup of tea, he had completed the entire article? What a jest! This is astonishingly rapid, even surpassing the swiftness of Cao Zhi's 7-step poetry, which merely comprised a few lines. However, this was an article intended for the esteemed Jiajing Emperor, with a word count vastly exceeding that of any poem. In such a short interval, Master Zhang had merely penned a few concluding lines, whereas Zhu Pingan had managed to compose an entire piece. For a moment, they were left speechless in astonishment. It was only upon hearing the words of Eunuch Li that they caught their breath and regained their composure from the shock. I had suspected as much. How could Zhu Pingan possibly write so swiftly? It turned out he had merely drafted a petition to seek an audience with His Majesty, which is quite understandable, as a petition typically consists of only 100 or so characters, requiring no literary flair, merely a fixed format stating the reason for the audience, devoid of complexity or creativity. Upon learning that it was a petition, Master Wang, Master Zhang, and the others exchanged amused glances with Zhu Pingan, recalling how they had watched the Zhujiang censor, Li Chenghua, being dismissed earlier that morning. From Eunuch Li's words, it seemed that Zhu Pingan had just sent a petition through him, only to be refused. Unexpectedly, Zhu Pingan sought to take advantage of their opportunity to submit the article for the emperor's review, attempting to catch a ride on their coattails. If eunuch Li were not foolish, he certainly would not acquiesce. Look, he has been rejected once again. Eunuch Li was indeed correct. Today was not a day for seeking an audience with the emperor. It would be best for you to retract your petition and wait until the emperor has read our article and is in high spirits. Then submit your request for an audience. However, to their surprise, the situation was not as they had assumed. Zhu Pingan, like a stubborn child, did not heed their advice to withdraw the petition, but instead shook his head in refusal. Eunuch Li had offered wise counsel, and how could Pingan be so ungrateful? Yet, what Pingan submitted was not a petition for an audience. Rather, upon hearing that the emperor was in a foul mood today, Pingan, though unworthy, felt it was his duty as a subject to alleviate the emperor's troubles. Thus, he had composed an article and requested that the eunuch present it to the Yongshou Palace for the emperor's review. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Zhu Pingan gently blocked the petition Eunuch Li was offering and, with a subtle smile, shook his head, softly explaining, "Wait a moment. What did he just say?" What he had handed to Eunuch Li was the title page of today's article, not a petition. Masters Wang and Zhang stared in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. The title page. Realization dawned on Masters Wang, Zhang, and the others as they turned their gaze to the document in Eunuch Li's hand. Upon closer inspection, it was evidently not a petition but indeed a title page. A petition is required to seek an audience with the emperor, while submissions of poetry and articles necessitate a title page. These are two distinctly different types of official documents, each with its own cover, and the difference is substantial, easily discernible at a glance. What Eunuch Li handed to Zhu Pingan was precisely the title page. Mr. Zhang's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing Zhu Pingan's submission. He felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment as Zhu Pingan passed by him en route to his office. He had only written 4 concluding lines, yet Zhu Pingan had completed an entire article. What? Is this truly an article? Mr. Li, in disbelief, lowered his gaze to the document in his hand, only to widen his eyes in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. His hand trembled, almost losing grip of the paper. Indeed, it was a submission. What on earth happened? How could this be a submission? Everything unfolded so unexpectedly that Mr. Li began to question his own existence. No way. He had been stationed at the Wui Hall all day, and since receiving his task in the morning, the officials there had spent the entire morning drafting and brainstorming, with submissions trickling in only by afternoon. Even the earliest submissions did not arrive until noon. No one could write as swiftly as Zhu Pingan. Within the span of a single cup of tea, he finished. Writing an article is faster and easier than sipping tea. Mr. Li, having studied literature in the inner study halls, was familiar with the intricacies of writing. Albeit not proficient in the 8-legged essay, he understood poetry and prose well enough, yet he had never encountered anyone who could compose an article as quickly as Zhu Pingan. Thus, his astonishment bordered on disbelief. Could it be that Zhu Pingan was deceiving him, intentionally pinning a request to meet the emperor within the submission? Completing an article in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? Writing a few hundred words for an audience might be plausible, especially since Zhu Pingan had already prepared a request for the emperor. This was merely a matter of transcription. The more he considered it, the more plausible it seemed. No, I cannot be fooled by such trickery. I must not unwittingly assist him in this deceit. Should it be discovered, I would be the one to suffer the consequences. Thus, Mr. Li raised his gaze to Zhu Pingan briefly before lowering his head to open the submission he held. He did not scrutinize the contents thoroughly, but merely glanced at the title and word count. Goodness, it truly is an article. It appears to contain over 300 words, which, while not extensive, is sufficient for a general composition. Although he did not examine Zhu Pingan's writing in detail, he discerned vague references to Buddhism and Taoism, which aligned with the theme of the day's article. Observing Mr. Li's skeptical expression and his hurried examination of the submission, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhang immediately considered the possibility that Zhu Pingan had written a request to meet the emperor within the submission, and they deemed this likelihood substantial. However, the next words spoken by Mr. Li left them utterly incredulous. Mr. Zhu has indeed demonstrated remarkable speed, completing the article in such a brief span. It has truly opened my eyes. Given Mr. Zhu's swiftness, they felt compelled not to lag behind and decided to send all 5 submissions to the Yongshou Palace together. After regaining his composure from the shock, Mr. Li smiled slightly and gathered Zhu Pingan's submission alongside those of Mr. Wang and the other three, addressing Zhu Pingan with a brief remark before turning towards the Yongshou Palace. "Thank you, Your Excellency," Zhu Pingan replied with a respectful gesture. At this moment, Lord Wang and Lord Zhang finally regained their composure from the shock, hastily bowing in gratitude towards the retreating figure of Eunuch Li. Chapter 745. The East Towers blade during the height of summer. The daylight stretched exceptionally long. It was already past 6 in the afternoon. Yet the sun still hung high in the sky. In the grand hall of Yongshou Palace, a magnificent bronze cauldron adorned with 4 dragons and the 8 trigrams burned 3 incense sticks, each as thick as a wrist. Alongside, 3 small incense burners, situated beneath the statues of the 3 pure ones, contributed to the rich aroma, filling the entire palace with swirling tendrils of sandalwood smoke. Inside the hall, 3 long tables were set up, where more than 10 officials were busily engaged, feverishly writing or poring over a stack of memorials. Despite the abundant sunlight and the flourishing incense, the atmosphere in Yongshou Palace felt remarkably cool, as if air conditioning was in operation. The source of this chill was evidently not the officials immersed in their work. As one peered deeper into the hall, at the center of the sleeping quarters lay an 8-trigram mat, upon which several open memorials were spread. Seated cross-legged upon this mat was a middle-aged man, clad in a blue 8-trigram Taoist robe and adorned with a mixed-element cap. He was lean, imposing, and wore an expression of sternness. This was none other than Emperor Jiajing. With his eyes closed, Emperor Jiajing furrowed his brows, his countenance grim, exuding an aura of aloofness that seemed to emanate a palpable chill. It was clear that this coldness originated from him. Kneeling beside the meditating emperor were 2 young eunuchs, each holding up a food box that released an enticing aroma. "Your Majesty, please partake in your meal. You have not eaten breakfast or lunch. If you skip dinner as well, even the strongest constitution cannot endure," implored Eunuch Huang, his face etched with concern and anxiety. "Withdraw, Huang Jin. I am well and have no appetite," Emperor Jiajing replied, opening his eyes to cast a glance, shaking his head impassively before resuming his meditation with closed eyes and hand positions. The 2 young eunuchs, still holding the food boxes, were at a loss for what to do. With a sigh, Huang Jin gestured for them to remove the boxes. "Has His Majesty not dined again?" observed Yin Song, who, upon seeing the young eunuchs exiting with the food boxes, set down his brush in a flurry and approached with a worried expression. "His Majesty claims he has no appetite." The 2 eunuchs replied, heads bowed. Sighing, Yin Song directed a worried glance towards the sleeping quarters before shifting his gaze back to the busy ministers in the grand hall. Under his scrutiny, the ministers intensified their efforts. The responsibilities ahead were daunting. The emperor's continued refusal to dine indicated his poor mood, suggesting that the memorials they had just submitted had failed to meet his expectations. The atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly oppressive. "Hua Ting, how fares your writing?" Yin Song inquired softly as he strolled over to Su Jia. "I have completed the previous piece and am now finalizing the second. It will require but a moment more," Su Jia responded, lifting his gaze. "And you, Zisher?" Yin Song nodded and inquired of the seated Li Chunfang. Li Chunfang rose respectfully and replied, "Esteemed elder, I am about to complete the second piece." "Good," Yin Song nodded appreciatively. Seated at the table were some of the finest scribes of the Ming dynasty. He mused that it would have been even better had Yuan Wei not been dispatched to the border for inspection. Although Yuan Wei was somewhat proud, he still showed great deference to Yin Song and maintained good relations with the Eastern Pavilion. If Yuan Wei were present, with his talent for writing, he could have certainly produced at least 3 excellent pieces in a day. Realizing he was aging and his creative vigor had waned, Yin Song lamented that despite exhausting his efforts today, he had only managed to compose a single piece, which still fell short compared to the works of Su Jia and others. However, there was a silver lining. He had already arranged for someone to notify the Eastern Pavilion in the afternoon, and it was likely that they would soon deliver the completed articles. After inquiring of the officials diligently writing at the table, Yin Song strolled to another long table. On this table lay dozens of topic drafts, with 3 officials meticulously reviewing them. "Jingqing, have there been any remarkable works from the drafts received this afternoon?" Yin Song asked as he approached Yin Maoqing. Upon hearing Yin Song's question, Yin Maoqing stood to pay his respects. But Yin Song smiled gently and gestured for him to remain seated and respond comfortably. Yin Maoqing had long been a subordinate of Yin Song, treating him with the utmost reverence. more so than a son would to his father, leading many to speculate that Yin Maoqing was Yin Song's adopted son. How could Maoqing dare to sit while the elder stands? He thought. I have carefully reviewed the drafts received this afternoon, and while there are a few well-written pieces, very few can be deemed exceptional. These three are indeed rare examples of quality. Even though Yin Song had signaled for him to remain seated, Yin Maoqing stood respectfully and, with familiarity, handed the three drafts to Yin Song. Yin Song nodded, accepting the drafts and casually flipping open the top one to read. People often compare Buddhism with Taoism, but I merely smile and dismiss such notions. The Buddhist path focuses on nurturing character rather than fate, on the afterlife rather than this life, idly discussing karma and blessings. Yet how can such a grand philosophy thrive? The allure of Buddhism has fallen into the secular tide, with many foolish disciples thus blinded. One must recognize that without encountering a true master, one should not hastily make assumptions about the wise. I wrote this piece not to engage in debate or to vie for superiority, but merely to assist those lost in confusion. Jingqing, you have done well. After finishing the reading, Yin Song nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face as he praised Yin Maoqing. This piece was distinct and original. Although the writing did not quite match that of Li Chunfang and others, it was nonetheless impressive in its own right, demonstrating that Yin Maoqing had indeed chosen with care. Just as Yin Song was about to peruse the next draft, a young eunuch entered from outside the hall. Upon seeing the eunuch, Yin Song's smile widened, and he handed the three drafts back to Yin Maoqing, offering him a few encouraging words. After encouraging Yin Maoqing, Yin Song approached the eunuch, who stood with his back to the crowd, and retrieved a draft from his sleeve to present to Yin Song. At last, my son's writing has arrived. Yin Song took the examination paper, nodding with satisfaction, and retrieved a bulging pouch from his sleeve, which he handed to the young eunuch. The young eunuch hesitated momentarily before accepting it. Yin Song smiled gently, nodded, and turned back to his seat, eager to transcribe Yin Shifan's essay once more. Just as the young eunuch delivering the essay exited the hall, another young eunuch entered, carrying 5 volumes of examination papers. It was none other than Lord Li, the official responsible for the Wui Hall. The esteemed officials of Wui Hall have presented 5 additional essays, Lord Li announced as he stepped inside. Thank you for your efforts. Lord Li, Yin Maoqing replied, stepping forward to express his gratitude while accepting the papers. He was tasked with sifting through the submissions presented by the officials of Wui Hall, as every essay had to pass through his hands first, allowing him to select the finest works before forwarding them to Yin Song for his review, after which Yin Song would decide whether to present them to Emperor Jiajing for his perusal. After Yin Maoqing placed the 4 volumes on the table, he noted that he still had 5 essays from the afternoon to review. He could examine the evening's 5 submissions after finishing the afternoon's offerings. Upon meticulously perusing 3 of the remaining 5 essays from the afternoon, Yin Maoqing could not help but shake his head. None of those 3 were worthy of consideration. They were either poorly written, lacked originality, or merely rehashed old debates on Buddhism and Taoism, utterly pedestrian in nature. As he opened the 4th volume, Yin Maoqing did not harbor high hopes. After a few moments of reading, his initial skepticism was confirmed. Although the writing was somewhat impressive, the ideas were mediocre and devoid of any remarkable content. By the time he began to review the 5th volume, Yin Song had nearly completed his transcription. Having immersed himself in the art of writing for 60 to 70 years, he had mastered both speed and quality. While writing, Yin Song nodded appreciatively. Yin Shifan's essay, The Transformation of Laozi, left him in awe. Truly, it was exceptional, a testament to his prodigious talent. Laozi, the founder of Taoism, was a historical figure named Lier, styled Bo Yang, who authored the Tao Te Ching, a seminal text of Taoist philosophy. According to historical records, after penning the 5,000 word Tao Te Ching at the pass of Hangu, he departed westward and vanished without a trace. Yin Shifan skillfully built upon this narrative, suggesting that Laozi's journey westward on a green ox did not signify an end, but rather a journey to the land of Shindu, the ancient name for India. Upon arriving there, Laozi transformed into Shakyamuni Buddha, thus becoming a figure of the foreign lands. In his essay, he also invoked the anecdote of Confucius seeking wisdom from Laozi, summarizing with the words from the Tao Te Ching. The Tao is profound as the sea, towering as the mountains, pervasive throughout the universe yet eluding all grasp. It flows ceaselessly and reaches every corner, sought after yet unattainable, discussed yet out of reach. The Taoist nurtures the heavens and the earth without succumbing to decay, sustaining all things without depletion. The heavens attain elevation from it. The earth gains thickness. The sun and moon move in accordance with it. The four seasons are ordered by it, and all creation takes form through it. The intention is novel, adhering to the Tao while tempering Buddhism, bringing great joy to Yin Song, who swiftly transcribes the text, completing it in no time. After finishing, Yin Song reviews his work once more, unable to resist stroking his beard and nodding in approval. At this moment, Su Jie and Li Chunfang also conclude their writings, presenting their completed essays to Yin Song for review. Esteemed elder, let us appreciate this remarkable work together, but do not overly cherish your own talent, Su Jie remarks, approaching Yin Song with a smile and clasping his hands in greeting. Haha, take it, Huading, Yin Song responds, shaking his head and smiling as he hands over the manuscript. Su Jie receives the manuscript with both hands, glancing at it briefly before an involuntary shudder courses through him, his eyes widening as if a weary wanderer in the desert has discovered an oasis. He then immerses himself in the text, insatiable and eager. Observing this, Yin Song strokes his beard, a smile gracing his lips. Esteemed elder, this work is indeed a remedy, Su Jie exclaims after finishing, visibly excited. Huading, you exaggerate. Yin Song humbly shakes his head. You are too modest. With your work, the emperor's affliction could surely be alleviated. Su Jie ardently praises Yin Song's writing. Curiosity piqued, Li Chunfang leans closer, and Su Jie hands Yin Song's manuscript to her, which she accepts with reverence. With such elegance and brilliance, esteemed elder, I find myself lacking. Li Chunfang admires. As Su elder said, this work is indeed a remedy. Surely, it will bring about improvement for the emperor, she adds, equally admiring. Yin Song reviews the manuscripts written by Su Jie and Li Chunfang, nodding in satisfaction as he does so. Although their works are slightly inferior to his, they are still remarkable pieces worthy of the day. Realizing that the emperor has yet to partake in any sustenance throughout the day, he decides it is best to present these fine works to the emperor, hoping to uplift his majesty's spirits and encourage him to eat. Jingqing, how many excellent pieces have you selected? Bring them forth to present to the emperor, Yin Song inquires, gathering the 3 manuscripts together. Yin Maoqing, having finished reviewing the remaining 5 manuscripts from the afternoon, had not found a single commendable piece. At this moment, he is opening the manuscripts recently delivered by the young eunuch. As he picks up the top manuscript of the evening's 5, he hears Yin Song's question before he has even glanced at it. Esteemed elder, please hold on, I will be right there. As Yin Maoqing speaks, he prepares to set down the manuscript he is holding to present the 3 he has chosen to Yin Song. However, just as he is about to do so, the name inscribed on the manuscript catches his eye. Hanlin Academy's reader, Zhu Pingan. This manuscript belongs to Zhu Pingan. This revelation astonishes Yin Maoqing, for he knows that Zhu Pingan is currently inspecting the Taizong treasury and is aware that he is the sole individual responsible for this task. Isn't he supposed to be auditing the treasury? What brings him here to join the fray? It is said that Zhu Pingan once presented several amusing and light-hearted verses to the emperor, such as without bamboo, one becomes mundane, without meat, one grows lean. His clever use of unconventional themes, like the braised pork with bamboo shoots, won him the emperor's favor. Moreover, it is rumored that Zhu Pingan's poetic talents also played a role in assisting Su Jie in refining a line to transforming a tiger into a dragon, which too garnered appreciation from the emperor. Now Zhu Pingan seeks to join the fray. It appears this lad possesses a knack for maneuvering, something I had previously underestimated. However, it is regrettable that I am responsible for selecting the submissions for the Wui Hall this time. How could I possibly endorse your work? It is certain that your desires will remain unfulfilled. With this thought, Yin Maoqing barely glanced at Zhu Pingan's submission before carelessly tossing it aside onto the table. Much like refuse, the manuscript slid across the surface, coming to a stop after gliding several centimeters, its pages inadvertently opening. Having discarded Zhu Pingan's work, Yin Maoqing stood to collect the 3 exceptional submissions he had selected to present to Yin Song. Just as he was about to turn away, he unexpectedly caught sight of the open page of Zhu Pingan's manuscript, which bore the striking line, "Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. Kneeling before the Buddha for 3,000 years. What a foolish notion. Why would one write such a thing when the emperor is in a foul mood?" Upon reading this phrase, Yin Maoqing reconsidered and decided to retrieve Zhu Pingan's manuscript, placing it among the 3 esteemed submissions.